Abandoned by the Ancient One, Lin Tian unexpectedly awakens an extraordinary intelligence. Henceforth, he embarks on an unparalleled journey. Magic? He directly opens the path to cultivation. You have come into contact with flames and comprehended the ancient tome, Burning Heaven's decision. Dissatisfied with the perilous nature of this world, you create the Eastern, sacred land, absorbing infinite gems and cultivating spiritual energy. You observe Thor's lightning manipulation and eloquently compose the moral thunderbolt incantation, resulting in the disappearance of Thor's divine powers. Thus, a mysterious Eastern force rises. The Ancient One is astonished. Is this truly my discarded apprentice? Chapter 1. Disciple of Kumar Taj, Extraordinary Intellect, the Himalayas. Kumar Taj, a little boy, traverses the snowy terrain, descending the mountain. The wind and snow howl. Alone he wanders. From a distance, it presents a curious sight, as if the entire world contained only a diminutive black dot against a vast expanse of white. With each step through the snow, it emits a crunching sound, leaving behind footprints that will soon be concealed by fresh snow. Amongst the mountain's silvery garb, it seems as though no child had ever passed this way. Lin Tian, the reason he finds himself here, is due to being cast down the mountain. An orphan. 3 years prior, he, along with his parents, fled from pursuers, passing this place. In a moment of crisis, his parents chose to part ways. Before departing, they left behind the 4-year-old Lin Tian in the snow. In the frigid expanse, with biting winds, only the distant ridge is visible, a faint grayish-yellow structure crouching above. It resembles a village, yet it is not. Under the heavy snowfall, the scene is tranquil and somewhat dreamlike. Little Lin Tian leans against a stone, feeling his body grow cold, then warm again, as if he might float away. Drowsy, he is on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, before him in the air, a brilliant yellow fire star bursts forth. It spirals like a firework, transforming from a tiny point into a circular shape. The circle expands, evolving into a round portal. From within emerges a uniquely striking and graceful bald woman. Her appearance suggests mixed heritage. Yet, little Lin Tian recognizes her identity. This is the Ancient One. Thus, the nearly frostbitten Lin Tian is ushered into a warm and ancient fragrant chamber. Bathed in the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, his body warmed by the heat of the incense burner. Healed. Subsequently, he rests in tranquility, sinking into a deep and satisfying sleep. Upon awakening, Lin Tian is astonished to find himself clad in new attire, a miniature mage's robe. Also a vibrant yellow, with a hood, as a child. Lin Tian steps out of his chamber, venturing onto the platform, gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains alongside the other mages. Together with the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One, they engage in morning exercises. The exercises encompass a multitude of activities, resembling the daily routines of an ordinary monk. These include meditation, chanting, martial training, and magical practice, among others. Despite Lin Tian's small stature, his aptitude is remarkable. In the square, apprentices of varying ages, from teenagers to those in their 90s, gather in this secluded haven atop the snowy mountain. These diverse apprentices, differing in appearance and nationality, exercise and cultivate together, striving to master magic. For a 4-year-old child, this should merely be a playful endeavor. Yet, the reality is far from it. Every move Lin Tian makes is executed with meticulous precision. In just a month's time, he is able to keep pace with the older apprentices, participating in all the exercises. Even though Lin Tian is the youngest among them, he exhibits no sign of lethargy. On the contrary, he is filled with fervor. The reason is simple. He is a transmigrator. In this life, his parents are employees of S.H.I.E.L.D. Having discovered Hydra's covetousness for the super soldier serum, they fled with the serum in hand. It is now the year 2001. The super soldier serum is either sealed away or destroyed, with some having been surreptitiously acquired by infiltrators from Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Tian's parents may have perished because of this. Of course, he remains unaware of where they met their end or the serum's whereabouts. It is likely the Ancient One is aware, yet has chosen not to divulge this information, perhaps to shield him from danger. Now, the reason he descends the mountain alone is simply because, despite Lin Tian's diligent studies over the past 3 years, he ultimately failed to grasp the fundamentals of magic. According to the Ancient One's word from a few days prior, "I'm sorry, little Lin Tian, but you lack the aptitude." Not everyone is suited for the study of magic. In fact, I was aware of this even before you ascended the mountain. However, you seemed overly eager in your pursuit of magical knowledge. I have observed you for years, reluctant to shatter your dreams. Yet, dreams are often unattainable, even. The Ancient One chuckled softly, her expression warm and compassionate. Some dreams are destined never to be realized, but that is of no consequence. For the journey of life remains long, as she spoke. She cast a glance at the boy in her arms, her gaze sharp yet revealing a mixture of disappointment, confusion, and a hint of understanding in his eyes. Pinching his cheek, she continued, "So, little Lin Tian, you may descend the mountain. You have other choices. It is time to return to your original world." The Ancient One concluded, summoning her disciple, Wang, to escort the 7-year-old Lin Tian down the mountain this moment. Lin Tian is at a loss for words. As a transmigrator, he was certainly aware of one undeniable truth. The world of American comics is fraught with peril. Moreover, through his frequent conversations and playful banter with his jovial mentor, Uncle Wang, Lin Tian gleaned a wealth of additional information. For instance, this world harbors Gotham City. It is also home to the Water Company and the Boys. In other words, it is a realm where the universes of DC, Marvel, and other comic entities like DE, the Homeland, intertwine. Various crises must surely abound. Let us not forget that during the infamous snap of the purple potato-like Thanos, half of the population of Blue Planet and even the universe would be instantly obliterated. General Zod, Doomsday, Darkseid, and others would bring forth their own forms of destruction. Undoubtedly, the most tormented place would be New York. Furthermore, there exist regional supervillains who can significantly disrupt the normal lives of the populace. Thus, if he could master the arcane arts, then Lin Tian might possess a means of self-defense. However, it appeared he lacked the requisite talent. Lin Tian felt utterly bemused. The reason he had strayed from the mountain path, choosing not to accept Wang's escort, was that he had sensed a peculiar radiance shimmering around him. Before his eyes, a system interface materialized. Ding! The Transcendent Comprehension system has been activated. Chapter 2. Mastering the Ice Body Refinement Technique. Feel the chill of the snow-capped mountains. Comprehend the frost's power as your genes begin to transform. Grasping the cold resistance gene Iceman cultivation method. At this moment, Lin Tian was astonished as he gazed upon the panel before him. The Iceman. If he understood correctly, it referred to a mutant. Robert Louis Drake, affectionately known as Bobby, possessed the ability to generate temperatures as low as -76 degrees Celsius within mere seconds, reaching absolute zero at its lowest. He could manipulate surrounding water molecules, transforming them into ice for creation. He had the capacity to adjust his internal and external body temperature at will, merging his body with the water molecules. Remarkably, all these operations inflicted no harm upon him. In other words, under the influence of the X gene, his body became an organic ice. Furthermore, he had the capability to conjure ice from thin air and reshape his form by absorbing moisture from the atmosphere. In peak conditions, he could maintain consciousness even in vapor. Thus, the Iceman at his zenith could reverse entropy, achieving an almost immortal state, capable of freezing planets and creating duplicates. A truly Omega-level mutant. However, the current Iceman was far from such abilities. Did he possess the potential to achieve this? Moreover, the name of this technique sounded rather unrefined. Lin Tian pondered introspectively. He then commenced his training. The system was his secret. He harbored no desire for Wang to discern his anomalies. The reason being, Wang would inevitably take him back to meet the Ancient One, and a being as formidable as the Ancient One could likely perceive the clues within him, such as anomalies in his soul, or perhaps the Ancient One had already noticed the irregularities long ago, yet chose not to disclose them. However, none of this truly mattered. For Lin Tian was resolute in character, adhering to a principle. A good horse does not turn back to graze on old pastures. Since he had been cast down the mountain for lacking magical talent, all he wished for now was to return only after proving himself, to astonish his fellow disciples with a hint of Lin Tian's brilliance. The shock of a youthful genius would indeed be worthwhile. Presently, returning without any changes would be futile. What if his extraordinary comprehension did not extend to the realm of magic? That would be exceedingly embarrassing. Hence, Lin Tian had firmly resolved against seeking help or retracing his steps. Feel the chill. You have already adapted to the temperature. 50 degrees to 0 degrees poses no challenge to you. Touch the frost and snow. Realizing this is a form of water. You begin to learn the mastery of frost and snow. You discover that the Iceman gene cultivation method aligns more with Western practices. Thus you proceed to make modifications. At this moment, upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Tian sensed a distinct change within himself. Indeed, his body was undergoing a metamorphosis. Just like the Iceman, he could withstand the cold, and even began to feel and manipulate the frost and snow to a certain extent. You have mastered the manipulation of frost and snow, weaving it around you, ultimately transforming it into a sword of your own desire. The sword is sharp and frigid, and you name it the Frostblade. With but a thought, you can command the icy sword to soar several dozen meters, effortlessly cleaving through trees. Lin Tian opened his eyes, and lo and behold, a crystal-clear blue ice sword floated before him. With a casual flick, the sword soared forth. At the tender age of 7, Lin Tian's physique remained quite juvenile. However, as he had already acclimatized to the cold, he felt no discomfort. Rather, his complexion radiated a healthy glow, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Every movement was swift and agile, akin to a young tiger. With a resounding shout, Lin Tian directed the ice sword, which promptly severed a distant snow pine in twain. Crack! The snow pine toppled with a crash, crashing to the ground and sending up a flurry of snowflakes. Yet, these falling snowflakes merely danced like cool, crystalline powder upon Lin Tian's face. It appeared that his Iceman gene cultivation method had taken on a peculiar form. In truth, had he refined it to a somewhat unusual extent? The host's preferences have led to the Iceman gene cultivation method being transformed into the more suitable true ice chi and mysterious ice body refinement method for Eastern physiques. Lin Tian checked this and felt a wave of astonishment. Perhaps it was due to his Eastern origins that the cultivation method had been adapted to suit his heritage? Indeed, in this world where Western comics intertwine with Eastern mythology, possessing an Easternized technique seemed not so outlandish. After all, this world is replete with numerous mythological systems. In addition to the 9 realms of Asgard, Odin's domain, corresponding to Norse mythology, there exists Zeus's Greek mythology. Furthermore, there are the myths of the 8 immortals from the Dragon Kingdom, the moon god Khonsu from Egyptian mythology, and the Mayan myths, each with its unique system. Just as Superman relies on his Kryptonian physique and tomes to absorb sunlight, and Shazam draws strength from divine blessings and magic, they both wield considerable power. Now Lin Tian, with the backing of the system and the Eastern cultivation methods he had discerned, appeared to be on a path to acquiring strength as well. Reflecting deeply, Lin Tian found this quite agreeable. After all, whether it be celestial techniques or magic, at their essence, both represent a form of energy manipulation. Not to mention, magic itself is categorized into white magic, black magic, chaotic magic, and so forth. His current pursuit of an unconventional celestial technique seemed entirely reasonable, devoid of any sinister implications. Moreover, this world also harbors Eastern cultivation systems with harmonious existence. Renowned heroes such as Iron Fist and Shang-Chi, along with the adept wielders of the 10 rings, exemplify this. They can cultivate chi but have yet to achieve direct alteration of their physical structures or manipulate energy without external aid. Yet now, under Lin Tian's extraordinary comprehension, he had accomplished this. Why must the Western paradigm always overshadow the Eastern? Is not the magic of Comprehension borrowed as well? Whether it be through the Vishanti or the dark dimensions Dormammu, if they would not take him in, then what use is their mere magic? At this moment, Lin Tian resembled Magneto, not manipulating metals, but controlling ice and snow. He crafted a flying sword beneath him and soared down the mountainside with it. At this age of 7, should anyone witness this spectacle, onlookers would surely be left awestruck. Yet Lin Tian remained unfazed. His sole thought was to swiftly enhance his power. Power is everything. Soon, as he approached the mountain's base, Lin Tian experienced a breakthrough in his mastery of ice powers. Your mysterious ice body refinement method has ascended to the 2nd level, allowing your body to transform into ice elements. You can absorb moisture to metabolize your body and heal most injuries. At this moment, Lin Tian was no longer the same 7-year-old child. He had transformed into a prodigy endowed with superpowers, or perhaps, in his eyes, a celestial being. Not far ahead, he spotted an individual ascending the mountain. Is this not Doctor Strange? Chapter 3, An Encounter with Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange, also known as the Sorcerer Supreme. Once, he was a renowned surgeon in New York. Young and affluent, earning a staggering $1 million a month. He squandered his wealth with reckless abandon, indulging in a life of excess and opulence. Yet, alas, after a catastrophic car accident, he was saved, but his hands were irreparably damaged. Subsequently, he lost the meaning of his existence and journeyed to the Himalayas in search of Comprehension, hoping to seek the aid of the Ancient One to heal his grievous injury. This event should have transpired many years hence. However, since this world is not a purely Marvel realm, but rather a confluence of Marvel, DC, and various other comic universes. Deviations from the expected are not entirely surprising. After all, Doctor Strange is youthful, wealthy, and supremely arrogant, having amassed his fortune through unparalleled surgical prowess. Yet, he squandered his earnings on luxury cars and extravagant watches, and his penchant for reckless driving inevitably led to his accident. And now here he stands, confronted by none other than a scruffy-looking man who bears an uncanny resemblance to Benedict Cumberbatch. Lin Tian, overwhelmed with emotion, reflects. Your frosty body refinement technique has surpassed the 3rd level. A new ability is unlocked. When injured, your entire being can passively transform into ice elements. You can convert other bodies into organic ice, absorbing moisture to aid in the healing of other lives. At this moment, as he gazes at the system notification, Lin Tian is taken aback. After all, the mutant Bobby, who gained his abilities through genetic mutation, could only transform his own body into organic ice. But he had no capacity to transmute others. Yet now, Lin Tian possesses this extraordinary capability. This signifies that he need not rely on the Ancient One's intervention. He can assist Doctor Strange in restoring his hands to their former glory, even enabling him to perform surgery once more. This is the formidable power of the 3rd tier of frosty body refinement technique. All of this hinges upon Lin Tian's extraordinary comprehension. Without it, he would not be able to aid Doctor Strange in such a manner. Now that he can, he does not wish to let this opportunity slip away. This chance for Doctor Strange to owe him a favor, or perhaps even become his subordinate. After all, in the real world, Lin Tian finds himself devoid of acquaintances. Once Doctor Strange regains the use of his hands, it won't be long before he can reclaim his opulent mansion. This is precisely why Lin Tian is determined to assist him. Furthermore, Doctor Strange is destined to be the Ancient One's successor, as foretold in her visions of the future, a fate that is seemingly sealed. However, with Lin Tian's intervention, the future is destined to be altered. Whether this is what the Ancient One desires remains beyond Lin Tian's understanding. Perhaps, upon his next encounter with the Ancient One, he may utilize his insights to decipher her magic, but for now, he cannot foresee the future, at least not until he comes into contact with the Time Stone. Safeguarded by the Eye of Agamotto, Doctor Strange, Lin Tian called out exuberantly. Upon hearing this, the despondent Doctor Strange, who had been trudging up the mountain in the biting cold, was momentarily stunned, nearly collapsing under the weight of his despair. Yet, upon hearing his name called, he instinctively mustered the strength to raise his head and gazed upon a youth hovering in the air upon an ice sword. What is happening? Doctor Strange was bewildered. Yet, a flicker of recognition dawned upon him. This was the Himalayas, rumored to harbor a temple known as Kamartaj, where a master called the Ancient One wielded extraordinary powers. Could this child before him be the legendary figure capable of healing his injuries? Doctor Strange was filled with astonishment and immediately inquired, "Hello, may I join you?" Lin Tian gestured toward the ice sword beneath his feet, inviting Doctor Strange to sit. In response, a peculiar expression crossed Doctor Strange's face as he scrutinized the modestly dressed youth and his extraordinary ice sword. Indeed, both the boy and the sword appeared remarkably peculiar. The boy, despite the frigid surroundings, bore a rosy complexion, unblemished by frost, in stark contrast to Doctor Strange's own face, which had been ravaged by the cold. Turning blue and purple, Lin Tian's cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from a hot bath or sauna. Yet, how could this be possible? The surroundings were blanketed in snow, devoid of any sign of a fire. Originally, Doctor Strange had ascended the mountain with the grim resolve of sacrificing his own life, believing that if his hands could not be restored, he would never again experience the exquisite artistry of surgery, the thrill of wielding a scalpel, and the passion of dancing over a patient's body like a master chef dissecting meat. He would rather perish than endure a life burdened with crippled hands. Each night, Doctor Strange felt tormented, as if fate were mocking him, trampling upon his spirit. What could be more cruel than rendering a musician deaf, a surgeon disabled, or an artist blind? In Doctor Strange's eyes, nothing. To live hopelessly is a torment far worse than death. Cough, cough. At this moment, Doctor Strange wished to cry out to the heavens, to scream in agony. But the frigid air constricted his lungs, causing sharp pain in his head, leaving him gasping for breath. Cough. Have I truly withered to such a state? Doctor Strange trembled. His lips cracked and scarred, resembling the dried husks of peas. He wished to utter more, but a wave of dizziness washed over him. The sight of the boy had stirred emotions too intense for him to bear. He was overwhelmed. Though he did not comprehend why, he failed to notice that his mind and body were on the brink of collapse. The Ancient One had yet to appear. This boy must be a figment of his imagination. But why? He pondered. Would he dream of such an Eastern visage? I, Dr. Strange, have always been an advocate of Western elite culture. Cough, cough. Dr. Strange's consciousness began to fade, as if the frost had solidified his very lungs. Chapter 4. The Enhancement of Abilities. Ah! A scream of astonishment. Strange abruptly sat up, his eyes adjusting to the dim light that flickered with an orange-red hue. Before him stood the wall of a room. Below, where his hands rested, there was a surprising warmth. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in a guest house. Likely one he had passed on his way up the mountain in Nepal. He surmised that the residents must have been the ones who saved him. As he raised his gaze, a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared before him, the young boy. In an instant, Dr. Strange was taken aback. Hello. You may call me Lin Tian. I presume you have questions, the boy said with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Strange furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something unusual, something he had almost overlooked. That was his hands. His hands, which should have been crippled, were functioning perfectly. How could he have so naturally propped himself up to sit up? Strange realized the anomaly and extended his hands before his eyes. As he scrutinized them, he was momentarily stunned, initially filled with doubt. He questioned whether someone had merely placed a brace on his hands while he was unconscious. Yet, upon closer inspection, there appeared to be no such contraption. His hands looked entirely normal, pristine, even. But it was precisely this ordinariness that sent a shiver down his spine. How could this be? Strange rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. Was he experiencing hallucinations, or perhaps a mental breakdown? The Himalayas were rife with illicit activities, and it was conceivable that he had been dosed with some hallucinogen. However, not only did his hands appear intact, but their dexterity surpassed even his wildest dreams. Indeed, as a world-renowned surgeon, Strange possessed extraordinary manual skills, speed, perception, precision, strength, and a keen sense of control. He had honed many unique techniques, such as solving Rubik's cubes and performing string tricks, often praised for the nimbleness of his fingers during social interactions with supermodels. Yet, these abilities seemed a distant memory. But now, astonishingly, everything had returned, regaining what was lost. Strange continued to examine, squeeze, and manipulate his hands, even envisioning himself wielding a scalpel. Perfect. Precise, akin to artistry. This was him. This was not a dream. In that moment, Strange's eyes brimmed with tears, a single droplet cascading down his cheek. How could this be? How could this be? The doctor found himself laughing and crying simultaneously, though joy predominated. Lin Tian, observing Strange's reaction, was left speechless. Healing Dr. Strange was a trivial feat for Lin Tian, who was now on a unique path of cultivation. However, his thoughts were occupied with other considerations. You have sensed the tapestry of this world, rich in power dynamics and encompassing myriad possibilities, thus forging your own path of Eastern cultivation. You have perceived the realms you may traverse, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging with the Tao, comprising 4 grand realms. The corresponding minor realms are qi practice, foundation establishment, golden elixir, primordial infant, transformation, unity, great completion, and ascension. You discern that your current realm aligns with qi practice, yet you are an anomaly within it. Ordinary qi practice involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nurturing one's meridians and limbs, ultimately converging in the dantian. Upon achieving this step, cultivators gain initial mastery over spiritual techniques and a degree of spiritual awareness, allowing them to attempt the next realm of refining essence into qi, foundation establishment. Once their dantian is filled with spiritual energy settles like liquid. However, your comprehension is extraordinary. It seems you have grasped aspects of the laws of power during the qi practice stage, enabling you to wield some of them. Upon touching Dr. Strange's hand, you felt the essence of every surgery he has performed, mastering the art of supreme surgical technique, with speed, precision, and strength rated at 100. You have created a technique called phantom sleight, which allows your hand speed to reach twice the speed of sound when executed. At this moment, Lin Tian gazed at his newfound skills, momentarily taken aback. Though he resided in a world of Western comics, his cultivation was rooted in Eastern practices. Even at the tender age of 7, he had surpassed ordinary capabilities. Cold ice true qi technique has seamlessly integrated into your breathing, automatically enhancing the strength of your cold ice true qi with each breath. After a day's practice, you have accumulated 10 years' worth of cold ice true qi. You have observed the comings and goings of pedestrians at the foot of the Himalayas, grasping a technique that allows you to conceal your presence, hidden breath technique. Viewing the system notifications in his mind, Lin Tian felt a mix of satisfaction and discontent. For a 7-year-old to possess such abilities was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, In his eyes, it was far from sufficient for navigating this world with ease. Through your study of techniques, you have discerned a hierarchy of power levels: cosmic, creation, celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow. The technique you practice, hidden breath technique, falls under the yellow category, while cold ice true chi is at the creation level, and profound ice body refinement technique is an earthly technique. Upon reading the system's prompts, Lin Tian paused but soon grasped the implications. The hierarchy of techniques seemed to correspond to their potential. Cold ice true chi currently allowed him to perceive the essence of cold ice elements, transforming his body into organic ice, an indication of innate powers. Meanwhile, profound ice body refinement technique, while capable of refining his body into ice, had its limitations. Only by connecting with the external could he achieve boundless potential. Now Lin Tian felt his abilities had ascended to a new level. Chapter 5. The Peculiar Disciple of Doctor Strange. Lin Tian, are you the legendary immortal, the kind that can reverse aging? Where does your power stem from? What is your relation to Master Gui? Was that magic you just used? Did you heal my hands? Why were you on the mountain? Is there something I owe you in return? By the way, this question may be a bit presumptuous, but I must ask, where are your parents? Are they immortals too? Once Doctor Strange regained his senses, he bombarded Lin Tian with a flurry of inquiries. In response, Lin Tian merely smiled and said, Dr. Strange, please, do not rush. He resembled a little adult. From the threshold of a room scarcely 10 square meters in size, he received a bowl of tea presented by a monk, bringing it to his lips for a sip. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze, displaying a keen interest in Doctor Strange. I have saved your life. It is only fitting that you repay me. However, I am not a wishing machine. I will not answer every query you pose. Moreover, your inquiries are somewhat excessive. The knowledge you seek will gradually unfold in due time. For now, you need only heed my commands, unless you fear for the consequences that may befall your hands. Lin Tian stated with an air of composure. Upon hearing this, Doctor Strange was momentarily rendered speechless, his gaze clouded with astonishment and innocence. What on earth is happening? He pondered, questioning his existence. He had originally sought an extraordinary being to heal his wounds, yet it was this very youth before him who had accomplished it. Furthermore, why did this fellow exude an aura of an elder? Doctor Strange found it hard to reconcile, but he soon acclimated, adhering to Lin Tian's directives. Very well, Lin Tian. He acknowledged. Just call me Lin Tian, the latter replied nonchalantly. Then, Master Lin Tian, what should we do now? Doctor Strange inquired. Right now? Lin Tian chuckled softly. You have two choices. One is to ascend the mountain once more, where you will encounter Master Gui. The other is to remain here and embark on a venture with me. As for which path is more advantageous, it is quite difficult to ascertain. Lin Tian stated with nonchalance. Doctor Strange found himself further perplexed, his eyes darting in contemplation. I suppose I shall follow you, he declared. Oh, by the way, you mentioned Master Gui, so you are indeed familiar with him, perhaps even an acquaintance? A friend? An adversary? Just provide me with an answer. Lin Tian did not respond to Doctor Strange's inquiries, but instead continued to issue commands. Doctor Strange scratched his head in confusion. All right then, he conceded. Since you are allowing me to choose, I shall opt to follow you, Master Lin Tian. Doctor Strange smiled, adding, to be honest, I never held much expectation from Master Gui, and I have not even met him, so I know nothing about him. Yet, perhaps it is destiny that led me to you on that mountain, where you saved my life and even restored my hands. Henceforth, I shall heed your guidance. By the way, if you were to practice medicine, your earnings would likely surpass even those of Musk. At this, Lin Tian let out a cold laugh, remaining non-committal regarding Doctor Strange's words. There might be merit in what he said, yet Lin Tian felt no inclination to be swayed. What kind of world is this? A world fraught with peril. If one is merely an ordinary person, can becoming the richest in the world guarantee safety? The answer is likely no. Those endowed with superhuman abilities can effortlessly eliminate the wealthy if they so desire. Moreover, the majority of people on Blue Star cannot even leave it. When crises arise, they cannot escape, and their chances of survival may be far less than those in organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. In light of this, relying solely on the monetary gains from medical skills seems a misguided path. Conversely, Lin Tian firmly believed that even without depending on medicine, he could acquire sufficient wealth. Feeling the essence of the Himalayas, you have come to comprehend the current environmental state of Blue Star. The path to cultivation has nearly been severed, leaving the enhancement through genes and certain treasures as the most common avenues. The reason being that spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce. Only a few regions exhibit the flow of spiritual energy. A thought emerges within you to transform other forms of energy into spiritual energy, to bring change to more regions of this world. rendering them more conducive to the propagation of Eastern cultivation techniques. As a person of 2 lifetimes from the East, you are aware that there exists an organization in Dragon Country akin to S.H.I.E.L.D., known as the Divine Spear Bureau. You aspire to forge a new path of power, to lead the people of Dragon Country towards the extraordinary, and to grow sufficiently strong before impending calamities strike. Dr. Strange, Lin Tian suddenly called out. Huh? Dr. Strange inquired, puzzled. Are you certain you have made your decision? Lin Tian asked. Ah, yes, of course. Dr. Strange's eyes gleamed with determination as he proclaimed, I now firmly believe in the mysterious powers of the East. Moreover, you are a testament to that. As for magic, I have no interest in pursuing it any longer. Dr. Strange spoke with earnestness, his eyes shimmering with desire. Lin Tian discerned a yearning within him, a thirst for the arcane and unknown powers, evidently sourced from the East. Clearly, his presence had brought about significant changes in this world. Excellent, I appreciate your attitude, Lin Tian nodded approvingly. A humble and eager student is a delight to any teacher. Thus, you shall be my foremost disciple, Dr. Strange. Or should I say, Dr. Strange. At that moment, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy at having a Western disciple, while also harboring curiosity about how Master Gu Yi would react to this brazen act of poaching. Chapter 6. Speaking of Gu Yi arrives. Lin Tian pondered the implications of Gu Yi. No matter how one viewed it, Master Gu Yi was the supreme sorcerer on Blue Star. To elaborate, her power was akin to that of a celestial. Figures such as Odin, the All-Father of Asgard, Master Gu Yi, and Thor, empowered by Odin's might, as well as the fire giant Surtur, all belonged to this echelon of strength. To describe it further, their power was terrifying. Even the ordinary state of Thanos was merely subcelestial, not celestial level. It was only with the aid of the Infinity Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones that Thanos could surpass the celestial level and achieve cosmic status. In terms of ranking, the formidable forces on Blue Star could be classified as divine, with individuals like Hulk, Captain America, and Iron Man achieving remarkable feats. Conversely, those with lesser performance could easily fall to ordinary individuals. Above the celestial level lies the cosmic tier, exemplified by the celestial beings. In sum, disregarding any narrative contrivances, Master Gu Yi's strength was undeniably formidable, encompassing various forms of magic, psychic abilities, energy projection, longevity, astral projection, and more. With the aid of the Time Stone, she could glimpse future timelines and make necessary adjustments. And just at that moment, as Lin Tian contemplated whether Master Gu Yi might sense something or take action, the next instant, before Lin Tian's eyes, a familiar spatial portal materialized, accompanied by a dazzling array of sparks reminiscent of those emitted during welding. It bore a striking resemblance to the twinkling of sparklers and magic wands that children play with. Gradually, the circular portal expanded amidst the brilliant fireworks, revealing a scene that unfolded within. The vista before him was none other than the sacred temple of Kamar-Taj, overseen by the ancient sorceress, the Ancient One. The architecture was both rustic and grand. Clad in a flowing yellow monk's robe, the Ancient One stepped forth directly from the portal, approaching Lin Tian and Dr. Strange. This moment felt strangely familiar. Lin Tian had experienced it countless times in both his past and present lives. Yet this time, he found himself imbued with a different perspective and experience. You have beheld the Ancient One's spatial portal, gaining a glimpse of the laws of space, and have learned Rainbow Teleportation Array. You have observed the suspended ring adorning the Ancient One's hand, sensing an enigmatic aura that has led you to comprehend ethereal forging technique. As knowledge from ancient tomes flooded into his mind, Lin Tian felt an instantaneous understanding of concepts that had previously eluded him. This was a manifestation of his heaven-defying comprehension. Sensing the magical aura emanating from the Ancient One, while you cannot replicate it, you have made an associative leap, grasping the method of absorbing natural energy and transforming it into spiritual essence, natural qi gathering technique, and simultaneously understood the array that gathers spiritual essence, cosmic qi gathering array. At this moment, as Lin Tian absorbed the newly acquired techniques, his entire demeanor transformed. Previously ethereal and transcendent, he now exuded an aura that could only be described as otherworldly. Unlike the Ancient One, who emanated a mysterious, introspective, and profound essence, Lin Tian's presence resonated with the essence of Eastern mythology, akin to an immortal cultivator. However, those present were not of Eastern descent, and thus could not articulate the shift in aura. Nevertheless, they were undeniably astonished by Lin Tian's transformation, especially the Ancient One. Lin Tian, you? Upon witnessing Lin Tian and Dr. Strange, the Ancient One found herself momentarily bewildered, her thoughts in disarray, her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. as if she had witnessed the sun rising from the west. Indeed, the events unfolding before her were exceedingly peculiar. Lin Tian was undoubtedly an extraordinary being, impervious to her attempts to glimpse the future using the Time Stone or the Eye of Agamotto, artifacts of Kamartaj. Nonetheless, one truth remained clear. This young man possessed no affinity for magic whatsoever. In other words, he was genuinely incapable of practicing sorcery. This conclusion was unequivocal, reached after multiple examinations. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to send him down the mountain, since she could not discern Lin Tian's future trajectory through the Time Stone. It implied that his future was a blank slate, teeming with innumerable possibilities, likely awaiting him at the foot of the mountain. After all, if Lin Tian's constitution truly rendered him incapable of wielding magic, then even her formidable prowess would be of no assistance. Would she simply keep him confined to the mountain? If so, would that not hinder his future, akin to stunting his growth? This was the Ancient One's line of thought. Yet, she never anticipated that within such a short span, Lin Tian had seemingly evolved to a point that even she struggled to comprehend. More crucially, what was the source of the power emanating from him? The Ancient One promptly employed her detection magic once more, followed by her potent spiritual abilities to probe deeper, nearly resorting to physically striking Lin Tian to extract his soul for examination. Though she had previously engaged in similar practices while he was asleep, allowing his spirit to wander the cosmos alongside her, even then, she had failed to discern Lin Tian's unique qualities. Until today, in less than half a day's absence, it felt as though Lin Tian's essence had intensified manifold. The results of the Ancient One's detection magic quickly yielded a singular conclusion. No conclusion. However, her spiritual abilities did detect something, a form of energy. The Ancient One was confident she had not erred. Lin Tian possessed this energy. Such a force was prevalent in the East. Having roamed the world, even traversing different dimensions, the Ancient One had encountered it before. Even on the current blue planet, there existed similar energies, such as those found in Kunlun or a village called Taro, where the inhabitants not only practiced chi cultivation but also cohabited with legendary Eastern mythical beasts. In summary, this was likely a unique Eastern power, distinct from magic. Still, the Ancient One's expression bore a trace of peculiarity. She had previously encountered the mysterious energies of the East, which were deeply rooted yet had seemingly waned in prominence compared to the flourishing realm of magic. Chapter 7. The Ancient One's Despair. In truth, at this moment, the thoughts occupying the Ancient One's mind mirrored those of Lin Tian. He too surmised that upon seeing him, the Ancient One would recognize this energy and connect it to various potential sources related to his powers. However, she could never fathom that these were insights he had derived on his own. Furthermore, Lin Tian's abilities far surpassed those of his contemporaries. For instance, the Marvel hero Iron Fist drew his power from Kunlun, while Shang-Chi, another Marvel hero, inherited his strength from his father, the leader of the Ten Rings, and his mother from the village of Taro. Both possessed extraordinary abilities, yet to assert their prominence among superheroes would be unrealistic unless aided by unique artifacts, such as the Ten Rings. Otherwise, viewing the Eastern Chi as mere energy would reveal that, in terms of output and performance, these heroes could not compete with Western magic. Now, however, Lin Tian's rate of growth exceeded the Ancient One's expectations. Through her spiritual abilities, she sensed that Lin Tian shared an intimate connection with the surrounding natural world, capable of manipulating elemental forces. While magic could achieve similar feats, it often relied on external sources drawn from other dimensions. Lin Tian, however, did not appear to be reliant on such things. Moreover, the Ancient One observed subtle differences within his very being. In essence, it was the minute alterations in his body and the flux of energy that transformed the surrounding environment. The enigmatic aura surrounding him, exuding an indescribable sense of transcendence, stemmed from this phenomenon. This child, the Ancient One mused in astonishment. Had he indeed forged an unconventional path? For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, as the situation was simply too bizarre. She could hardly fathom that such a transformation was a result of his extraordinary comprehension. If one were to suggest that Lin Tian had been possessed by some strange entity, the Ancient One would have been inclined to believe it. Yet, she had scrutinized this matter with the utmost diligence. Clearly, there was no indication of such an influence. To this day, Lin Tian had shown no magical aptitude or constitution. What sort of enigma was this? Nevertheless, Lin Tian had undeniably exceeded her expectations. She finally spoke, turning her gaze towards Dr. Strange and saying, "Dr. Strange, you may not be familiar with me, but I am well acquainted with you. You are a physician from New York. You have come here in search of the Ancient One to heal your hand's affliction, am I correct?" The Ancient One uttered these words softly, with a touch of elegance. Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange stood momentarily stunned, glancing at Lin Tian, hoping to glean some insight from the expression on his face. Then, somewhat awkwardly, he raised his head, rubbed his hands together, and directed his attention back to the Ancient One, replying, Yes, so you are the Ancient One? You know about me?" Dr. Strange's brow furrowed at her words as he pointed to himself and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, eager to comprehend the situation. Ahem. At that moment, the Ancient One sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere and explained, "Indeed, Dr. Strange. According to the guidance of fate, you were supposed to encounter me on the mountain, where I would assist you in healing your affliction while also taking you on as my disciple to impart the art of magic." However, the Ancient One glanced at the dark-haired youth before her and continued, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, yes. The very boy standing before you seems to have altered the course of events, resulting in what appears to be the healing of your injury." "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Dr. Strange retorted. In truth, the Ancient One had quietly employed the eye of Agamotto hidden within her sleeve to glimpse the future's trajectory. After all, the predetermined future had been rewritten, indicating a significant impact on what was to come. However, it seemed that as long as Lin Tian remained present, she was unable to perceive the future. After multiple futile attempts, she ultimately chose to abandon her efforts. She had come to fully acknowledge one undeniable truth. The youth before her, Lin Tian, was indeed an extraordinary anomaly. More precisely, as long as Lin Tian was in proximity, everything remained uncertain. Even though such occurrences had never transpired before, they had now manifested. The Ancient One found herself at a loss for an effective response, compelled to accept this reality. As for any further actions, she had no intention of pursuing them. After all, if Lin Tian were an embodiment of malevolence or a vessel for a dark entity akin to Dormammu invading reality, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. Yet, there were no signs of evil in Lin Tian. Rather, he possessed formidable potential in realms she was unfamiliar with. As the supreme sorceress who reigned over the magical domain of Blue Star, the Ancient One was at a standstill. Nevertheless, she harbored intentions regarding Dr. Strange. After all, based on previous predictions, he was destined to become the next supreme sorcerer. Was it possible that the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme was about to shift? The Ancient One, slightly bewildered, then addressed Dr. Strange with a question. "Dr. Strange, I have an inquiry for you. Would you be willing to become my disciple and learn the art of magic?" With a graceful wave of her hand, a ring of Ragdur materialized. An exquisite magical array adorned with intricate orange patterns, shimmering in her grasp. However, upon witnessing this, Dr. Strange's brows knitted in confusion. "What is this?" he replied, his wariness palpable as he glanced at Lin Tian. "Is this truly magic?" The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback, her inner turmoil mounting. It was baffling. Not only could she not glimpse the future, but it also felt as if the very timeline had been rewritten. Logically, it should not have unfolded this way. Was Dr. Strange not supposed to become her disciple? How was it that within just half a day, it felt as though her prospective disciple had vanished? "This bold sorcerer. I have decided to follow Mr. Lin Tian," Dr. Strange declared. Chapter 8. Arrival in New York. The Ancient One's heart was in disarray. Meanwhile, Lin Tian observed the expression on the Ancient One's face, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Ancient One, how do you perceive this situation now? Are you intent on forcibly taking on a disciple?" "I have no objections. It ultimately rests with Dr. Strange," Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Dr. Strange, upon hearing this, cast a peculiar glance at Lin Tian and couldn't help but inquire, "By the way, I have a question. You both possess those extraordinary abilities, correct? But if it were up to you, how long would it take to heal my hand?" "Not long at all, but I will make the process somewhat prolonged, allowing you to appreciate the arduous journey of learning magic," the Ancient One replied candidly. In response, Dr. Strange found himself at a loss for words. "I've made my decision. I will follow Lin Tian," he stated. "Lin Tian, Ancient One, you may depart," the Ancient One said. She then opened another portal and disappeared from sight. At that moment, Dr. Strange remained frozen in place, struggling to comprehend the rapid turn of events. After a brief pause, he finally grasped the situation and turned to Lin Tian, asking, "By the way, I have a question. Was my choice the right one?" Dr. Strange inquired. Sensing that both Lin Tian, the Eastern practitioner, and the Ancient One, the bald female sorcerer, appeared rather unconventional. In other words, it seemed that no matter whom he chose, the outcome was uncertain. Of course, since Lin Tian had miraculously healed his hand in an instant, Dr. Strange felt a deeper sense of gratitude and inclination towards him. Perhaps it was the right choice, perhaps it was not, or perhaps it was merely two divergent paths. It could be that while one door closed, another window opened. Indeed, Lin Tian replied with a smile, as he began to rearrange various objects around the room, picking them up and tinkering with them before setting them back down. "All right, it's time to depart," he announced, approaching Dr. Strange. "Depart." Dr. Strange inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yes, Lin Tian affirmed. We are leaving. Look. In the next moment, the items scattered across the room began to emit an otherworldly glow. These objects, infused with Lin Tian's spiritual energy and inscribed with intricate symbols, transformed into temporary magical artifacts. Under Lin Tian's meticulous arrangement, they formed the foundation for a dazzling multicolored teleportation array. A radiant light flashed, and in an instant, both Lin Tian and Dr. Strange vanished from their place. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a bustling locale filled with towering skyscrapers and vibrant activity, Times Square. The NASDAQ screen was showcasing an advertisement for Stark Industries. Dr. Strange gazed at the giant screen, the incessantly flowing traffic, the pedestrians on the streets, and the colorful advertisements lining the roads. He grasped the reality of the situation, even if he was reluctant to accept it. They had arrived directly in New York. Good grief, Dr. Strange thought, his mind racing. He felt a wave of panic wash over him as he looked around, overwhelmed by the sights and sounds, experiencing the sensation of a country bumpkin stepping into the city for the first time. In truth, he was originally meant to belong to the upper echelons of this city. However, ever since his tragic accident left him with a crippled hand, and he subsequently exhausted his savings on treatment, he has devolved into a mere vagabond. This was also the case during his journey to Nepal, seeking the aid of renowned healers and masters. Years of frugal travel had acquainted him with the rhythm of enduring 3 days of hunger and going a month without washing his hair. Now, he found himself abruptly cast back into the bustling metropolis, feeling an unexpected sense of alienation, an acute disconnection. It seemed as though he could not integrate into this city. Lin Tian. At this very moment, the obsessive personality of Dr. Strange clashed with his socially anxious genius. Everything before him suddenly became somewhat blurred and dizzying. The mere thought of his current appearance, which might draw recognition, quickened his heartbeat and left his mind spinning. It was only upon catching sight of the silhouette of a young man with black hair and dark eyes ahead that he managed to regain some composure. Phew. Dr. Strange exhaled deeply. What are you standing there for? Isn't this your arena? I came here hoping you would help me soar. Lin Tian cast a glum glance at Dr. Strange, leaving him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. You. Dr. Strange stammered. What did you say? He asked, bewildered. I believe I was quite clear, Lin Tian replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Now, in the midst of the crowd, his stature was merely half that of an average passerby, rendering him rather inconspicuous. Moreover, Dr. Strange's appearance was not as disheveled as he had envisioned. On the contrary, it bore a semblance of tidiness. The villagers at the foot of the mountain had taken care of him, providing fresh clothes and a wash. Thus, while he could not be compared to the impeccably suited neurosurgeon he once was, seen after hours with a model, his current state was not entirely dreadful. It was merely that the Nepalese attire he donned appeared somewhat peculiar. Am I not being clear enough? Lin Tian continued. You are a neurosurgeon, and a top-tier one at that, correct? Now that I have restored your original hands, shouldn't you soon be able to reclaim your former position? By the way, does a doctor of your caliber not receive special treatment at the hospital? Lin Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that you expect me to earn a living for you? But, he began, ensuring no passers-by were paying attention, revealing a perplexed expression before continuing, but your abilities, He gestured vaguely, then displayed an incredulous look. Ahem. What I mean is, with your capabilities, is there anything you cannot achieve? By the way, have you considered robbing a bank? At this, Lin Tian felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. His eyes exhibited a maturity not typical of a mere boy, and he glanced at Dr. Strange with a hint of exasperation. Dr. Strange, I had thought you possessed a deep understanding of this world. Now it seems otherwise. Well, what I mean is, doesn't every endeavor require a rationale? At the very least, having a legitimate account and name for the wealth I acquire would render it more reasonable. What do you think? Lin Tian queried further. Dr. Strange responded, looking at Lin Tian as if he had seen a ghost. He seriously questioned the boy's age. Although he appeared youthful, was it possible he was akin to the mythological figures of the East who had returned to childhood yet were, in reality, centuries old? Dr. Strange was astonished. After all, how could he articulate such thoughts? Chapter 9, The Hospital, 117A, Black Street, the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York. Wong stepped outside, gazing at the world with a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. The reason was simple. He had originally been tasked by the Ancient One to escort young Lin Tian down the mountain. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the boy had vanished. Upon the Ancient One's return, he heard some peculiar news. Lin Tian was unfathomable. There were whispers of a powerful force of unknown origin. Even the fate intertwined with him had seemingly been rewritten. Wong felt rather bewildered by it all. These matters were initially inconsequential. However, the Ancient One had assigned him a new task, to observe and monitor the movements of Lin Tian and Dr. Strange while stationed at the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. Wang was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, he was well aware that the now 7-year-old Lin Tian had no mastery of magic. How could a child devoid of magical ability traverse from the foothills of the Himalayas to New York in an instant? That seemed utterly absurd. Wang held this belief until he caught sight of Lin Tian and Dr. Strange, the successor mentioned by the Ancient One, striding down the street clad in Nepalese garb. Perhaps due to the open-mindedness of American culture, Lin Tian and Dr. Strange, despite their somewhat incongruous attire, did not attract much unusual attention. Wang contemplated approaching Lin Tian, but ultimately abandoned the idea. The reason was straightforward: they were no longer brothers in arms. While their relationship had been quite amicable over the past 3 years, with the diligent and eager Lin Tian frequently visiting the library at Comprehension to peruse magical texts, which Wang oversaw, it was regrettable that Lin Tian lacked the talent for magic. A lack of aptitude meant he could not learn, and that was simply unavoidable. However, Wang found himself puzzled by Lin Tian's current situation. According to the Ancient One, Lin Tian still seemed incapable of wielding magic. Yet, how could someone devoid of magical ability suddenly appear in New York? Wang, bewildered and confused, refrained from directly inquiring. In his view, asking outright seemed impolite and contrary to the Ancient One's directives. Strange, truly strange, Wang remarked. Subsequently, he chose to remain at a distance, observing them as they made their way toward a certain destination: the New York Presbyterian Hospital, Columbia, and Cornell. The reason Dr. Strange had come here was straightforward. He was here for an interview, or rather, to attempt to regain his position. Wang watched from afar, reflecting on the situation before turning to leave. Not long after, laughter, somewhat loud and tinged with absurdity, erupted from the neurosurgery office. "Dr. Strange, are you serious? By the way, your name has become legendary in our hospital, but I never anticipated that such a tragic accident would lead to such a profound transformation in you. However, at that time, I heard people say you were rather flamboyant, weren't you? It is truly regrettable that I cannot witness your brilliance on the operating table," remarked a young blonde doctor with a smile. Today, he had become the face of the department since the departure of Dr. Strange. Damn it! Dr. Strange cast a glance at the golden-haired man before him, a wave of inexplicable disdain swelling within him. Although the man implied he had only been hired after Strange's exit, his smug expression incited a deep-seated irritation in Strange. "Do we know each other?" Strange asked. Forcing himself to suppress his rising anger, his brow furrowed. In response, the man did not answer directly but glanced at Lin Tian beside Strange, his cheekbones lifting in a smug grin that dripped with mockery. "By the way, have you managed to recover sufficiently over the years to perform surgery again? I must admit, I'm somewhat curious about someone like you, who squandered his wealth on frivolities and ended up depleting his savings during treatment. What woman would still want to be with you back then?" The blonde doctor, whose lab coat bore the name tag Dr. Henry, cast a fleeting glance of indifference at Strange before revealing a watch on his right wrist, previously concealed beneath his sleeve. Oh, the moment Strange beheld the watch, his expression shifted subtly. After scrutinizing it closely, he stammered, "That watch on your wrist, is it a Jaeger LeCoultre Master Ultra Thin?" "Rest assured, it is not the one you gifted to Christine," Dr. Henry declared proudly. "But I must say, Dr. Strange, your taste is rather commendable, whether in watches or women." As he spoke, a trace of arrogance crept into his demeanor. Strange felt a strange discomfort wash over him, disbelief mingling with shock. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, You wouldn't be with..." "Ah, yes." Dr. Henry nodded confidently, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "Dr. Christine Palmer is quite a lovely girl. I sincerely thank you for your departure. It afforded me the opportunity. Well, I have a date after work today." With that, Dr. Henry patted Strange on the shoulder. A chill coursed through Strange, nearly causing him to collapse. Just then, a surge of strength from his knees kept him upright. Looking down, he saw Lin Tian. "Don't worry, Strange," the young man said with a reassuring smile. "You are my apprentice. It's time to prove yourself. In every aspect." Lin Tian gestured toward a newly admitted patient in the distance, an imposing figure, over 2 meters tall and weighing around 200 kilograms. Chapter 10. Will you soon return to your original position? Such a man, towering over 2 meters and weighing 200 kilograms, is a rare sight indeed. Moreover, he was a bald man clad in a white suit. Lin Tian immediately recognized him. It was Kingpin. It was quite the coincidence that after all these years, he found himself in a hospital, specifically New York's First People's Hospital and Columbia Cornell Presbyterian Hospital, only to encounter the head of the New York underground mafia. And in the guise of a patient at that. The injuries he bore seemed severe. Otherwise, he would not have sought treatment in this neurosurgery department, requiring urgent surgical intervention. Observing the now reinstated Strange, who held the position of a specially appointed physician, yet still fell short of the status held by the already established Dr. Henry, Lin Tian urged him with his gaze. Strange's expression reflected a hint of helplessness. Faced with Lin Tian's expectant look, he was at a loss for words. Yet, he couldn't help but voice, the hospital has its own regulations. Although in neurosurgery, only those with over 6 years of experience can enter, there are still hierarchies within the same department. For instance, Strange glanced at the retreating figure of Dr. Henry. His eyes filled with a steely resolve before quickly regaining composure. For example, this fellow, during surgery, in principle, I can only observe or assist. Strange sighed. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian chuckled. Is that so? Then, according to your words, he has usurped your position? Lin Tian teased. And he may very well have your girlfriend too. Enough. Strange couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration. The mere thought of it sent him into a tailspin. I'm simply saying this is an excellent opportunity for you to showcase your skills. It also pertains to our future. After all, I am still a minor. I can only accomplish certain things by leveraging your identity, Lin Tian calmly articulated. At this, Strange's expression tightened with unease. While he understood he was now Lin Tian's mentor, he remained wary of the latter's intentions and the potential undertakings he wished to pursue using Strange's identity. All right, Lin Tian said with a mysterious smile. Fear not, Dr. Strange. Although, as you mentioned, Dr. Henry currently occupies your position, I believe it won't be long before you reclaim your rightful status as the sole elite of the department. By the way, what was your original annual salary? Lin Tian inquired. Strange looked up at the ceiling, seemingly pondering, as if the matter felt distant. He then turned to Lin Tian and replied, $550,000 a year? Don't look at me like that. The starting salary for neurosurgery is $660,000 annually. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but mutter under his breath, no wonder it's capitalism. After a moment's reflection, he found it somewhat rational. Top-tier physicians, among the world's elite, attaining a position in a department that only accepts those with 6 years of experience, this salary wasn't completely outlandish. At this point, Dr. Strange had gone to retrieve his surgical attire and equipment. Naturally, all had been sterilized at high temperatures, indicating he could no longer linger with Lin Tian. More precisely, Lin Tian, as his distant nephew, needed to wait outside. Observing Dr. Strange, who had returned to his original department yet exuded an indescribable air of melancholy, Lin Tian suddenly smiled. He then approached the bed of Mr. Kingpin, lightly touching his hand before casually walking toward the surgical preparation room. Simultaneously, a system panel appeared before Lin Tian. You have encountered one of the strongest physical cultivators on this planet, Kingpin, who has comprehended the physical training technique. Refinement of the body and bones. Description: practicing this technique can lead you down the path of physical cultivation, reaching the pinnacle where one can tear through gold and stone and move mountains and seas. The body refinement technique operated autonomously, harmonizing seamlessly with his bodily metabolism, intertwining effortlessly with the cold ice true qi cultivated through breath training, yielding no discord between the two. Currently, he had attained a rudimentary level, copper skin, iron bones. Upon receiving this feedback from the system, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon became acutely aware of the transformative changes occurring within his physique. It felt as though his body and muscles were continuously tearing apart and reorganizing, with each reconfiguration manifesting an enhanced resilience far surpassing the previous state. Before long, he sensed a plethora of impurities clamoring to be expelled through his skin. Without hesitation, Lin Tian made his way to the restroom. Being in a hospital, the facilities were quite comprehensive, even boasting a water heater. He immediately engaged in cleansing himself, washing away the sludge-like substances produced during the metabolic process, which cascaded down into the drain. Following this, he felt significantly more robust than before, with a noticeable increase in strength. Although he had previously been fortified by the mystic ice body refinement method, its essence lay in elementalizing his body into ice and subsequently transforming that ice into water. In his ordinary state, Lin Tian did not experience substantial enhancement. Yet now, despite his corporeal form belonging to a mere 7-year-old child, his strength had already eclipsed that of an ordinary strongman, ascending to a level of the extraordinary. The power in one hand was easily in the hundreds of kilograms, a weight he could lift effortlessly with a single hand. Regarding his physical state, while in the copper skin, iron bones condition, even conventional weapons found it arduous to inflict harm. A handgun might leave a dent, but at least he could avoid the peculiar spectacle of ice shards scattering upon being shot. In summary, Having acquired the path of body cultivation, he now resembled, in every conceivable sense, an extraordinary individual as perceived by a Westerner. Meanwhile, commotion erupted from the operating room. A loud bang reverberated through the air. If Lin Tian's conjecture held true, the lead surgeon must have been caught off guard by the suddenly awakened Kingpin, who likely had his throat seized before being hurled against the wall. Chapter 11. Problems resolved? In stark contrast, within the operating room, the now re-employed but relatively low-ranking Dr. Strange found himself overshadowed by Dr. Henry's dominance, relegated to the role of a mere spectator while his rival conducted the surgery, narrowly escaping harm himself. As for the other staff, including nurses, their injuries were likely to be minor. After all, Lin Tian had manipulated the circumstances just enough to rouse the previously paralyzed Kingpin, allowing him to awaken. However, despite being a powerful man, Kingpin was not the Hulk and retained his rationality. It was expected that following an instinctive reaction to attack the knife-wielding individual before him, he would rapidly regain composure. Indeed, as a scream echoed through the operating room, numerous security personnel rushed in, accompanied by impeccably suited bodyguards. These individuals were none other than Mr. Wilson Fisk, the CEO of the Fisk Group and Kingpin's protectors, a figure entrenched in illicit dealings yet publicly celebrated as a successful businessman. Kingpin was immensely wealthy. Otherwise, he would not be undergoing surgery here. Naturally, Lin Tian harbored curiosity about who had inflicted such grievous injuries upon him. Was it Spider-Man, Daredevil, or someone else? While the identity of his assailant was intriguing, what truly mattered was that Dr. Strange had once again ascended to the pinnacle of his department, simultaneously eliminating a rival. As for Dr. Henry's fate, that depended on the severity of Kingpin's retaliation. Lin Tian had merely facilitated Kingpin's awakening from anesthesia. It did not equate to stripping him of his autonomy upon regaining consciousness. It was reasonable to assume that Dr. Henry would not meet his demise. At that moment, a woman with chestnut blonde hair, clad in a green nurse's uniform, hurried over, clutching a file, clearly alerted to the unfolding incident. Lin Tian recognized her as Christine Palmer, Dr. Strange's former girlfriend. What was transpiring here? He observed as Dr. Henry, bewildered, was being wheeled out on a stretcher, closely followed by Dr. Strange, alongside Kingpin being escorted by bodyguards and police. As Dr. Strange passed by Lin Tian, he gave him a gentle tap and said, "Dr. Strange, I must share something with you. You see, isn't it just as I mentioned earlier? You have now become the sole individual within the hospital capable of performing surgery on Mr. Kingpin, or rather, Mr. Wilson Fisk. You must seize this opportunity. This will allow us to draw nearer to him, and I have a keen interest in his assets and companies." Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange appeared taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless and at a loss for words. His surprise deepened further as he caught sight of his long-lost ex-girlfriend, Christine Palmer, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Years prior, his abrupt departure was fueled by feelings of inadequacy, believing himself unworthy of her. Hence he had not informed her of his departure. Now, upon her unexpected reappearance, despite having regained his position within the department, he had yet to inform her, coincidentally being absent from the department when she was present. It was unanticipated that in the operating room, their sizable patient would suddenly erupt, seizing Dr. Henry's throat and crashing him against the wall. While the sterile walls of the operating room provided some cushioning, they still resulted in a concussion and a fractured cervical vertebra. It seemed as though, just as Lin Tian had proclaimed, he had indeed become the sole representative of the neurosurgery department. Apart from Dr. Henry, all other physicians present were his juniors, lacking his experience and credentials. Thus, his reinstatement as chief surgeon appeared to be a foregone conclusion. However, the abruptness of these events left him momentarily disoriented. That, Dr. Strange stammered, his mind in disarray, gesturing animatedly without articulating a coherent thought. "No worries, take your time. Just do what you need to do. I'll head back to your rented apartment first. Wishing you a pleasant day at work and with your romantic pursuits." Lin Tian replied with a hint of swagger before turning and striding towards the exit, leaving Dr. Strange in a state of bewilderment. The day had unfolded in a manner that was, quite frankly, beyond description. The twists and turns were overwhelming. First transported to New York, then entering the hospital to reclaim his former position, only to encounter a rival, followed by being subjected to ridicule, and then witnessing that rival being severely injured. Thus, Dr. Strange found himself not only reinstated to his previous role, but also with the prospect of rekindling a romance with his ex-girlfriend. The rapid progression of events felt almost surreal, leaving him in disbelief. He had always perceived fate as being unkind to him, evident from his awakening after the accident, only to find his hand rendered useless. Certainly, in truth, his hands were never meant to be crippled. Had he performed the surgery on himself, the outcome might have been different. However, as a patient, particularly one with a disabled hand. He lacked the capacity to simultaneously embody the role of a doctor and conduct the necessary procedure on himself. Thus, he was left to accept a dismal fate. Yet, ever since he encountered Lin Tian, fortune seemed to have shifted rather abruptly. Dr. Strange found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he became aware of one significant detail: the fact that the patient awakened during the surgical procedure might be linked to his master. Furthermore, this young master had recently expressed an unusual interest in the patient's assets. To Dr. Strange, this notion was utterly insane and incomprehensible. However, considering his master's capabilities, he doubted whether such a feat was truly achievable. But then again, why was this individual called Kingpin? Dr. Strange mused aloud. Was there a connection between Fisk Wilson and Kingpin? To him, they appeared entirely unrelated. Dr. Strange felt perplexed. Yet, when he recalled the terrifying power of the individual in question, how Mr. Fisk, despite his injuries, could single-handedly incapacitate Dr. Henry in an instant, he began to suspect that this person was certainly no ordinary individual. Chapter 12, Arriving in Queens. So, are you suggesting that this Mr. Fisk Wilson is a crime lord? Dr. Strange inquired. Indeed, Lin Tian replied succinctly. Oh, at this revelation, Dr. Strange raised an eyebrow. He seemed unfazed by such a response. After all, compared to the myriad abilities possessed by the youth before him, discerning whether someone was a mafia leader seemed trivial. As for similar displays of ability, he recalled the tales shared by the Ancient One in that small village at the foot of the Himalayas, where she spoke of being her successor. Dr. Strange found himself at a loss. He had come to believe in the existence of mysterious Eastern powers and Western magic. Yet he remained baffled as to how these eccentric individuals could predict his future. Was there truly such a thing as fate, as the legend suggested? He pondered, eventually shaking off the thought, for he had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, his girlfriend and the associated issues surrounding his current employment. Lin Tian had granted him the opportunity for reconciliation, and he intended to cherish it. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had departed the hospital and was en route to Dr. Strange's modest apartment. In New York's Queens, where apartments were plentiful, the rental prices were evidently more affordable compared to other central areas of the city. Moreover, not only were housing costs reasonable, but other expenses, particularly food and water, were also quite manageable. The vicinity was home to Long Island University, attracting a number of college students. Generally, security concerns were minimal. However, Queens was characterized by a pronounced wealth disparity, with visible homeless individuals on the streets and scattered litter, including discarded beverage cups and fast food wrappers. In contrast, along the coastal areas, one could spot yachts anchored in the distance, specifically in the upscale neighborhood of Malba, which was known as the wealthiest district in Queens. Overall, it did not strictly classify as a poor area, nor was it solely affluent. The development conditions were quite commendable, although some areas exhibited stark contrasts in wealth. Additionally, the greenery was notably well maintained, perhaps due to the early hour. If development continued at this pace over the coming decades, property values would undoubtedly rise, rendering it unaffordable for Dr. Strange in the future. Of course, this posed a paradox. Nevertheless, it was still true that Queens did not compare to Manhattan's exorbitant housing prices. Following the directions left by Dr. Strange, Lin Tian navigated through various intriguing locales. The vibrant graffiti on the walls suggested a highly diverse immigrant population, and the area was bursting with color. However, it lacked the towering skyscrapers characteristic of Manhattan. As he crossed the Queensboro Bridge at sunset, he admired the structure reminiscent of a miniature Golden Gate Bridge, bathed in the warm golden hues of twilight, which evoked a sense of tranquility within him. After a short while, he successfully reached his rental residence, a somewhat aged apartment building. Outside, on the sidewalk, children of a similar age to Lin Tian were playing, which he found quite amusing. However, one child's face seemed familiar. Was it Gwen? Gwen Stacy? Perhaps the future Spider-Woman? With her golden hair and cerulean eyes, she appeared to be of a similar age. Playing alongside her was a brown-haired boy. Could that be Peter Parker? Lin Tian mused to himself. At that moment, a stranger, seemingly of Asian descent and about Lin Tian's age, approached their group. Gwen was the first to notice him. Putting down the ball she had been playing with Peter Parker and called out, "Hey, you, the one with black hair. Are you the new neighbor?" Gwen asked curiously, "Would you like to play with us?" Just as she spoke, another boy approached from around the corner, ice cream in hand. He paused upon seeing Lin Tian but quickly turned his attention to Gwen and Peter, exclaiming, "Gwen, want a cone?" As he spoke, Lin Tian noted that this boy was also tall, with sandy blonde hair, and radiated a confident demeanor as he walked towards Lin Tian. He handed Gwen one of the cones while licking the other. Lin Tian recognized this boy as Harry Osborn. If he was not mistaken, These children had grown up together and were also from Queens, which hardly came as a surprise. Apart from Harry Osborn, he likely spent most of his time in his family's mansion rather than in Queens. Playing with a ball? How dull, Lin Tian remarked casually. At this, the children were momentarily taken aback. Hey, how old are you to be making such grown-up comments? Gwen retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Meanwhile, Peter stood silently, not uttering a word. Lin Tian smiled at their reactions. As he held the key to his rented abode, he opened the door and remarked, there is a saying that one should not judge by appearances. I may appear youthful, yet my mind is considerably mature. With that, he stepped inside. Care to join me for some fun? Lin Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, the three young men and women exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the context of Lin Tian's words. His demeanor and actions hardly resembled those of a typical adolescent his age. Yet, if one were to assess Lin Tian's psychological maturity, he was undoubtedly of an adult caliber, a notion they dismissed as sheer nonsense. What an oddball! Harry Osborn couldn't help but scoff. Chapter 13. An encounter with the young Spider-Man, oddball? I personally find your assessment rather disagreeable, Lin Tian casually retorted, exuding an aura of calm confidence. This left Harry Osborn momentarily speechless. Throughout his life, he had predominantly encountered individuals who were subservient to him. Being the heir of the Osborn conglomerate, he traveled in extended luxury vehicles, and despite his youth, he was always under the watchful eye of bodyguards. Presently, they stood at a distance. On the other hand, Lin Tian's appearance and attire were somewhat eccentric, suggesting he was not of affluent means. Moreover, the crucial point was that Lin Tian was a new tenant, implying his family was likely not very wealthy, thereby making it all the more inconceivable to compare him with the capital-rich Harry Osborn. What audacity did Lin Tian possess to speak to them with such bravado? Could it be that he was simply unaccustomed to the world, allowing him to act so arrogantly? Or perhaps this was a characteristic trait of Easterners, exhibiting a certain haughtiness? Harry Osborn found himself perplexed yet intrigued. Fortunately, with no pressing matters that day and school responsibilities absent, his competitive spirit was ignited, compelling him to uncover what made Lin Tian so pretentious. Perhaps, once he recognized the disparity between their families, he would, like many other children, transform into a sycophant? Even if he did not become a mere follower, his spirit would surely diminish. This was precisely what Harry Osborn hoped to witness. Thus, he trailed behind, attempting to probe Lin Tian with indirect inquiries. Hey, where are you from? What do your parents do? Have you played on a PS4? How about a Nintendo? What did you play with as a child? Surely not some wooden contraption from the East? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt utterly speechless. He had already grasped the underlying implications of Harry Osborn's remarks. Undoubtedly, Harry sought to flaunt his family's extravagant possessions. While these items could not genuinely be termed high-end, it was evident they were not toys accessible to the average household. In Harry Osborn's eyes, Lin Tian was merely a naive bumpkin from the East. Perhaps even an immigrant, now relying on renting and exhibiting such arrogance. The cold indifference on his face was, to Harry, utterly laughable. He felt compelled to swiftly diminish this Eastern youth, making him aware of their power disparity, thereby compelling him to submit and become his subordinate. The thought was appealing. For despite Harry Osborn's wealth and connections, he still felt a profound loneliness as a youth. His father, Norman Osborn, being a scientific zealot, seldom had time for him, leaving Harry yearning for companions to validate his worth. This newcomer from the East seemed perfectly suited for that role. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, feeling somewhat foolish, had already played for quite some time. He found it inappropriate to exert too much bullying, and even if he did, the enjoyment would be minimal. However, this new individual was different. His appearance and demeanor were striking, exuding an indescribable charm. It was conceivable that his parents possessed a solid foundation. But having just arrived in their magnificent country, they had yet to establish themselves, resulting in their current rental situation. If his parents weren't particularly remarkable, it was unlikely that such a poised child as Lin Tian would emerge from their lineage. He could easily be a young model, or even venture into Hollywood, becoming a star. What are you all talking about? How boring, Lin Tian nonchalantly interjected, leaving Harry Osborn momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a response from the youth before him, which was entirely unexpected. You lot, if you're this immature, why not just be my little followers? Lin Tian turned to glance at the trio, expressing his impatience. In response, Harry Osborn's expression grew slightly uneasy, realizing this was not an ordinary youth he faced, but rather a formidable opponent. What are you pretending for? Harry Osborn blurted out. We're the same age. Why do you always adopt a condescending, lecturing demeanor? Don't you realize how foolish that is? If you're truly capable, why not spar with my bodyguard? What do you usually study? Are you just a bookworm who has become foolish from too much reading? As he spoke, Harry's gaze scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe, his eyes reflecting disdain. Yet he remained rooted in place, hesitant to approach. Lin Tian was acutely aware of the situation. This individual was clearly signaling his bodyguard for assistance. Harry Osborn hoped to flaunt his prowess by having the bodyguard teach Lin Tian a lesson. However, to Lin Tian, it was utterly ridiculous. "Feel free," he replied, maintaining his composure as he cast his gaze towards the approaching burly bodyguard, clad in sunglasses. In an instant, he summoned his inner energy, deftly disarming the bodyguard of the firearm holstered at his waist, executing the maneuver in a heartbeat. The action was so swift that the bodyguard sensed something amiss, but could not react in time. It was only when he saw Lin Tian toying with the gun that he froze, instinctively patting his waist, only to find an empty holster. The bodyguard stood there, dumbfounded, taking in the sight of the weapon in Lin Tian's hand, a sense of unease washing over him. Hey, kid." The bodyguard suddenly forced a smile, cautiously inquiring while slowly raising his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he posed no threat to the young man before him. His focus remained fixed on Lin Tian's finger poised on the trigger and the gun's safety. It was glaringly apparent that the weapon was currently on safety. Before the young boy before him, it was unclear how he had managed to snatch the gun away in an instant. Yet, the bodyguard seemed oblivious to the fact that the safety had not been disengaged. In other words, Chapter 14, carelessly overcoming the bodyguard. The bodyguard, observing Lin Tian, realized that he was not yet capable of inflicting any harm with his handgun. Considering that Lin Tian was merely a boy whose height barely reached his waist, it was apparent that his physical strength was far inferior. Consequently, in the absence of a successful shot, Lin Tian posed no real threat. With this thought in mind, the bodyguard resolved to seize the gun back from the boy. To him, reclaiming his sidearm seemed almost a certainty, assuming the young lad possessed no supernatural abilities. However, in the very next moment, Lin Tian casually reversed the grip of the gun and struck the man squarely on the forehead. The sound of a dull thud echoed as the bodyguard's head jerked, and he spun in midair before collapsing to the ground, unconscious and utterly motionless. This astonishing scene left the three onlookers, 2 boys and a girl, dumbfounded. "What a remarkable display!" Harry Osborn exclaimed in shock. Beside him, Gwen dropped the ball she had been holding, while Peter stood there, gaping in astonishment, hands nervously rubbing together. They could not comprehend how this newcomer, an Eastern boy, had managed such a feat yet, without a doubt. Lin Tian had successfully disarmed Harry Osborn's bodyguard and rendered him unconscious with a single blow. Few would believe such a tale, but the reality was undeniable. Even after confirming they had not misperceived the event, the scene remained too unbelievable, leaving them feeling as though they were still dreaming. If this was not a mere figment of their imagination, it was unfathomable how a boy who barely reached the waist of an adult bodyguard could so swiftly seize a handgun from his belt and then wield it with sufficient force and speed to incapacitate a professionally trained security guard. Such an occurrence was simply beyond comprehension. Could this Eastern youth truly be an individual of their own age? They were filled with doubt. They then looked down to inspect the bodyguard, who lay on the ground in a deep slumber. The reality was evident. The bodyguard was utterly unconscious, sleeping soundly, likely unable to awaken for quite some time. The prominent swelling on his forehead was unmistakable, vividly red and swollen, bearing a mark identical to the side of the gun. This confirmed that the boy had indeed struck him unconscious with the firearm. Upon realizing this, Harry Osborn instinctively took a few steps back. He felt a primal urge to exclaim, "Monster," but quickly reconsidered. Gazing at the calm demeanor of the boy, who appeared unfazed by the earlier incident as if he had merely swatted a fly, he inquired, "Was that some form of Eastern martial arts you just displayed?" Harry asked in astonishment. In response, Lin Tian allowed a slight smile to form at the corner of his mouth. "If you wish to categorize it that way," he replied, tilting his head before straightening it again. He then entered the room, leaving the 3 youths behind in a state of disarray. They gazed at this boy, who was roughly their height, nearly doubting whether he was truly human or perhaps an extraterrestrial in disguise. If it was indeed Eastern martial arts, it could barely serve as an explanation. They were utterly at a loss for how to respond to this new tenant's assertion. Furthermore, was this truly Eastern martial arts? Was it genuinely as miraculous as it seemed? They exchanged glances, still unable to believe it. Nevertheless, Harry Osborn, summoning his courage, ventured into Lin Tian's room. "Hey, what's your name?" he asked. "Lin Tian," came the reply. "Do you have any further questions?" Lin Tian casually opened a can of soda and began to drink, savoring the refreshment he had not enjoyed in 3 years. He felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and satisfaction. Observing Lin Tian's nonchalant demeanor, Harry Osborn found himself at a loss for what to ask next. "May I inquire as to the origin of your martial arts?" he ventured, gesturing animatedly while imitating Bruce Lee with exaggerated sounds, hoping to endear himself to Lin Tian. However, he was met with a look that seemed to suggest Lin Tian viewed him as one might a monkey. What sort of ridiculous question is that? Lin Tian replied, his patience wearing thin. If it's martial arts, of course, it must be practiced. Did you think it simply materialized from thin air? Ha. Would it be possible for me to learn? Harry Osborn stammered, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. As a super-rich heir, he hadn't had to ask anyone for help in a long time. He was accustomed to being the one whom others sought. This was a novel experience for him, primarily due to the enigmatic and exceptional nature of the Eastern boy before him. You want me to teach you? Lin Tian asked, somewhat surprised. It's not impossible, he thought to himself with a chuckle. His earlier conversation with these three was not entirely without purpose. After all, each of them would likely become quite remarkable in adulthood. Harry Osborn, as the heir to the Osborn Corporation, possessed both power and wealth, qualities Lin Tian found appealing. However, achieving skills akin to his own would require more than just a day's effort. All right, you may leave now. Come back if you have any further matters. Lin Tian waved his hand, dismissing them. This action left Harry Osborn, along with Gwen and Peter, who had followed out of curiosity, feeling bewildered. Yet paradoxically, it only intensified their intrigue regarding Lin Tian's capabilities. Speaking of which, with such formidable skills, have you ever considered using them to fight against wrongdoers? Peter Parker, who had been quiet until now, timidly spoke up. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled. As for this future Spider-Man, he wanted to say, indeed, you've caught on. Chapter 15. Is Lin Tian a little angel? Having become acquainted with Gwen Stacy, Spider-Man Peter Parker, and Harry Osborn, and having taken them under his wing, Lin Tian felt little amusement from the experience. After all, they were fundamentally different from him. Despite sharing a common trait, they were all quite young. Moreover, Harry Osborn's affluent background set him apart from the other two ordinary children. Aside from Harry, the other two were typical youths. Young Spider-Man Peter Parker had a penchant for photography and a keen interest in subjects like biology, physics, and chemistry. In the realm of youthful exuberance, Gwen Stacy, known as Spider-Woman, is captivated by musical bands and theatrical performances. Essentially, she embodies the quintessential normality of adolescence. Moreover, she and her companions are at an age where they are still attending school and occasionally skipping classes. Given that they ought to relish their childhood, Lin Tian is disinclined to engage child labor for his endeavors at this juncture. As for assistance, he intends to seek out other personnel. Presently, Dr. Strange is one such individual. Lin Tian has further considerations in mind, yet for now, he is focused on expanding his personal influence. Mr. Fisk Wilson, his proverbial fish in the net, remains firmly within his grasp. Currently, he is merely awaiting the opportune moment to reel him in. At that moment, the telephone in the room rang abruptly. Lin Tian, upon hearing the sound, promptly approached and answered the call. Hello, is this Dr. Strange? May I inquire who is calling? After a brief hesitation upon hearing Lin Tian's voice, a warm-toned middle-aged woman on the other end inquired with curiosity. Lin Tian smiled gently and replied in an exceedingly polite manner. Is this Ms. Isabella? I am the distant nephew of your tenant, indeed, the nephew of Dr. Strange. My uncle is not here at the moment. He is still at the hospital, as today there are quite a few patients, some of whom are rather restless. He has had to undertake an emergency surgery. Perhaps you might consider waiting a little longer? Oh, madam, are you suggesting that someone requires your care? Thus, you cannot come to handle the paperwork today? Surely, that is a trivial matter? Did Dr. Strange not inform you that he is, in fact, one of the most esteemed neurosurgeons in all of New York? Lin Tian continued, indeed, it is as you comprehend. Even the mayor or the CEO of Stark Industries must seek him out for surgery, and they must wait in line. He ought not to have exaggerated. Perhaps he did experience some minor setbacks in the past and left New York, but he has returned now. In any case, he is unequivocally the finest doctor. I have heard from the nurses at the hospital that one must serve as a resident for 6 years to enter this specialty, and to ascend to the role of director is an arduous task, yet my uncle, Dr. Strange, is among the few who have achieved it. You are indicating that your granddaughter has some issues, but they are not neurosurgical, rather, dizziness? She requires someone to look after her? Lin Tian interjected. At this moment, not far behind Lin Tian, Gwen Stacy, Peter Parker the Spider-Man, and Harry Osborn had yet to depart. Upon hearing Lin Tian's conversation, they exchanged glances of bemusement. Come on. Gwen, initially intrigued by Lin Tian, rolled her eyes, chewing on her bubble gum, and then blew a large pink bubble that popped with a resounding pop. She quipped, Lin Tian, have you lost your senses? How old are you? Do you intend to pursue your landlady's granddaughter? As she spoke, She casually spread one hand while the other seized a metallic whisk from the open kitchen counter, tossing it playfully in the air out of sheer boredom. This behavior indicated a certain level of comfort in the space, as well as her growing interest and fondness for Lin Tian, a peculiar boy who appeared slightly odd, fancied himself an adult, and might possess some Eastern martial arts skills. Harry Osborn observed this interaction, his lips curling into a somewhat forced smile, which he ultimately relaxed. As a young man of privilege, he naturally possessed an interest in his ability to attract the attention of girls. However, given his youth and naivety, he had yet to reach the age of romantic entanglements and jealousy. He harbored a subtle affection for Gwen, merely recognizing her as a lively and intriguing companion, a rarity in their Manhattan neighborhood, where children of affluence often adopted a facade of reserve and insincerity, molded by the genteel teachings of elite schools. Thus, encountering children from less affluent backgrounds often elicited disdainful thoughts, labeling them as paupers. This was precisely why Harry sought companionship in Queens, where he had indeed found engaging friends. Lin Tian, the newly arrived Eastern boy, was adept at maintaining an air of sophistication, perhaps even more so than Harry himself. Nonetheless, his capabilities were undeniable. It seemed Lin Tian had learned the art of flattery and navigating adult social dynamics, even if his voice still bore the innocence of youth. During his conversation with the landlady, it was evident that he had ulterior motives, a realization that did not escape the discerning eyes of his youthful peers, who saw through his facade, perhaps perceiving him as a caring and thoughtful young man in the eyes of the adults. Chapter 16. The Concerns of Strange. With a soft click, Lin Tian set the phone down. He had also acquiesced to the landlady's request to assist in looking after her granddaughter. Of course, Lin Tian's decision was not made lightly. He had previously researched the landlady's background, which was relayed to him by Dr. Strange. The name Bishop sounded familiar, prompting Lin Tian to ask Dr. Strange for details, leading to the revelation that she belonged to a wealthy family. Her daughter, Eleanor Bishop, is a socialite and heiress, and her granddaughter is destined to become the future Hawkeye, the protege of the Avenger. While their connection may seem tenuous, it is noteworthy that Kate Bishop, the future Hawkeye, has been trained in archery, rock climbing, martial arts, and fencing from a young age. During the impending Chitauri invasion of New York, she witnessed the Avengers' initial assembly and was rescued by Hawkeye, which ignited her admiration for him. This ambition would drive her to pursue excellence. At that time, the Avengers had already diminished following the Infinity War against Thanos. Captain America had aged, and Black Widow, Natasha, could not be resurrected due to the Soul Stone. Although the original Avengers had triumphed, their numbers were few, and the victory was bittersweet. However, Hawkeye was among the fortunate ones, able to spend Christmas in New York with his family, enjoying concerts and festivities. On the surface, it may appear so, yet deep within, the loss of comrades inevitably leaves behind painful fissures. However, by that time, having achieved success and withdrawn from the public eye, he would still be haunted by his past identity. Following the devastating aftermath of Thanos' first snap, Hawkeye, under a different guise as a wandering hero, becomes embroiled in a gang dispute in New York due to some remnants of clothing and weaponry he left behind. This situation ultimately leads to the unmasking of the organizer of an underground mafia auction, a poised and elegant mature woman, Eleanor Bishop, the landlord's daughter. Additionally, there is Kate Bishop, a rebellious heiress who, enamored by Hawkeye, pilfers his old attire and weapons to masquerade as an adept archer. Through a series of fortuitous events, Hawkeye gradually comes to recognize this girl and contemplates training her as his successor. Remarkably, Kate Bishop is also the granddaughter of the landlord, who happens to be Dr. Strange's landlady and shares a similar age with Lin Tian. Lin Tian finds himself intrigued by her, primarily because she offers some degree of resourceful background support, though not quite as extensive as that of her fellow affluent peer, Harry Osborn. Nevertheless, she possesses some advantages. Moreover, despite being merely a young girl, she exhibits a natural talent for archery. This attribute stands in stark contrast to the current untested Spider-Men, Gwen and Peter, who have yet to experience the transformative bite of a radioactive spider, marking her as a figure of considerable potential and utility. While Lin Tian is not inclined to employ child labor, the prospect of having a compliant and companionable partner is a different matter altogether. After all, nothing is better than something given freely. Furthermore, this lifestyle, tinged with a sense of justice and adventure, is precisely what this spirited young heiress yearns for, or so Lin Tian believes. Additionally, Lin Tian's motivations extend beyond merely recruiting a new protege. There lies another reason: the intricate web of underground forces in New York. For instance, Eleanor Bishop, the landlord's daughter, is also affiliated with Wilson Fisk. In a certain sense, this represents a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lin Tian's current ambition is to establish an Eastern sect in New York, and to accomplish this, financial resources and connections are paramount. He has set his sights on Fisk, not solely due to his wealth, but also because of his extensive network, which includes various organizations like the Hand. In summary, if Lin Tian intends to advance his control over Fisk and his underlings' enterprises and connections, he must seize this opportunity for investigation. As for other matters, they can be progressively addressed once he secures the initial funding. Not long after, the phone at home rang once more. This time, it was Dr. Strange calling. "Hello, Master Lin Tian. Are you there?" he inquired. "How did the surgery go? Was everything successful?" Lin Tian asked. It went quite smoothly," Strange replied, though his tone suggested an underlying concern. "So, have you encountered any troubles?" Lin Tian pressed further. "Well, here's the thing," Dr. Strange explained. "The injuries of our patient, Fisk, have stabilized, and we have reattached the nerves in his hand. However, we now face additional issues." "Additional issues? Such as?" Lin Tian probed. "For instance, who could have inflicted such severe injuries on a 2-meter-tall, 200-kilogram man? You wouldn't believe the amount of time and effort it took just to open his arm and reconnect the nerves. Therefore, your earlier assessment that he might be a mob boss is indeed something we need to consider." Dr. Strange hesitated before continuing. "Is this approach wise? Will it disrupt our normal lives?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian began to understand. Dr. Strange had returned to his original position and rekindled a past relationship with his ex-girlfriend. While he remained curious about Lin Tian's abilities, he was also contemplating whether this path would impact his ordinary life. "Don't worry, it's fine," Lin Tian replied casually. "If you have doubts, feel free to continue with your own affairs. Once I have a clearer understanding of the situation, I will take action. One person is sufficient." That doesn't seem advisable," Strange protested. "It's all right," Lin Tian chuckled. "Do you harbor some misconceptions about my abilities? A mere gang, even one that casts a shadow over half of the White Eagle, pales in comparison to me, the heir of Eastern mystical powers." Chapter 17, Standing Against Injustice. "If that's the case, Lin Tian, you should wait," Dr. Strange urged. "I still have some concerns. May I request that you first impart your knowledge to me before embarking on your grand endeavors? There's an old saying from the East. What is it again? Oh, I see what you're thinking. You wish to persuade me against taking too many risks, don't you? But that is merely the mindset of mortals. Ordinary people think this way because they are blind to the more distant dangers. In the not-so-distant future, a crisis will inevitably emerge, sweeping across all of New York. I suspect that no one, be they doctors, teachers, merchants, journalists, business owners, or office workers, will escape unscathed. This signifies that if no one stands up to take charge, the future will be shrouded in darkness. Such crises can occur in New York almost daily. Of course, I say perhaps, for there are indeed many superpowered heroes and villains in this city, and their numbers are only increasing. Furthermore, let me speak candidly. Even if your life appears tranquil now, indeed, it may seem to have returned to normal. Can you guarantee that the next moment won't veer off course, leading you down a perilous path? Take a timely example. Just this morning, while you were in the hospital, your colleague and rival, Dr. Henry, was grievously injured not far from you by Mr. Fisk. What sets you apart from him? The answer is simply that your fate is somewhat more favorable. While this may be a composite of factors, not solely attributable to luck, it also relates to your talent and character, all of which influence your destiny. Ultimately, it is your fortune that has allowed you to encounter me, or perhaps the Ancient One. Thus, you have transformed from a hapless drifter into a sorcerer or an immortal, and you have regained your position as a doctor. As my apprentice, you focus solely on the positive aspects, on mastering my life-saving abilities, while neglecting the myriad disasters you may face in the future. I can assure you, such calamities will undoubtedly come. At that juncture, heroes may indeed rise to confront the chaos, and I may very well be among them. However, regardless of the nature of a hero, they are invariably bound by certain limitations. They are certainly not omnipotent deities. They may possess the capability to vanquish adversaries and subdue criminals. Yet they cannot guarantee that ordinary individuals remain unscathed during this tumultuous period. This is an assurance they are unable to provide. Lin Tian remarked. Very well, Dr. Strange responded, seemingly finding some merit in Lin Tian's words. Therefore, Master, I now stand on the same front as you. But you must impart some knowledge to me. Anything that could aid in my self-preservation will suffice. Dr. Strange laid bare his thoughts. Indeed, Lin Tian replied, your talents are commendable, and your character is adequate. I shall certainly impart to you the methods of cultivation. However, prior to that, I must first address some pressing issues. Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange on the other end of the line paused momentarily. Wait a moment, Master, have you encountered some problems? He inquired anxiously. Did you not return home? Is it possible that your residence has been overrun by some vagrant? Dr. Strange asked in alarm. Of course not, Lin Tian answered. How could such a thing occur? You are overthinking it. Did you not inspect the place when you rented it? The environment here is quite pleasant, and the people are amiable. So there should be none of the concerns you just mentioned. What I meant was that I am going to assist the landlady in looking after her granddaughter. Lin Tian clarified. In response, there was a moment of silence from the other end before Dr. Strange replied, Really? By the way, you did inquire about the landlady earlier. Did you not? Are you harboring some intentions towards her granddaughter simply because she appears affluent? Dr. Strange probed. You are overthinking it, Lin Tian quickly retorted. Your perspective is rather superficial, Dr. Strange. There is a saying that I should share with you. One must think deeply about everything. If one merely adopts a shallow viewpoint to address issues, one will only ever perceive a singular facet of a situation. Much like a blind man attempting to discern an elephant. Ahem. Very well then, do as you wish. I still need to conduct a follow-up examination on Mr. Jean Bing post-surgery. At present, everything seems fine. You can handle this, Dr. Strange. I have faith in your wisdom. You should not allow yourself to be pummeled into a wall by Jean Bing, Lin Tian teased casually. Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange let out a sigh from the other end of the line. Let us hope so, he said. After hanging up, Lin Tian proceeded in a certain direction, the very location recently disclosed by the landlady, which also happened to be her residence. Although she was a woman of high society, the elderly landlady seemed to prefer a quieter neighborhood. The Queen's area was acceptable, albeit it also contained affluent zones, denoting the elite residential quarters where opulent villas were situated, not far from the beach. As Lin Tian strolled towards his destination, he observed the scenery along the street, noting the traces left by immigrants of diverse cultures. Soon, he witnessed a disconcerting scene. A couple of bare-chested young black men were shoving and berating a small white girl with black hair. This scene unfolded in a secluded alleyway near a dumpster, buzzing with flies. One young man bore tattoos while the other flaunted a gold chain. One wore a hip-hop hat, while the other sported dreadlocks. One had dark skin while the other had a lighter complexion. One brandished a knife while the other was unarmed, yet both were hurling profanities. The young girl, though not overtly frightened and maintaining a relatively composed demeanor, appeared somewhat small and was being pushed back repeatedly by the towering thugs. Lin Tian recognized her. This was none other than Kate Bishop, the landlady's granddaughter, who had been mentioned earlier as feeling dizzy. What was she doing being bullied by these young men so close to home? Chapter 18. Encountering the Black Widow? At this moment, Lin Tian had identified the individual in front of him as Kate Bishop, whose family had dealings with Mr. Jean Bing. She was indeed a promising young talent. Without further hesitation, Lin Tian approached the pair of young thugs and spoke up. Gentlemen, bullying a little girl is rather unbecoming, especially when she is unwell. Upon hearing this, the two young men turned to him, exclaiming an expletive. Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, where did you crawl out from? This is our territory. Now, get back to yours, got it? One of the young men taunted, shaking his gold chain provocatively. So, what do you intend to do now? Which of your big brothers do we have here? Luke Cage? Or perhaps Sam Wilson? Sam Wilson, of course, was the name of the superhero Falcon from the Avengers. However, at this point, the Avengers had yet to be formed, so he was likely still relatively unknown. Kid, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Are you trying to prolong your life? One of the young men assessed Lin Tian from head to toe, then asked with a hint of confusion, You're not from Chinatown, are you? Nonsense. The other young man retorted. Chinatown is far from our turf. How could he possibly have nothing better to do than meddle here, especially someone like this little brat? Little punk, get lost, or I might just carve your pretty little face. You can certainly try, Lin Tian replied, stepping forward and colliding his skin against the blade of the knife. However, remarkably, no injury manifested upon Lin Tian's body. The knife-wielding thug, Wang Defa, could not help but tremble slightly. He had seen stunned individuals before, but never anyone so audacious as to offer themselves to his blade. Was this person truly not in their right mind? Had he lost his senses? In the next moment, a tremendous force surged forth, sending them both soaring into the air before crashing heavily into a nearby dumpster. They flailed about in a panic, struggling to regain their composure and calling for help. But perhaps due to their mouths now stuffed with garbage, they could hardly articulate their pleas. Meanwhile, before Lin Tian, the little girl Kate looked utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend what had just transpired. She asked, her fingers trembling slightly. What did you just do? Am I mistaken, or was I dreaming? How did those two just fly away? Was that truly you? Are you from the East? Is this your martial arts or some sort of magical prowess? By the way, do you know my name? In response to the inquisitive young girl before him, Lin Tian refrained from providing extensive explanations. As he had just arrived in New York, his knowledge of the place was still limited, and he was intent on forming connections with promising individuals. You have quite a few questions. However, if you wish to know the answers, can you keep this a secret for me? Lin Tian inquired. And what would I get in return? Kate asked excitedly. In return? I can escort you home, Lin Tian replied calmly. TCH. Upon hearing this, Kate Bishop seemed somewhat unimpressed. Is that it? As Kate gazed upon the silhouette of the young Oriental boy ahead, an ember seemed to ignite within her heart. Eventually, after traversing several streets, they arrived in the affluent district. The streets appeared more pristine, and the air felt remarkably fresher. Kate ventured to inquire, "May I learn from you?" gesturing as she spoke. Lin Tian glanced back, but remained silent. After a few more steps, he replied, "You may. However, you must be obedient and keep our dealings confidential. By the way, Kate, what is your dream?" Lin Tian casually asked. Taken aback by the question, Kate tilted her head in contemplation. As she gazed at the opulent mansions before her, nothing came to mind until a spark of realization illuminated her expression. I see. Is this akin to the Eastern tradition of taking on apprentices? I have heard tales that Eastern knights act with righteousness, correct? I don't have any particular aspirations, but had you not appeared just now, I might have been bullied by those two African-American brothers, simply because they had their eyes on me. Wait. Lin Tian abruptly gestured for Kate to silence herself, as he spotted a suspicious stranger lingering nearby, not far from Kate's residence. According to Lin Tian's knowledge, Eleanor Bishop had numerous connections. Besides her recent dealings with Mr. Kingpin, who had just been hospitalized, Lin Tian was also aware of another incident. Kate's mother, Eleanor Bishop, had once employed Black Widow to assassinate Hawkeye, primarily because Hawkeye had disrupted their underground business. The individual loitering near Kate's home was none other than Yelena, Natasha's sister. They had trained in the Red Room in the Soviet Union, where each female operative was known as a Black Widow, and Yelena, one of the fortunate survivors alongside Natasha, would eventually take on the mantle of the second Black Widow after Natasha's departure from the Avengers. Lin Tian pondered her presence, uncertain of her intentions. Yet this would not deter him from his forthcoming actions. For instance, he would still take action against Kingpin while escorting Kate and addressing the unexpected appearance of Natasha's sister. If they interfered with his plans, he would simply resolve the complications or discern their motives. Hey, you're Lin Tian, aren't you? At the entrance of Kate's villa, Eleanor Bishop emerged, her demeanor warm and polite as she bent slightly, greeting the young Oriental boy accompanying her daughter. Hello, Mrs. Eleanor Bishop, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Chapter 19. Arranging the spirit gathering array soon, Lin Tian turned to head back, simultaneously revisiting the newly acquired abilities he had just learned. You have come into contact with the skin of a Black individual, and you have comprehended the ability to control your own skin color. Lin Tian assessed his newfound capability, feeling little joy. This ability merely allowed him to alter the color of his skin, appearing rather unremarkable. You have disarmed a blade, and you have grasped the incantation to summon swords from a distance, sword control technique. You have identified the identity of the lurking Black Widow operative Yelena from the gaps in the forest, and you have attained keen eye. You have sensed the distinct scents of various individuals and have developed scent tracking technique. At that moment, feeling the enhancement of his vision, Lin Tian was quite pleased. This was the most impressive ability he had acquired recently, in stark contrast to the others, which were rather lackluster. At the entrance of his home, Lin Tian encountered Dr. Strange returning from work. Finally found you, Dr. Strange exclaimed in a somewhat flustered manner. By the way, I just learned that there is someone else, claiming to be a disciple of the Ancient One, named Wong, also searching for you. I'm not sure if you are aware of this. Upon uttering this, Dr. Strange seemed to be speaking more to himself. Well, as long as you're back, that's what matters. After all, if you were to wield an ice sword and fly over New York, who knows what chaos might ensue? He spoke with a hint of exasperation. Don't overthink it, Lin Tian replied, his expression tinged with a touch of helplessness. What are you contemplating, Dr. Strange? I am not an impulsive person. In fact, I am well aware that I am not the only superhuman in New York, Lin Tian remarked casually. This is not the time to draw attention. At least not for making headlines. As he spoke, Lin Tian paused, an idea striking him. He turned to Dr. Strange and said, by the way, are you interested in learning something from me? Indeed, he continued. Originally, you had the potential to become Dr. Strange. Although you cannot be him for now, you can still become an Eastern cultivator. So, I shall impart a foundational technique to you. While speaking, Lin Tian began to jot down some instructions on the table. This is the most basic technique for breath control of spiritual energy. After that, I will set up a spirit gathering array. Our plan to generate income is about to commence. Since the spirit gathering array has a limited range, It is best if the area is entirely under our control. Otherwise, our neighbors may benefit, and as time passes, rent will likely increase. Lin Tian pursed his lips. Of course, we could dismantle the foundation of the spirit-gathering array and reconstruct it elsewhere, but that would cause delays, though it is necessary. You mentioned a spirit-gathering array? Dr. Strange inquired, curiosity piqued. What is it? Lin Tian retorted. Is something amiss? He began selecting suitable materials according to the instructions for his Huntian spirit-gathering array. Presently, jade or certain natural gemstones, as well as specific types of wood, seemed to meet the requirements. What Lin Tian aimed to do was utilize his natural qi gathering method to amass the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment and then establish the foundation of his spirit-gathering array. Or rather, the boundary marker, within a defined area. In doing so, those within would continuously receive the nourishment of spiritual energy, facilitating a rapid enhancement. Naturally, this method of advancement had its limits. Compared to those studying magic, especially the magic from Comprehension, it was evident that Comprehension's magic had the advantage in terms of rapid development since much of it was derived from other dimensions. However, from a long-term perspective, Lin Tian believed his approach would yield a more robust foundation, promoting growth from within. Unlike the practitioners of Comprehension's magic, most individuals, save for the Ancient One, would not gain significant extensions to their lifespan. For one who had acquired immense power, was that not a lamentable fate? Thus, in Lin Tian's view, the paths were distinct. But the superiority of one over the other could not be readily determined. Furthermore, if with Lin Tian's assistance, the rate of enhancement experienced by others may not necessarily be slower than that of learning magic. Is it truly that extraordinary? Dr. Strange inquired, filled with curiosity. Indeed, Lin Tian replied. Currently, the several pots of ancient bamboo, serving as the borders of the magical array, are rather unsuitable. They tend to cause the leakage of spiritual energy. It would be best to utilize more appropriate materials, such as precious gems. Dr. Strange, how much do you earn in a month? I recall you mentioned that as an esteemed neurosurgeon, a salary of $5 million annually is quite feasible, correct? Can you manage to earn $50,000 a month? If not, I might be compelled to resort to some rather radical measures, such as eradicating local gang influences, Lin Tian stated. Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange was left somewhat speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, Lin Tian's rudimentary spirit-gathering formation had been successfully arranged, with the spiritual energy around Queens in New York continuously converging towards this spot. Meanwhile, in another city, San Francisco, in Chinatown, an elderly man was attempting to employ a rare antique compass, using a dried pufferfish to cast his new spell. After muttering incantations, the divination compass suddenly glowed with light. Abruptly, the old man, who had been meditating with closed eyes, seemed to perceive something, his expression filled with astonishment as he opened his eyes wide. Xiaoyu, is your Uncle Long around? Go fetch him. Something significant is amiss. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu, who had been playing in the shop, paused momentarily. Initially intending to toy with an antique, she nearly dropped a delicate vase upon hearing the old man's urgent call, but fortunately managed to catch it before it hit the ground and placed it back at a safe distance. Grandpa, did you mean to call for my Uncle Long? What is the matter that is so urgent? She asked. The old man responded with a somewhat peculiar expression. I'm not entirely certain. However, my magic is derived from Qi magic, taught to me by Master Fong. In a sense, it may be an intermediary between Eastern Qi and magic. Chapter 20, The Old Man's Concerns. I sense that there are considerable strange energy fluctuations emanating from the west, the old man continued. Is that so? Chen Xiaoyu inquired further. What could be causing it? Demons, perhaps? She pondered aloud. I cannot say for certain at this moment, the old man replied. That is why I asked you to summon Uncle Long. We may need to embark on a journey. He gazed at the compass, his expression fluctuating between hope and concern. It could be a good omen, or perhaps not. After all, if it pertains to someone from my sect, I should be aware of it. The arrival of someone unnoticed in the vicinity of the White Eagle is not a particularly auspicious sign, especially if they are unknown to me. Furthermore, judging by the direction, the individual responsible for this energy disturbance may be in New York. He cast a glance skyward, following the compass's guidance. Meanwhile, in New York, in the residence shared by Dr. Strange and Lin Tian, the two were engaged in the practice of qi cultivation within the spirit-gathering formation. Lin Tian was quite adept at this, and indeed, even without this step, the impact on him would not be substantial. He passively absorbed spiritual energy constantly. However, the spirit-gathering formation could absorb a greater quantity of energy and operate with higher efficiency, albeit at the cost of some energy, such as electrical power. Yes, when Lin Tian first successfully arranged the spirit-gathering formation, he caused several surrounding buildings to experience a temporary power outage. This was unavoidable, as Lin Tian lacked a continuous energy source, such as the cosmic cube or the space stone. If he possessed such artifacts, the spiritual energy produced by the formation would be considerably more abundant. Nevertheless, spiritual energy varies in quality. If the materials used to generate it are not sufficiently pure, the resulting energy will also be affected. Comparatively, sources like Iron Man's arc reactor or the cosmic cube tend to favor clean energy, rendering them purer for supplying the spirit-gathering formation. However, Lin Tian had yet to encounter any agents of Sect. Moreover, even if he did encounter them, it did not guarantee access to the cosmic cube. Statistically, the chances would indeed be higher, but it still hinged on earning their trust, which posed a significant challenge. Lin Tian's unique character and mindset led him to believe that Shel's current interest in superheroes was not particularly high, and they had yet to assemble a team akin to the Avengers. In this context, there was a genuine opportunity for him to establish his own faction to rival Shel's. At that point, becoming the leader of another organization would presumably warrant greater attention from Shel's, compelling them to consider collaboration. Master Lin Tian, are you suggesting that this ethereal and invigorating spiritual energy will be far more abundant than what we have now? Dr. Strange inquired. If that is the case, then I wholeheartedly support you in your endeavors. Of course, there is one prerequisite. You must ensure your safety. For my longevity depends on you. Dr. Strange remarked with a hint of levity. Clearing his throat, Lin Tian replied, by the way, since you work at a major hospital in New York, could you keep an eye on someone for me? Billy Batson. Lin Tian continued, this child is quite extraordinary. He refrained from elaborating further. In truth, this boy had been chosen as the heir by the wizard Shazam, a member of the Justice League in the DC Universe. Blessed by the Greek gods with the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the endurance of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the fearlessness of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury. In essence, he was a magical version of Superman, although Lin Tian had recently acquired a remarkable understanding, enabling him to draw some power from those with magical abilities, such as the Ancient One. He had, after all, taken one of their disciples. In contrast, should other individuals with formidable powers present themselves, Lin Tian would not hesitate to consider them as potential sources of strength. Theoretically, as long as he had encountered or observed certain attributes and behaviors of others, he could glean insights. However, despite the theoretical notion that all things could be comprehended, Lin Tian found that he was more readily inspired by those who truly captivated him, a conclusion drawn from past experiences. Presently, following Lin Tian's guidance, Dr. Strange completed a full cycle of chi cultivation and immediately felt invigorated. However, he soon noticed something amiss with his body. Impurities were being automatically expelled. He promptly rushed toward the restroom. Shortly thereafter, upon exiting, he observed Lin Tian's somewhat peculiar expression. This is a normal phenomenon, Lin Tian assured him. In summary, Dr. Strange, you must expedite your efforts. I refer to the establishment of your standing. Originally, my plan was to gain Mr. Kim's gratitude after successfully treating him during your surgery, subsequently making this event newsworthy. Following that, I would smooth things over, and he would allow you to invest or donate a portion of his assets, thereby facilitating the commencement of our next phase of action. However, it seems strange that your medical skills are somewhat lacking, Lin Tian retorted. Dr. Strange was momentarily speechless, yet felt a tinge of embarrassment. Very well, I concede that my surgical skills have indeed regressed somewhat over the years. However, this is unavoidable. After all, I've been somewhat inept for several years and have not reviewed surgical techniques. Having just been rehired by the hospital and urgently called upon to perform this operation on Mr. Kim, it is already commendable that I was able to complete it successfully. Did you expect me to receive accolades for my miraculous healing abilities? Dr. Strange countered. No worries. Lin Tian chuckled. You should practice your techniques. I shall take a stroll outside. With that, Lin Tian exited. He employed the recently mastered scent tracking technique and set off in a particular direction, towards the location of Black Widow Yelena. Chapter 21. Capturing Black Widow Yelena. Previously, Lin Tian refrained from directly seeking out Black Widow Yelena near Kate's residence out of fear of alarming her. Yelena is an exceptional agent, proficient with both her hands and firearms. However, it is not fear of her skills that deters Lin Tian, for he is untroubled by ordinary bullets. Rather, he is concerned that an abrupt confrontation might disrupt the lives of Kate's family, or even alert Kate's mother to any anomalies. Such a scenario is one Lin Tian would prefer to avoid. Nevertheless, now that he has mastered the scent tracking technique, tracking down Yelena poses little challenge for him. Yelena Belova, by nature, possesses no distinctive scent. Perhaps this is due to her training in the Red Room, similar to Natasha, her sister, both of whom had their reproductive organs removed to prevent any potential pregnancies that could hinder their performance. This is a form of control. Of course, the majority of the time, they do not engage in casual relationships, given their unique identities. However, Lin Tian successfully located her near a financial building in Manhattan. From Lin Tian's understanding and deductions, Yelena's presence there likely pertains to an investigation involving Kate's mother, even if the latter is her employer. It is not surprising for an agent emerging from the Red Room to possess exceptional abilities. Thus, tracking her employer is not an extraordinary feat. What piqued Lin Tian's curiosity was the nature of her mission and its target. One could rule out Natasha, the Black Widow, Yelena's sister, leaving numerous other possibilities. Although Lin Tian remains unaware of the specifics. Young man, are you lost? At this moment, Lin Tian found himself 20 meters behind Yelena. Since he began his pursuit, he had never revealed himself, always appearing in her blind spots. Yet, it seemed she remained aware of his presence, which elicited a certain admiration from Lin Tian. Perhaps this could be attributed to the sixth sense of an agent? Oh, have I been detected? Lin Tian inquired. If so, what are you planning to do about it? Will you silence me? Lin Tian's eyes widened with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Yelena felt a sense of surprise. Yet, instinctively, she sensed that this boy was no ordinary child. Despite his ignorance of how she was aware of his presence, her sixth sense indicated that Lin Tian had been nearby, lurking in her unseen vicinity. Thus, upon finally seeing Lin Tian, she adopted a more vigilant stance towards the young boy. Simultaneously, memories surfaced of her own training in the Red Room at his age. Had it not been for the defector who helped her resist the chemical control of the Red Room's master, she might still be ensnared in that place, serving it. I am merely curious about your purpose here, Lin Tian casually remarked. Sister, you are an assassin, correct? Might you share the names on your assassination list? Yelena's astonishment grew. Strictly speaking, she was not an assassin, but rather an agent. Nonetheless, assassination was indeed one of her duties when required. Thus, the words of the seemingly harmless youth before her sent a chill down her spine. You are quite an odd child. However, it would be wise for you to remain compliant. Once I complete my task, I will find you, Yelena declared, approaching Lin Tian while scrutinizing his movements. In truth, Lin Tian made no move, keeping his hands by his sides without any intention to reach for his waist or pockets. This somewhat eased Yelena's vigilance. As someone who had executed numerous missions, she understood that even a child could become a soldier in particularly dangerous locales, potentially even a human bomb. Consequently, she remained attentive to Lin Tian's actions. Yet, Lin Tian's lack of movement, his apparent vulnerability, pleased Yelena. This was precisely the reaction she had hoped to elicit. Had Lin Tian appeared as a wary Middle Eastern child, with hands poised behind him, she might have considered employing lethal weaponry against him. However, she was confident that she could neutralize this Eastern youth in an instant, restrain him, and interrogate him later after completing her mission. Regrettably, Yelena's well-honed instincts were deceived this time. She had never encountered an opponent like Lin Tian before. With reflexes surpassing the ordinary, Lin Tian seized her hands, and in a seamless motion, Yelena found herself airborne. After executing a complete 360-degree turn, she landed on the ground. Realizing her hands were restrained, she immediately performed a backflip, attempting to realign her joints. Simultaneously, she aimed a kick at Lin Tian's head from behind, hoping to dislodge him. Had she succeeded, it would have been a remarkably stylish maneuver. Unfortunately for her, Yelena could not execute her trademark moves as before, for Lin Tian had anticipated every action. The moment Lin Tian embarked upon the path of cultivation, his corporeal form transcended the mundane. Consequently, his attributes, particularly his reflexes and corresponding mental acuity, surpassed that of the formidable agent, Black Widow Yelena. In an instant, Yelena found herself captured, rendered speechless by astonishment. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Perhaps this youth was not merely a boy, but rather a seasoned monster in disguise, a notion that seemed to provide the only explanation for his extraordinary prowess. Chapter 22. Yelena's Dismay. The host has successfully captured Yelena. During the process, he comprehended the body manipulation technique bone adjustment technique, which can be utilized for realigning bones or treating other skeletal issues. Upon witnessing the astonishing notification from the transcendent comprehension system, Lin Tian paused momentarily. He recalled that he had previously acquired a technique known as phantom mastery, which enabled him to achieve hand speed reaching twice the speed of sound. Now, in conjunction with bone adjustment technique, he could manipulate his opponent's vulnerabilities with sonic precision, albeit limited to bones at this stage. Lin Tian pondered whether a visit to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic might grant him access to acupoint manipulation techniques. If so, it would indeed be a remarkable enhancement. Currently, while he had merely scratched the surface of cultivation, he had already attained a masterful level in martial arts. At the very least, disregarding the likes of the White Eagle, there were few martial artists worldwide capable of striking at the speed of sound. Yet Lin Tian had achieved this feat. What do you intend to do? Yelena asked, a mix of surprise, curiosity, and disbelief evident in her tone. She possessed numerous specialized spy gadgets that remained unutilized. Had she the opportunity to engage with him, she believed she could subdue this peculiar Eastern youth. For instance, if he allowed her to make contact with his wrist, she could trigger the mechanism in her spy uniform to unleash a small electrified net. Just answer my question, Lin Tian replied. You seem quite concerned about Ms. Eleanor Bishop. Am I correct? As soon as those words escaped his lips, Yelena's astonishment deepened. She was baffled by Lin Tian's knowledge and felt an unsettling chill as she struggled to fathom his identity. What organization could cultivate such a formidable child? Yelena, I am aware of your identity, and for now, you are merely my captive. Therefore, I implore you to respond to my inquiries. As for other matters, we can discuss them later, Lin Tian asserted. I know you must be quite intrigued by my identity as well. It is not difficult to deduce. If you provide me with information that piques my interest, I may reciprocate with something that interests you. Lin Tian's expression remained inscrutable as he regarded Yelena. A peculiar thrill coursed through her as she noted his rare detachment. It resembled a hunter's demeanor towards prey ensnared in a trap, unfazed by its struggles. The hunter exhibited a dispassionate amusement, fully aware that everything lay within his grasp. Lin Tian embodied this very state. Are you serious? Yelena inquired. I am indeed. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. There is no need for me to deceive you. To you, my identity is likely far more enigmatic than your mission, is it not? As he spoke, he tightened his grip, causing Yelena's complexion to shift from pale to a shade of purple. Finally, unable to endure any longer, her arms trembled as she exhaled sharply and conceded. All right, I relent. Just let go. A hint of vulnerability flickered in her gaze. Hearing this, Lin Tian released her wrist, allowing her to stumble forward onto the ground. They found themselves in a secluded corridor of the building, adjacent to the restroom. At that moment, a cleaning lady wielding a mop approached, humming a tune. She paused, taken aback by the sight of Yelena and Lin Tian, momentarily perplexed by their presence, but chose not to inquire further. Instead, she maneuvered past them, muttering in awe. As she entered the restroom, once the passerby had departed, Yelena's expression turned serious once more. Her gaze towards Lin Tian now imbued with a renewed sharpness. Simultaneously, as if by instinct, she adopted a combat-ready stance. Observing her movements, Lin Tian allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. It seems you have not truly surrendered yet. Do you believe you can defeat me? I could offer you another chance, but should I triumph over you, there will be no further opportunities for you to resist. To be precise, I may have to employ certain drastic measures to ensure you do not struggle or create chaos, such as dislocating your joints. What would you do then? Even a trained agent like you should find it challenging to regain combat readiness with dislocated limbs, should you not? Lin Tian remarked, his eyes glinting. At that moment, Yelena faltered, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling more dramatically. She scrutinized Lin Tian's hands, fearful that he might strike with a speed that exceeded her comprehension, subduing her once more. In truth, now presented with an opportunity to resist, Yelena hesitated. After some contemplation, she decided against opposing this youth, realizing she possessed no assurance of victory. Even with her arsenal of weapons, such as electric devices, would they truly prove effective? Yelena's mind swirled with uncertainty. This boy before her bore an uncanny resemblance to a machine, seemingly harmless on the surface, yet potentially powered by a titanium alloy skeleton and mechanical structures surpassing human reflexes. She contemplated this possibility. Very well. After deliberation, Yelena relinquished her weapons and extended her hands, signaling to Lin Tian that he could restrain her. No need for that. Lin Tian replied casually. Just answer my questions, and afterward, you may even leave. Chapter 23. Successful recruitment? Understood, Lin Tian acknowledged. Upon hearing Yelena's response, he gleaned valuable information. Originally, if he had approached directly to compel Jean Bing to submit, it would have been a more straightforward and effective approach. However, it also signifies the likelihood of missing out on some crucial intelligence. Just moments ago, Yelena had informed him of her reason for being here. She had received a request from her employer, urging her to devise a means to assassinate Daredevil. This assignment had come to her before she completely extricated herself from the Red Room. Thus, she was now immensely curious about the identity of this employer, which she subsequently discovered to be none other than Ms. Eleanor. Lin Tian was not particularly surprised by this revelation. Currently, Ms. Eleanor was collaborating with Wilson Fisk, whose primary concern was, indeed, Daredevil. Therefore, dispatching an assassin to eliminate Daredevil seemed not only comprehensible, but rather customary. Based on Lin Tian's understanding, Mr. Fisk had significant ties to the Hand. So, why had he not sent an assassin from the Hand to carry out the task? It was conceivable that he wanted to test Ms. Eleanor's capabilities. Alternatively, he may have deemed the cost of utilizing the Hand's connections too high, a price Mr. Fisk was unwilling to pay. Beyond this, Lin Tian could not fathom other possibilities at the moment. Perhaps there were additional factors at play, yet he remained unaware of them. Do you wish to work for me? Lin Tian suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Yelena was taken aback. Work for you? You? A mere boy? She stood there, stunned. Even though she was not particularly old herself, being in her 20s, Lin Tian appeared far too youthful. Nonetheless, Yelena could not suppress her curiosity any longer. Mr. Lin, may I ask, are you a robot? How is it that your hand speed was more than twice as fast as mine? Almost like an afterimage. How did you accomplish that? Yelena pressed on. And how did you know my identity and name? What do you wish for me to do for you? Another assassination mission? Lin Tian chuckled softly. You have quite a few questions, reminiscent of my previous recruitment of a disciple named Strange, whom you likely do not know. In any case, I will provide you with answers to your inquiries in due time. However, before that, I need to hear your thoughts. Moreover, joining my ranks is essentially a fail-safe endeavor. What you stand to gain is an almost limitless lifespan. Additionally, there are energies beyond the grasp of mere mortals that you can tap into and acquire. Much like I have. Much like you. At this moment, Yelena furrowed her brow, contemplating numerous possibilities. She recalled that in this world, many entities possessed extraordinary and mystical powers. As an agent of the Red Room, she had once been dispatched by the former Soviet Union to execute missions in the United States, gaining experiences that expanded her understanding. Furthermore, her family, she, her sister Natasha, and their father, Alexei Shostakovich, a Red Guardian, were all linked to the Soviet Union's attempts to replicate the super soldier serum used to create Captain America, granting them enhanced metabolism, formidable strength, and various other abilities. While they might not surpass the agility of female agents like herself, they were undeniably superhumans. Was this boy before her akin to them? Yelena pondered whether she should temporarily agree to Lin Tian's proposal and explore his secrets later. One perplexing aspect that troubled her was Lin Tian's claim of offering an almost eternal lifespan. How could that be possible? All living things experience birth, aging, illness, and death. Indeed, some creatures are remarkably long-lived, and cancer cells can replicate indefinitely, but humans have yet to discover any being capable of eternal existence. What right did this boy have to make such a claim? Did he truly possess certain technological capabilities, or were there other reasons behind his assertions? All right, she finally replied. I agree. Excellent. Allow me to channel a stream of energy into you for you to experience. Additionally, should you find yourself intrigued by our endeavors, or if I reach out to you, you will need to come to this address. Lin Tian wrote down an address on Yelena's hand. He was not overly concerned about her leaking it, as she was still an unorganized, orphaned individual. On the surface, she had seemingly freed herself from the Red Room's control. Yet that did not mean the organization would not notice or pursue her. Her situation remained perilous, especially as she sought her sister Natasha, who had also fled the Red Room. Lin Tian was unaware of Black Widow Natasha's whereabouts, but he knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Hawkeye would likely know. Hence, finding Hawkeye would essentially lead him to Black Widow. However, Lin Tian did not plan to pursue this course of action just yet, as he intended to establish his own superpower. If he approached S.H.I.E.L.D., it would prompt them to recognize the significance of assembling superhumans and forming an organization, which he wished to avoid until his own organization had become more formidable. This address, Yelena said, glancing at the address Lin Tian had written, feeling somewhat astonished. What is it? Is there a problem? Lin Tian inquired. No, Yelena replied. By the way, you seem very interested in Ms. Eleanor. Is it because of her underground influence in New York, or her current collaboration with Mr. Fisk? If you are investigating Fisk, I can provide you with information. The person who injured him was not Daredevil, but a man named John Wick. I hear he is a hitman at the Continental Hotel, located at 175 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan. Chapter 24, Encountering John Wick. 175 Fifth Avenue, Manhattan. Lin Tian paused momentarily upon hearing this. John Wick. Isn't he the top-tier assassin portrayed by Keanu Reeves in the John Wick series? Is he actually a figure in this world? He was momentarily taken aback, but soon dismissed the oddity of it. Thank you, Yelena. By the way, what do you think of this gift? Lin Tian remarked, taking Yelena's hand and channeling a portion of his energy into her. She quickly sensed it. Yelena's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Oh my goodness. What have you done to my body? Did you just introduce something special into me? Yelena felt a mixture of shock and disbelief. As a former agent of the Red Room, she was acutely aware of the common tactics employed by organizations, such as injecting tracking devices into agents or utilizing special means to control them. Experience it for yourself. I must take my leave now, Lin Tian said with a smile, turning to walk away, leaving Yelena standing there, bewildered. As she gazed at Lin Tian's retreating figure, Yelena felt a vague and indescribable sensation stir within her heart. Logically speaking, this fellow appeared merely as a youth. Nevertheless, his capabilities were remarkable. Without dwelling too much on it, Yelena resolved to visit the address Lin Tian had provided to investigate the matter further. Regarding the spiritual energy he had mentioned, she indeed felt her mind becoming exceptionally clear and her body rather buoyant. Could this be the effect of spiritual energy? Lin Tian departed from the financial skyscraper, traversing through Manhattan and heading directly towards Fisk's corporate edifice. He had gathered a considerable understanding of the surrounding situation. Hello, young man, are your guardians nearby? A female staff member queried at the entrance of Fisk Tower. In the next instant, Lin Tian vanished from her sight. She stood momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Ah," as she searched for the boy's trace, yet found none. What the devil? The receptionist muttered. At that moment, Lin Tian had activated the concealment technique, allowing him to seemingly vanish from the spot, effectively reducing his presence to near nothingness. Subsequently, he adjusted the color of his exterior, swiftly eluding her notice as he slipped into the building's elevator. Of course, such feats would not deceive the security cameras. However, those cameras had already been rendered inoperative. The henchmen of Fisk, armed and on alert, had exited, preparing to await the impending intruder at the elevator entrance. Lin Tian was largely unaware of this, but upon entering the building, he sensed something amiss, an application of his spiritual awareness. However, he paid it little heed and proceeded directly to his destination, the rooftop office of Mr. Fisk. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated above him. Lin Tian, slightly taken aback, peered through the semi-transparent glass of the elevator wall, hoping to discern any irregularities. Unfortunately, he could glean little. Yet, he soon noticed shards of glass cascading down and a live person plummeting. Ah! The man's screams faded as he fell. Lin Tian glanced downward at the trajectory of the falling figure, unable to suppress a remark. How intriguing. At that moment, Lin Tian began to comprehend the unfolding scenario. As the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by a multitude of dark gun barrels aimed in his direction. Unfazed, Lin Tian contemplated transforming a portion of his body into organic ice, intending to solidify it into an ice sword and pierce the armed security personnel before him. However, gunfire erupted from above. A figure wielding a pistol emerged from the ceiling, accurately firing at the security guards facing the elevator. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the pleasant chime of shell casings hitting the ground. Lin Tian felt as though his ears were indulging in an ASMR experience. The man hidden in the ceiling swiftly eliminated 6 security guards, while the remaining guards raised their weapons in retaliation, only to be met with bullets that struck true to their hearts. The guards fell, blood flowing from their chests. A familiar figure then descended from the ceiling, impeccably dressed in a suit, with hair that exuded a rebellious flair. He bore a striking resemblance to Keanu Reeves. It was none other than John Wick. Without a doubt. Young lad, where are your guardians? John Wick inquired in a voice rich with magnetism. Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled. You seem to have let your guard down, John Wick. Just now, if, and I emphasize if, I had intended to harm you, do you truly believe you would have survived? Lin Tian posed the question. Upon hearing this, John Wick's expression froze, and his demeanor turned icy as he assessed the boy before him. You know my name? He asked, his grip on his pistol tightening, ready to strike. Stop. Lin Tian interjected, extending his hand. In the next moment, John Wick instinctively reached for a blade concealed in his sleeve to hurl at Lin Tian, but failed to execute it. He paused, glancing down at his hand to discover it encased in ice. What? In an instant, the ice melted, transforming into water that flowed into Lin Tian's body. This surreal experience left John Wick questioning his senses. What is your purpose here? To assassinate Fisk? Lin Tian queried. You. John Wick was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the audacity of the youth standing before him. Who are you? Or rather, what are you? John Wick demanded. Me? Lin Tian replied casually, his hands tucked into his pockets as he strolled forward. I too am here to seek Fisk, though my intentions differ slightly from yours. I am not here to assassinate him, Lin Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, John Wick's expression shifted slightly, his fingers tightening around the trigger of his firearm. Yet he refrained from raising it against Lin Tian. Although he had indeed received a contract to eliminate Mr. Fisk Wilson, there was no mention of Lin Tian in the mission details. Thus, John Wick found himself more inclined to ascertain the boy's origins rather than engage him directly. Moreover, based on their brief encounter, it was evident that Lin Tian possessed supernatural abilities, which were not within the realm of a top-tier assassin like himself. Nevertheless, John Wick had successfully completed many seemingly impossible tasks before, including a recent assignment to eliminate all of his superior's enemies at the behest of Viggo Tarasov. This current mission, targeting a 2-meter-tall, 200-kilogram behemoth, was reputedly fraught with difficulty, as numerous assassins had failed in their attempts. Now, this seemingly diminutive youth, was he also an assassin? John Wick found himself perplexed. Yet, he followed Lin Tian to the door of Fisk's office. John Wick stood guard by the door, while Lin Tian boldly opened it and stepped inside. Within, Fisk was perusing his phone with the uninjured arm. Clearly undeterred in managing company affairs during his recovery, he was not merely checking on business. He was also monitoring the movements of his adversaries and any attempts on his life. "Hello, who are you?" The imposing, bald man in a crisp, white suit regarded Lin Tian with an expression that was both peculiar and comical. Among humans, Fisk was undoubtedly an anomaly, though beneath that tailored suit lay a formidable physique. As he looked down at Lin Tian, he resembled a giant surveying a mere mortal. At that moment, John Wick strode through the door. Standing at a height of 185 meters, he still appeared somewhat diminutive before Mr. Jean. Upon seeing John Wick enter, gun in hand and an expression of stoic indifference adorning his face, Mr. Jin's demeanor shifted, becoming noticeably more serious. After all, when confronted with the youth Lin Tian, Mr. Jean had harbored no suspicions. He had merely perceived the boy as the offspring of a departmental leader or perhaps a representative from an organization seeking an interview with a business mogul like himself. Such possibilities were entirely plausible. However, John Wick's attire unmistakably signaled his identity as a hitman. In an instant, Mr. Jean instinctively grasped the glass ashtray at hand and hurled it towards the advancing Wick. Simultaneously, Wick had already drawn his weapon. Employing the Mozambique drill, 2 shots to the chest followed by a decisive shot to the head, ensuring no chance of revival. It was a flawless and reliable technique, one that John Wick often utilized. Faced with the imposing figure before him, Wick remained remarkably composed. After all, the individuals who had met their demise at his hands were not of Mr. Jin's caliber. He had dispatched sumo wrestlers and bodyguards weighing over 300 kilograms without breaking a sweat. Yet Mr. Jean was different. Firstly, his suit was bespoke, akin to Wick's, possessing bulletproof properties. Moreover, his reflexes were exceptionally swift. In that fleeting moment, as the first bullet struck, he deftly dodged, causing the final shot intended for his head to miss its mark. In an instant, his form vanished beneath the desk. The next moment, he hoisted the entire desk aloft and hurled it towards John Wick. "Wait," Lin Tian interjected. In an instant, he reached out, seizing the massive desk weighing several hundred pounds and pinning it to the ground. Lin Tian, however, did not restrain his strength, resulting in the desk crashing to the floor with a thunderous crack, splintering in two. Suddenly, Mr. Jin's large white figure re-emerged before Lin Tian. Bang! Bang! Wick, having said little, resumed shooting at Mr. Jin. "John Wick." Lin Tian turned his gaze towards Wick, irritation evident in his expression. "I believe I just said wait. Did you not hear me?" Upon hearing this, Wick furrowed his brow and turned to regard the enigmatic youth. The 2 shots had merely struck Jin's white suit, creating sparks without inflicting any real harm. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Mr. Jin rose from his crouched position behind the desk and charged at John Wick with the force of a mountain, intent on pinning him down like a human tank. "Hold on," Lin Tian called out, redirecting his attention to Mr. Jin's counterattack. "My earlier command applies to you as well." With that, he unleashed a blast of icy energy, freezing Mr. Jin mid-charge and restraining him to prevent any assault on Wick. Witnessing this spectacle, along with the colossal ice sculpture that was once Mr. Jin, Wick found himself momentarily taken aback, his finger hovering over the trigger. After confirming Jin's condition, he turned to the young boy, astonishment etched on his face. "Who are you? What is your objective?" Wick's chest heaved slightly, revealing an emotion rare for a legendary assassin: agitation. "Quite simply, I am interested in assets, influence, and wealth. Presently, among the locals, Mr. Jin is the one excelling in the underground business and possessing considerable resources, is he not?" Wick's eyes widened in surprise. After scrutinizing Lin Tian, he inquired, "Are you aspiring to become the new underworld lord of New York?" "Not precisely. I am not particularly inclined towards the underworld. My ambitions lie in a vastly different industry. However, the underworld may very well become my adversary." Chapter 26, Business Strategy. Excellent. You have provided me with details regarding your business, your personal accounts, cash, stocks, jewelry, real estate, antiques, and other financial assets, Mr. Jean. I am quite pleased with your cooperation, Lin Tian remarked, gazing at the towering figure before him. Under Lin Tian's watchful eye, the suit-clad giant shuddered involuntarily, as if the boy were not an ordinary human but rather a demon, a manifestation of Satan himself. What more do you desire? As long as you agree to spare me and my family, I truly do not care about the business. Wealth is but a fleeting possession, Mr. Jean said cautiously. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, Lin Tian blinked, diverting his attention from Mr. Jin's eyes to a valuable painting hanging in the office, smiling as he remarked, Mr. Jean, you appear to be quite the astute businessman. However, the reality of your situation is somewhat ambiguous. Your recent response seemed rather disingenuous, his expression growing indifferent. Lin Tian casually picked up a handgun from Mr. Jin's desk, toyed with it momentarily, then tossed it back onto the table. While your reputation in New York's underworld is far from flattering, primarily associated with violence, your forthrightness before me has inspired me to offer you a reward. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jin's brow furrowed. The implications of such words did not sound promising. What exactly are you implying? Are you suggesting that I be handed over to him? He asked, casting a wary glance at John Wick. Not at all. I have already informed him that you do not need to die just yet. But you will assist me in managing certain enterprises. After all, from this moment forward, I shall be the master of the Fisk Group. Do you comprehend my intentions? I mean to streamline certain operations. Mr. Jean, do you not think your gang operations are somewhat beneath you? They may have contributed to some of your business dealings. But Lin Tian pondered, are we to continue engaging in the drug trade for the mafia? It certainly appears lucrative, yet we shall refrain from high-interest loans, gambling, and drug-related enterprises moving forward. If I may interject, Mr. Jean suddenly spoke, his expression revealing a hint of complexity, catching the unusual glint in Jin's eyes. Lin Tian inquired, are you suggesting? I do not intend to obstruct your endeavors. In fact, I have already been scaling back on those types of businesses in recent years. Currently, my core operation supports a Far Eastern spice company. In truth, the primary business of our Fisk Group, which is most recognized by New Yorkers, is precisely that. However, as he spoke, Mr. Jean wore an awkward smile. However, you must understand, after all, I have been a crime lord for a full decade. Although I have also achieved success in legitimate business ventures, the thrill of traversing both the light and dark realms is simply too enticing to forsake. Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Well, it's difficult for me to articulate, Jean Bing responded, his expression gradually shifting to one of solemnity. In truth, my foray into legitimate business was prompted by my encounter with Vanessa. She harbors no desire for me to engage in those illicit enterprises. Hence, of course, now that you, Mr. Lin Tian, are the boss, I shall heed your directives, Jean Bing continued. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Tian reassured, I harbor no intentions of targeting your family. In fact, he then pivoted the conversation. I heard you are considering a run for mayor of New York? Yes, Jean Bing replied. According to the notebook nestled in your safe, it appears you have sway over 2 mayoral candidates? Lin Tian gestured toward a page of the open notebook on the adjacent table. At this, Jean Bing lowered his head once more. John Wick, who was present, also exhibited a flicker of surprise on his face. He seemed taken aback by this revelation, his brow twitching as he contemplated whether his own success would have been more beneficial for New York. However, as he had not succeeded, he remained oblivious to the outcome. Mr. Jean Bing, you are quite impressive, Lin Tian remarked after perusing Jean Bing's notebook and closing it, looking up to summarize. According to various wealth magazines, the current billionaire rankings reveal that Mr. Professor Xavier possesses a fortune of $3.5 billion. Norman Osborn holds $10 billion. Reed Richards commands $12 billion. And you, Jean Bing, Wilson Fisk, have amassed a staggering $40 billion? Lin Tian pulled out his phone to verify, and then looked back at Jean Bing. Without waiting for a response, he began reciting the information found on his device. Iron Man, Tony Stark, boasts $80 billion. Quite remarkable indeed. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his endeavor to seek out Jean Bing. Jean Bing was manageable, not prone to causing significant upheaval, and his wealth was substantial. Notably, even Tony Stark was not the wealthiest. The title of the richest likely belonged to Marvel's Atlantis Namor Mackenzie, exceeding $280 billion. Additionally, Wakanda's Black Panther, T'Challa, possesses $500 billion. Although these figures are not reflected in many statistical analyses, nevertheless, they undeniably exist. Rest assured, Mr. Jean Bing, your contributions to me will prove worthwhile. Believe in that. Now, let me share my plans. Firstly, we require a significant venue in New York. Secondly, I will oversee its renovation. Following that, we shall acquire a company known as Water Corporation. Lin Tian articulated, referring to the Water Corporation, a small media operations firm that, unbeknownst to the public, was engaged in biochemical research, specifically on a substance called Compound 5, which could produce superpowered heroes en masse. Although these abilities were inferior compared to those acquired without the compound, they excelled in marketing and packaging their heroes. Chapter 27. Acquisition of Water Corporation. Jean Bing expressed no dissent to Lin Tian's proposal. In fact, he refrained from voicing any objections, as the decision-making power did not rest with him. As Lin Tian's subordinate, Jean Bing had commenced the business acquisition process as instructed. The Water Corporation, initially a modest entity in a world where superheroes had yet to emerge, despite the existence of Captain America during World War II, had only just made breakthroughs in the synthesis of the chemical agent. Compound 5. The latest batch of experimental subjects yielded some promising individuals, and a cohort of developed superheroes was poised for release. However, the Water Corporation was still refining its management system, primarily focusing on the control of these superheroes, which included chips, brainwashing, and an array of supportive services, essentially. Painting a grand picture. During the war, the Water Corporation had introduced the Soldier Boy, which encountered significant issues and subsequently faded from public view, overshadowed by Captain America. Since then, the Water Corporation had struggled to regain its footing. Nevertheless, they had cultivated a new generation of synthetic superheroes and intended to unveil them at an opportune moment. Currently, societal recognition of superheroes was still limited, largely confined to specific regions, such as Gotham's Batman or Daredevil from Hell's Kitchen in New York, neither of whom had achieved widespread acclaim. The Water Corporation firmly believed that a time would come when societal instability and a sense of crisis would render the emergence of superheroes not only plausible but necessary, allowing them to fan the flames behind the scenes, ultimately ensuring their superheroes would flourish in popularity and merchandise. However, on this particular day, they were approached by a rather rotund individual, the infamous businessman, Mr. Wilson Fisk of New York, inside the spacious office atop the Water Corporation building. CEO Uncle Fried Chicken regarded the imposing figure of the businessman before him and reflected, if this man were a supervillain, he would undoubtedly be a boss-level entity. Yet, if he is merely an ordinary person, devoid of Compound 5, his physique is indeed exaggerated. Despite his thoughts, Uncle Fried Chicken maintained composure and inquired, Mr. Fisk, what brings you to our establishment? May I inquire about your intentions? My assistant has conveyed to me that you appear interested in acquiring our Water Corporation. Uncle Fried Chicken's expression revealed a hint of confusion. To my knowledge, our Water Corporation has had no prior dealings with your group. In fact, our businesses share virtually no intersection, would you not agree? Upon hearing this, Jean Bing managed a slight smile. I believe your assessment may be misguided. As he spoke, he surveyed the man before him with an indifferent gaze, then retrieved a file from within his suit, placing it on the coffee table before them. Take a look. This contains information regarding your company. I trust that after reviewing it, you will reassess your perspective on our meeting. Uncle Fried Chicken's brow furrowed as he accepted the file and began to peruse its contents. The first phrase that caught his eye sent a jolt through him, causing his pupils to constrict. Compound 5. Synthetic Superhero Experiments. Heroes Born of Lies. As he flipped through the documents, Uncle Fried Chicken stammered, I wonder what you are contemplating at this moment. Surely you do not believe that allowing your superhero subordinates to eliminate me here will prevent the dissemination of this document? Jean Bing stated with an air of arrogance. At that moment, Uncle Fried Chicken set the file down, his gaze fixed intently on the pale-skinned, bald, rotund man before him. Unblinking, after a pause, he finally shifted his focus. You make a rather intriguing point. It appears that you possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the illustrious New York merchant. Mr. Fisk Wilson. Uncle Fried Chicken raised his eyebrows slightly before continuing. What I understand is this. It is said that this renowned spice merchant harbors some rather unsavory past dealings and perhaps even continues to engage in them presently. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Uncle Fried Chicken retorted with a sardonic remark. In response, Jean offered a similarly strained, hollow smile. Clearly, this was a clash between two seasoned foxes. Having navigated the business world for many years, they refrained from exhibiting any internal turmoil on their faces. However, the information Jean provided was potent enough to deliver a fatal blow to Walker Enterprises. I am not here to engage in a discussion with you, Mr. CEO. I am here to issue commands. Following the acquisition, the funds will still be allocated for the operations of Walker Enterprises, which means you will benefit from our assistance. Furthermore, your board members will now include an additional decision-maker, my boss, Jean stated. Your boss? Uncle Fried Chicken was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. It was he who provided these documents and suggested that I acquire your group. It is as simple as that, Jean replied. Uncle Fried Chicken nodded, albeit with a somewhat stiff motion, his expression betraying a hint of bewilderment. Today, you shall provide an explanation. From this day forward, the position of CEO will remain yours. However, there will be some operational changes within the company, Jean declared, slapping the table emphatically. Nevertheless, I can reveal some overarching strategies in advance. We will continue to utilize Walker Enterprises to package and launch superheroes. However, it is unlikely we will employ chemically engineered superheroes. Given the multitude of side effects associated with your compounds, Jean continued. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fried Chicken was momentarily speechless, grappling with how to respond. Yet, he was beset by numerous questions. How would they acquire superheroes? How would they control them? Furthermore, what of their most critical business secret, the disposal of compound number 5? Chapter 28. Uncle Long and Old Dad Come Knocking. While Jean was engaged in the acquisition of Walker Enterprises, Lin Tian was immersed in a new phase of cultivation. Naturally, due to an unexpected influx of funds, the training facilities had also been upgraded. You have recited the white-headed eagle nation shaped by rivers and awakened the water spirit root. You have read the fire of Prometheus and awakened the fire spirit root. You have perused thunder protection technology and science and comprehended the moral thunderbolt spell, awakening the thunder spirit root. You glimpsed the cover of how steel is tempered and awakened the metal spirit root, learning 5-element weapon refining technique. You opened Natural Geography magazine and awakened the wood spirit root, learning geological insight and dragon seeking and spotting. At this moment, Lin Tian merely skimmed through his new abode, the Fisk building, gaining significant insights from the library located beneath the training room. Particularly with regard to weapon refining techniques, he had previously acquired a method called Ghostly Heaven Weapon Refining Technique, and now he had obtained something distinctly different. Utilizing various high-quality elemental treasures to enhance magical artifacts, he could also employ his own cultivated spiritual energy for tempering, thereby endowing weapons with diverse attributes. Furthermore, different spirit roots indicated his ability to cultivate various elemental techniques. Additionally, when combined with his prior mastery of the profound ice body refining technique, he could now elementalize himself into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and ice. Of course, the foundation of it all lay in the quantity of spiritual energy. Currently, he was at the chi refining stage, estimating himself to be at the 3rd layer of chi refining. Having absorbed some moderately abundant spiritual energy through the natural chi gathering technique, and subsequently enhanced further by the small cosmic chi gathering array he had set up in Dr. Strange's rented room, he had reached his current level. However, with the successful acquisition of Jean and the initiation of the takeover of Walker Enterprises, Lin Tian was certainly not confined to his original environment. He had begun to implement more arrangements and enhancements for his cultivation. In this context, Jean had already called him to report the successful acquisition and updates on some special items recently procured. Moreover, Lin Tian had sensed some unusual circumstances. It appeared that due to the spiritual gathering array he had constructed, some individuals had begun to take an interest in him. One of them was from the New York Supreme Sanctuary. Wang had repeatedly spied on him using binoculars. Other figures were unfamiliar to him. However, with the assistance of Thousand Mile Eye, he soon identified and confirmed their identities. Members of the American District 13th Special Investigation Team, archaeologists, members of the Dragon Squad, Uncle Long, Chen Xiaoyu, and Old Dad. They were all heading towards the Fisk building where Lin Tian currently resided. Simultaneously, through Thousand Mile Eye, Lin Tian noticed Uncle Long conversing with a nearby bald detective. Presumably Detective Blake, also affiliated with District 13. Yes, I am certain. I sense a unique aura up ahead. Old Dad adjusted his glasses and spoke to Uncle Long. Are you sure, Old Dad? Uncle Long inquired, gazing at the towering buildings in the distance, his expression laced with doubt. Of course, who could mistake such a thing? Old Dad retorted, slightly irked by Uncle Long's skepticism. It is indeed a possibility. Detective Blake, a close friend of Uncle Long, chimed in. We have been investigating large-scale international crimes for many years, and the owner of the Fisk building is one of our principal subjects of inquiry. According to some of our informants, Mr. Fisk Wilson, also known as Mr. Jean, has always managed to conceal himself adeptly. His business dealings have largely been typical mafia operations. I mean, dealing in the most primitive commodities, without venturing into particularly hazardous goods, which is why we have not focused our attention on him. However, the situation has changed now. Detective Blake cast a glance at Old Dad, who was engaged in conversation with Chen Xiaoyu. But according to our understanding, isn't the mafia's leader Valen? If the owner of this building has mafia ties, then... Uncle Long queried with curiosity. I am not entirely certain. But the mafia has many branches, some of which operate independently. Currently, We are pursuing Valen because he has been gathering antique artifacts from around the world, many of which possess extraordinary powers. As for the Fisk group, it has ostensibly distanced itself from the Mafia, at least on the surface. However, it cannot be ruled out that Mr. Jean may still occasionally utilize that power behind the scenes. In any case, Detective Blake continued, the recent anomalous occurrences related to energy within this building and the divinations conducted by Old Dad earlier, could they be significantly interconnected? Moreover, do they bear any relation to the 12 talismans we are currently investigating? Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyu interjected, I do not know, but it is indeed very peculiar. Aside from what my master taught me, I have not encountered energy magic in ages. Old Dad scratched his head contemplatively. At the very least, we are currently tracing Mafia members, and Valen's subordinates are pursuing the trail of the talismans. Moreover, they possessed shadowy warriors capable of dissipating into smoke or materializing from the shadows. If Fisk, or rather Mr. Kingpin, had any connection to the talismans, it would be expected to encounter these shadowy figures nearby, Detective Blake remarked while scratching his bald head. So how is Dad doing? Can he sense anything now? Asked Xiaoyu, turning to Old Man. At her words, Old Man paused momentarily, clutching a magical compass and muttering incantations. Soon, the compass needle began to shift, and Old Man opened his eyes. Indeed, it is right here. The compass does not lie. Upstairs, Lin Tian, who had spotted Old Man and Uncle Long, couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest. Their arrival was, in fact, a fortuitous occurrence. This essentially signified that, before long, he would have the opportunity to encounter the 12 talismans. Currently, Lin Tian found himself lacking certain unique items. While he could acquire skills and techniques through his prodigious comprehension, the quality of ordinary items might not suffice. Moreover, unique items could enhance his spiritual energy, potentially elevating his tier directly. Chapter 29, Exchange of Information. In no time, leveraging his status as a detective, Blake, along with Uncle Long, Old Man, and Xiaoyu, successfully entered Fisk Tower. They even secured an opportunity to meet Mr. Fisk, the very Kingpin himself. However, upon opening the exquisitely adorned bronze door, they were met not with the imposing figure of their 2-meter-tall, 200 kilograms boss, but rather with an unfamiliar young Eastern boy, Lin Tian himself. What was the first thought that crossed Xiaoyu's mind? Observing the youth before her, who was only slightly older than herself, she was filled with confusion. After all, there was no information hinting at the presence of such a boy here. In other words, they had been completely unprepared for Lin Tian's appearance. Detective Blake was bewildered, Uncle Long was astonished, Xiaoyu was curious, while Old Man furrowed his brow, observing the rapidly shifting compass needle. He then looked up, his gaze filled with wariness as he regarded the young boy ahead. Be cautious. Do not approach. This boy possesses formidable magical energy. Before Old Man's words had fully settled, Detective Blake had already drawn his firearm. In that instant, he instinctively sensed a looming danger emanating from the left corner of the room. Upon drawing his weapon, he found himself facing a man in black, equally armed, John Wick. Currently, he was also one of Lin Tian's subordinates. Lin Tian had assured him that he need not fear the pursuit of the assassin organization, effectively promising him protection, along with other offerings, in exchange for his loyalty. The legendary assassin, John Wick, had not declined the offer, for he had grown weary of a mundane existence. Each assassination of a significant figure would invariably lead to a cascade of repercussions, disrupting his peace. Thus, he was compelled to eliminate yet another wave of adversaries, trapped in a relentless cycle that rendered him a mere killing machine. This state of affairs was far from desirable, yet failing to act would only invite death. Therefore, the prospect of a different choice was one John Wick readily embraced. Additionally, he was deeply intrigued by Lin Tian's abilities, coupled with the promise of longevity. He was eager to discern the veracity of this extraordinary Eastern power. If true, it would undoubtedly be a boon for him, as it would ensure a carefree second half of his life. His only concern was the possibility of being slain by a younger rival due to aging and diminishing vigor. Lin Tian presented him with this opportunity, and now John Wick had also experienced the extraordinary benefits of spiritual energy, which offered him a sense of rejuvenation. Hence, he held a profound trust in Lin Tian, the boy, even to the extent of following his directives. Hold on. Both of you, Lin Tian spoke calmly, observing the standoff with guns drawn on either side. Unlike Xiaoyu and Uncle Long, who exhibited tension, he remained remarkably composed. As guests, why don't you articulate your demands? Lin Tian directed his gaze towards Uncle Long, prompting Detective Blake to speak up. At this juncture, John Wick had lowered his firearm, mirroring the action of Detective Blake. Demands? Uncle Long paused momentarily. Well, Detective Blake glanced at Old Man before continuing. It has come to our attention, at least according to Old Man, that you, or perhaps your establishment, have connections to magical energies? Is there any truth to that? Or is it related to a particular item? For instance, a seal resembling a beer bottle cap, seemingly crafted from stone. What do you think? Do you possess any knowledge of it? Detective Blake inquired. Lin Tian replied ambiguously, nodding slightly. I believe I understand what you're implying. Are you referring to the talismans? I do not possess such items, though you may be alluding to my cultivation chamber, which is imbued with spiritual energy, hence detectable by old man. Lin Tian queried. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by the talismans you mentioned. If you happen to acquire any, might I borrow one? Additionally, if you come across any other talismans, please inform me. Of course, we can collaborate in seeking and collecting them, Lin Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, particularly Detective Blake and Uncle Long. This young man, are you truly just a youth? Or do you merely appear youthful while having lived for several centuries? Detective Blake inquired incredulously. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. I am indeed just a youth. Let us refrain from idle chatter and return to our previous topic. What are your thoughts? At this, Uncle Long's group was left speechless. This is utterly astonishing. Xiaoyu blinked rapidly and exclaimed. Lin Tian, slightly exasperated, responded, What is it? Is there a problem? This remark left Detective Blake momentarily at a loss for words. Could you elaborate on how you came to know of talismans? What channels provided you with such knowledge? And what exactly is this spiritual energy you mentioned? Detective Blake pressed further. Furthermore, why would you, like us, wish to collect these talismans? What is your ultimate aim? Lin Tian smiled. Of course, it is for comprehension. Upon hearing this, Detective Blake felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Comprehension. Old man also displayed a hint of skepticism, seemingly unable to accept Lin Tian's assertion. Indeed, it is merely for comprehension, akin to the spiritual energy I currently harness, which is a form of power that I have derived through my own understanding. The four exchanged glances, contemplating the implications. Might we accompany you to District 13? Detective Blake inquired. I can accommodate that, Lin Tian replied. However, unless you agree to provide me with talismans, I have other priorities to attend to. Collaborating with you may need to be postponed, Lin Tian stated. By the way, what is your relationship with Mr. Jinbing? Uncle Long inquired beside him. I am his new superior, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Chapter 30, A Call from Jinbing. Blake, Uncle Long, little you, and old father were left in a state of bewilderment. However, after Lin Tian exchanged a phone call with someone, they were promptly ushered out of Fisk Tower. They expressed some dissent regarding Lin Tian's actions, but found themselves powerless, as he had no intention of delving further into his identity issues with them, unless they could offer him something of value. They did not formally invite him to visit District 13, nor did they extend the opportunity to observe or borrow the charms they presumably possessed. At the very least, they should have provided him with information regarding the Mafia's Valen, who was currently on the hunt for charms. After all, Valen was backed by the Lord, and the forces he wielded were derived from the masked Shadow Legion. The Lord remained in a state of slumber, and should Lin Tian manage to awaken him, his power would undoubtedly surge. Even after meeting old father and Uncle Long, Lin Tian had experienced a certain elevation, primarily due to his exposure to the magical tracking instrument in old father's possession. This device was capable not only of tracing magical energy, but also of detecting aura. And Lin Tian's energy and spiritual essence fell within its purview. You have encountered the magical tracking device and comprehended a unique power, Zhou Tian perception technique, which enables you to sense nearby special powers and the presence of formidable beings. You have absorbed the magical energy from old father, giving rise to a new method of energy manipulation, spirit chi formula. Mastering this technique allows you to transform your internal spirit energy into various forms, including energy manifestation, foundational purification, and body enhancement. At this moment, Lin Tian utilized his newly acquired Zhou Tian perception technique to accurately sense the auras of old father and the others, who had not wandered far and remained nearby. It appeared they wished to ascertain whether Lin Tian's aura had weakened or strengthened in order to infer his current plans. Unfortunately for them, their efforts bore no fruit. Ultimately, lacking further useful information and unable to determine any connection between Lin Tian and their current adversary, the Mafia's Valen, they chose to depart immediately. Mr. Lin Tian. A few minutes later, Lin Tian's phone rang, a device procured with Jinbing's funds. What is it, Mr. Jinbing? Lin Tian asked. I heard that my company was recently visited by some officers. Have they inquired about anything? Jinbing questioned. Indeed, they posed several inquiries, including those related to the Mafia, Lin Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Jinbing was taken aback. What? The Mafia? So, were those officers after me? His tone grew somber, and Lin Tian could almost sense the turmoil within him through the phone screen. What seems to be the issue? Lin Tian inquired. Do you know Valen, the leader of the mafia? Or have you engaged in any transactions with him? After a brief silence, Jean Bing responded, Valen. I am not very familiar with that name. It sounds vaguely familiar. However, the mafia is an extensive organization, and my business dealings do not involve such individuals. I have heard he is known for collecting art on a global scale. Is that true? That is correct, but his collection comprises more than mere art. It includes items imbued with aura or magical artifacts. This means they are quite extraordinary and are precisely what I am seeking, Lin Tian elaborated. Are you suggesting that they possess special powers, akin to superpowers? Jean Bing queried. Well, perhaps there is a distinction. After all, many individuals possess superpowers, some through mutation, others through technology. However, those might not align with my needs, although certain technological artifacts could be beneficial, Lin Tian explained. In any case, you might want to keep an eye on matters. You are quite familiar with the situation in New York, are you not? If any foreign mafia members arrive, you should be aware, correct? Beyond that, I do not require your interference. For now, focus on managing Walker Company as I instructed, and proceed to the locations I specified for reconnaissance. In the Arctic, attempt to salvage Captain America. In the Middle East, establish contact with the Ten Rings gang. In the future, we may acquire an Ironman near Mexico, cultivate relations with individuals at astronomical observatories. We might encounter a rugged, blonde man descending from the radiant spectrum. Additionally, in Westchester County, converse with Mr. Xavier, the principal of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, and propose collaboration. I can even assist in healing his leg and spinal injuries, something along those lines, Lin Tian detailed. All right, Jean Bing replied, albeit somewhat astonished and perplexed by Lin Tian's directives. However, he recognized that such instructions must serve a purpose. By the way, Mr. Lin, Jean Bing cautiously continued, I have 2 requests I would like to make. Would you be willing to consider them? Speak freely, Lin Tian responded calmly. First, my adversary, Daredevil, occasionally disrupts the order of my subordinates' factions. As you know, the underground scene in New York is not solely mine. However, Daredevil tends to keep a close watch on me, likely due to my mayoral campaign. In short, this is a nuisance. Furthermore, I am also at odds with the Russian mob, who will not relent simply because I am gradually cleansing my reputation. They are competing with me for control of the underground. And even though I do not engage in those dealings, others still covet it, leading to a series of complications. Additionally, we have been short on manpower, which has led to some connections with the Hand, another troublesome organization that wields magic, Jean Bing elaborated. Magic? How intriguing. When they come knocking at your door, I would like to accompany you to the meeting. As for everything else, as long as you manage the business well, it should not pose a significant issue. Chapter 31, Strange Advancement. In the following days, Lin Tian resided in his new quarters within Fisk Tower, guiding his disciples in their training. His current disciples were Dr. Strange and Kate Bishop, the female Hawkeye. Under Lin Tian's tutelage, they had successfully grasped the fundamentals of harnessing spirit energy, allowing it to flow within their bodies. Although they had yet to achieve the mastery required to permeate their entire being, they could sense a distinct difference from their previous mundane forms. Dr. Strange exhibited remarkable talent, clearly favored by the Ancient One. His progress in magic was rapid, and in the realm of spirit energy cultivation, he advanced even more swiftly than he had during his initial magical training. Master, the path of talismans is indeed profoundly arcane. My spirit energy cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I cannot seem to break through. However, I can continue to refine my skills in talismanic arts. I wonder if you would recommend that approach? Dr. Strange, dressed in a white robe, respectfully inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian, who was seated cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled, exclaiming, Ah, the child is indeed teachable. Dr. Strange, your line of thinking is commendable. Very well. I shall compose a few talismans for your study. How does that sound? With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Tian proceeded towards the study adjacent to the training room. This space, dedicated to Lin Tian, was adorned in stark contrast to the minimalist South Asian monk style of the Nepalese Kamathiji, leaning more towards the aesthetics of Eastern cultivation sects and Taoism. After perusing various talismans for warding off evil spirits and attracting wealth in Chinatown shops, he had independently grasped the art of talismans, resulting in his acquisition of the famed Tantian talisman among the 8 extraordinary techniques. Remarkably, even Dr. Strange now exhibited a keen interest in the art of talismans. There was no need for altars, no need for rituals, nor any preparatory work beforehand. The Tantian talisman allowed its wielder to draw talismans at will and in a remarkably short span of time, producing a multitude of them. Of course, this was an ability exclusive to Lin Tian, facilitated by the forces of nature. However, in the present world, the energy of nature was neither exceptionally scarce nor abundantly rich. Therefore, while Lin Tian could impart this skill to others, such as the highly perceptive Doctor Strange, it would be impossible for them to match his extraordinary comprehension. Yet, the practitioner still required spiritual energy to activate the talismans. The intricacies of talisman crafting were profound, akin to encasing spells originally intended for direct invocation, allowing them to be summoned when the need arose. This rendered them less susceptible to the limitations of spiritual energy, which was why Doctor Strange found himself particularly intrigued. In the study, Lin Tian took up his brush and swiftly crafted several talismans. One was the Xinxing talisman, which, when affixed to the leg, would enable the bearer to move with remarkable swiftness. Another was the Suadi Chengtsuan talisman, which, upon activation through a whispered incantation, could transport a person across great distances instantaneously. There was also the Caixin talisman, designed to attract wealth. However, this particular one was not intended for Doctor Strange, but rather for Jean Bing. While some viewed Jean Bing as a symbol of malevolence, Lin Tian held a more nuanced perspective. As he ruled over the underworld, he instilled a greater sense of order within it, though his subordinates were not without their transgressions. Jean Bing had publicly renounced his former life and transformed into a legitimate businessman, a figure who traversed both the criminal and lawful realms, and one whom Lin Tian regarded with significant esteem. Employing him would alleviate many of Lin Tian's commercial concerns. Nevertheless, Lin Tian had imposed numerous regulations upon him. Other talismans included the Haoyun talisman, which could enhance one's fortune, the Wulei talisman, capable of summoning heavenly thunder, and the Tsubing talisman, which could dispel ailments. These exquisite and esoteric talismans appeared on yellow paper, astonishing Doctor Strange, who had entered to observe. "My goodness, Master, you can create such intricate talismans with such ease?" He marveled. "Just standing nearby, I can already sense some of their essence. This one is the Tsubing talisman, correct? Meaning I could use it even during surgery?" "Indeed. You are correct," Lin Tian replied, turning to appraise Doctor Strange, also known as the Sorcerer Supreme. Given the original timeline, he should not have reached such a level of proficiency at this juncture. Although his spiritual energy was somewhat lacking, he had already begun to wield talismans of his own composition, indicating that he had acquired an array of talismanic abilities. If Strange were to follow Master Gui, he would still require time to grasp the fundamentals. More specifically, it was during an encounter with the traitorous disciple of Master Gui, Caecilius, who sought to seize the page from the Darkhold that summoned Dormammu, and while battling the sorcerers of the Sanctum, that Strange gradually became familiar with and awakened his own abilities. This could be attributed to the fact that, while Doctor Strange was indeed a child of destiny, his growth could be classified into active and passive categories. Currently, the spiritual energy could nourish his body directly, providing him with an entirely different experience. The profundity of talismans was also something he could now engage with directly. In contrast, Master Guyi's magic primarily drew power from other dimensions, which, in the short term, did not affect personal physicality or induce any significant changes. Even upon mastering it to the level of the Sorcerer Supreme, one's physical form could still remain relatively fragile. This did not imply that magic lacked the capacity to enhance physical strength. For example, Shazam and Black Adam became powerful through the blessings of the Greek gods. However, their system diverged from that of Master Guyi's magic. This characteristic of Master Guyi's magic often led to her disciples being more susceptible to casualties during enemy invasions. And ultimately, it was this very flaw that contributed to her demise. Even if she had intended it, and her soul might still persist, she had not truly perished. "Oh, Doctor Strange, my disciple," Lin Tian said after completing the talismans, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "Let me present you with another item." He rummaged through his robes and produced a small object. It was a miniature, multicolored teleportation array base, designed to facilitate transport. However, it may differ somewhat from the suspended artifacts of Master Gui and her contemporaries. "All right, Master. By the way, I am still curious to inquire about your relationship with Master Gui," Doctor Strange remarked, his brow furrowed in a peculiar expression. Perhaps he deemed such a question too gossipy and intrusive into the privacy of significant figures, leaving him uncertain as to whether he should pursue this line of inquiry. Lin Tian chuckled in response. "Your question is quite intriguing. I shall answer you candidly. I believe I have mentioned before that 4 years ago, I was rescued by Master Gui on the very same Himalayan peaks as you. However, I lacked any aptitude for magic, or rather, my talents reside in other realms, particularly in certain Eastern arts, which have shaped my abilities to be rooted in these traditions rather than in magic." Doctor Strange, upon hearing this, knitted his brow into a deep furrow, appearing quite perplexed. He continued, Master, your words leave me somewhat bewildered. I wish to understand. Previously, she referred to me as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Do you have any insight into this? Sorcerer Supreme. Such a title does sound a bit ludicrous, Dr. Strange remarked. Lin Tian smiled, quickly regaining his composure. I find it neither ludicrous nor unwarranted. Indeed, it ought to be your rightful title in the future. However, at this, Dr. Strange appeared even more confounded, asking, but how do you know this? Ah, that pertains to a unique treasure safeguarded by Master Gui, likely within the New York Sanctum. I intend to borrow it for further exploration. I anticipate it will yield various revelations, Lin Tian explained. This Eye of Agamotto, one of the 6 infinity stones possessing immense power, specifically the Time Stone, granted Master Gui the ability to foresee the future. Of course, this aspect may not be of great significance, as she viewed the future as it was originally destined to unfold. In our Eastern Taoist practices, we possess similar methods of divination. Even in the absence of the Time Stone, the technique can still be employed. Though it is not something you are yet capable of mastering, Lin Tian continued. Understood, Master, Dr. Strange nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Miss Christine Palmer, my girlfriend, is also quite intrigued by your method of cultivating spiritual energy. I wonder if it would be possible for her to learn? Certainly, however, she would only be considered a 3rd-generation disciple. As a 2nd-generation disciple, it is your responsibility to impart her everything. Unless she makes a significant contribution that warrants my special commendation. Otherwise, she cannot surpass the established rules to become my direct disciple. Lin Tian stated with a gravity that belied his youthful appearance. That is acceptable, Dr. Strange replied with a smile. Your texts are already quite clear. I believe she should find it easy to get started. By the way, regarding Mr. Kingpin, he continued, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. This building is his property. And you mentioned earlier that he also provided us with financial support, as well as overseeing the management and operations of the superhero organization, Walker Enterprises. Does that mean he is now considered your disciple? Moreover, I have heard rumors of him being a leader in New York's underworld. Is there any truth to that? If so, does that imply? Dr. Strange's expression revealed a hint of concern. That is of no consequence, Lin Tian replied calmly. Firstly, Mr. Kingpin has largely shifted his business dealings into legitimate avenues. Furthermore, the underworld requires a balance. After all, crime never truly dissipates. Even with legal prohibitions, there remain nefarious individuals in this country, and without regulation, matters could become far more chaotic than they already are. Additionally, the underground forces within the city far exceed his singular influence. There are the High Table's assassin organizations, other gangs, and even supervillains may emerge. This is part of the necessary balance. Of course, once our Walker Enterprises is fully operational, we can endeavor to eradicate much of this crime. Though it is possible it may merely be displaced to other cities. Dr. Strange mused, his brow furrowing. However, will Mr. Kingpin truly heed your commands? I perceive him as a man of ambition. His physical prowess is among the strongest of all mortals. Dr. Strange's thoughts drifted back to the earlier incident in the hospital, where Kingpin had suddenly awakened and pinned his rival, Dr. Henry, against the wall. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. Even now, as a practitioner of spiritual energy and an Eastern cultivator, Dr. Strange worried whether Kingpin, upon acquiring similar powers, might exploit them to further malevolence or even turn against Lin Tian and himself. Rest assured, that will not happen, Lin Tian assured him with a smile. I am acutely aware of Kingpin's Achilles heel, his family, particularly Miss Vanessa. Moreover, even if he wished to become our adversary, he would likely lack the strength to do so. Let us not forget, there are other superheroes watching him closely, such as Daredevil, who is indeed one of the individuals I am considering recruiting into Walker Enterprises. Meanwhile, in the Sanctum Sanctorum, Wong reported to Master Ancient One about Lin Tian's recent activities. It appears he has taken control of a local tycoon and constructed an unknown magical array around his building. At least, I can sense a peculiar energy swirling about. Though it should not interfere with our defenses against intrusions from other dimensions, Wong conveyed. This Lin Tian is indeed quite extraordinary, Master Ancient One remarked. By the way, may I inquire whether you have pinpointed the exact location of the demonic presence you tracked in New York City? I cannot say for certain. This demon is exceedingly cunning. Wong replied. It seems to be lingering near the Continental Hotel, but its current whereabouts remain unknown. Chapter 33, A Gathering of Sorcerers? At this moment, Lin Tian had just concluded his training and inscribed talismans for his disciple, Dr. Strange, when he suddenly sensed a peculiar aura through his celestial perception technique. However, due to the idiosyncrasies of his own cultivation method, Lin Tian instantly recognized that this energy was amiss. It bore no resemblance to that of a human, but rather resembled something monstrous. Before long, he discerned familiar figures. One was Wang, Dr. Strange's disciple, and the other was the recently departed uncle and dad. Lin Tian swiftly confirmed a crucial detail. Their target was indeed the inhuman entity he had just sensed. Additionally, a third intruder, whose identity remained unknown to Lin Tian, appeared, a figure radiating a dazzling light that alternated between gold and purple, exuding an aura of the uncanny. What is this situation? Are they engaged in a hunting competition? Lin Tian pondered. Given that these individuals had gathered near the building he occupied, and considering Uncle's mastery of magic, it seemed evident they were there to confront the non-human entity. Lin Tian contemplated. The fact that both Wang and Uncle, adept in the arcane arts, had focused their attention on this creature indicated that it was likely connected to magic as well. Its specific identity, however, remained shrouded in mystery, though that mystery might soon be unraveled, for Lin Tian was already in motion. With his formidable sensing abilities, he was certain he would locate the target more swiftly than the others. Meanwhile, Wang had just exited the Sanctum Sanctorum and had a phone conversation with Master Ancient One. He then activated a teleportation array using his enchanted ring, transporting himself directly to the vicinity of the demon. Wang's expertise lay not in insight, but in teleportation, so he could only vaguely perceive the demon's position. Nevertheless, arriving nearby suggested he would soon encounter the target. Master Ancient One, I am in position, Wang sent another message. But I can't shake the feeling that an interloper has appeared. He noticed a figure in a brown trench coat, with golden hair, striding toward him with a casual confidence, smoking a cigarette. From this individual emanated a magical energy that felt somewhat peculiar, making it difficult for Wang to distinctly identify the aura. It appeared to possess both divine and demonic attributes, alternating rather than coexisting. At this moment, Wang felt a mixture of confusion and wariness. Suddenly, a bright blue light streaked overhead, capturing his attention. As he looked up, the Hellblazer, John Constantine, simultaneously glanced upward, observing the same figure above. Constantine felt bewildered. He appeared to have witnessed someone soaring through the sky, yet he did not sense the demonic aura he would expect, suggesting that this individual was not a demon. Wang, on the other hand, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had misperceived what he had just seen. As he gazed upon the figure he had just encountered, a realization struck him. It was not a stranger, but rather his former junior disciple, Lin Tian. The ambiguity surrounding Lin Tian's current status, whether he was indeed still his junior or had transcended to a different realm, left Wang in a state of confusion. The Ancient One had previously expelled Lin Tian from Camartage, yet it seemed this very act had awakened some extraordinary and unknown talents within him. Wang felt an inexplicable urge to observe Lin Tian further, to discern his intentions. What exactly was Lin Tian engaged in? Wang pondered, bewildered. Moreover, he was flying. How could it be possible? Wang's head spun, a faint throbbing ache accompanying his disbelief. Even after years of being a disciple of the Ancient One, he had yet to master the art of flight. In fact, even the Ancient One herself had not achieved such a feat. While it was conceivable to utilize rare spells to achieve flight, the Ancient One had never attempted it in the heat of battle. If that fleeting existence above him was indeed Lin Tian, it was nothing short of astonishing and utterly unfathomable. More importantly, why had he suddenly appeared? Wang's expression reflected his perplexity. He could not fathom any reason for Lin Tian's presence unless their objectives were intricately aligned. Was he here to confront the demon? Wang found himself taken aback. Could it truly be so? Doubt lingered within him, yet it seemed his disbelief held little weight. For in the eyes of his mentor, the Ancient One, Lin Tian had already become an anomaly. Good day, sir. May I inquire about your purpose here? Wang directed his question to the peculiar companion before him. John Constantine. My apologies. This is my first invitation to the White Eagle, New York City, and I find myself rather unfamiliar with the surroundings. Moreover, I was summoned to perform an exorcism, though it appears the ritual has encountered some complications, Constantine elaborated. Complications? Wang inquired further. Could you elaborate? Wait. Did you say exorcism? Wang suddenly realized something significant. So, the demon that has recently surfaced in New York was unleashed by you? His responsibilities included overseeing and protecting New York from threats originating from other dimensions, such as demons. Typically, these entities did not manifest without cause. They were often summoned by someone. If this colleague had indeed admitted to summoning the demon, it would substantiate Wang's suspicions. Such a being warranted immediate transport to the Sanctum Sanctorum, perhaps even before the Ancient One for judgment. Should he be ensnared by the demon's influence yet retain a semblance of humanity, he might be educated and punished with arduous tasks, ultimately stripped of his magical prowess and returned to the mortal realm. Step aside. If you cannot comprehend human speech, I just stated it was an exorcism. An exorcism that inadvertently allowed the demon to escape, the Hellblazer continued. Chapter 34. Comprehending the Sorcery of the Underworld? Before long, Lin Tian had pinpointed his target. The demon's appearance was less formidable than he had anticipated. It seemed rather unimposing. To gauge its true prowess, he would need to confront it directly. In the midst of his sword flight, Lin Tian undoubtedly became the first among the hunters to reach the demon. Instantly upon arrival, he commanded the ice sword beneath him, transforming it into a weapon to strike at the fleeing demon from behind. At that moment, Lin Tian confirmed a crucial fact from the perspective of ordinary bystanders. The demon was invisible. In other words, it was cloaked from their sight. Yet, whether it was due to Lin Tian's heightened senses or his innate spiritual abilities that counteracted malevolence, he perceived the demon clearly, which bore a grotesque resemblance to a ghoul and a vengeful spirit. Its decayed, misshapen body and human limbs were adorned with hair, creating an appearance that could induce nightmares in children, leaving them waking in terror with soaked sheets. Pathetic, Lin Tian muttered under his breath. This creature, claiming to be fearsome, was anything but. While it did possess an element of horror, its primary attributes were more grotesque and repulsive. In Lin Tian's understanding, this demon belonged to the ranks of minor minions. Yet, that did not necessarily imply weakness, if size did not dictate the strength of a demon. Lin Tian was reminded of the demons featured in Jackie Chan adventures, such as the likes of Pakong, Simu, Dikue, and others, none of whom appeared as repugnant as the one before him, yet undoubtedly surpassed it in power. There was also the possibility that this demon was merely a vanguard, suggesting that a greater horde of demons might soon invade the mortal realm. Whether this hypothesis held any truth remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Lin Tian resolved to suppress this demon, a task he believed he could undertake to assess his current capabilities. Begone, foul creature. At that moment, Lin Tian employed the sword control technique, directing the ice sword toward the demon below. The moment the demon was pinned to the ground, a familiar voice resonated nearby. The speaker was none other than Wang's father, who was riding alongside Uncle Long and Xiao Yu in a vehicle. As the signature incantation echoed, a yellow beam shot forth from the pufferfish in his hand, aimed at the demon firmly embedded in the ground. The demon let out a cry of pain, yet it seemed largely unaffected, still struggling desperately against the ice sword that pinned it to its chest, attempting to extricate itself. Meanwhile, Lin Tian descended gracefully from his perch on the ice sword, his attention drawn to two figures emerging in the distance, Constantine and Wang, who had just stepped through a portal summoned by Wang. At last, I've got you. Upon spotting the demon ensnared on the ground, Constantine swiftly retrieved a cross pendant from his chest, while Wang summoned the Ring of Ragdur, a pair of circular magical sigils that served as both a catalyst for many spells and a means of close combat. Taking the form of circular or fan-shaped blades. Step aside. Constantine approached nonchalantly, even flipping his hair in a show of bravado, hovering a meter above the ground. Lin Tian scrutinized the demon for a moment before choosing to act. He swiftly inscribed the heavenly talisman, conjuring the 5 thunder talisman, and cast it toward the demon's form with deliberate intent. As the blue and white luminescent sigils manifested upon the demon's chest, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from within its form. In an instant, the brilliance was so blinding that those present instinctively shielded their eyes with their sleeves. When they finally lowered their arms, they discovered that the demon had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an ice sword embedded in the ground and a peculiar black substance resembling both coal and feathers scattered around. It was not difficult to deduce that this was the ash left by the demon, utterly incinerated by the lightning. At this moment, Lin Tian comprehended the truth. His lightning magic could indeed affect demons and other malevolent entities, whether they hailed from the east or the west. Any embodiment of evil could be subdued by the power of lightning. At least, that was the case with the recently vanquished demon. You have encountered the vanguard of the demon Mammon, the carrion demon, and have unwittingly connected to another dimension, the realm of hell. However, due to the repulsion from the western hell, you instinctively reached out to the eastern underworld, the netherworld. You have grasped the summoning techniques of the netherworld, ghostly eye, breath of the yellow springs, revivification technique. Observing the new skills he had acquired, Lin Tian felt a flicker of surprise. These abilities were indeed closely aligned with the essence of the netherworld, albeit seemingly at a rudimentary level. Ghostly eye grants insight into the information of spirits. Breath of the yellow springs envelopes a target in the breath of the yellow springs, inflicting various debilitating effects. Revivification technique forcibly grants someone a brief extension of life, typically only for a few seconds. Extending this further incurs a cost. Netherworld summoning technique allows one to summon spirits from the netherworld. As Lin Tian reflected upon his newfound skills, a sense of astonishment washed over him. In a sense, he had become a version of an Eastern hellish detective. However, he now perceived that many of his skills were unnecessary in practice. After all, with the power of lightning at his disposal, why complicate matters? Nearby, John Constantine, who had intended to summon holy light to eradicate the demon, stood momentarily stunned. He glanced at the remnants of black ash before shifting his gaze to Lin Tian. Feeling a tumult of emotions, it seemed to suggest, well, here comes someone to steal my thunder. Lin Tian merely cast a glance at the others, finding them inconsequential, and took to the skies. Chapter 35, The Judgment of Master Ancient One. Due to the rapidity of events, and the demon's location being in a rather secluded alley, Lin Tian's flight went largely unnoticed by the public. Those who did catch a glimpse likely only saw a fleeting shadow, with no one regarding him as a real person or a mere youth, save for those who already knew him. At this moment, Lin Tian's display of defeating the demon had been witnessed by Uncle Long, Old Father, Wang, and the hellish detective, among others. They were all left with a singular thought, sheer bewilderment. Indeed, even those among them who were aware of Lin Tian's uniqueness, such as Old Father, did not expect such prowess from someone of his age. The lightning technique he had just employed to dispatch the demon would presumably have the same effect if directed at them. This implied that the lightning magic possessed formidable lethality not only against demons and malevolent spirits, but also against humans, capable of reducing a person to mere charred remains. Of course, if given the choice, they would not opt to withstand such an attack with their physical forms. At least now, having witnessed Lin Tian's capabilities, they held this notion. My goodness, exclaimed the hellish detective, Constantine. Could this child be a hybrid? Wait, is he not of Eastern descent? Is that an Eastern exorcism technique? Indeed it was. In that moment, Constantine found himself at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. He could ascertain one thing. This youth was undeniably extraordinary, and his methods appeared entirely distinct from their own framework, yet they proved equally effective. So what are you all doing here? Surely, you aren't also here for the demon? Constantine inquired, turning to face Uncle Long, Old Father, and the others, as Lin Tian's figure vanished into the heavens. Why else would we be here? Wang replied, crossing his arms defiantly. We are here for the same reason. From a distance, Xiaoyu, who had arrived late, but still witnessed Lin Tian obliterating the demon, echoed the sentiment. Old Father, Uncle Long, she greeted, her lively spirit evident. You rascal, Uncle Long exclaimed, somewhat exasperated at the sight of the mischievous young girl, as they had not intended to bring her along on this venture. In fact, it was Old Father who had decided to send her home when he detected the demon's presence, opting to investigate the situation alongside Uncle Long. What are you worried about? Old Father? I'm perfectly fine now, Xiaoyu replied cheerfully. Moreover, I had the chance to witness that amazing young man's prowess, she added, playfully winking. At her words, Old Father let out a resigned sigh, adjusting his spectacles without further comment. Meanwhile, Wang had already opened a portal, stepping through without waiting for anyone to notice. By the time they realized, he had vanished into the portal, arriving beside Master Ancient One in Camartage. Master Ancient One. Meanwhile, in Camartage, the sanctum of the Ancient One, the master had just awakened from his meditative state. Upon seeing his disciple Wang, he paused momentarily before inquiring, What brings you here, Wang? Have you made any discoveries? The demonic aura that emerged in New York, Wang began, but then the Ancient One seemed to grasp something, his brow furrowing slightly. Oh, did Lin Tian take action? The Ancient One continued. In that case, some matters may not be as unpredictable as they seem. Perhaps the occurrence itself is entirely normal. Really, Master? Is it truly normal? Wang asked, his brow knitting in confusion, his expression peculiar. What is it? The Ancient One noticed Wang's strange demeanor and seemed to discern something. Wang, you are a commendable sorcerer and will achieve great things in the future. However, Lin Tian is different. He is an exception. His actions suggest he is uniquely special. Indeed, even with the eye of Agamotto, I cannot foresee his future trajectory, which underscores this point. Among all those I have encountered, only Lin Tian possesses such a trait. Others, even Doctor Strange, are predictable. Yet, the predetermined future has been disrupted by the emergence of the unpredictable Lin Tian, the Ancient One elucidated. Upon hearing this, Wang felt even more perplexed and somewhat bewildered. In that case, Master Ancient One, I have a question. Why did you send him away? Wang mused, recalling Lin Tian's figure. I feel his strength rivals my own, discounting my ability to wield the portal, even in the realm of subduing malevolent spirits and vanquishing demons. He may have already surpassed me. Wang spoke with a hint of resignation. Oh, upon hearing this, Master Gu momentarily fell silent. After a brief pause, he blinked and replied, "Well, this might be my oversight." It was as though he were conversing with himself. In the beginning, although I recognized his unpredictable nature, I also noted his nearly non-existent magical aptitude, which ultimately led me to decide to send him down the mountain. The facts seemed to corroborate this. After descending, his latent potential was truly awakened, resulting in a remarkable surge in his power, albeit in a domain where we are not particularly adept, even if it bears some resemblance to our magic. One might say that Lin Tian's talent is predominantly concentrated in the Eastern arts of Taoism rather than our specialized field of magic. However, upon hearing this, Wang felt somewhat disheartened and remarked, "Yet, Lin Tian's progress has accelerated exponentially, hasn't it? Is he even human? Could it be that he has made some unwholesome connection with a different dimension, just like Caecilius? Indeed, this is one of the reasons I assigned you to monitor him. He undeniably possesses a wealth of continuously emerging power. However, at least from my perspective, it does not yet seem malevolent." Chapter 36. The confusion of the Patriot at this moment. After vanquishing the demon, Lin Tian felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. Naturally, he was not inclined to casually summon beings from the underworld, as such actions could adversely affect the surrounding neighbors or lead to misunderstandings, potentially attracting certain peculiar individuals, such as hellish detectives, to his doorstep. "Mr. Lin Tian, the business at Walker Enterprises requires your attention." He received a call from Kingpin. Just moments ago in the training room, he had heard his disciple, Dr. Strange, mention Kingpin, and now he was to meet with him. At Walker Enterprises, within the expansive office, several individuals were gathered around a circular table. Among them was Mr. Kingpin, alongside Uncle Ben, with a few others standing nearby. President, what exactly is going on here? Wasn't the plan to launch me as the first superhero of the new generation? Why has the company been acquired, and what about me?" A blond man, with a somewhat innocent expression, directed his gaze towards Kingpin and Uncle Ben. This man is the Patriot. In his 30s, he possesses a handsome countenance, rugged features, and a robust physique, clad in a blue uniform complemented by a red and white cape. His outfit is adorned with golden shoulder pads and a belt featuring a winged angel motif, exuding a distinctly patriotic aura. He was originally intended to be the first superhero introduced by Walker Enterprises in their new era. Furthermore, he was the first among the test subjects of Compound V to survive and exhibited the most potent superhuman abilities. Previously, Walker Enterprises had invested a substantial amount of time, effort, financial resources, and manpower to train the Patriot, ensuring he could be controlled by the company. Naturally, these endeavors required considerable expenditure. The introduction of a superhero would signify the company's official commencement of recouping its investments through various advertisements, marketing, and merchandise, guaranteeing substantial profits for Walker Enterprises. However, due to Kingpin's abrupt intervention with the Fisk Group, Walker Enterprises found itself acquired at this critical juncture. Naturally, the Patriot harbored great concerns regarding his debut. He was eager to ascertain whether he would still be the leading figure in the anticipated superhero team, the Seven. Thus, upon encountering Kingpin, the new, at least ostensibly, head of the company, the Patriot's demeanor shifted, and he felt an unspoken pressure. He promptly realized that the man before him was exceedingly dangerous, and thus decided to call his superior, Lin Tian. "Patriot, have you reviewed his dossier?" Kingpin inquired, furrowing his brow during the call with Lin Tian. "I initially assumed that Walker Enterprises was merely a small-time operation, and that the so-called Compound V was nothing more than a super soldier serum. But now it appears something is amiss. Is the data on this Patriot normal? Super strength, super speed, super reflexes, super defense, super hearing, X-ray vision, laser eyes. Is he truly not a deity? Can such a being even be considered human? And he was created from a compound." Kingpin was utterly astonished upon reviewing the files. However, as he was still in a meeting, he maintained a facade of calmness, though a flicker of fear began to stir within him. After all, even if his physique was among the strongest of humanity, it could not compare to that of a superhuman, let alone a creature capable of tearing apart trucks with bare hands or firing high-temperature lasers. "Can we truly control such an entity?" Kingpin questioned. In response, Lin Tian's expression remained largely unchanged. "First and foremost, there is no need for alarm," Lin Tian reassured him. Walker Enterprises had indeed done a commendable job in training the Patriot, although it was not yet entirely comprehensive. Moreover, the Patriot does possess certain shortcomings. However, addressing them may not be straightforward at this moment, so I advise you to remain composed and maintain your authoritative demeanor. Moreover, his vulnerabilities lie in his vanity and pursuit of fame. As long as you capitalize on this, you can establish a basic level of control over him. Of course, Should he make any excessive demands, do inform me promptly. Additionally, should he be on the verge of a violent outburst, you may swiftly call for me. In fact, I am already here." As he spoke, Lin Tian's figure appeared outside the window of Walker Enterprises, standing upon an ice sword, suspended in midair. He then casually sliced through the glass before soaring inside. The onlookers were left astounded. The Patriot furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the young Oriental figure before him, filled with countless questions. "So, this is the new hero your company plans to unveil after its upgrade?" The young knight. The Patriot pointed at Lin Tian, glancing at Uncle Ben and Kingpin, donning a peculiar smile. "Surely, I understand the company's desire to tap into the youth market, but as far as I know, there should still be some superheroes from my era. Are underage superheroes even eligible to be employed by the company?" The Patriot spread his arms in a casual manner, clearly feeling that the youth before him could not possibly be his rival. Nonetheless, he found Lin Tian's entrance rather perplexing. Upon making this remark, the Patriot observed the two bosses before him, only to realize they were devoid of any laughter, which left him feeling rather embarrassed. He turned to Lin Tian, then back to the others. "Boss," Kingpin spoke up. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben remained silent. At this moment, the Patriot was left dumbfounded. "What?" He turned once more, scrutinizing Lin Tian, feeling utterly astonished. "No way. Haha. My superior, the boss's boss's boss, is this mere boy? Is today April Fool's Day?" The Patriot exclaimed. The individual from the motherland once again showcased his expressive capabilities, furrowing his brows momentarily before casting a glance at his superior ahead. Observing their countenance, which remained as frigid as stone, he felt an increased sense of bewilderment. At that moment, the demeanor of the motherlander grew serious. He turned once more to scrutinize the youth beside him, and with a solemn tone, he inquired, "So, is this truly the case?" Chapter 37. I am your boss. Indeed, it is true. Lin Tian was now standing upright. He sheathed the icy sword from his back, allowing it to merge with his being. "I am indeed your boss," Lin Tian stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the motherlander struggled to suppress his emotions. At that moment, he felt utterly disoriented, tinged with a hint of anger. Gazing at the young Oriental lad before him left him utterly perplexed as to the circumstances at hand. Was this young scion a wealthy second generation? Also someone who had undergone the injection of compound number 5, much like himself? If so, then the motherlander could grasp some semblance of understanding. Beyond that, he found himself at a loss. "Ah, Zugwa," Lin Tian remarked casually, his expressions rather animated. He looked up and nonchalantly patted the motherlander on the shoulder. The moment he felt the other's arm upon his shoulder, the motherlander could hardly contain himself. His entire arm trembled slightly. Who was this person? He was currently recognized as the most formidable superhuman known. Although there were others who had emerged on Blue Star, such as mutants, he had conducted research and discovered that, aside from Professor X, there were hardly any others capable of posing a threat to him. Of course, he did not dismiss the possibility of some extraordinary mutant of whom he was unaware. "What is the matter, Zugwa? Do you dislike having your shoulder patted?" Lin Tian suddenly chuckled, maintaining an unusually close proximity to the motherlander. This so-called safety distance was merely a psychological defense mechanism that individuals constructed for their own comfort. In reality, most ordinary folk, even standing several meters or tens of meters away, were not truly safe from the motherlander, for he could see through cover. However, Lin Tian exhibited no signs of fear towards the motherlander, instead emanating an air of familiarity that made the motherlander deeply uncomfortable. Even though he had just been informed by two superiors that the lad before him was indeed his boss, he could not suppress an overwhelming urge, a primal impulse to immediately rend this insignificant creature before him to shreds. In the recesses of the motherlander's mind, he envisioned this scene play out, albeit in a fleeting moment of distraction. In truth, he had yet to take any action. His facial expression had grown increasingly grim and rigid, even to the point of biting his lip. "Zugwa, I have high hopes for you," Lin Tian stated, directing his gaze into the motherlander's eyes, causing him to momentarily freeze. "What?" the motherlander queried. "I said, I have high hopes for you. I also perceive the tumult within your heart. You are contemplating tearing off my arm and extracting my heart, aren't you?" Lin Tian spoke nonchalantly, treating the matter with utter disregard. Upon hearing this, the motherlander suddenly forced an awkward laugh. "Haha, boss, you truly jest," he replied. "By the way, I have always maintained a rather good attitude towards children." His tone, however, seemed to carry a dual meaning, as if to mock Lin Tian. Though he appeared exceedingly clever, resembling a prodigy, he was, in reality, far from wise, for he had provoked a lion, and that lion was the motherlander himself. "In truth, I could offer you an opportunity to test this, But I'll first address other matters, Lin Tian said, regaining his serious demeanor. Zugua, let's discuss business. Your strength is already formidable. You are destined to be a star within the company. Upon uttering these words, the Motherlander's expression softened somewhat. And then, he inquired further. Then, you ought to broaden your horizons. As an individual transformed by compound number 5, your weaknesses remain quite apparent. Such as? The Motherlander asked. A hint of arrogance creeping into his inquiry, as he casually placed a hand on his hip, revealing a few crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Your regenerative abilities, your lifespan, and other factors. While your torso possesses considerable strength, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Lastly, there is one point I shall withhold. At this, the Motherlander erupted into hearty laughter, to the point of tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the young boss before him, as though he were witnessing something exceedingly ludicrous. Oh dear. Haha, my apologies, boss, young boss. What you just said was truly amusing. You have succeeded in making me laugh. While saying this, he clapped his hands and pointed at Lin Tian, though a hint of danger lurked behind his smile. What you just remarked? Oh, forgive me. Haha, I truly lost my breath from laughter. The Motherlander rubbed his stomach, then straightened himself, fixing his gaze upon Lin Tian, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. Honestly, were those remarks crafted after reviewing my dossier, or did you conjure them on the spot? Your privileged upbringing has garnered you the respect and applause of all, leading you to believe that all your assertions are correct, am I right? At least, as long as they appear correct to you, they are deemed so, correct? The Motherlander jested with a playful tone, casting a glance at Uncle Fried Chicken and Jean Bing. His eyes filled with significant meaning, as if inquiring through his smile of those two who seemed more like the true bosses. Zugua, I think you ought to. Jean Bing began, his expression remaining unchanged. Oh, noticing that no one shared in the laughter, the Motherlander immediately felt a tinge of boredom. However, he had gleaned that Lin Tian was neither an unceremonious appointee nor merely a nominal superior. Otherwise, if there had been any reluctance, these two bosses would have laughed along. But they did not. This confirmed that Lin Tian was indeed the true boss. The big boss. Lin Tian asserted earnestly, channeling a surge of spiritual energy that flowed through the Motherlander's wrist and into his body. How do you feel now, Zugua? Lin Tian inquired. Chapter 38. The Motherlander's Sincere Smile. The Motherlander, upon experiencing Lin Tian's touch, harbored no peculiar thoughts. After all, to him, even if they were both superhumans molded by compound number 5, there remained an intrinsic distinction between himself and the others. His esteemed peers from the same batch possessed unique prowess in specific domains, but lacked the all-encompassing versatility he boasted. Thus, in the Motherlander's eyes, the young Oriental boss before him was akin to tofu, even though he had now learned to control his strength to avoid shattering fragile objects. However, the sensation of spiritual energy entering his body was profoundly enigmatic. The citizens of the homeland experienced an unprecedented sensation. What is this? He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. An energy of the East, which I refer to as Qi, can bestow a multitude of benefits, such as prolonging life, transforming misfortune into fortune, and maintaining mental clarity, among others. Furthermore, it can also serve as a means of offense. Oh, the citizen of the homeland paused momentarily upon hearing this, somewhat bewildered, yet responding in agreement. That does sound quite impressive. Perhaps so, Lin Tian replied. Indeed, through my cultivation, I have undergone a transformation. I can now elementalize myself, possessing various elements: metal, wood, water, ice, fire, earth, and thunder. As Lin Tian spoke, a sudden smile graced his lips. In the next instant, an extraordinary force emanated from the citizen of the homeland, who was then effortlessly yanked up by Lin Tian and slammed onto the table, reducing the marble surface to mere powder. Taken aback by such an unexpected assault, the citizen's expression shifted from confusion to anger, and then to a frenzied state as he scrambled to find the youth who had just ambushed him, leaving him in such a disheveled state. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained steadfast, not budging an inch. The citizen of the homeland then retaliated with a swift strike aimed at Lin Tian's forearm. This move mirrored Lin Tian's previous attack, with a clear intent of retribution, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since Lin Tian had just harmed him, it seemed only fair for the citizen to return the favor. He chose to strike only the arm, constrained by an inner code of ethics, morality, and the company's regulations that instinctively held him back, teaching him the art of reading the room. Against a mere thug, he could unleash violence without restraint. But against a youth, especially one associated with his superior, he felt compelled to temper his actions, lest the situation escalate uncontrollably. He remained uncertain of the forces behind Lin Tian. Should they summon Professor X, known for his mental prowess, the consequence could be quite dire for him. Additionally, there was another reason. Prior to this, the company's flagship product, the Soldier Boy, had been immensely popular, reigning supreme until the emergence of Captain America. This was the very status the Citizen aspired to, a celebrated superhero. Yet, even the formidable Soldier Boy had reportedly met his end at the hands of the Russians during World War II. Thus, the extent of the youth's abilities remained unclear to him. As he struck, he found nothing but air. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian had transformed into liquid, only to revert to his original form shortly thereafter. The Citizen's blow seemed to have merely skimmed the surface of water, causing ripples that quickly subsided. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, the citizen of the homeland finally grasped the meaning behind Lin Tian's earlier words. By harnessing this energy known as spiritual qi, he could elementalize himself. If he could become water, could he also transform into fire or thunder? Would his laser vision even be effective then? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively considered attempting it, yet reason held him back. The rationale was the same as before. Should he harm the young master, the repercussions would be unfavorable. More importantly, the citizen of the homeland had begun to re-evaluate Lin Tian. In his eyes, Lin Tian was no longer just a self-important, oblivious rich kid, but rather a figure shrouded in mystery and possessing formidable powers. Though the citizen did not understand how Lin Tian achieved this, if what he claimed was true, it was indeed remarkable. Are you contemplating using your laser vision? Lin Tian inquired. Techniques involving elemental transformation and celestial phenomena are indeed uncommon. But I am prepared to employ a spiritual qi shield to counter your laser. Come forth, Lin Tian stated with calm assurance. At this moment, the citizen had yet to brush off the marble dust from his attire and bore a look of confusion, still processing his superior's previous courteous remarks. Really? The citizen turned to glance at his companions, Jean Bing and Uncle Fried Chicken, before returning his gaze to Lin Tian, whose eyes now shone a bright crimson. In the next instant, a beam of red light shot toward Lin Tian's leg. Yet, in a heartbeat, a shield of spiritual qi materialized, effortlessly deflecting the laser. The citizen retracted his laser vision in an instant, his face awash with astonishment. Wow, amazing, he exclaimed, raising his fists in excitement before his chest. His expression one of genuine surprise. He regarded Lin Tian with newfound admiration, as if looking upon a treasure or a powerful ally. Indeed, you are worthy of being my boss. The citizen turned, revealing a characteristic smile that, to those who knew his true nature, might seem insincere. Internally, he felt a mix of discomfort and thrill, yet this was his authentic smile, born from the heart. In that moment, the citizen's eyes reflected sincerity and a hint of respect. He looked at the young man before him with the gaze reserved for a friend. After all, in his life, there had been few who could truly connect with him on a meaningful level. Most people, while not overtly demonstrating it, were aware of their fear of him. However, before him stood Lin Tian, a true anomaly, perhaps even a kindred spirit. Chapter 39, Settling Matters with the Citizen of the Homeland. Lin Tian was quite pleased with the citizen's attitude. This individual represented an unpredictable element, and having managed to bring him under control temporarily alleviated a potential threat. During his interactions with the citizen, Lin Tian experienced a moment of enlightenment. Having absorbed the citizen's outer appearance, fragile bone refinement technique has evolved into bloodline body refinement technique, transitioning from copper skin and iron bones to a state of profound resilience throughout the body. Having received the citizen's laser vision attack, I have comprehended the electric eye pressure technique. Your eyes now possess not only superhuman vision, but also the ability to convert spiritual energy into electrifying energy beams. Feeling the strength of the citizen, I have grasped the enigmatic strength technique, doubling my power. Furthermore, by utilizing the unique strengths of certain beings, I can enhance my strength even further. At that moment, witnessing the extraordinary improvements brought about by his exceptional insight, Lin Tian felt a mix of surprise and satisfaction. These were indeed significant enhancements. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand, Lin Tian said, looking at the citizen. Are you dissatisfied with the choices made regarding my subordinates in our executive meeting? No, of course not, the citizen replied, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head before continuing. It was all a misunderstanding. I merely wish to ascertain whether I am the company's primary superhero and when we might expect a promotional campaign. Beyond that, there is nothing more to it. Well, I've just been cooped up in the lab for too long. It gets a bit stifling, you know? At the very least. Boss Lin, you must understand me, right? The patriotic individual exchanged a glance with Lin Tian, his demeanor lively. Apologies, but I must clarify that I did not become a superhuman through compound number 5. Rather, I achieved it through self-cultivation, Lin Tian replied calmly. Oh, is that so? Well, haha, I'm fine now. Besides, I would like to discuss advertising matters with my assistant. I hope the advertisements can portray me in a more handsome light. By the way, the script for the first superhero operation was supposed to be delivered to me this week before the company was acquired. Now, I wonder if that timeline will be delayed. The patriotic individual scratched his head, a hint of nervous excitement evident in his fidgeting hands. Rest assured, that will not happen. I promise you, Lin Tian assured him. Though you are a superhuman created through artificial means, here you will still be regarded as the first hero. As for the other heroes, we will adopt a method of grassroots recruitment. In fact, apart from compound number 5 and mutants, there are other forms of superhumans emerging in this world. Aliens, spiritual practitioners, magic users, and so forth. Ah, really? The patriotic individual's eyes widened in astonishment. That's just so cool. Haha. To be honest, I had slight reservations about your newly appointed board members. I feared they might disrupt my debut plans. But now, it seems you are all a delightful surprise, be it you, the boss, or your charming assistant. He glanced at Jean Bing. Jean Bing, sitting upright in his impeccably tailored suit, felt a tightening in his eyes. Acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and the patriotic individual. Yet, a thought began to form in his mind. He should hasten to learn from Lin Tian. To master the mysteries of spiritual energy. Perhaps this would allow him to compete with those superhumans while maintaining his dignity as a boss, something he found utterly unacceptable to compromise. If Lin Tian's spiritual energy could reverse this situation, Jean Bing would embrace it wholeheartedly. What are you implying, patriotic man? Although you are formidable, the company's funding channels and resources are under my control. You wouldn't want to jeopardize your share of the resources, would you? He chuckled. The patriotic individual smiled in response. By the way, you're quite amusing, fatty, boss Jean. With that, he turned and walked towards the office door, closing it behind him, leaving Lin Tian, Jean Bing, and Uncle Fried Chicken within. At that moment, Uncle Fried Chicken, who had been as rigid as a statue, finally relaxed somewhat. He glanced sideways at his boss, Jean Bing, and the young Lin Tian, his mind a whirlwind of shock, yet at a loss for words. No worries. Just continue with what you were doing, Lin Tian said. The patriotic man has just been educated, so I doubt he will trouble you again in the immediate future. Additionally, we must expedite the search for other superheroes. Moreover, we do have competitors. Other organizations are also scouting for superheroes, although they have yet to find any. Trust me, that day will come. Lastly, production of compound number 5 is to cease immediately. Lin Tian stated with an air of seriousness directed at Uncle Fried Chicken. Understood, Boss Lin. Uncle Fried Chicken replied. In fact, we have already scaled back our experiments on compound number 5, as there are still far too few exceptional test subjects. Even though some departments have yet to investigate us, once they do, it could likely lead to our scandal. He hesitated, uncertain of how Jean Bing and Lin Tian had acquired their business secrets. However, given Lin Tian's unique spiritual abilities, it didn't seem entirely incomprehensible. After a round of discussions, the meeting concluded smoothly, with several shareholders absent. Once the meeting was over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Tian, however, received new information, a message from Dr. Strange. Mr. Lin, a little girl named Gwen is here to play with you, and she has 2 little boys with her. Huh. Lin Tian felt somewhat speechless at this. Just as he was about to decline, he reconsidered and replied, tell them I will come find them shortly. Very well. By the way, do you need any special toys? I mean, as a teacher and an Eastern person, do you play with something like a wooden dummy or something? Chapter 40. Encounter with the Imitation Master? In Queens, at the apartment rented by Dr. Strange, Lin Tian met the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy, and Harry Osborn. Is there something you need? Lin Tian inquired. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances. Do you want to play a game of catching bad guys? Gwen Stacy asked. Catching bad guys? Lin Tian chuckled. Is it the kind where one person plays the villain and the others chase him, like a game of hide and seek? No. Harry Osborn interjected. We mean catching real bad guys. Mainly because, Lin Tian, you have superpowers, right? Since you do, even though we're all still young. Combating crime is something every citizen should do, isn't it? Is that so? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. But what does that have to do with you? And even if I could apprehend a criminal, it would still be too dangerous for you. What made you think of involving yourselves in such matters? Of course, we discovered something, Peter Parker chimed in. Exactly, Gwen Stacy said, placing her hands on her hips, striking a pose reminiscent of a little detective. So, tell us about it. Lin Tian blinked. Well, we found this bad guy who doesn't seem entirely bad, though, Harry began. We saw a beautiful older sister get into a car accident, and then she was being chased by someone, A person wearing a helmet that looks a bit like a ski mask, clad in silver armor at the joints. And the helmet had a mouth that resembled silver-gray skull teeth. Gwen's description piqued Lin Tian's interest. And who was the one being chased? A blonde sister, Peter replied. Lin Tian nodded. Then I do need to intervene. However, I believe this matter doesn't concern you much, so you should stay here or play in the room. Do not recklessly involve yourselves in danger, understood? No way, Gwen protested. Since you're already so powerful, there's no harm in us tagging along to see. Especially since we're catching bad guys. Isn't that a good thing? Can't we participate? No, Lin Tian said firmly, though his tone remained calm. You are still children. Of course. Once you are older, it may not be out of the question. TCH. Gwen rolled her eyes, then flashed a mischievous smile. By the way, that blonde woman being chased is currently at our house. At this revelation, Lin Tian was taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. Seriously? You can't be serious. Have you invited the Black Widow, Yelena, to your home? Lin Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, that is the case, Peter Parker replied, his wide, innocent eyes fixed on Lin Tian. My uncle often teaches us that with great power comes great responsibility. Therefore, when we saw this sister being hunted, we thought it best to provide her with refuge for the time being. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Aren't you afraid she might be a villain? Or perhaps she could take you hostage as leverage? That seems unlikely, Gwen interjected. After all, the blonde sister doesn't appear to be a bad person. It's that one wearing the peculiar armored ski helmet who seems more sinister. At this, Lin Tian struggled to maintain his composure. Let me see, he said, turning to observe Dr. Strange as he emerged through the door, accompanied by the Black Widow, Yelena. Dr. Strange? Lin Tian exclaimed, surprised to see him supporting a blonde woman, none other than the Black Widow, Yelena. Ah, Master Lin Tian, Dr. Strange said, a hint of embarrassment evident as he glanced at Yelena and then stepped aside. Please, do not misunderstand. As a surgeon, I merely conducted a routine checkup. We have done nothing untoward. Dr. Strange, casting a worried glance at Lin Tian, continued, well, she can attest to that, gesturing towards Yelena. Yes, Yelena responded. Her expression somewhat peculiar as she regarded Lin Tian. This marked their second encounter, and she remained deeply intrigued by this remarkable youth, pondering his origins, abilities, and how he had come to learn about her background. By the way, I must take my leave, Yelena suddenly declared, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as she surveyed her surroundings. In the distance, around the corner, a figure emerged. Unmistakably the mimic master sent by the Red Room to capture Yelena. In other words, he was an agent brainwashed and controlled by the Red Room, possessing an uncanny ability to mimic, having undergone extensive training akin to Yelena's. The moment he spotted her, the mimic master swiftly drew a handgun from his thigh pocket and aimed it at Yelena, firing without hesitation. In response, Lin Tian raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that melted the bullet before it reached its target. The mimic master stood frozen, his helmet obscuring any visible expression. She then approached, bending her arm to raise her shield and hurled it towards Yelena with a motion identical to Captain America's. Lin Tian found the scenario rather amusing. After all, Captain America was a superhero from the Second World War. Thus, it seemed entirely plausible that the mimic master would emulate his shield-throwing technique. However, just as Yelena attempted to evade, spotting the child nearby and preparing to intercept with her gun, Lin Tian intervened. Bang! The shield landed squarely in Lin Tian's grasp, its size perfectly matching that of Captain America's, adorned with concentric circular patterns and a red trident emblem. Although he was unable to discern the material, he remained uncertain whether it was vibranium. Having caught the mimic master's shield, you have comprehended throwing technique. Rather than returning it, Lin Tian handed it to Yelena. Chapter 41, Swiftly Subdued. In the wake of the failed shield throw, the mimic master did not relent. Instead, she advanced, abruptly drawing a bow from her back and swiftly knocking an arrow aimed once again at Yelena. Lin Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated, prepared to catch it once more. However, at that moment, an arrow flew in from the distance, intercepting the mimic master's projectile mid-flight, causing both to shatter upon impact. The archer was none other than Hawkeye. Lin Tian noticed Hawkeye crouched atop a nearby building, lost in thought. The mimic master, undeterred, continued her relentless advance, resembling an unyielding killing machine as she sprinted forward, brandishing several throwing knives and daggers. As she closed the distance to within 3 meters of Lin Tian and Yelena, Dr. Strange, now visibly alarmed, contemplated whether to employ his newly acquired powers. Casting a glance at his master, Lin Tian, he felt uncertain. From his understanding, his master still possessed many untapped techniques, seemingly in a position of assured victory. However, with the children nearby and the enemy drawing closer, Doctor Strange, also known as the Sorcerer Supreme, was torn. Ultimately, he withdrew a yellow talisman from his sleeve. In an instant, the 5 Thunder Talisman activated, azure lightning surging forth from his palm towards the Mimic Master. The Mimic Master, who had been wielding her dagger with precision, reminiscent of the Winter Soldier's techniques from the Second World War, was caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. She was instantly propelled backward by the electric surge, crashing onto the hood of a Ford Raptor with a resounding thud, creating a substantial dent in the engine cover, and even shattering the windshield. "Wow!" exclaimed the nearby children and Yelena, astonished as they turned to Doctor Strange. At the same time, Doctor Strange gazed down at his hands, taken aback by the potency of his first spellcasting. "This is incredible," Gwen Stacy chimed in. "Wait, this isn't the time to celebrate. You all need to step aside," Yelena, with concern etched on her face, warned as she glanced at the Ford Raptor's hood. Just then, the Mimic Master, previously embedded in the engine cover, began to stir, attempting to extricate herself from the vehicle. In a split second, Lin Tian moved forward to close the distance. As the Mimic Master made her move, perhaps influenced by Lin Tian's youthful appearance, she unleashed a technique reminiscent of the Dragon Kingdom's Tong Bei Quan, aiming a strike at Lin Tian's chest. In an instant, Lin Tian seized her hand in a grip as unyielding as steel, while his other hand swiftly reached forward to tear off her mask. Despite its metallic composition, it could not withstand Lin Tian's forceful pull. At that moment, Lin Tian's physique resembled that of living steel. Not only could he transform his body into a metallic form, but even his inherent strength and durability were more than sufficient to subdue the Mimic Master before him. Thus, upon revealing her true identity, Lin Tian delivered a decisive blow, rendering her unconscious. He was well aware of the Mimic Master's origins, born of the Red Room, and the relentless pursuit of Black Widow Natasha was a result of the chemical domination exerted by the Red Room's controllers. This is a unique chemical substance capable of exerting control over her mind, compelling her to obey commands without the possibility of defiance. Black Widow Natasha was able to escape this predicament due to an operation by Schild, during which they uncovered the Red Room's stronghold in Budapest. They enlisted Hawkeye to dismantle this base, thus freeing Natasha from the organization's grip. Subsequently, Natasha sought ways to break free from the control. However, the absence of 1 or 2 Black Widows does not imply that the Red Room is devoid of assassins or has been eradicated. To safeguard its secrets, a master of imitation was dispatched to deal with these defectors. At this moment, Lin Tian harbored a singular intention: to obliterate the Red Room, with the possibility of encountering Natasha along the way. Just then, Hawkeye appeared unexpectedly to assist, descending from the lower floors. He approached with a purposeful stride, grappling with disbelief over the recent events. Yet upon seeing Lin Tian and the fallen master of imitation before him, he had no choice but to accept the stark reality. Lin Tian had indeed triumphed over the assassin from the Red Room. "Now, may I take charge of this?" Hawkeye inquired amicably. The next instant, a resounding thud echoed as Lin Tian delivered a punch that sent Hawkeye crashing to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the medical bay of the Walker Corporation, utterly oblivious to the events of the previous night, yet feeling a flicker of irritation. "Where am I? A hospital?" he wondered, gingerly touching his head, which still throbbed with pain. The medical bay was quite pleasant, situated high within the building, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the bustling New York City. At that moment, Hawkeye felt a surge of annoyance as he instinctively reached for his bow and arrows by the bedside, only to find nothing but a smiling nurse and a sharply dressed African-American man. "Good day, sir. I am Stan Edgar, the Chief Executive Officer of the Walker Corporation." The man introduced himself. "You may call me Stan. As for you, Mr. Clint, you've been here for the night. How do you feel now?" Hawkeye regarded him with a measure of suspicion, particularly eyeing the cityscape beyond the window, doubting its authenticity and suspecting a mental prison crafted by an organization akin to the Red Room, designed to lull him into complacency. "By the way, if you're looking for your bow, it's temporarily secured in my office," Stan remarked politely. Hawkeye remained skeptical at his words. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, within Doctor Strange's apartment, the master of imitation had awakened. She was a girl with a disfigured face and altered eyes, her pupils noticeably smaller than those of an average person. "What is your name?" she asked, still dazed from her awakening, surveying her surroundings. Her first instinct was to follow the orders embedded in her memory and seek her target, the Black Widow sisters. Soon, fragmented memories surfaced, akin to a person peering through water at a distorted reflection, creating an impression that was both surreal and enigmatic, evoking a sense of stasis in recollection. Antonia Dreykov. She finally articulated her name, swiftly turning to Lin Tian, who had posed the question. Indeed, very well done. Lin Tian responded with a smile, observing her with an air of calm, seemingly unperturbed by the potential for her to lash out. The disparity in their abilities was significant. Despite the master of imitation's capacity to replicate many skills, her physical limitations hindered her from fully realizing her potential. Even an assault capable of effortlessly dispatching a regular human 20 times would, in Lin Tian's eyes, merely resemble a playful scratch. At that moment, the master of imitation refrained from attacking. Excellent. It appears our aura has proven effective against your chemical control, Lin Tian mused aloud. Nearby, Natasha, clad in white tactical attire, cautiously regarded her fellow sister from the red room, a flicker of alarm evident in her gaze. Clearly, this operative had undergone rigorous training comparable to that of their own, augmented by advanced technological equipment. Physically, Antonia Dreykov's prowess was not significantly inferior to that of Captain America, yet in Lin Tian's presence, she remained woefully inadequate. Who are you? The master of imitation inquired, her expression one of confusion, as she endeavored to analyze Lin Tian's identity. She reached out and grasped a high-tech helmet beside her, promptly donning it. Instantly, a red virtual framework appeared, offering various analyses of Lin Tian before her. Save your efforts, Lin Tian interjected with a chuckle. You won't be able to uncover my identity, but I must express my gratitude, he continued, his gaze drifting towards the window, seemingly lost in thought. You have provided me with significant insights. Lin Tian then addressed the master of imitation, whose name aptly reflected her abilities. She could flawlessly mimic the behavior patterns of anyone she observed, though superhuman abilities remained beyond her reach. Nevertheless, with the aid of certain equipment, she could emulate her targets to a reasonable extent. For instance, if her shield were made of vibranium, she could absorb impacts like Captain America. If her arrows, specifically, some of them, were equipped with explosive capabilities, she could shoot explosive arrows with precision, much like Hawkeye. Moreover, having trained alongside Black Widow, she had mastered various martial arts, including karate, judo, kenpo, ninjutsu, aikido, and French boxing. Consequently, her interaction with Lin Tian had naturally led to corresponding enhancements in his abilities. You have encountered the master of imitation, Antonia Dreykov. You have attained mastery in Tongbei Quan, Bagua Zhang, Baji Quan, Taiji Quan, Damo Quan, Wing Chun, Xingyi Quan, and Hungar. Your archery skills, after observing the shooting techniques of the master of imitation and Hawkeye, have reached the realm of one arrow through 3 barriers. You have studied the master of imitation's shield-throwing technique, achieving mastery in spatial motion geometry. Having analyzed the capabilities within the master of imitation's helmet, your analytical skills have reached the level of a top detective. Gazing at these system prompts, Lin Tian felt immense satisfaction. Although the master of imitation and Black Widow were not true superhumans, their abilities, nonetheless, contributed to Lin Tian's growth. Yet, his concerns regarding the master of imitation extended to 2 additional points: the chemical subjugation within her and the organization lurking in the shadows, the Red Room, which had remained active since World War II. The latter was led by the formidable boss, Dreykov. This former Soviet organization continued to operate clandestinely, as the boss remained involved, training young girls to become Black Widows, who executed his will. Lin Tian was well aware of their current stronghold, the Red Room's base situated in Budapest. Thus, a desire to eradicate emerged within his heart. Moreover, as a former Soviet government official, he should possess a profound understanding of certain internal affairs, such as the Red Guardian, the adoptive father of the 2 sisters, Natasha and Yelena. The Soviet Union, emulating the American super soldier program, created a counterpart to Captain America, known as the Red Guardian, a being of superhuman capabilities. However, the Red Guardian was not Lin Tian's primary concern. He was far more interested in another formidable entity, the Soldier Boy. This individual stood shoulder to shoulder with the Patriots and was the former leader among the superheroes under the Walker Corporation, recognized as the strongest. Possessing a physique akin to that of the Patriots, his strength, though uncertain if it fell short of theirs, was complemented by the absence of the energy projection abilities. Yet his devastating chest cannon could nullify the powers of those who consumed the Compound V, potentially affecting other superpowered beings as well. This extraordinary individual was currently imprisoned within a Soviet base, making him a target of Lin Tian's aspirations. Upon encountering Natasha, the Mimic Master seemed to have an epiphany. The mission within her stirred an instinctive response, transforming her into a cold, emotionless killing machine. Gradually acclimatizing to her physical state, she rose, intent on attacking Natasha. Yet, in an instant, her hand became somewhat sluggish. Concurrently, A system notification appeared before Lin Tian. You have successfully made contact and influenced the chemical domination within the Mimic Master. You have comprehended dispelling delusions and calming the heart. Chapter 43. To eradicate the Red Room? Dispelling delusions and calming the heart. This technique can be applied to oneself or others, activated by infusing it with spiritual energy, enabling the subject to break free from chemical or psychological control. Observing this newfound acquisition, Lin Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. Although it seemed improbable that he would fall prey to psychic manipulation, unless he encountered individuals like Professor X, the White Queen, or Jean Grey, he remained concerned for those around him, who might, like the Mimic Master, succumb to coercion through chemical agents, illusions, or magic. His newfound spell could serve to liberate them. As Lin Tian applied dispelling delusions and calming the heart, the Mimic Master, previously hindered by Lin Tian's spiritual power enhancement, fully extricated herself from her controlled state. She turned her gaze towards her hand, which gripped a sharp blade directed at the Black Widow, Yelena. Despite Yelena being prepared for battle, the Mimic Master, now lucid, refrained from launching her attack. Well then, what are your thoughts now? Lin Tian inquired. Nothing, the Mimic Master instinctively replied, furrowing her brow. Wait, I seem to recall something. I remember the identity of the one who controlled me. And I also remember the location of my Red Room base, she declared. Despite her altered appearance and facial injuries, her expression was earnest and sincere. Excellent, Lin Tian responded with a nod, then turned to Yelena, saying, in that case, you should proceed with what you were originally meant to do. Oh, and one more thing. Upon completing your mission, do not forget to return. I shall have a special reward for you. Upon hearing this, Yelena's expression shifted to one of astonishment, struggling to process Lin Tian's words. Her bewilderment stemmed not from the suggestion, but from the extraordinary event that had just transpired. How did you accomplish that? You just helped the Mimic Master break free from chemical domination? Lin Tian, exuding confidence, smiled and went to the kitchen to retrieve the breakfast that Dr. Strange had prepared. As Dr. Strange, also known as the Sorcerer Supreme, Lin Tian enjoyed exceptional treatment, including the luxury of a breakfast crafted by Dr. Strange himself. All right, if everything is settled, I shall head to work, Dr. Strange announced, waving goodbye to Lin Tian. Of course, Lin Tian replied casually. Do not forget to say hello to your girlfriend, Christine. For me. Dr. Strange appeared slightly embarrassed, but mostly pleased as he continued. Actually, the moment I unleashed the lightning bolt that struck the Mimic Master was captured by someone, meaning I might have become a bit of a celebrity. He set down his sandwich, chewed thoughtfully, and picked up his phone, revealing footage of the scene where he had dispatched the Mimic Master with a bolt of lightning. Unluckily, or perhaps serendipitously, this moment had been recorded by a passerby and uploaded online, leading to Dr. Strange's identity being unveiled. He was now a social media sensation. Shocking. Renowned doctor in New York can wield lightning? Recently viral video shows Dr. Strange seemingly conjuring lightning and transforming it into Eastern characters. Must be special effects. New York street criminal pursues woman, rescued by a mysterious superhero? As Dr. Strange scrolled through the comments on his phone, various media platforms erupted with reactions. Cool. That's incredibly impressive, but is it real? Are we sure it's not a movie? Why would our doctor use lightning to create Eastern characters? Is this a new advertising strategy? Who is that criminal? He doesn't seem like a cosplayer. Before long, this video surged to the top of the trending lists across major media outlets. Observing the fervor surrounding this trending topic, the patriots within the Walker Corporation became restless, pacing anxiously. Nearby, an older female executive sat comfortably on a sofa, seemingly unfazed. Noticing the patriot's unease, she looked up with a softened gaze and gently inquired, "Child, would you like some milk? Come here to mommy." She extended her arms invitingly. The patriots approached the executive, nestling against her bosom, and began to feed as effortlessly as an infant. Yes, the patriots harbored a complex attachment to maternal figures, having been subjected to rigorous training from an early age, leading to certain psychological distortions. Do not worry, you are the best. The executive cooed, stroking the patriot's golden hair. Once the child drifted into a peaceful slumber, the executive quietly sent a message to Uncle Fried Chicken. This information soon reached Lin Tian, who merely chuckled in response, unfazed by the unfolding events. The people of the motherland are, in essence, extraordinary beings born from an intricate amalgamation of extreme narcissism, arrogance, and a complex fear of loss. However, Lin Tian has already devised an appropriate plan for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, a new unexpected visitor emerges from a portal adorned with orange sparks. The newcomer is Wong. Lin Tian, Dr. Strange, I fear you must accompany me. The Ancient One wishes to meet you. Chapter 44. The Surprise of the Ancient One. The Ancient One. Lin Tian gazed at his former senior brother, Wang, feeling no particular surprise. What is it? Why would the Ancient One seek me out? I believe I am no longer considered her disciple, Lin Tian retorted. Upon hearing this, Wang paused momentarily. Strictly speaking, that seems to be the case, but... Lin Tian hesitated, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. You are correct. I have no intention of declining your invitation. I am merely curious as to why the Ancient One desires to see us. Of course, if it is simply to meet Strange, I can certainly understand. That is because... Wang began, his gaze unconsciously drifting downward. There was a hint of awkwardness in his expression, which Lin Tian swiftly discerned. He grasped the underlying reason. It was undoubtedly due to his previous vanquishing of that hellish demon. Not long ago, Dr. Strange had seemingly employed a similar method to combat the Mimic Master. Clearly, both of them had acquired considerable power, akin to magic. Yet previously, the Ancient One had failed to perceive any magical talent within Lin Tian. Now, however, the abilities of Lin Tian and Dr. Strange suggested a significant transformation, indicating they had gained a new form of power resembling magic. The Ancient One's curiosity about this was palpable. At this moment, Dr. Strange hesitated, observing the burly figure of Wang, clad in monk's robes, with an air of discomfort. He turned to his mentor Lin Tian and reluctantly inquired, Master, must we truly meet that bald woman? At these words, Wang could barely contain himself, nearly bursting into expletives. Bald woman? What sort of question is that? The Ancient One is the supreme sorceress. She is undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings in this world. To have the opportunity to see her is a privilege for all. Yet, Lin Tian and Strange appeared less than eager. In truth, Lin Tian was not particularly unwilling. It was merely Strange who felt somewhat out of sorts. Can we hurry? I still have a date with my girlfriend, and I have work to attend to, he remarked. Casting a lingering glance at the portal, his hesitation evident. Seeing this, Wang could no longer contain his frustration, his jaw twitching momentarily. He then turned to Dr. Strange and asked, Are you coming or not? With a squinty-eyed glare, Wang's imposing presence caused Dr. Strange to lose his temper entirely. Yes, of course, I'm going, Strange replied, grabbing a cup of coffee from a nearby table before stepping into the portal, disappearing alongside Lin Tian and Wang. Outside, Yelena and others had arrived with inquiries for Lin Tian. Knocking on the door and receiving no response, they felt a twinge of curiosity. Instinctively, they unlocked the door and discovered the interior empty, leaving them bewildered. Yet, given the peculiar happenings surrounding Lin Tian, they simply shrugged it off, closed the door behind them, and departed. At that moment, within Kamar-Taj, the training sanctuary of the Ancient One, she was in a meditative state, suspended in the air, when suddenly, she noticed the open portal through which Wang, Lin Tian, and Dr. Strange appeared. Ah, you have arrived, she said with serene elegance. Clad in a flowing robe of beige and gray hues. Rising, she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her face adorned with her signature enigmatic smile. Indeed, it was I who summoned you, and you have come as anticipated, the Ancient One stated. Hearing this, Dr. Strange glanced at Lin Tian and murmured, Master, I have a question. It seems our sect does not quite align with that of the Ancient One, does it? Will we be regarded as heretics here? Perhaps. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, then his smile faded, returning to a neutral expression. Relax, he said, patting Strange on the shoulder before addressing the Ancient One with a respectful demeanor. Ancient One, you are also my mentor now. Why have you summoned us? Is it to assess our abilities and transformations? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the Ancient One's eyes reflected a subtle shift. Indeed, you are quite astute, Lin. You are the most unique disciple I have encountered. I cannot fathom how you have attained your current level of power. Perhaps it is the result of some unknown great force, or it may simply be a coincidence. Or perhaps you are inherently strong. As for me, I am still uncertain of the cause. However, what matters to me is that your transformations have exceeded my expectations, and I wish to examine them. So, who among you wishes to be the first to undergo my assessment? You or you? She looked at Lin Tian and Dr. Strange, awaiting their response. I shall go, Lin Tian declared, recognizing that Strange's abilities were derived from his teachings. Ah, yes, that is indeed true, Dr. Strange mused, then inquired. Do I need to step aside while you two engage? Retreating toward the door. Not necessary, the Ancient One replied. In the next moment, she launched a decisive strike toward Lin Tian's heart. Lin Tian had anticipated this move. He understood it to be the Ancient One's signature technique capable of expelling a person's soul from their body. By doing so, she could separate the mind from the physical form and accomplish other extraordinary feats, such as traversing dimensions to witness the mysteries of the universe, a prospect Lin Tian eagerly desired. After all, he possessed an extraordinary understanding, And with this enhancement, even if he could not acquire the same techniques as the Ancient One, he could still obtain similar new abilities. In the next instant, with a resounding thud, Lin Tian's soul was forcibly expelled from his body. However, the Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. "You," she exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 45, The Soul's Journey and Acquisition of Powers. 4. At the moment she expelled Lin Tian's soul, she noticed a distinct difference. Lin Tian's essence was not entirely ethereal, but rather more substantial than the souls she had previously encountered in similar circumstances. The truth was that Lin Tian's soul was far more solid than ordinary souls. While the Ancient One could achieve such solidity, it was a feat only attainable after her extensive years of existence and exploration across various dimensions. You have endured the projection technique of the Ancient One and have comprehended the profound art of astral projection. The soul serves as the vessel of the mind, capable of carrying mental energy. However, for an ordinary individual, without the guidance of a sorcerer like the Ancient One, the soul would quickly dissipate upon separation from the body. Only those endowed with immense mental strength, or those like her who possess magic and have honed their spiritual fortitude over many years, can sustain their soul outside the body for an extended period. Even so, her own soul would not possess any inherent radiance. This is a particularly unique luminescence, flickering at the periphery of Lin Tian's astral form, imparting an air of mystique and dreamlike quality, as if an omen of sorts. It seemed as though behind him lay a special realm, providing him with ethereal support. The Ancient One paused for a moment before proceeding with her actions, guiding Lin Tian's soul on a journey through the cosmos and dimensions. This was typically reserved for exceptionally gifted disciples, in hopes that they might glean insights for personal breakthroughs. Conversely, less fortunate disciples, after such projections, would merely find themselves dazzled and disoriented, gaining little in return. In plain terms, aside from deepening their admiration for the Ancient One, such experiences often proved futile. Thus, the Ancient One led Lin Tian's soul through the dimensions and the universe, where various extraordinary celestial phenomena and cosmic bodies continuously emerged, colliding before their eyes. Meanwhile, the Ancient One cast her gaze towards the peculiar figure of Dr. Strange, who, as before, executed a similar gesture. Bang! As if sensing a tremendous upheaval of the soul, Strange's essence detached from his corporeal form, soaring towards the ceiling of the wooden pavilion, only to find the wooden beams distorting and evading him. Soon, he ascended into the heavens, traversing into the cosmos beyond the blue planet. Subsequently, an enigmatic sensation enveloped him. Countless light and shadows flowed before his vision, resembling a neon tunnel, and in an instant, he felt as though he had transformed into a comet racing through the universe, arriving at an unfamiliar dimension, only to come to an abrupt halt. Surrounding him, numerous reflections of himself appeared, as if his soul were layered like glass, drawn into a radiant black void at the center, traversing through a vortex teeming with swarming insects or flocks of crows, heading towards the soul exit above, where lay a universe entirely different from his own. Everything around him seemed to exist within an endless microscopic battlefield, where bacteria and viruses clashed, their movements vibrant with dazzling colors and explosive effects akin to fireworks. He then plunged into a kaleidoscopic world, where bizarre mirrored fractal geometric patterns unfolded, ever-changing in the surrounding ink-like haze, which instantaneously morphed into a multitude of hands that swung and grasped at his ankles. In an instant, his own body became uncanny, with countless tiny arms sprouting from his fingers, endlessly iterating into finer details. Then, he seemed to plunge into an extraordinarily clear crystalline realm. Yet the crystal was intangible, shattering upon collision, and the beautiful scenery faded, revealing a strange world of suspended dark dust. Within the dimensions, a pair of eyes slowly opened, captivating. The next moment, Dr. Strange returned to reality, as did Lin Tian. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary events that had just transpired. The Ancient One had guided him through the multiverse. Here lay myriad astonishing vistas, culminating in their encounter with the Dark Dimension and its sovereign, Dormammu. You have traversed the multiverse in the wake of the Ancient One's soul projection and have attained the understanding of transcendental wandering. At this moment, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback by the newly manifested technique in his mind. Transcendental wandering. This allows your spiritual form to traverse within the same world, across different worlds, and even between various universes and dimensions. Moreover, during this traversal, you possess the ability to instantaneously return to your corporeal body. Additionally, you can retain the paths you've traversed. Your soul's velocity surpasses that of light, moving in an arcane manner. Upon seeing the system prompt, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. It was evident that he had now acquired abilities akin to those of the Ancient One. Of course, he remained uncertain whether the Ancient One encountered dangers while traversing these dimensions, or if she could instantaneously return to her body. Nevertheless, he was now capable of such feats. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange, standing nearby, remained in a state of bewilderment. You have unlocked the path of soul cultivation and self-realized the soul technique, soul-devouring art. When vanquishing foes, you can simultaneously consume their souls to nourish and strengthen your own. The stronger the enemies you devour, the more powerful your soul becomes. Upon witnessing this system prompt, Lin Tian felt exceedingly fortunate. Although he could also nurture his soul through the absorption of spiritual energy, the notion of direct consumption seemed a viable alternative. Indeed, when considering the efficiency of enhancement, consuming souls might yield even swifter results. Now, having returned to reality, Lin Tian opened his eyes, his expression still appearing remarkably natural. In contrast, Dr. Strange seemed somewhat queasy, retching towards the ground. In the distance, the Ancient One's disciple, Mordo, approached. Observing the reactions of the two, he appeared quite astonished. Chapter 46. Strange, what is your decision? Lin Tian. At this moment, the Ancient One spoke. You truly are exceptionally unique. As she spoke, she scrutinized Lin Tian before her. Similarly, Mordo did the same from afar, though his astonishment stemmed primarily from Lin Tian's ability to return to his body unscathed after the projection of his soul, a reaction atypical for someone experiencing it for the first time. The Ancient One, however, appeared different, as if she could perceive the changes in Lin Tian's soul through his physical form. She was quite certain that after traversing dimensions with Lin Tian, his soul had grown stronger than before, to a degree that even astonished her. For even she had experienced a gradual enhancement, reaching the current solidity of her soul only after centuries. While Lin Tian, merely a youth, had achieved this feat, he was undeniably extraordinary, perhaps even unparalleled. Lin Tian, regarding the transformations in your soul, the Ancient One inquired once more, her brow furrowed in curiosity. What is it? Is there a problem? Lin Tian asked. No. It is merely that I find your pace of growth and the direction of your enhancement somewhat puzzling. However, it seems that your trajectory may align with my own in an unexpected manner, the Ancient One replied. When I first wielded the power of projection, I nearly found my soul ensnared within those peculiar dimensions, destined to remain there eternally, unable to return. It was only after enduring numerous trials that I attained the strength of soul that I possess today. Now, you, under my guidance, embark on your inaugural journey through the multiverse and are capable of such feats. I must admit, it astonishes me greatly. Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight arc as he responded with a smile. Beside him, Dr. Strange had been grasping his throat, retching for quite some time, and finally, with reddened eyes, he stood up once more. Observing his master Lin Tian and the Ancient One, he felt a profound sense of astonishment. Master, it seems your aura has grown stronger yet again? Dr. Strange inquired. One could say so, Lin Tian replied. Of course, I owe a great deal to the Ancient One. Without her assistance, my accomplishments today would have been impossible. Lin Tian continued. Thus, even if the Ancient One were to cast me out, my respect for her would remain unwavering, and that is the reason why. Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange was somewhat taken aback and chose not to comment further. If that is the case, it is indeed surprising. I mean, your talent, Master, is truly extraordinary. Yes, I am well aware of it, Lin Tian said. I have always known of my considerable talent. By the way, speaking of you. At this moment, the Ancient One turned her gaze toward Dr. Strange and spoke. Dr. Strange. As she did so, her expression seemed to shift slightly. To be honest, you are quite a unique individual. Moreover, you were meant to be my disciple. However, the Ancient One paused, her words trailing off. However, what? Dr. Strange asked, puzzled. Nothing, the Ancient One replied. I merely wish to convey that if you desire to become my disciple now, I would still support you and intend to impart magic to you. However, this all depends on your wishes. The Ancient One continued, originally, with the aid of the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse the future. I believed your becoming my disciple was a predetermined fact. Yet, it now appears otherwise. Furthermore, the Ancient One's gaze drifted into the distance. Not only that, although it stands to reason that the future has been altered, the crises that should have arisen have not manifested, which confounds me greatly. Therefore, both of you harbor significant mysteries that await unraveling. I shall not oppose any of your decisions henceforth, for opposition seems rather futile. Of course, should opposition lead you to a new path, that remains a possibility. However, this would be an intervention after an original allowance to influence fate, and time may become even more chaotic as a result. Moreover, you, especially you, Lin Tian, possess an extraordinarily unique ability to influence time and space, akin to an enigma or perhaps a glitch in the multiverse. As for you, Doctor Strange, while you are of great importance to me, in the original predetermined fate, you were destined to become my successor, the next Sorcerer Supreme. However, since your fate has altered under Lin Tian's influence, I have decided to proceed along the existing path. I hold a profound reverence for fate. Ah, I see, Doctor Strange responded, contemplating the words. He then raised a finger and rubbed it against his upper lip, lowering it afterward. I believe. He glanced at Lin Tian, seeking affirmation or perhaps permission from him. I have no objections, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. To him, he had already acquired new techniques and powers under the Ancient One's guidance. Therefore, Doctor Strange's choices and future paths were his to determine. I think I shall heed Lin Tian's counsel, Doctor Strange stated, his demeanor growing more resolute as he turned to the Ancient One and declared, I already have my master. That being the esteemed Lin Tian before me. For the time being, I do not wish for any other teachers. Unless, of course, my master were to command otherwise. Then I would follow you, Ancient One. Very well, the Ancient One nodded in response, acknowledging his answer as commendable. I respect your choice, Doctor Strange. So what comes next? Lin Tian inquired. Ancient One, do you have any further suggestions? Perhaps there is something else to demonstrate, or a gift to present to us. Upon hearing this, Doctor Strange's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Master, your words seem a touch excessive. Shouldn't we be the guests? What sense is there in a host giving gifts to their guests? Doctor Strange questioned. A gift? The Ancient One appeared somewhat taken aback. She regarded Lin Tian with an expression previously unexpressed, saying, I had not anticipated you to be such a person during our prior interactions. By the way, you don't seem to have a habit of asking for gifts, do you? Of course, the Ancient One continued. The circumstances may indeed differ somewhat now. Although you are no longer my disciple, the power you have attained can still aid us in resisting future foes. Thus, bestowing you a gift seems reasonable. How about this? Since your stronghold is in New York, you will have the right to borrow items from the Sanctum Sanctorum there. If you require anything else, you will need to inquire with me privately. You cannot take anything without permission. Does that satisfy you, Lin Tian? Very well, Lin Tian nodded. Subsequently, the Ancient One affirmed, in that case, you may freely roam within Comprehension. You are welcome to visit any place you desire, as long as it is not one that is sealed. Understood, Lin Tian replied. Beside him, Doctor Strange also nodded solemnly, expressing no dissent regarding the Ancient One's proposal. Indeed, as a first-time visitor to Comprehension, he was naturally curious about everything. He certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity to explore. I shall take charge of this matter, Baron Mordo declared. Then led Lin Tian and Doctor Strange out of the Ancient One's training hall, guiding them toward other areas. Comprehension was originally a small village, a secluded realm. However, after the Ancient One arrived and resolved the calamities that once plagued it, it transformed into a unique magical training ground where she guided her disciples in their studies. The inhabitants hailed from all corners of the globe, not limited to monks. Of course, they were all drawn to Comprehension, much like Doctor Strange. Upon hearing of its extraordinary power to heal ailments and fulfill wishes, the training grounds, the library, the treasure vault, and so forth, all piqued Doctor Strange's curiosity immensely. Hey, you can't go this way. As Doctor Strange suddenly headed in a particular direction, Baron Mordo hurriedly approached him to pull him back. What direction is that? Doctor Strange inquired with a hint of curiosity. This area contains some prohibited items belonging to the sealers, including a repository of demonic vessels. Thus, unauthorized entry is strictly forbidden. Baron Mordo explained. Very well, I shall refrain from entering, Doctor Strange replied. He then turned and followed Lin Tian and Baron Mordo towards the adjacent plaza. Numerous individuals had already gathered there, engaging in various exercises. Currently, they were practicing with the suspended ring, focusing on the activation of a portal. At the command of a mage, a circular gateway, radiant like a brilliant firework, slowly opened in the air, revealing an array of different landscapes beyond. It was evident that this led to another realm. Baron Mordo was instructing the other apprentices present to attempt to step through the portal, and soon they found themselves vanishing into the plaza. This scene left Doctor Strange, who was observing from a distance, momentarily astonished. What's wrong? I thought you had seen this before, Lin Tian remarked. Indeed, that is true, Doctor Strange responded. I believe I witnessed something similar during my first encounter with Master Gu Yi, although at that time, I was unaware of how it was accomplished. He said this with an air of surprise. And what are your thoughts on it now? Lin Tian queried. Now, I find it quite impressive, Doctor Strange exclaimed. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. I can comprehend your sentiments. Dr. Strange momentarily appeared taken aback by this acknowledgement. By the way, do you require me to provide you with anything else? Lin Tian asked. I mean, something similar. At this, Dr. Strange abruptly turned around. No need for that. I think. His expression grew somewhat awkward, as if he felt he had inadvertently offended his teacher with his previous response. After all, having witnessed the portal's activation, he realized that aside from Gu Yi's ability to project his soul and the instantaneous teleportation facilitated by the suspended ring, Lin Tian's capabilities seemed to rival, if not surpass, those of Gu Yi. However, a thought struck him. Master, I recall you once provided me with something intended as a substitute for this suspended ring. As he spoke, Dr. Strange produced a miniature, multicolored teleportation array from his pocket. Master, does this also possess the same function? I seem to remember you mentioning it could only transport us to designated locations, not just anywhere we wish to go. Is that correct? Indeed, you are correct. Lin Tian affirmed. However, you raise a valid point. Our sect's capabilities regarding unrestricted teleportation do seem to fall short compared to those of Master Gu Yi and the Kamatage. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian furrowed his brow and suggested, perhaps we could consider improving this aspect, for instance, by developing a new product. Like this? He produced a talisman, invoking the powers of the Tongtian talisman. What do you think of this? However, it does have its drawbacks. It cannot teleport as freely as the suspended ring. It can only allow for traversal within a certain distance. If one exceeds that range, it becomes ineffective. Oh, still a talisman? Dr. Strange inquired. It seems acceptable enough. My apologies. Did I just inadvertently contradict you, Master? Dr. Strange asked. Not at all, Lin Tian replied. Rest assured. My apprentice, as your foremost disciple, I vow to elevate our sect to greatness, at least under my stewardship. He made a solemn gesture as he spoke. Chapter 48. Assisting in the Vigil of the Sanctuary. No, I never envisioned such a thing. While it is true that I am your master, I take full responsibility for our sect's advancement and do not place that expectation on you. My decision to accept and teach you is merely a matter of face. Lin Tian remarked, casting a discerning and wise glance at Dr. Strange. At this, Dr. Strange appeared puzzled and somewhat embarrassed, feeling awkward over his fervent declaration having gone unacknowledged. Isn't it true that the stronger I become, the more esteemed you appear? Dr. Strange countered, scratching his head. Lin Tian nodded. In theory, yes. However, there remains a slight issue. For instance, even if you fail to grasp your studies, I could simply tell myself it is due to your lack of talent and insight, and not a reflection of my teachings. He spread one hand open, responding candidly. At this, Dr. Strange felt an even greater sense of embarrassment. I recall you mentioning previously that Master Gu Yi regarded me as the next supreme sorcerer. Does that not imply? Dr. Strange gestured towards himself and then towards Master Gu Yi in the distance. You make a valid point, Lin Tian acknowledged. However, you have already made your choice. And Master Gu Yi just offered you another opportunity, which you again declined in favor of remaining with me. Thus, it appears you have but one path ahead. If you cannot succeed, you cannot blame me. Dr. Strange bristled at this, his lips pursing momentarily before he spoke up. Master, how can you speak of your disciple in such a manner? I will surely elevate our sect. Enough, Lin Tian interjected, waving his hand. Let's discuss your mastery of talisman crafting, and perhaps once you can also learn my Tongtian talisman. Dr. Strange hesitated, scratching his head, feeling somewhat deflated and not wishing to argue further. Since you possess such fighting spirit, very well. Lin Tian suddenly wore a sly and knowing smile, causing Dr. Strange's initially defiant expression to cool, an unshakable chill creeping down his spine. Wait. Typically, as a genius and a surgeon, I articulate surgical terminology with remarkable speed and fluency, yet now I find myself stumbling over my words, he stammered, his once bright eyes now revealing a hint of trepidation. Master, you. Excellent. Your spirit is commendable. Lin Tian praised, addressing Dr. Strange without awaiting his response. Pointing towards Baron Mordo in the plaza, he declared, thus, your task today is to best him. What say you, Dr. Strange? Do you possess the confidence? At this, Dr. Strange's expression turned peculiar. Is this for real? Me? Against him? In the distance, Baron Mordo was instructing the other disciples of Master Gu Yi, evidently standing out as one of the most distinguished among them. Even wielding an extraordinary artifact, the Watam staff, which emanated energy as if dancing like a nunchaku. Dr. Strange swallowed hard as he observed the scene before him. This formidable brother, appearing both erudite and martial, adept in both close and ranged combat, left him feeling rather inadequate. Master, do you possess any talismans that could summon divine intervention? If I were to employ such a talisman, Perhaps I might stand a chance? Dr. Strange inquired. Relying solely on the talismans you provided, such as the Spirit Travel Talisman, Good Fortune Talisman, and 5 Thunder Talisman, I fear that securing a stable victory may be elusive. Moreover, I doubt my spiritual energy would suffice to wield multiple talismans simultaneously. He hesitated, voicing his concerns. Patience, my dear apprentice, Lin Tian replied, his expression enigmatic. Practice here for now. Although the spiritual energy may not be as abundant as that found in New York's convergence array, it is certainly present to some degree. And what about you, Master? Dr. Strange asked, intrigue evident in his voice. As for me, naturally, I must return to oversee some business matters and check if the company has recruited any new superheroes. Once your challenge concludes, should you find yourself unsuccessful, you can always return. The disciples here, particularly Baron Mordo, are esteemed pupils of the Ancient One, and it is hardly surprising if you find yourself outmatched. However, if you cannot surpass your fellow brothers and sisters, then that would indeed pose a significant concern, Lin Tian continued. I see. Dr. Strange's expression grew conflicted. Seemingly regretting his earlier bravado, he felt an inexplicable anxiety regarding the notion that he might have been destined to be the Ancient One's successor, the Supreme Sorcerer. At the same time, he harbored curiosity about whether his Eastern talismanic practices could rival the Ancient One's sorcery. Lin Tian seemed to have sensed his inner turmoil, which is why he had encouraged him to remain. By the way, Lin Tian, the Ancient One, who had been strolling at a distance, approached Lin Tian and Dr. Strange. Now curious about the latter's presence in Comprehension, I have a matter to entrust to you. Oh, what is it? Lin Tian replied calmly. It's nothing too grave. However, a fresh wave of cultists and followers of Dormammu are mobilizing, and they may very well set their sights on the New York sanctum. Coincidentally, I have noticed some loosening in the seals that once bound Dormammu. Thus, I must investigate, though I cannot be certain whether they intend to release him. It may very well be a deliberate ploy to lure me into checking the seals, while their true aim is to send their followers to the New York sanctum to steal the Darkhold. If that is the case, it could lead to a cascade of complications. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian smiled inscrutably and said, Ancient One, surely you can discern the unfolding events through the eye of Agamotto, correct? Furthermore, you would hardly defy destiny. You might very well be a child of miracles. Chapter 49. Return to New York with a new understanding. I see. Lin Tian chuckled at the unexpected response, which indeed caught him off guard. Ancient One, you truly have a talent for painting grand illusions. Painting illusions? The Ancient One expressed surprise. Even the most vividly drawn cake, no matter how enticing it appears, cannot compare to the genuine experience of tasting it, Lin Tian teased. Interesting, the Ancient One acknowledged with a nod. You make a valid point. Then it is settled. Dr. Strange, remain here and focus on your training while I take my leave. With that, Lin Tian gestured to activate the rainbow teleportation array, reciting the incantation. In an instant, the teleportation array shimmered to life, and Lin Tian's figure vanished from the square of Comprehension, returning once more to New York. Everything here appeared much as it had before, save for the fact that he possessed greater abilities than he had previously. Moreover, his cultivation level had notably advanced. Where he had once been at the 3rd tier of Qi training, he had now ascended to the 4th tier, though it seemed merely a single tier higher. The reality was more complex. In Lin Tian's understanding, the Qi training realm could be subdivided into 4 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. The initial stage encompassed the first 3 tiers, while the intermediate stage spanned 4 to 6 tiers. Typically, those in the early stages of Qi training focused primarily on solidifying their physical bodies and cultivating spiritual energy. By the time one reached the intermediate stage, they could begin learning spells and wielding their spiritual energy with greater finesse. However, due to Lin Tian's extraordinary aptitude, his development diverged from the norm. From his perspective, the transition from initial to intermediate stages primarily involved enhanced energy circulation and perception, allowing for a more versatile manipulation of power. For instance, after his recent encounter with the Ancient One, his mental acuity and spiritual awareness had also strengthened considerably. Gazing at the bustling streets, Lin Tian felt a compelling urge to experience the world around him. In an instant, he activated the soul travel technique, allowing his spirit to depart from his body and ascend towards the sky. In this state, he employed the cosmic sensory technique, perceiving the surroundings in a newly profound manner. The things he could touch now seemed extraordinary, as he could penetrate the surface and glimpse into the deeper truths beneath. At that moment, he found himself able to see through the physical forms of individuals, observing their internal networks and organs. Additionally, his spiritual awareness enabled him to sense the fluctuations of their emotions and vague thoughts. Though only a hazy layer of understanding, it resembled a nascent form of mind reading. In comparison to experts in micro-expressions, Lin Tian's grasp of others' emotional states proved to be far more precise, as some individuals, through rigorous training, could maintain an impassive facade, cold as steel. Yet, even in the presence of such beings, whether they be heartless serial killers or the mentally unstable, Lin Tian could still discern their intense desires and intentions through his formidable spiritual awareness. To protect New York, Lin Tian reflected on the Ancient One's words before his return. This thought left him feeling somewhat resigned. Unlike Spider-Man, Peter Parker, he did not harbor an overwhelming sense of responsibility for the city. Nevertheless, he had indeed engaged with and fought against various villains, intending to absorb new abilities through his exceptional insight, which could also grant him a measure of renown. Why not seize the opportunity? At this moment, his physical form rested peacefully on a bench by the roadside, while his spirit roamed freely, attuned to the vibrational energies of the surrounding neighborhood, gaining fresh insights and realizations. The human heart is indeed complex. Even though he could only perceive vague qualities, he nonetheless discovered that many individuals' emotions and inner expressions often diverged significantly from their external appearances, sometimes even being entirely contradictory. Moreover, it may be said that it was merely a coincidence when he laid eyes upon a few extraordinary individuals. Their emotions were markedly sensitive and tense, exhibiting a level of caution far beyond that of the average person, yet they maintained an outward demeanor of remarkable composure. Each of them was clad in a suit, their attire reminiscent of the style associated with John Wick. However, their aura did not evoke that of highly skilled assassins. Furthermore, they were heading in a singular direction, seemingly tailing someone. Lin Tian immediately discerned their target. It was none other than Uncle Long, who was advancing in the distance, cradling a shield in his arms. Lin Tian swiftly recognized the object for what it was. At its center was embedded a charm, precisely the artifact that the Mafia, led by Valen, yearned to possess. However, even this revelation did not fully explain the peculiar emotions exhibited by these Mafia members. In an instant, Lin Tian sensed something amiss. It was a special intuition, one that could only be acquired through a heightened awareness in a state of spiritual transcendence. He perceived that within the surrounding air, there was something that ought not to exist. More specifically, it was not within the air itself, but rather in the shadows. Indeed, as Uncle Long passed through a narrow alleyway, a multitude of crimson eyes sprang forth from the darkness, revealing ninjas clad in black uniforms. These ninjas appeared neither fully human nor entirely ghostly, their faces and arms exhibiting an unsettling ashen hue that did not resemble that of the living. Upon encircling Uncle Long, their intentions were unmistakably clear, targeting the shield he held against his chest. "Surely, you do not intend to engage me?" Uncle Long said with an awkward smile, glancing around as if searching for an escape, and ultimately tossed the shield aside. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian, in his spiritual form, silently invoked the sword control technique, only to find it ineffective. Although it was meant to command vessels, it could only influence flying swords and not the shield itself. Nevertheless, Lin Tian did not hastily return his spirit to his corporeal body. At that moment, he received a novel system prompt. You have transcended your physical form, sensed the world, and grasped a new technique, Spirit Attachment Technique. Chapter 50, Shadow Warriors versus the Black Shadow Legion. Spirit Attachment Technique. This allows one's spirit to attach to an object, thereby establishing a deeper connection and even facilitating control, forming a binding relationship, provided the object possesses a certain level of spiritual essence. Otherwise, it cannot be summoned unless manipulated via spiritual threads or psychokinesis. Utilizing his newly acquired ability, Lin Tian attempted to attach his spirit to the shield. Almost immediately, he discerned something. It was evident that the shield possessed no extraordinary characteristics. It was indeed an ancient artifact. This aligned perfectly with the fact that Uncle Long had just emerged from an antique shop nearby. Beyond that, however, there was little else. This indicated that the shield currently bore no charm. Otherwise, Lin Tian's spirit would certainly have sensed it upon attachment. Subsequently, Lin Tian endeavored to manipulate the shield with his spirit, and to his astonishment, he succeeded effortlessly. This seemed to correlate with the immense power of his spiritual awareness, akin to that of potent psychic energy. While spiritual essence could nourish the spirit, it was not an integral part thereof. Moreover, methods for directly using one's spirit to influence the world did not appear to include the manipulation of spiritual essence. Of course, this could also be attributed to his current level of cultivation. If his cultivation were to ascend further, it would be entirely reasonable for his thoughts to alter the surrounding environment. However, this too was a testament to the strength of his spiritual perception rather than an indication of mastery over spiritual essence. In that very moment, the antique shield began to rotate under Lin Tian's spirit attachment technique, soaring through the air in a bizarre arc towards the soldiers of the Black Shadow Legion. Astonishingly, it severed the arms of several individuals, rather than lodging itself within one of the soldiers as a typical shield would. It landed upon the ground, and then commenced to roll forward at an unusual 90-degree angle, akin to a log being cut or a tire in motion. The Black Shadow Legion was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend how a shield could fly with such force and roll so swiftly and far. In that instant, Uncle Long, surrounded by the ninjas of the Black Shadow Legion, had managed to escape. Simultaneously, Lin Tian's spirit returned to his body, and upon opening his eyes, he was struck by a fresh realization. He understood now that these soldiers of the Black Shadow Legion were all specters. If he were not mistaken, the one orchestrating these shadowy figures was none other than Valen, the mafia boss, who had absorbed a portion of the dark energy from the mask of the ghostly general of the ninja clan, thus enabling him to control the ninjas for a limited time. These ninjas possessed remarkable traits: tireless, formidable, unwaveringly loyal, and capable of traversing shadows with ease. In essence, they were inherently powerful undead warriors. Regrettably, upon recognizing that these ninjas were indeed specters, Lin Tian's mind was suddenly flooded with new thoughts. Ghostly Eye of the Underworld, Summoning Technique of the Underworld, Soul-Devouring Technique. Each of these was intimately connected to the specters. As he activated the Ghostly Eye of the Underworld, Lin Tian instantly discerned the information regarding the ninjas of the Black Shadow Legion. The Black Shadow Legion originated from the spirit of the ghostly general sealed within 9 masks. As long as someone donned a mask, the ghostly general could resurrect through their body. They were composed of both specters and shadows, returning to the realm of shadows after the summoning concluded, requiring no sustenance or rest. Target Spectre, Ninja Clan, Ninja Khan, Ghost Shadow. The most common ninja of the Black Shadow Legion, quick in action, possessing solid close combat abilities. Observing the details provided by his ghostly eye, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to be of use after all. The ninjas before him lacked even a proper weapon, confirming their status as the lowest tier of soldiers. This, of course, indicated that the power wielded by the master was still quite limited. Otherwise, he could have summoned far more formidable soldiers of the Black Shadow Legion. They would not have been so easily overpowered by an ordinary shield controlled by Lin Tian. In fact, in a certain sense, any one of them could rival elite special forces in combat prowess, and they were, after all, undying. As he activated the summoning technique of the underworld, Lin Tian initially believed he could directly control the Black Shadow Legion, having previously sensed their essence through spiritual perception. However, the reality diverged from his expectations. He was unable to successfully exert control over them. You have attempted to use summoning technique of the underworld, successfully summoning the Yin soldiers. You have comprehended Mao Shan Divine Pointer, Bagua Tiangang Steps, Corpse Driving Technique. Yet, upon receiving the system's guidance to comprehend these techniques, Lin Tian felt a surge of renewed vigor. In the midst of an ominous darkness, suddenly delicate white paper flowers, reminiscent of willow catkins, floated down from the sky, seemingly emerging from nowhere. They danced gracefully, resembling a gentle snowfall. Among them emerged dozens of armored eastern specters, wielding long spears and halberds. Upon spotting the shadowy ninja battalion ahead, they advanced in formation with fierce determination. In an instant, under Lin Tian's command, the specters surged forth like an unstoppable tide, routing the shadowy soldiers before them, leaving them in disarray. This spectacle left both Lin Tian and Uncle Long, who had just extricated himself from peril and was investigating the shield, utterly astonished. What on earth is this? Look over here, Uncle Long. At that moment, in the distance, by the roadside, Xiao Yu, clutching the antique shield, exclaimed with a smile. However, her path was obstructed by a towering figure, Tro, a formidable henchman of Wallong. At this juncture, Lin Tian had successfully assisted Uncle Long in escaping danger, but chose not to continue aiding them. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the shadowy battalion, observing the chaos wrought upon the ninjas by the specters he had summoned. Suddenly, he invoked the soul-devouring technique. In the next heartbeat, the ninjas of the shadowy battalion transformed into wisps of blue smoke, merging into Lin Tian's brow. When he awoke once more, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease within his soul. Is this what it feels like to devour? Lin Tian mused with delight. Chapter 51. Acquiring the Soul Cultivation Technique. The battle unfolded in an indescribable manner, with both sides comprising malevolent and ghostly entities, the Eastern Specters, and the supernatural beings of the shadowy battalion from the island nation of Japan. They clashed in a chaotic melee, devoid of any visible bloodshed or smoke. only the eerie black mist swirling around. Clearly, in most instances, this substance did not emanate from the Eastern Spectres, but rather flowed from within the bodies of the ninjas of the shadowy battalion. These unarmed ninjas stood no chance against the fully armored and armed Eastern Spectres. They were merely fodder for one-sided slaughter. As they were dismembered and scattered, unable to be restored, they found no escape. For Lin Tian, following the invocation of the soul-devouring technique, they were all reduced to smoke and entered his brow. From that moment on, Lin Tian experienced unparalleled contentment, even a sensation of profound fullness, as if his soul had been nourished by some elixir. You have devoured the soul power of the shadowy battalion's ninjas and comprehended a new method of soul cultivation, 5 elements nirvana technique. 5 elements nirvana technique. Harness the power of the 5 elements to refine the soul, allowing one's soul to wield elemental forces in addition to telekinesis and soul perception. Upon gazing at the newly acquired technique, Lin Tian paused momentarily, closing his eyes in contemplation. He began to experiment with this newfound power, sensing the elemental energy refining his being, and directed his focus toward his brow's spiritual platform. Typically, such an endeavor is perilous. For most, the soul is a fragile entity, vulnerable to harm. However, Lin Tian's soul was far from ordinary. With his extraordinary understanding and the strength gained from his training, coupled with his experiences alongside the Ancient One exploring the mysteries of the multiverse, he had become increasingly exceptional. Now, having obtained a genuine method for soul cultivation, his soul refinement had reached a new and formal level. This sensation was difficult to articulate. Conventional techniques seldom yield significant advancements for the soul. Even among the Ancient One's disciples, as far as Lin Tian knew, only Baron Mordo was proficient in such magic, while the rest lacked mastery in this area. Thus, it could be concluded that Lin Tian was indeed a rare individual, having cultivated the art of the soul and capable of utilizing natural forces while in a soul exit state. The prevalence of such beings in the universe is uncertain, but in Lin Tian's understanding, they are exceedingly rare. Even the Ancient One may not possess such abilities. For Lin Tian could now wield elemental powers without the need for incantations, gestures, or invoking mysterious entities for strength, unlike the Ancient One. In Eastern philosophy, the 5 elements represent the fundamental workings of the universe. Metal symbolizes wealth, wood signifies growth, water represents nourishment, fire embodies destruction, and earth denotes unity. These 5 elements interact in cycles of creation and destruction, forming a cohesive whole. Lin Tian, through this understanding, had developed specific techniques for their application. For instance, his most adept technique is Soul Flame. This offensive art can directly incinerate an opponent's soul. For beings that cannot be directly consumed, it can weaken them before devouring. Soul Water nourishes and heals his soul, while Soul Wood facilitates the growth of his spirit during cultivation, yielding greater efficiency. Soul Earth Escape allows his soul to traverse the earth swiftly and perceive its essence, and Soul Metal Blade enables the creation of sharp metallic blades to strike targets. In summary, each of these techniques is extraordinary, and their combination offers even greater potential for exploration. In the distance, several members of the Mafia under Walong were left stunned. While they had limited knowledge of their boss's shadowy battalion, they understood it to be a formidable non-human force, an undead army. Yet, even such beings were effortlessly dispatched by another group of equally eerie and terrifying entities. This experience was profoundly unique and bizarre, instilling in them a palpable fear. Yes, only fear. Run, run, run. Several Mafia members turned and fled, abandoning Tro, their towering companion, who stood frozen, overwhelmed by an unspeakable dread at the sight before him. What the hell? Tro exclaimed. In the next moment, Lin Tian paid no heed to Tro and turned to walk back, treating the recent events as if they were a mundane occurrence. This left Uncle Long, who had previously encountered the young Lin Tian, utterly astonished. He glanced over at the distance and spotted Xiaoyu, who had just secured the shield. Upon seeing Uncle Long, Xiaoyu offered an awkward smile. Sorry, Uncle Long. I might have just stepped out for a little stroll. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. Simultaneously, he hurried toward Xiaoyu, acutely aware of the perilous situation they faced, regardless of whether they are ninjas, spirits, or some other entities. Even he cannot guarantee his safe escape in the face of what is to come, let alone that child, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you truly are a source of constant concern. Uncle Long exclaimed, half in annoyance. Uncle Long, I can't shake the feeling that it's because of that powerful youth's intervention, and he just walked away? Wasn't he after the talisman? Thankfully, I removed the talisman from the shield as soon as I spotted those suited Mafia members approaching us. Chapter 52, The Underground District 13. Talisman. At this moment, In the distance, upon hearing Xiaoyu utter the word talisman, Lin Tian halted his steps and turned his head. He remained intrigued by talismans, initially intending to return and solidify his spirit, subsequently enhancing his cultivation through the spirit-gathering array. He found himself unable to resist the urge to investigate this peculiar object they had mentioned. At that moment, Lin Tian's figure disappeared into the distance, but did not immediately reappear before Uncle Long and Xiaoyu. He was aware of one crucial fact. Once they acquired the talisman, their first destination would undoubtedly be District 13. This was an exceptionally confidential department housing various extraordinary items, such as talismans. It was likely that the talismans collected by those in District 13 had surpassed the one Xiaoyu had just obtained. Thus, by merely trailing behind them, Lin Tian could glimpse even more of the talismans he yearned to see. Indeed, as he passed a trash bin, Uncle Long glanced around to ensure no one was watching, swiftly kicked the bin over, and at that very moment, a large hole appeared in the adjacent wall, allowing Uncle Long and Xiaoyu to slip through in an instant. The entrance sealed shut behind them, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Tian recognized that this was the clandestine entrance to District 13. As Uncle Long and Xiaoyu advanced, they traversed a narrow alleyway and emerged into a spacious area, revealing a vast expanse resembling an assembly line, with numerous machines diligently at work. In the distance, the bald detective, Blake, approached. "Hey Long, my good partner. It's great to see you again, but why are you back so soon?" Blake inquired, casting a curious glance at Uncle Long and then at Xiaoyu. "Of course," Uncle Long replied with a smile. He then patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, prompting her to swiftly retrieve the significant item, the talisman, from her pink hip-hop style waist bag. As she produced it, Detective Blake took hold of it and handed it off to a mechanical tentacle, which promptly encased it in glass and transported it to a dedicated display and collection room. "Excellent." Detective Blake nodded approvingly. "Our safe is constructed from the thickest alloys in the world. Under normal circumstances, it is virtually impenetrable." "Indeed," Uncle Long remarked, surveying the several-meter-thick alloy door of District 13, nodding in satisfaction. "Truly, you in District 13 have formidable technology and equipment. However, I am somewhat curious which would be easier to breach, the wall beside this alloy door or the door itself." "Hee," Uncle Long said, scratching his head. Beside him, Xiaoyu crossed her arms in exasperation. "Enough." Suddenly, a strange voice resonated in their ears, startling them. "What?" "Enemy attack. District 13, enter alert status. All personnel, stand by. Seal all collection areas." Detective Blake commanded, simultaneously drawing his semi-automatic handgun from his coat pocket, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential intruders, no matter how small. Even insects would not escape his keen vision. In fact, there had indeed been intruders of such size attempting to breach District 13. However, under the super-strict surveillance of District 13, not even a mosquito could escape their grasp, leading to the successful capture and eradication of this disguised pest. Now, this marked the second invasion incident within nearly a year, and Detective Blake was exceedingly cautious, eager to identify and eliminate the intruder. However, as he surveyed the area, he ultimately turned and discovered that the figure had already appeared before him, right inside the safe. The sudden appearance startled both Uncle Long and Xiaoyu, especially Uncle Long, who made a swift decision upon seeing the silhouette. He kicked the door forcefully, sealing it shut and effectively trapping Lin Tian inside the safe. After executing this maneuver, Uncle Long sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his brow, addressing Xiaoyu beside him. "Xiaoyu, it seems we have no choice. Encountering ghosts in broad daylight is quite the predicament. Perhaps it is due to this being underground. Many may have perished during its construction. It's said that the arrogant bald eagle people, after having their craftsmen complete this place, executed them just as our ancient emperors did, leaving their spirits to linger here." Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, displayed a completely different demeanor, rolling her eyes and adopting a mature stance as she patted Uncle Long's back, saying, "Uncle Long, did you just misinterpret what you saw? There are no demons or monsters in this world. You're merely deceiving yourself. Moreover, I clearly saw that the figure was Lin Tian, not some ghost." Xiaoyu shrugged her hands in exasperation. Meanwhile, Detective Blake, observing this exchange, rubbed his forehead, revealing a hint of frustration. How am I supposed to respond to this?" "Xiaoyu, you truly saw correctly. That figure was indeed Lin Tian and no one else." Detective Blake inquired, his expression tinged with concern. "Of course, I wouldn't mistake him," Xiaoyu replied, puzzled. "What is the issue?" She looked curiously towards the door ahead. "Nothing. But the preservation room has an automatic defense mechanism. To be more specific, once an intruder is detected, the preservation chamber will initiate an attack on the intruder. and it involves a laser net. Detective Blake explained. Hey, Xiaoyu exclaimed, now thoroughly baffled. Chapter 53. How did you manage that? According to logic, there shouldn't be a laser net, right? Isn't it's supposed to be enough to subdue the target? What does a laser net even mean? Are you cutting the target into pieces? What benefit does that provide you? Can you feed it to dogs? Or turn it into a collectible? After all, in that condition, the perpetrator can no longer be a complete corpse, right? So, Detective Blake, shouldn't you upon hearing this? Detective Blake found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Xiaoyu, sighed deeply, and continued, truth be told, I too wish it were otherwise. But we are left with no alternative. The security system of our main entrance operates on a unique criterion, akin to a corporate policy designed to prevent any living soul from escaping. Other companies may not be overly concerned, and our government shares this sentiment, believing it preferable to obliterate an adversary within this vault rather than risk their escape. Perhaps they could even undergo a disfigurement procedure, rendering their identity unrecognizable. Occasionally, we might encounter a situation of internal betrayal. Should one of our own intrude and trigger the laser grid, they could feign that it was an external enemy. When submitting reports to higher-ups, the outcome would appear more favorable, albeit that is its sole purpose. Detective Blake explained solemnly. Xiaoyu's expression darkened at his words. However, noticing her discomfort, Detective Blake hastily added, there exists another possibility. The target may not have been killed but instead could be in a remarkably clever position, still possessing a chance to evade the laser grid. After all, the pattern of the laser grid varies by date. Within a week, only one day presents a purely diamond-shaped lattice, while the rest feature gaps. Generally, the average person would struggle to avoid it. Yet those of smaller stature might have a 1% chance of survival. In such a scenario, Lin Tian's physique would indeed prove advantageous, wouldn't it? Yes. He still has that slim chance of survival, provided he exerts enough effort, though perhaps luck might also play a role. By the way, Xiaoyu, I forgot to ask earlier. What day is it today? It's Thursday, Xiaoyu replied. Ah, Thursday. Detective Blake's countenance suddenly transformed into one of distress, and he began to mutter to himself. Why does it have to be so coincidental? Is there truly such a thing as coincidence in this world? More importantly, why has Lin Tian suddenly appeared before us? What extraordinary abilities does he possess? Let us take a look, Uncle Long interjected, his expression somewhat peculiar, yet he suppressed his nausea and gazed ahead. Currently, there seems to be only one way to determine whether Lin Tian is alive or dead, and that is to open this door. Upon hearing Uncle Long's words, Detective Blake nodded in agreement. He took a deep breath, then uttered a series of complex and bizarre sounds into the air, an almost nonsensical string of words, akin to a severely misplaced lyric. Subsequently, the large door creaked open, revealing what lay within, a glass case containing a protective talisman. The talisman remained intact, yet there was nothing else surrounding it. At that moment, astonishment gripped them as they pondered Lin Tian's whereabouts. Could it be that he possessed the ability to teleport, able to traverse space in an instant, evading the lethal embrace of the laser grid purely through sheer will? Such thoughts flickered in their minds. And though the likelihood seemed slim, it appeared that only such an occurrence could explain Lin Tian's survival. However, a sudden rumble startled them. Boom. The wall beside them abruptly fractured, revealing Lin Tian's figure emerging from the newly formed opening. This wall, unlike the several meters of alloy steel that constituted the door, was merely a half-meter thick. While that might seem substantial to many, to Lin Tian, it was as fragile as a house of cards, easily penetrated. As he approached, Lin Tian wore an expression of calmness, gazing at the slack-jawed individuals before him. What does this mean? Is this how you welcome your guests? I deliberately postponed my cultivation time to be here, and yet you stand idly by? In that moment, the group was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. You. The first to break the silence was Detective Blake. How on earth did you get in here? He inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Really? The answer is obvious. I simply followed your companions, Uncle Long and Xiaoyu. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Any other challenging questions? Yes, Xiaoyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Lin Tian, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I want to know how you managed to survive the laser grid. Can you teleport? Moving instantaneously just by thinking about it. Not at all, Lin Tian decisively quashed her enthusiasm. I lack such an ability. My skill is rather straightforward. I withstood the laser grid and survived, simply standing before you now. As for teleportation, I cannot claim to be incapable, but it is unnecessary, he said, displaying a confident demeanor. Xiaoyu's admiration for him did not wane in the slightest. So, what do you intend to do with the talisman? Uncle Long asked. Quite simple, Lin Tian responded. What I wish to do is merely to study it. The words Lin Tian had just spoken left Uncle Long, Xiaoyu, and Detective Blake utterly dumbfounded. They had never encountered someone so audacious. At that moment, the expressions on all three faces conveyed a mixture of disbelief and respect. After all, witnessing someone traverse a lethal laser grid unscathed, even without a wrinkle in their attire, was a first for them. The impact Lin Tian had on them was difficult to articulate. A talisman? So Lin Tian, is it? You suddenly intruded here and even breached the wall of our treasure room just to examine a talisman? Detective Blake remarked, his tone reflecting a blend of peculiarity and incredulity. That seems to be the case, Lin Tian replied casually. Well, that is quite something, Detective Blake said, raising an eyebrow, still trying to process the situation. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and continued, I believe I now grasp the cause and effect of this affair. However, it is abundantly clear, Mr. Lin Tian, that even as a minor, you have trespassed into a military facility, and thus, you are under arrest. Detective Blake asserted with a sense of authority. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helplessness and confusion. They felt that Detective Blake's previous statement was somewhat excessive. Hey, Uncle Blake, Xiaoyu chimed in, tugging at Detective Blake's pant leg to draw his attention downward. She looked up at him with her large, pleading eyes filled with hope. Upon witnessing the scene, Detective Blake's expression was once again tinged with a hint of exasperation. When he lifted his gaze to Lin Tian, he withdrew the hand that had stealthily crept towards his pocket. So, a firearm holds no sway over you, does it? Detective Blake pondered aloud. In response, Lin Tian casually brushed his fingers against the glass display of another exhibit beside him and nonchalantly replied, Well, you may certainly give it a try. I am rather indifferent to your eagle-eyed enforcement methods. Of course, I believe it would be more advantageous for us to become friends, don't you think? As he spoke, Lin Tian produced 2 business cards from his pocket. One bore the name of Mr. Fisk Wilson, the CEO and chairman of Fisk Corporation, while the other belonged to Uncle Jia Ji, the CEO of Walker Corporation. These 2 enterprises were backed by a staggering capital of $40 billion. Are you quite certain you can manipulate me at will? Lin Tian remarked with an air of nonchalance. At this, Detective Blake was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. He glanced at the business cards, then at the young Lin Tian, opening his mouth yet finding no words to follow. However, his eyes seemed to convey a multitude of sentiments, such as, You truly are a child of remarkable cunning. You seem to fancy yourself quite knowledgeable about our system, don't you? Meanwhile, Uncle Long interjected, Enough, Blake. I think it wise that we refrain from complicating matters further. Perhaps we can call off the alarms for now. What say you? Blake appeared visibly taken aback and speechless at this suggestion. He turned to Uncle Long with a look that seemed to seek confirmation. So, what do you propose we do? Uncle Long gestured with open palms, his cheeks momentarily compressing as he looked at Lin Tian and pointed a finger at him, continuing, You've seen this lad's capabilities. Even if we band together, or summon the guards from District 13, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. Of course, if we were to call in the old man, the odds might shift, but since he is not here, we can only rely on ourselves. Wouldn't it be folly to attempt to confront this youth? As Uncle Long spoke, he tugged gently at Detective Blake's sleeve. The latter furrowed his brow, seemingly deliberating internally, before eventually relaxing his expression. His demeanor towards Lin Tian shifted from tense vigilance to a newfound sense of ease. Very well, Mr. Lin Tian. We in District 13 have rescinded our investigation into you, but I wonder if you might agree to one request, Detective Blake said, his expression revealing a trace of conflict. Just say it directly, Lin Tian replied. All right then. Blake extended his hand, presenting his own business card. District 13. We hope you will consider becoming a part of our team. Our primary responsibility involves investigating secret organizations engaged in large-scale international crime. However, due to the recent discovery of talismans, these extraordinary items imbued with magical powers, we have acquired a new duty to safeguard and oversee these magical artifacts, ensuring they do not fall into the hands of outsiders, including the mafia. And you, young man, are included in this responsibility. Detective Blake's tone grew more serious. We can permit you to access these special collections at appropriate times, but you must agree to one stipulation. You are never to take them out of District 13 without our permission. This is paramount. Of course, I can see your focused attention, which assures me you are listening attentively. As Blake continued, he elaborated on the personnel and facilities within District 13. You see, this is Uncle Long, a temporary agent of District 13. The technician responsible for design and manufacturing, Kepler, is also one of us. Lin Tian nodded slowly, feigning a semblance of understanding, when suddenly he produced a small object from his fingers, looking towards Detective Blake with curiosity. "And what about this?" he inquired, showcasing his find, a small, coin-sized object resembling a stone seal, adorned with an image of a rooster. It was evident that Lin Tian had discreetly acquired the rooster talisman, currently safeguarded by District 13. Chapter 55, Acquiring the Telekinetic Mantra. The moment Lin Tian came into contact with the rooster talisman, he felt an enigmatic power coursing through him. In an instant, he perceived his body becoming significantly lighter, an almost ethereal sensation of levitation enveloping him. Before he knew it, he was airborne, floating upward like a balloon. In that fleeting moment, he recalled the talisman's function, the power of levitation. However, he found himself somewhat bemused. His recollection of the 12 talismans was not entirely clear, though he remembered a few notable ones. The dog talisman, which granted immortality, the horse talisman, which bestowed healing abilities, and the ox talisman, which conferred immense strength. Now, confronted with the rooster talisman, he surmised it to be among the weaker of the 12. Yet, a thought occurred to him. This talisman not only affected its holder, but could also influence objects. For instance, as long as the talisman's bearer focused their mind on it, they could make objects levitate and manipulate them with their thoughts. This was its unique quality. Furthermore, Lin Tian sensed another peculiarity. The talisman's efficacy varied according to the strength of the holder's mental prowess. If the holder possessed formidable telekinetic abilities, they could lift immense weights effortlessly. However, should their mental acuity be lacking, they would be limited to merely flying. At this moment, holding the rooster talisman, Lin Tian felt himself entering a state of profound mystery. As he endeavored to test his telekinetic abilities, a strange sensation emanated from within him. Perhaps due to his training in qi rather than magic, he found that he could not fully harness the talisman's power. Nevertheless, as he concentrated, the nearby, supposedly indestructible alloy steel door shattered explosively, scattering in a myriad of fragments. This sudden turn of events left Xiao Yu, Detective Blake, and Uncle Long utterly astonished. Momentarily believing they were under a terrorist attack, they shouted in alarm, "Enemy attack," and hastily sought cover behind nearby obstructions. Amidst the ensuing cloud of dust, they remained in hiding for several seconds, waiting until the haze finally dissipated. Only then did they cautiously peek out to ascertain what had transpired at the now-destroyed alloy door. Upon witnessing the scene, what was once a collection now lay in the form of a dismal pit where the grand entrance had stood. It was even more severely damaged than the adjacent wall. Stunned by this sight, Sheriff Blake found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In contrast, Uncle Long and Xiao Yu reacted more swiftly, glancing towards Lin Tian and the rooster talisman he held, their expressions laden with astonishment. Xiao Yu, still in disbelief, turned to Lin Tian and inquired, "Lin Tian, by the way, was that destruction over there caused by you?" "Indeed," Lin Tian replied, his gaze fixed on the talisman. Momentarily silent until he had examined it thoroughly. He then added, "It appears so, I did indeed cause it." Raising his head, a hint of mysterious confidence graced his features as he countered, "If it wasn't my doing, would it have been yours?" Xiao Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words and scratched her head. "Well, I suppose I couldn't have managed that, haha." Yet, her attention was soon captivated by the talisman in Lin Tian's hand. "Speaking of which, if it were me, could I give it a try?" she asked, extending her hand in an attempt to indicate that she wished for Lin Tian to pass the talisman to her. However, recalling something, she glanced at Sheriff Blake, who was watching her with a knowing expression, and an awkward blush crept onto her face. Hee, Sheriff Blake, I didn't mean any harm," Xiao Yu stammered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It seemed she felt guilty for planning to engage with Lin Tian as if she were on his side, despite being an ally of Uncle Long and Sheriff Blake, and for considering the reckless act of privately handling a collection item for personal amusement. "All right," Lin Tian interjected, tossing the talisman aside. He then conjured an ice sword beneath his feet and soared into the outside world. Upon witnessing this spectacle, both Sheriff Blake and Uncle Long were momentarily taken aback. By the time they regained their composure, Lin Tian had already departed from the 13th district and vanished outside. "Oh, what just happened?" Sheriff Blake exclaimed, gazing in the direction Lin Tian had disappeared, towards the underground pipes. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had vanished from sight, leaving Sheriff Blake with an incredulous sensation. Yet, he could not deny the reality of it. As Lin Tian exited the 13th district, the system prompt echoed in his mind. "You have interacted with the rooster talisman, perceiving a unique set of magical operational rules. Through this understanding, your personal psychic energy will be amplified. You have comprehended psychic technique. When wielding psychic energy, its strength will be tenfold." Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Tian felt an extraordinary exhilaration within him. Psychic energy, a distinct form of power driven by the soul, had previously limited him to wielding the elemental forces upon his spirit's detachment. Now, he had acquired an entirely new form of psychic energy, which would undoubtedly be of immense assistance. Once he confirmed this newfound ability, Lin Tian's spirit gradually returned to a state of tranquility. For only within calmness could he truly experience serenity, a temperament befitting a cultivator. Beyond this, there was little else to ponder. Reflecting on the 13th district and the rooster talisman, Lin Tian was struck by a peculiar sensation, as if he were on the cusp of a profound revelation. He pondered, given that this talisman was imbued with the power of the demon Lord of Fire, could it possibly be connected to the Lord himself? Yet, Lin Tian could not ascertain this for certain. Chapter 56, The Debut of the Patriot? Having recently accompanied Uncle Long and Xiaoyu on an expedition into the 13th district, Lin Tian had gained a general impression of the area. He was now familiar with the route and had even acquired a legal identity there. Like Uncle Long, he was a temporary agent, albeit with a potentially more unique status. Lin Tian surmised that after his departure, the detectives in the 13th district might convene to discuss his situation in detail. After all, an individual as extraordinary as him, possessing such power, was a rarity. It was not surprising that the 13th district would seek to court him. Conversely, becoming his adversary would be a rather foolish endeavor. Lin Tian speculated that even Jin Bing's subordinates, with their wealth, likely surpassed that of the 13th district, which directly contradicted Sheriff Blake's assertion of the district's safety. In reality, it was quite vulnerable. Even a clever person like Xiaoyu could likely slip in undetected. For Lin Tian, this was a trivial matter. Of course, given that he had only recently made contact, and considering the potential to gain access to other talismans, Lin Tian had no intention of antagonizing the 13th district at this juncture. Meanwhile, a call from Uncle Fried Chicken, the CEO of Walker Corporation, interrupted his thoughts. Boss Lin Tian, we are about to commence the launch ceremony for our first superhero. Will you not join us? Or shall I arrange a live broadcast for you to witness the entire process? Additionally, this marks the debut of the Patriot. How swiftly should we proceed with introducing the remaining members of the Super 7? Uncle Fried Chicken inquired. Taken aback by the question, Lin Tian paused. Could you clarify which aspect you are referring to? He asked, puzzled. What aspect? Why, of course, our superhero program. Uncle Fried Chicken responded. If we merely unveil one superhero in a short span, one tea that seem rather insufficient, it might even inflate the Patriot's ego. However, if we release 7 at once, wouldn't tea that contradict the plan and philosophy you laid out? Philosophy? Lin Tian was momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by that? Coughing lightly, Uncle Fried Chicken continued. You mentioned that this endeavor needs to be sufficiently controllable and that we must seize the market promptly to prevent other superhero organizations from competing with us. This way, we can establish ourselves as a monopoly in the superhero sector, and when the relevant authorities approach, we can negotiate from a position of strength. Did you not say this, boss? Uncle Fried Chicken appeared somewhat perplexed as he posed his questions. Then you also mentioned that you do not wish for the Compound 5 experiments to continue. Should we still proceed with the Super 7, or just unveil the Patriot without introducing others? What are your thoughts, boss? As for the Super 7, let us proceed as planned, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. What I mean is, after this group, the next batch should ideally consist of superheroes I recommend to you, rather than those you cultivate subsequently. Moreover, if I recall correctly, the development time for the superheroes created using Compound 5 is quite extensive, is it not? After the Patriot's batch, the subsequent superheroes will likely take longer than anticipated to launch. Am I correct? Lin Tian inquired earnestly. At this moment, he was walking along the streets of New York, having chosen not to use his flying sword but rather to stroll. Passers-by observed the young Lin Tian engaged in a serious discussion over the phone regarding business matters, their expressions reflecting surprise at his demeanor. Some individuals even boldly pulled out their phones in the street to capture Lin Tian's image, yet he swiftly thwarted their attempts. With a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed his telekinetic power, sending a bystander's phone soaring through the air, leaving the individual convinced that their own clumsiness had caused the device to fly from their grasp. Hey, my phone, the bystander exclaimed, dashing after their airborne gadget, inadvertently drawing considerable attention to Lin Tian. Unfazed, Lin Tian continued his stroll down the street. His presence neither jarring nor exaggerated, provided one did not heed his utterances. Of course, his chosen path was far from arbitrary. He was making his way to a building rumored to be the site of a hostage situation orchestrated by terrorists. At this precise moment, the national heroes would intervene decisively, resolving the crisis before dramatically descending in their flag-adorned robes to deliver impassioned speeches, proclaiming that these superheroes were the nation's and the world's treasures. With their presence, the world would not be plagued by malevolence. Even if villains emerged, they would be swiftly subdued. At this moment, Lin Tian proceeded toward the designated location, the very building where the national heroes were set to make their grand debut. The emergence of these criminals was no mere coincidence. They were indeed malevolent actors. However, the timing and place of their nefarious deeds held deeper implications. Once these wrongdoers were eradicated, the narrative of black and white would be dictated by Walker Corporation, which was precisely their intention. Simultaneously, this was the aspiration of the national heroes, a moment of heroic grandeur. Chronologically, Gotham City, not too far from New York, was also grappling with a surge of supervillains, creating chaos for the GCPD. Many citizens had begun to take note of this troubling situation. While New York may not have faced villains of Gotham's magnitude, the presence of hostage-taking terrorists could indeed spark public panic. In such a scenario, should the national heroes rise to the occasion and rescue the populace from peril, they would undoubtedly be hailed as heroes, receiving accolades and applause. This narrative, though seemingly cliched and reminiscent of tales from storybooks, is undeniably a well-crafted trope. Chapter 57, Lin Tian's on-site inspection. At this juncture, events had commenced. One could perceive this as a spectacle, a grand showcase by the national heroes. Lin Tian had no ulterior motives for being here. He merely wished to witness the splendor of the national heroes. Logically, given his adeptness at performance and stirring public sentiment, he was expected to excel during this debut without requiring any additional assistance. Suddenly, with a piercing scream and a resounding crash, numerous gazes turned toward a nearby office building, the Winchester Tower. While it lacked the renown of iconic structures like the Chrysler Building, this modern edifice boasted a facade of glass, exuding an air of contemporary artistry. The unfolding events within attracted considerable intrigue, for a seemingly translucent skyscraper naturally piques curiosity, and sounds carried more clearly from within. Indeed, at that moment, throngs of onlookers had gathered, straining to discern what transpired above. Shortly thereafter, panicked individuals spilled from the building's ground floor, screaming, "There's been a murder." A chaotic mix of men and women emerged, resembling frantic zombies escaping confinement, their modern attire, suits and uniforms, rendered irrelevant by their disheveled and terrified demeanor, which evoked no hint of contemporary sophistication. Lin Tian chuckled softly to himself. Clearly, Walker Corporation had executed their plans adeptly, particularly in terms of such details. A defining characteristic of the national heroes was their duality. On the surface, they presented as steadfast patriots devoted to the welfare of the people. Yet when out of the camera's sight, their true nature would emerge. This might be termed unrestrained audacity, or perhaps the primal self. After all, humanity is not born virtuous. As Xuanzi posited, human nature is inherently flawed. It is not that people are innately evil, but rather that, in the absence of discipline, they gravitate toward their base instincts, often exhibiting unseemly behavior, willing to do anything for their desires, purely for their own gratification. And the national heroes exemplified this archetype. The staccato sound of gunfire erupted from within the building, accompanied by the shattering of glass, inciting another wave of terrified screams from the crowd below. Curiosity mingled with shock as such events were seldom witnessed, even in the usually hospitable and peaceful New York City, particularly in the wake of the 9/11 tragedy. "Oh my God, what is happening?" Individuals below, along with those in adjacent buildings, urgently inquired of those who had just escaped, desperate for answers about the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, some, feeling a mixture of dread and self-preservation, instinctively chose to vacate the area, believing that distance would better ensure their safety. As the saying goes, a sword has no eyes, and bullets are even less discerning. If a violent incident were to occur above, it was conceivable that a deranged shooter could unleash chaos, leaving the unsuspecting spectators' fates to mere chance. All right, time to move on. The police are arriving. Some individuals urged their companions to depart, while others remained oblivious to the danger. At this moment, Lin Tian cloaked himself in the technique of invisibility, diminishing his presence within the crowd. He then moved against the tide of fleeing individuals, making his way into the building. Most people were eager to escape the imminent threat, seeking refuge in a seemingly safer area to observe the spectacle from a distance. However, Lin Tian was different. He was confident in his abilities to safeguard himself, choosing to proceed calmly into the fray, eager to get a closer look. Perhaps it was merely a lull in the superhero scene. Iron Man had yet to make his entrance, Captain America remained frozen, Spider-Man was still a child, and Daredevil was occupied in Hell's Kitchen, battling Kingpin. Thus, New York's heroes, particularly in the commercial district, were relatively scarce. For some, this was a fortuitous turn of events, especially for Walker Corporation and Lin Tian. In an era devoid of established superheroes, why not take the lead and pioneer this trend? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Tian stepped into the lobby and proceeded to the elevator bank. The atmosphere here is starkly desolate, evoking a sense akin to that of a crime scene. Various documents are strewn across the floor, accompanied by shards of glass and remnants such as lipstick. Articles of clothing, shoes, bags, and mobile phones lie scattered, presumably abandoned by individuals fleeing the building. The entire edifice imparts an impression of vastness, tinged with a certain loneliness and tranquility, to the extent that the sounds of police sirens, traffic, and human voices from outside are distinctly audible. Ding! At this moment, the elevator arrives, and Lin Tian steps inside, ascending to his designated floor. Just then, his phone rings once more. Nonchalantly, he answers. "Hello, boss. I hear you're personally attending?" The voice on the other end belongs to Uncle Fried Chicken, who seems somewhat taken aback by Lin Tian's presence, inquiring further. "What's the matter? Is there an issue?" Lin Tian asks, sensing Uncle Fried Chicken's hesitation. Cough. "Boss, it's like this. We actually arranged everything for the debut of the Patriotic Man. This includes installing cameras in the elevator corners on several floors to ensure no unauthorized personnel linger in the building. After all, you should be aware of the Patriotic Man's temperament, right? There's a chance he might mistreat the terrorists once captured or make inappropriate remarks. We must consider all of this. That's of no concern," Lin Tian replies with a smile. "I'm merely here to observe. The Patriotic Man is, after all, our company's star product. Is it not reasonable for my boss to take an interest?" No problem," Uncle Fried Chicken responds, engaging in a few pleasantries before hanging up. From his words, Lin Tian can still sense a hint of concern. Perhaps, there's a belief that although he is a powerful superhuman, his actions are often unpredictable. They fear he might engage in some unsavory incident akin to his previous exploits, which is precisely what Walker Company wishes to avoid. Their objective is clear: to ensure their star superhero dominates the currently untapped superhero market, subsequently expanding into entertainment, film, toys, and other industries. Achieving this requires the company to maintain the superhero's image as intact, independent, and distinct, embodying traits such as a fierce hatred of evil and a commitment to justice. If Lin Tian were to intervene and fight the Patriotic Man mid-operation as before, what would that signify? Patriotism? Would that not make Lin Tian the villain? Should any departments conduct follow-up investigations into the Patriotic Man and Lin Tian, it could plunge Walker Company into turmoil, a scenario Uncle Fried Chicken dreads most. While Lin Tian's desire for excitement is understandable, showing off during the Patriotic Man's debut would inevitably overshadow the superhero's exposure, thereby undermining the launch. This is a matter of paramount importance for the company's CEO, Uncle Fried Chicken. Lin Tian is aware of this, yet he does not intend to interfere. He is merely here to witness how the Patriotic Man handles criminals. After observing closely, he could choose to play the role of an ordinary hostage or an unwitting teenager who stumbled into the situation. Ultimately, Lin Tian comprehends Uncle Fried Chicken's apprehensions. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he does not plan to take action. At this moment, the elevator arrives at the designated 33rd floor. The doors slide open with a clang, and Lin Tian strides out. This floor is precisely where the Patriotic Man's debut plan anticipates the terrorists to take hostages. Coincidentally, today, several distinguished individuals are scheduled to attend a meeting, clients from major corporations and banks. The terrorists appear, brandishing firearms to take hostages, demanding money transfers to their accounts while expressing their hatred for the capitalists, delivering radical rhetoric. The incident is inadvertently recorded by some clients on their phones and subsequently shared online. For instance, the owner of a company on this floor may have previously been Lin Tian's employer, who dismissed him over trivial matters or made derogatory remarks due to his skin color during his first business interaction, resentment that has festered into today's act of terror. The criminals threaten to flay and torture their boss. What follows is a logical sequence. The Patriotic Man arrives, identifies himself to the police, and collaborates with them. Within minutes, he neutralizes the assailants and rescues the hostages. He then descends calmly, delivering scripted lines assigned by Walker Company, such as, "Thank you all. You are heroes. We need more superheroes." A legitimate superhero must remove the mask and cooperate with the government. Accompanied by a stirring background score, the scene radiates a sense of security and happiness. Subsequently, all is accomplished seamlessly, with an advertisement for Walker Company inserted, likely causing their stock to soar. At least, that is how the script is written. The Patriotic Man need only follow the rehearsal. Logically, this should unfold as planned. However, Lin Tian's presence introduces an unexpected variable. While walking down the corridor towards his target location, he instinctively activates his Zhou Tian sensory technique to gauge the state of those around him. Suddenly, Lin Tian furrows his brow. He discerns that among the hostages on this floor lies a unique presence. Wait, is that Clark Kent? Lin Tian is momentarily stunned, as this revelation was entirely unexpected. Logically, Superman Clark should not have emerged for several more years, having only recently encountered his father Jor-El beneath the Arctic ice, where he was prepared for his heroic destiny. Prior to that, he might have completed a rescue on an offshore drilling platform. Yet here, by sheer coincidence, at Walker Company's chosen debut location in New York, Superman Clark is present. Lin Tian ponders this twist. Absorbing the sun's yellow rays from Earth should have rendered him significantly powerful, and Clark has been absorbing this energy for over a decade. However, chronologically, he is still quite distant from becoming Superman. Indeed, through Lin Tian's enhanced perception, he recognizes that this version of Superman Clark is notably weaker, perhaps even incapable of flight. Yet, by sheer misfortune, he finds himself embroiled in a hostage situation. What a predicament! Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words. What would transpire if Superman Clark encountered compatriots from his homeland? Would he choose to remain incognito, or would he unmask his true identity? Might he, in a moment of comic error, mistake these individuals for his fellow Kryptonians? Such a scenario, though far-fetched, was not entirely implausible. The compatriots possessed a physique akin to that of steel, a quality also shared by Superman Clark. They were endowed with superhuman strength, speed, reflexes, defense, and laser vision, attributes that mirrored those of the Man of Steel. Given these similarities, the prospect of a heartfelt reunion among compatriots seemed within the realm of possibility. Lin Tian was uncertain whether the compatriots would recognize Clark. However, it was likely they would perceive him as a product of their Walker Corporation. Chapter 59, Educating Superman? The Walker Corporation, the source of Compound 5, had given rise to such formidable beings as the compatriots. Although Superman Clark's powers stemmed from his Kryptonian heritage, they outwardly resembled those of the compatriots. This raised the likelihood that, upon witnessing Superman's abilities, the compatriots would unequivocally assume he was one of their own, leading to their astonishment. Lin Tian, momentarily speechless, remained vigilant, utilizing his Zhou Tian sensory technique. Through this heightened awareness, he discerned not only Superman among the gathering, but also a remarkable individual. Upon closer inspection, Lin Tian was taken aback. It was Lex Luthor. Seeing him stirred a sense of unease within Lin Tian. Lex Luthor was a renowned technological savant, businessman, genius, and investor. His presence here was not entirely unexpected. However, his long-standing enmity with Superman Clark made this encounter particularly noteworthy. Given that the event was hosted by the compatriots, it was conceivable that Luthor might view them as adversaries as well. This realization left Lin Tian feeling somewhat unsettled. Had he inadvertently created a potential enemy for himself? Although the presence of another brilliant rival was not inherently negative, considering Luthor was the mastermind behind Doomsday and Bizarro, providing ample material for villainy, his existence remained necessary. The question lingered, would Lex Luthor focus solely on combating Superman in the future, or might he also target the compatriots? Perhaps he would pursue both? This was indeed an intriguing contemplation. Lin Tian pondered, sensing uncertainty as he moved toward his intended destination. In the office, a single-armed thug stood guard, while the majority were situated in the adjacent office, an arrangement clearly orchestrated by the Walker Group. Lin Tian understood the rationale behind this setup. Boom. Meanwhile, below in the building, the compatriot descended gracefully. Upon spotting a nearby officer, he greeted him with a congenial smile, approaching to say, "Hello, officer. I have been sent to assist with this mission." The camera focused on the compatriot, capturing his sunlit golden hair and radiant smile. He patted the officer's shoulder before launching into the sky, his flag billowing behind him as he soared to the 33rd floor, crashing through the glass. In the office where Lin Tian was stationed, Superman Clark, seated nearby, exhibited signs of discomfort. He rubbed his temples, and Lin Tian recognized the cause. Super hearing. He could perceive the cacophony from the adjacent room. At that moment, the compatriot, under the impression that no one was watching, approached the criminals. "Please, spare me." Upon witnessing the compatriot burst through the window, the thug immediately dropped his AK and fell to his knees, weeping and begging for mercy. "Please, sir, spare my life," he pleaded, as did his companions. Though these individuals were indeed criminals with prior offenses, they were pawns in a meticulously crafted plan by the Walker Group, having been compensated handsomely to portray criminals. They believed that by kneeling in submission upon the compatriots' arrival, they could secure their lives. However, the reality was far more complex. The compatriots' lips curled into a sinister smile, revealing a menacing demeanor. "Oh, a performance, is it? And who said that just because you beg for mercy, I will let you go? You seem to have misunderstood," he taunted. With a single punch, he pierced one thug's chest, followed by a swift motion to snap another's neck. The third met his end at the hands of the compatriot's laser vision, reduced to a gruesome mess. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. A brutal execution of the criminals. At that moment, Superman Clark, still in his formative years, was breathing heavily. Clearly, he had witnessed and heard everything. His mind was reeling with shock, struggling to comprehend that there existed another being similar to him. Yet what troubled him even more was the latter's brutal treatment of humanity. While the victims were indeed criminals, they had relinquished their resistance, and this particular crime had resulted in no casualties. To Superman, the situation did not warrant such lethal force. However, the compatriot acted without hesitation, revealing a disturbing disregard for the sanctity of life, an attitude that suggested he saw himself as superior to humans, viewing them as lesser beings to be trampled upon at will. This revelation left Superman, raised by human parents, utterly stunned. How could this be? Fear gripped him as he grappled with uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. His mind was a tumultuous sea of conflicting thoughts, as if ensnared by 1,000 ropes. His eyes widened, yet there was a hollowness within them, and his pupils trembled slightly. Observing this, Lin Tian smiled and addressed Superman. "Clark, are you feeling anxious? You seem eager to act. If you truly wish to do something, my advice is to embrace it. Do not allow your heart to be confined. Pursue the desires that reside deep within you. Seek your true motivation. Close your eyes and ask yourself what you truly want." Lin Tian spoke with earnest conviction, appearing far more mature than his years suggested. Upon hearing this, Clark did not display any outward signs of distress, but responded, "I understand." In that instant, he became resolute, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He stood and dashed toward the adjacent office. Chapter 60, Superman's Hesitation. At this moment, Superman Clark still appeared quite youthful and inexperienced. Wearing a somewhat weathered teal baseball cap, a loose-fitting long-sleeved shirt, and an excessively lengthy inner lining that cascaded down past his lumbar region, he appeared to be clad in garments bequeathed by his father. However, when he rose to his feet, his broad shoulders revealed a remarkable aspect of his physique. At the very least, his build could be described as robust. The citizens of the motherland had reached a relatively mature age, while the current Superman, Clark, seemed as if he had just emerged from adolescence. Nevertheless, upon learning of the motherland's brutal extermination of terrorists next door, he ultimately chose to stand and stride towards the adjacent room where his kin awaited. Witnessing this, Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight arc, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face. Superman, the citizen of the motherland. In his prime, the citizen would have posed no challenge to Superman. However, the circumstances had shifted. The citizen of the motherland did not require the absorption of solar rays to elevate his abilities, whereas Superman did. Furthermore, Superman's development necessitated other elements, such as mastery of skills and psychological maturity, attributes that the citizen of the motherland had been trained in at the Walker Corporation's laboratory by various researchers. Yet, Superman, the child of farmers raised in the countryside, had not acquired these proficiencies. Even though his genetic endowment was extraordinary and his being intertwined with the reproductive compendium of Kryptonian genes, this could not alter his reality. Superman was undoubtedly a formidable entity, or perhaps destined to be one, but at present, he seemed yet to fully realize that potential. Nonetheless, his courage was commendable. Moreover, whether it be Superman or the citizen of the motherland, both were individuals that Lin Tian held in high regard and hoped to recruit. After all, even if he refrained from enlisting Superman now, Batman would inevitably seek to recruit him later to form the Justice League. Stop. Clark had reached the door of the adjacent room and forcefully pushed open the locked entrance. He beheld the bloodied citizen of the motherland, who had just executed a brutal heart extraction on the terrorist before him. Having withdrawn his hand from the foe's chest, he wiped it clean on the latter's clothing, then carelessly discarded the limp terrorist aside, as one would a tattered rag. He then regarded the bewildered young man who had barged in with a look of utter astonishment. "Oh, good sir." The citizen of the motherland quickly raised his hands in a gesture that conveyed excitement and surprise, simultaneously concealing the recent activity of his hands. He then turned his gaze to the Superman, Clark, revealing his signature smile, and spoke. "Young man, I presume you wish to offer your assistance? Your physique suggests you have trained well." While feigning a smile, the citizen scrutinized the Superman before him. He swiftly reined in the subtle awkwardness in his eyes, adopting a demeanor of politeness and humility once more. He even extended his arm, palm open, in an inviting gesture. Casting a glance at the corpse of the terrorist below, he displayed a semblance of surprise and remorse, addressing Superman Clark. "My apologies, sir. Is it a tad bloody here, perhaps offending your sensibilities? However, the blood of these individuals is tainted with sin. You need not worry. The matter has been resolved. Simply return to your position and await the arrival of the officers to assist with your evacuation. Should you require psychological counseling, they can facilitate that as well. By the way, are you curious about my name? You can call me the citizen of the motherland." As he spoke, the citizen grinned, his expression a blend of worldliness and a hint of playfulness, before maintaining his previous poise and turning towards the shattered glass wall at the edge of the high-rise, preparing to conclude his performance with a leap. At that moment, Superman found himself momentarily stupefied, standing there, gazing at the citizen of the motherland, feeling somewhat at a loss. He recalled his adoptive father, Jonathan Kent, one of the few individuals he owed in this lifetime. Years ago, he had quarreled with his father, for although he was his adoptive parent, he was human, while he was a Kryptonian. As a human, his father had always imparted wisdom, even forbidding him from prematurely revealing his powers, which had left the rebellious adolescent Superman feeling quite disgruntled. Later, during a tornado, he had had the chance to rescue his father, but his father's restraining hand had stopped him, leaving him to stand frozen in anguish as his father cried out in pain. And now, was he truly prepared? Superman Clark found himself uncertain, particularly in the presence of this blonde-haired man, whose strange demeanor evoked an inexplicable sense of disquiet, yet whose display of abilities bore resemblance to their Kryptonian heritage. This left him feeling increasingly bewildered. Nevertheless, the haunting cries for help from the recently vanquished terrorist echoed in his mind. Superman Clark's fists clenched tightly, then released, an internal conflict surging within him, akin to a flickering light. Ultimately, however, he chose to let go, refraining from further entanglement with the citizen of the motherland. Meanwhile, behind Superman Clark, Lin Tian observed this unfolding scene with little change in his smile. Within the same office, Lex Luthor paid scant attention to Superman Clark, perhaps merely viewing him as a bumbling giant. Lin Tian swiftly checked his phone, perusing information about the citizen of the motherland. He was not particularly surprised that Superman had refrained from confronting the citizen. However, he remained convinced of one thing. Superman had already formed some opinion of the citizen of the motherland, and he would undoubtedly recognize that this individual, who bore a striking resemblance to his own kind, did not share his moral dichotomy of good and evil. This would inevitably lead to actions on Superman's part in the future. Lin Tian surmised that a confrontation between the two was only a matter of time. Presently, he held no bias towards either party. At this moment, the citizen of the motherland had completed his debut, while various news outlets, including the NASDAQ billboard in Times Square, showcased his signature smile. Chapter 61. Superman, care to visit my company? At this juncture, Lin Tian, along with the other hostages, was being escorted by police toward the ground floor of the building. Among the crowd, Superman Clark once again spotted the peculiar young man, Lin Tian, who had spoken with him earlier. His expression was somewhat odd and uncomfortable as he cast a few more glances at Lin Tian, attempting to ascertain whether this Eastern youth was merely an ordinary boy. Regardless of how he scrutinized him, he felt that this young man was anything but typical. "Hey!" At last, Superman Clark broke the silence. "Young brother," he bent down to address Lin Tian. "What is the matter?" Lin Tian blinked, feigning ignorance regarding the earlier events. "Nothing much," he replied. Superman scrutinized Lin Tian's gaze, noting the absence of any flicker in his pupils, which appeared remarkably candid. For a moment, he felt a twinge of doubt, pondering whether he had been overthinking the situation. Perhaps this young man was simply a touch precocious. As for Lin Tian's previous remarks, they were merely reflections of his own thoughts. Nevertheless, even so, instinctively, Superman Clark felt that something was amiss. This young boy seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read minds with his gaze. Was his grasp of Clark's emotions not a tad too precise? Could it be that he merely inferred Clark's desire to act heroically from his expressions and subtle gestures? Yet, if that were the case, it still felt off. After all, the hostages were entirely unarmed, while the terrorists next door brandished AK-47s. Amidst such an imbalance of power, why would Lin Tian encourage him to play the hero? Was this truly in his best interest? Or was Lin Tian simply a meddler, perhaps harboring some naive sense of heroism, believing that Clark could avert disaster? Clark's mind remained perplexed. Even now, he regarded Lin Tian as anything but ordinary, far from being a typical youth. At that moment, Lin Tian turned to Clark with a mysterious smile and said, "Mr. Clark, it seems you harbor a multitude of curiosities. How about this? I shall grant you an opportunity to satiate your inquisitiveness." Upon hearing these words, Superman Clark's expression became increasingly peculiar, as though he had encountered a specter. He removed his glasses, which he wore to conceal his identity and appear more mature, rubbed his brow, and then gazed again at the enigmatic young man before him. Lin Tian remained unchanged, presenting a business card from Walker Corporation. "Here, take this," he said as he extended the card. The moment Clark laid eyes on the card, he was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the card and then back at Lin Tian, contemplating whether he was ensnared in a dream. A youth had just imparted some profoundly instructive words and handed him a business card. Yet this boy appeared to be scarcely out of his teens. Clark's heart was a tumult of astonishment, confusion, and something else entirely. "Walker Corporation," he murmured, fixated on the name inscribed on the card. A burgeoning thought forming in his mind. He must investigate this company at his earliest convenience, to discern what made it so extraordinary and why a mere boy possessed such a card. Then, it seemed Clark uncovered something further. He pulled out his phone and began searching for information about the company. He was utterly taken aback. This company appeared to be the very one behind the launch of the patriotic hero. The homepage of the company's website featured a colossal image of the patriotic hero, accompanied by pictures of other members of the Super 7. Clark was momentarily paralyzed. This was no trivial matter. If, as the earlier young man Lin Tian had suggested, he was indeed affiliated with this company, then he must also possess knowledge of the patriotic hero. It stood to reason. "Wait a moment," Clark called out, lowering his phone. But Lin Tian had already vanished from sight. Lin Tian had returned to his training sanctuary, having no intention of engaging with matters concerning the patriotic hero. In truth, the inaugural showcase of the patriotic hero had been remarkably successful, at least from Walker Group's perspective. Soon enough, the group's CEO, Uncle Fried Chicken, would begin posting celebratory messages on social media, lauding the surge in the company's stock prices. Lin Tian regarded this with a degree of disdain. This was merely the beginning. It was just one patriotic hero. Only when he had gathered all the superheroes and transformed them into his own faction would it truly constitute a world-class monopoly, perhaps even an interstellar one. Meanwhile, after departing from the patriotic heroes showcase, Lin Tian received another phone call. The caller was John Wick, who had now become one of Lin Tian's subordinates. Once a weary assassin contemplating retirement, he found himself ensnared by the high table, compelled to continue eliminating targets from his former organization. However, upon meeting Lin Tian, John had discovered a new aspiration, the pursuit of higher power and the exploration of the unknown. Thus, he was dispatched alongside Black Widow Yelena and Hawkeye to Budapest to dismantle Yelena's former training base for agents, a new headquarters of the Red Room in Europe. Technically, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the Red Room had been abandoned, but its leaders had not relinquished their plans and had revived it. "What's going on, John?" Lin Tian inquired. "We've successfully eliminated the target and encountered Black Widow Natasha along the way." Lin Tian was taken aback. By the timeline, the Red Room should not yet have been eradicated, and Natasha ought not to have been embroiled in this so soon. However, given Lin Tian's interference and the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Hawkeye, their advance upon this organization was not entirely unreasonable. And then, he pressed. Then we discovered that Budapest was merely a pretext. Their true base lies in the Bear Country, within a military facility. We just engaged in combat there. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly until a liquid nitrogen canister was opened, and the situation turned dire. Wait 5 minutes. He possessed a body impervious to harm, immense strength, and bang, bang. During John's call, the sound of bullets rang out, echoing as if they struck some metallic object and ricocheted. Clearly, the target John was firing upon was far from an ordinary human. Lin Tian quickly deduced the identity of this individual. If his suspicions were correct, this was none other than the Soldier Boy, a pillar of the Super 7 introduced by Walker Group during World War II, renowned as the strongest superhero. Like the patriotic hero, he boasted a formidable physique. However, unlike the patriotic hero, he lacked flight capabilities and heat vision. Instead, he possessed a unique ability, a chest cannon capable of unleashing devastating beams of energy that obliterated everything within range. Furthermore, when aimed at superhumans, particularly those created by the Compound V, it could nullify their powers, rendering them mere mortals. To prevent him from spiraling out of control, the company fabricated a lie to secretly imprison him within Bear Country, ensuring he would not be released. Meanwhile, they focused on cultivating the next generation of reliable super soldiers, the patriotic hero. Now that John and Black Widow had arrived in Bear Country and inadvertently annihilated the Red Room base, while liberating Soldier Boy, it was both surprising and yet entirely plausible. In fact, one of the reasons for entrusting Natasha and her team with this mission was to ascertain whether they could free Soldier Boy. Though it seemed the owner of the Red Room had preemptively accomplished this task, Certainly, this is equally easy to comprehend. For one of his subordinates, the Mimic Master, is indeed a superhuman existence created after injecting his recruits with the super soldier serum. Given the pursuit of such super soldiers, it is not surprising that there is an interest in the soldier boy. However, Lin Tian felt somewhat astounded by their simultaneous presence in this situation. Ah, soldier boy, is it? I am on my way, Lin Tian declared. He harbored a firm determination to subdue the soldier boy, recognizing the profound research value inherent in him. This was not solely due to his lineage as the father of a compatriot, but also because of the unique capabilities of his chest cannon. Aside from a subpar charging time, it could be said that he possessed no significant flaws. If this endurance could be harnessed effectively, and if it could be confirmed that this ability would also affect others aside from the superhumans shaped by Compound V, it would undoubtedly play a pivotal role in future battles. As Lin Tian pondered, he utilized the Heavenly Talisman to inscribe the ground-shrinking talisman in the air. Unlike the Ancient One's spatial manipulation ability, Lin Tian's power did not permit him to traverse space at will, which was undoubtedly a drawback. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the ground-shrinking talisman, he could still move through the air with alarming speed. In this world, the power of technology allows intercontinental missiles to reach speeds exceeding Mach 20, covering a staggering distance of 6,000 kilometers in just 15 minutes. The distance between the bald eagle and the bear is approximately 896 kilometers. Thus, with the speed of an intercontinental missile, it could be reached within 22 minutes. Moreover, the combination of Lin Tian's ability to shrink distances and his current sword-flying technique enables him to move even faster than that. It is not that Lin Tian's flight speed is inherently superior. Rather, he can traverse space directly with the aid of talismans. Therefore, based on his calculations, he estimated that he would arrive at the target area in 5 minutes. In fact, this speed, while inferior to the Ancient One's spatial manipulation, would surpass that of other superheroes, including Superman and his compatriots, given their current conditions. Furthermore, in terms of the time taken to gain strength, Lin Tian's growth period was even shorter than theirs. Can you hold on for another 5 minutes? Lin Tian inquired. 5 minutes, and we shall arrive. This message reached Lin Tian but did not penetrate the ears of Jean Bing or Uncle Fried Chicken, as this was an independent operation. Well, you better hurry up. Or else, John Wick muttered, cursing as he dodged an incoming threat. A sound akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed through the phone's receiver. Understood, Lin Tian replied before promptly ending the call. 5 minutes, theoretically, should suffice for the newly awakened soldier boy to not easily defeat Lin Tian's subordinates. Of course, if they insisted on charging in, the situation would differ significantly. However, assuming they refrained from doing so, time was abundantly on their side. Moreover, although the soldier boy exhibited a ruthlessly bloody style akin to that of his compatriots, there was a measure of justice in his considerations. If the opposition posed no malice towards him, he would not concentrate excessive firepower upon them. Therefore, all they could do was hope for their safety. Indeed, it was not long before Lin Tian received another call. The caller was Natasha. He promptly answered. Do we really have reinforcements? Natasha gasped. Yes, please remain calm. Lin Tian replied. We will provide support, so you must. We're running out of time. That guy is practically a monster. We can't fight him at all. If we wait another 2 minutes, we might. Don't worry, Lin Tian interjected suddenly, interrupting Natasha. It won't take that long. Just 1 more minute. Upon hearing this, Natasha seemed to regain a flicker of confidence. Really? She asked. Of course, Lin Tian responded. Would I lie to you? What benefit would that serve me? As he spoke, he gazed ahead, where he could already see the target location. This site had been previously locked onto by satellites, and he had now arrived. Boom. Chapter 63. Lin Tian makes his entrance. A figure sliced through the air, appearing abruptly. It was Lin Tian. Ahead lay a secret base of the Bear Nation, shrouded in snow and ice, once tranquil and unnoticeable. However, with the involvement of John Wick, Natasha, the Mimic Master, and their adversary being the soldier boy, the circumstances had changed dramatically. The helicopter's rotor blades spun ominously as they plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and severing a massive iron framework that spanned the air above a large metal container, sending sparks flying as it slid downwards towards the unsuspecting individuals below. John Wick expertly maneuvered his assassin's stance, evading the various airborne debris. Among the falling wreckage were metallic shards and sharp iron spikes, all plummeting around him and embedding themselves in the snow, threatening to impale him at any moment. By sheer luck, the rotor that could have smashed his skull instead landed mere centimeters from his back, burying itself harmlessly in the snow, causing no actual injury. Even though John Wick was limping slightly as he moved, Clearly having sustained injuries during his previous maneuvers, he maintained the cautious composure expected of a seasoned assassin, glancing back as he retreated slowly. In contrast, Natasha and her companions fared little better, clad in a crisp, white operative uniform that gave her an almost pristine appearance. She rolled to avoid the helicopter's main body crashing down and the explosion of an armored vehicle. After tumbling several times, she found refuge behind a secure cover. The same could be said for Black Widow Natasha, whose face was now smudged with soot from the explosions. The once immaculate visage of Natasha was now marred by gray, and her hair was somewhat disheveled, hastily tied back. Were it not for her striking beauty, one might mistake her for a simple girl emerging from a refugee camp. Armed with handguns, they aimed at a figure slowly emerging from the swirling dust and snow, pulling the triggers with crisp metallic sounds accompanied by sparks as they came from beneath the toppled steel container. "I've damaged the fuel tank's base," Black Widow Natasha suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, her sister Yelena instantly understood and raised her weapon to fire. In an instant, an incendiary round was unleashed, puncturing the fuel tank and resulting in a massive explosion of flames. Boom! In an instant, flames and black smoke coalesced into a miniature mushroom cloud, accompanied by a searing heat wave capable of engulfing individuals, sweeping violently through the surroundings. The tongues of fire surged like a torrential flood, voraciously devouring everything in their path, as if fearing that these delectable morsels might soon slip away. The resulting devastation was both intense and unmistakable. Everything around was either incinerated to a molten state, flowing like toothpaste, or rendered into a charred mass, leaving one unable to discern its original form. Among the chaos were some of the Red Room's leaders' guards, still present within the confines of the Crimson base. Clad in snow-colored body armor, they were fully equipped, yet faltered in their escape. As the flames consumed them, they unleashed gut-wrenching screams that sent shivers down the spine, making one feel as though they had been thrust into the very depths of hell. "No, we must retreat." Natasha squinted, uttering the words with urgency. Swiftly, she pivoted to evade a metal shard propelled by the shockwave of the liquid fuel explosion that had erupted. Her recent shelter had been a massive stone barricade, but in the recent blast, a colossal metal fragment had crashed into it, embedding itself within. Had Natasha's reflexes been a fraction slower, or had she blindly trusted in the safety of her cover, she might have suffered a grievous fate. It's time to pull back. This mission's objective has been fulfilled. The Red Room is no more. As for that monster, Natasha spoke with an odd expression, casting a glance at her sister, Yelena. The latter's eyes reflected a moment of hesitation, seemingly torn between the necessity of retreat, as her sister suggested, and the urgency of the situation. Observing Yelena's profile, Natasha was suddenly reminded of her own shortcomings. She had indeed owed her sister a great deal. As the most accomplished Black Widow of the Red Room, she had been the first to graduate, effectively escaping, and had not seen her sister since that moment. Learning that Yelena had surpassed her own record to become the second Black Widow to graduate, freeing herself from the Red Room's clutches, filled Natasha's heart with joy and pride. However, the organization they now belonged to left the Black Widow feeling somewhat bewildered and disoriented, especially upon hearing that their superior was a young man from the East. Now, witnessing her sister alongside John Wick, who seemed unhurried to retreat and was instead focused on containing the monster within, Natasha felt a twinge of confusion. "Incoming," John Wick suddenly announced. In the next moment, as Natasha lifted her gaze, she saw a blue figure streaking across the sky, swiftly approaching the monstrous man emerging from the flames. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what was unfolding. She then witnessed the previously formidable man, whose strength surpassed that of steel and who had been imprisoned in this space, being encased within a massive block of ice by the newcomer. Chapter 64, S.H.I.E.L.D. Falls Behind. The terrifying soldier boy defeated? At that moment, everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Why had the invulnerable soldier boy, impervious to blades and flames, suddenly been frozen? Natasha's brow furrowed as an insight struck her. During their inspection of the base, when they had seen the other Black Widows being freed from the Red Room's grasp, they had stumbled upon the chamber that housed this extraordinary superhuman. The large, steel-constructed sleeping pod, resembling a miniature submarine, was akin to a massive, steampunk-styled metal coffin adorned with aged, rusty knobs, evoking a sense of antiquity. It was evident that this apparatus was an artifact, though not a product of World War I, but rather from World War II, crafted by the Soviet Union. The Soviets, with their rugged style, seemed to adhere to the philosophy of using things as long as they were functional, resulting in many of their designs appearing quite primitive and archaic. The gigantic metal chamber, with its thick glass window obscuring the view within, was precisely such an object. It wasn't until they unsealed it and felt the bone-chilling cold, accompanied by the release of cryogenic gases, that they discovered the humanoid figure inside, realizing the gravity of their encounter. Instinctively, their sixth sense urged them to steer clear of the device, a reaction that ultimately saved their lives. Presently, the flames had subsided, revealing a figure that was not particularly tall, yet exuded an indescribable aura, somehow peculiar and yet strikingly handsome. At that moment, Lin Tian turned to face Natasha and the others, speaking with satisfaction, "Well done. It appears there have been no casualties, indicating your abilities are commendable. Mr. Lin Tian, that's..." John Wick began to interject. In the distance, Hawkeye approached, a faint plume of smoke drifting from the direction of the base's entrance, likely caused by an explosive arrow that had blasted a hole through the previously sealed wall. Lin Tian scrutinized Hawkeye and Natasha intently before commenting, "Generally speaking." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged puzzled glances. Hawkeye had encountered Lin Tian before, albeit not entirely. He recalled the incident in New York City when he had faced the Red Room's assassin, who had attempted to eliminate the betraying Black Widow, Natasha, only to be effortlessly subdued by Lin Tian. Hawkeye had intended to inquire further about the situation but had been knocked unconscious by Lin Tian. Upon awakening in the Walker Company's medical facility, he was informed that if he wished to learn more, he would need to join Natasha in eradicating the Red Room, which brought him here. Although he had arrived with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authorization, witnessing the prowess of Natasha's superior left him momentarily speechless. Generally, what constitutes not ordinary then? Should I behave like that national hero from the news to be deemed exceptional? Hawkeye replied with a hint of irritation. Beside him, Natasha shrugged. As Yelena's sister, she felt a profound affection for her long-lost sibling, a connection forged by blood and the remnants of their childhood memories, despite their family's past being rooted in Soviet missions. Wait, Hawkeye suddenly recalled something. Walker Company, the national hero. The company of the national hero is the Walker Company. And you? Realization dawned upon him as he exclaimed, "Could it be that your Walker Company can mass-produce superhumans?" Simultaneously, the necessity of conveying this information back to S.H.I.E.L.D. became clear. "You are somewhat correct, yet also slightly mistaken," Lin Tian remarked with a smile. He then produced from his bosom a stone radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, casting enigmatic ancient glyphs into the air. He placed it atop the large ice block he had just conjured. In the next moment, the vibrant hues flickered and the characters coalesced, materializing in midair, after which the colossal ice block vanished without a trace. The others nearby were left in astonishment. What on earth is this? Hawkeye was momentarily taken aback, his fingers, which had instinctively grasped the bowstring, slackening involuntarily. A teleportation array, it's merely an Eastern technique, nothing extraordinary. I was contemplating how to enhance its teleportation capabilities for real-time use. Akin to the Eye of Agamotto wielded by the Ancient One, Lin Tian continued. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye was even more bewildered. He glanced at Black Widow Natasha and then at Yelena, his eyes pleading for assistance, hoping they could provide timely clarification to his seemingly rustic intellect. Otherwise, he truly had no idea what to articulate. What Eastern technique? The Ancient One again? Are we living in a fairy tale? Sorcery? Magic? A bemused smile crept onto Hawkeye's lips, a mix of innocence and confusion. After a moment of struggle, his trembling lips finally uttered a sentence. "So, are you all aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.? He raised an eyebrow and spread his hands, seemingly trying to assert that he too possessed knowledge that others might not. We know, responded Lin Tian, John Wick, and Natasha in unison. Hawkeye stood momentarily stunned. "You all know. What is the matter, Agent Hawkeye?" Lin Tian inquired playfully, glancing at the bewildered archer. "Is there something difficult to comprehend?" S.H.I.E.L.D., officially known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, is essentially a specialized unit of the International Security Council that manages various anomalous events. Of course, we are aware. Your primary adversaries appear to be Hydra, correct? Yet, the world is evolving. Your enemies should not be confined solely to Hydra. Currently, you seem to be lagging behind. Lin Tian smiled. Chapter 65, The Walker Group. A grave threat. For a moment, Hawkeye found himself at a loss for words. S.H.I.E.L.D. is lagging. Gazing at Lin Tian, who hovered before him, Hawkeye struggled to refute this assertion. Indeed, if the Walker Group could successfully introduce numerous superheroes and manage them effectively, then S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed fallen behind in this arena. However, the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. was fundamentally different from that of the Walker Group. They were an organization backed by the Global Council, supported by the military and government, whereas the Walker Group, despite its current acclaim, was merely a burgeoning commercial entity. The intrinsic differences between the two were substantial. Even though Walker Group's stock was surging, hinting at an ascent toward the pinnacle of global corporate status, they had also begun collaborating with military and police forces. The entertainment industry was flourishing under their influence, further bolstered by the imminent release of the Super 7, which had only increased their stock values and public support. At present, in terms of notoriety, the Walker Group certainly eclipsed Sect, Mr. Lin. What do you imply? Are you suggesting that the Walker Group is not amenable to Shel's involvement? That individuals like yourself are not inclined to collaborate with us? Hawkeye queried. While my understanding of Schield remains limited, I am aware that you have been involved in the management of mutants and have achieved a temporary equilibrium between the government and these individuals. Even if most do not fall under your direct jurisdiction, he continued. However, it is undeniable that we represent a military background, embodying national and global security. Conversely, while the Walker Group may have renowned superheroes and operates them as idols, one could interpret this as mere theatrics. As a corporation, your understanding of how to ensure a superhero's safety and how to effectively utilize them does not match our expertise at Schield. Furthermore, we possess knowledge of more confidential matters, understanding precisely when superheroes should be deployed. Am I wrong? Hawkeye stated with composure, casting a glance at Black Widow Natasha, hoping she would lend her voice to his cause. After all, Natasha was the one who had brought him into Schield. Yet, at that moment, Natasha shook her head. No, Clint. From the moment I laid eyes on my sister, my perspective shifted. Natasha spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's expression soured further. Of course, I will not betray Schield. She quickly added, however, I equally do not intend to foster discord with the organization my sister is currently affiliated with. This is not solely because it is her organization, but also because they have promised to restore my ability to bear children. Natasha declared with conviction. At this revelation, Hawkeye Clint was momentarily struck dumb, grappling with disbelief at Natasha's words. Natasha, have you defected? He exclaimed incredulously. No, I have not, Natasha replied. Yet, it is evident that, based on my knowledge of Schield, you do not possess such technological capabilities. Therefore, while I maintain my identity as a Schield agent and do not actively disclose any confidential information, I am also a member of my sister's corporate faction. Natasha glanced at her sister Yelena and then turned to Hawkeye, speaking earnestly. At this, Hawkeye was rendered utterly speechless. However, he soon recalled something and asked with a furrowed brow, then what is the objective of the Walker Group? From your earlier statements, it seems the Walker Group's ambitions extend beyond merely managing superheroes for routine law enforcement tasks. Am I correct in my understanding? You are indeed correct, Lin Tian acknowledged. However, some aspects are somewhat inaccurate. The inaccuracies primarily stem from your understanding of us and the world. Lin Tian paused momentarily before continuing. This world is exceedingly perilous, far more so than you can imagine. Thus, heroes must grow ever stronger to ensure this world does not succumb to the hands of certain individuals or entities. I hope you grasp my meaning, though I understand you have not yet seen enough to fully appreciate it. Lin Tian spoke with an air of mystery. At this, Hawkeye stood there, uncertain how to respond. What did it mean to ensure the world does not fall into the hands of certain individuals or entities? It sounded reminiscent of sensational prophecies from cults. However, if, as Lin Tian suggested, the Walker Corporation truly possesses the means to elevate the abilities of superheroes even further and under controlled conditions, it would indeed be a remarkable development. For there are certain truths that Hawkeye is well aware of. The number of enhanced individuals within Schield is quite limited. The most renowned among them is Captain America, who has remained conspicuously absent since World War II. Presently, Falcon is still in training. But how does he compare to the likes of a super soldier? Hawkeye knows there is no contest. Furthermore, there is himself, Natasha. Can any of these individuals truly measure up to Lin Tian? The answer is unequivocally no. Thus, he has come to acknowledge one undeniable fact. There are indeed aspects within the Walker Group that warrant Shield's attention and study. This is beyond dispute. However, Lin Tian's recent remarks have left him with an unsettling feeling of danger. Such pronouncements do not resemble those typically made by an organization like Sect. They appear more akin to the rhetoric of the Red Room, a centralized power acting for personal gain. If that were the case, this organization would pose a significant threat. Moreover, if their objectives were to conflict with those of Sect, could they not become adversaries? At this moment, Hawkeye's sole thought is to depart immediately, convey this information to Sect, and inform Director Nick Fury. Subsequently, he intends for Sect to conduct a thorough investigation of the Walker Corporation and impose control over the superheroes involved. Chapter 66. The Shock of Sect. At this very moment, in Washington, D.C., on Theodore Roosevelt Island in the Potomac River, Nick Fury's demeanor grew unusually serious upon receiving Hawkeye's intel over the phone. What? You say the Walker Corporation possesses numerous superhumans, and they intend to rival us? Director Fury was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the information. Just then, Falcon, Sam Wilson, entered the room after finishing his workout, his turbocharged metallic wings folding impressively behind him as he struck a pose he deemed stylish. Upon landing, he wiped the sweat from his brow, and upon noticing Fury's somber expression, he greeted him before Fury resumed his conversation with Hawkeye on the other end of the line. What is the situation? Can you elaborate? Fury inquired. Hey, Falcon interjected, noticing Fury's glum countenance and the furrowed brow above his eyes. Are you all right? It's nothing. Fury waved him off, signaling for Falcon to leave. Yet, Falcon had no intention of departing. Is something happening? Do we need to go on a mission? Let me handle it. Sam flashed a bright smile, eager to assist. Fury regarded him with a hint of concealed displeasure. Perhaps it's best you refrain from involvement. He replied, given your current level, you may not be suited for this. Falcon, taken aback, spread his hands in confusion. What is going on, Director? You could easily classify this as top secret, yet you're disparaging my capabilities? My performance among all agents is arguably the best, and my compatibility with these wings is unmatched among the trainees. Sam questioned, bewildered. Yes, you make a valid point, Fury conceded, nodding slightly before continuing. But I still wish to inquire. Wait a moment. The first part of his sentence was directed at Sam, while the latter half was for Hawkeye. Then, turning to Falcon, he said, do you comprehend the magnitude of what we are facing? Fury's expression turned serious. It's an entity like the super soldier. Do you understand? I can do that too. Falcon interjected suddenly. At this, Fury fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. All right, he sighed, his temper gradually mellowing. Perhaps you are correct. I've been pondering this. Among our agents, it is nearly impossible to find anyone who can rival the likes of a super soldier. As he spoke, he recalled a particular figure. Indeed, Sam, you are an exceptional warrior, Fury affirmed, before turning and heading into the building. Shortly thereafter, an internal meeting at Sect was convened. The key attendees included prominent members of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce, Director Nick Fury, Agent Hill, and Agent Coulson, among others. They settled into the spacious, high-tech conference room, where a presentation concerning the Walker Corporation was projected onto a large screen. The Walker Corporation is reportedly in possession of a second superhuman akin to the super soldier. Fury was the first to speak, glancing around at the other attendees. Based on the intel provided by our Level 8 agent, Hawkeye, and corroborated by our Level 7 agent, Black Widow Natasha, who witnessed the events firsthand. The mission involved our agents and a defector from the former Soviet spy organization, the Red Room, specifically, the second Black Widow, Yelena, Natasha's sister, in a mission to dismantle the Red Room. Images of the Red Room base, alongside aerial views of its destruction, were displayed on the screen. The visuals depicted a military factory now largely engulfed in flames and ruins. Here, we cannot discern much, Fury remarked, tapping the table. The screen then shifted to a focus on the super soldier's visage. This is the crux of the matter, Fury indicated, his brow furrowed and expression grave. The attendees responded with varied expressions. Some relaxed their facial muscles, while others raised an eyebrow. The super soldier, Agent Hill could not help but comment, her demeanor growing somber. So, if I understand correctly, Director, you imply that the Walker Corporation has acquired another superhuman akin to the super soldier? What is the origin of this new superhuman? For now, we are uncertain, Fury replied. However, we do know that, similar to our Captain America, the former Soviet Union has successfully created similar warriors, Red Guardian. Yet, from a purely physical standpoint, it is unlikely they could match the super soldier's impervious physique. Furthermore, Our records indicate that our serum-enhanced warrior, Captain America, possesses roughly twice the peak human strength, with a lifting record of 544 kilograms. Far from the extraordinary feats displayed by the super soldier, capable of lifting several tons or more, their defensive capabilities are equally unmatched. In other words, you may interpret it this way: our strongest warriors are unlikely to rival the superheroes the Walker Corporation is currently developing. Regardless of the imminent debut of the formidable superheroes such as Queen Maeve, the Invisible Man, Noir, the Locomotive, Deep Sea, and Starlight, or the recently uncovered super soldier imprisoned within a Soviet base, we seem utterly unable to compete, falling significantly behind. Director Nick Fury spoke with a tone laden with gravity. In response, Agent Coulson, standing nearby, exhibited a peculiar expression, one of incredulity, and posed a question. Director, can't we simply go and request their release directly? Chapter 67, The Patriot vs. the Hulk? Since, as you suggested, we are lacking in superhumans, and it is foreseeable that these superhumans could greatly assist us, albeit with certain risks involved in specialized operations, Agent Coulson articulated with conviction. If that is the case, why not approach Walker Enterprises directly for a detailed discussion and propose an irrefutable collaboration? Upon hearing this, Director Fury remained silent, leaning on the table, his gaze scanning the faces of those present. At that moment, an individual who had remained silent for quite some time, the eldest among them and a friend of Fury, spoke up. This individual was Alexander Pierce, the Minister of the World Security Council and the founder of the Insight program. I believe it is imperative to monitor such superheroes. While they may become idolized figures, it is crucial to understand that every matter possesses its own priorities, does it not? The nation could be compelled to enter a state of readiness at any moment due to a terrorist attack, and during such times, superheroes must refrain from indulging in personal spectacles, such as wasting time rescuing stray cats or apprehending petty thieves. Alexander Pierce adjusted his glasses as he spoke. The assembly nodded in agreement. Fury contemplated for a moment before responding. Indeed, therein lies the crux of the issue. In theory, Walker Enterprises ought to be a purely commercial entity. However, our investigations suggest otherwise. They not only possess a background in biological sciences, but have also been dormant for many years. More importantly, how do they know where to find superhumans? Such as within the borders of the Russian Bear? Agent Coulson interjected. Director, do you think this could merely be a coincidence? Moreover, I find it perplexing. According to your account, our operatives Hawkeye and Black Widow were initially dispatched to Russia. How did they become entangled with Walker Enterprises? Coulson's inquiry swiftly captured the attention of others, all eyes now fixed on Director Fury. Well, Fury's brow furrowed deeper. This matter eludes my understanding as well. However, based on the information relayed by Hawkeye, it appears that Natasha Romanoff, known as the Black Widow, has intricate ties with Walker Enterprises. They have even promised to resolve her fertility issues, which might have influenced her actions toward them. At this revelation, a solemn silence enveloped the room. Alexander Pierce was the first to break the stillness, stating, "So, what you are implying is that Walker Enterprises is merely a facade, concealing a more clandestine organization behind it? Could this be the machinations of the Russian Bear?" His expression grew grave. "I cannot say," Fury replied. "Our knowledge of Walker Enterprises remains insufficient, and many aspects are yet to be uncovered." Upon this declaration, the assembly lapsed into silence once more, unable to articulate their thoughts. It seems that understanding the circumstances surrounding Walker Enterprises and securing the superhumans within our grasp has become our most pressing priority, Agent Hill remarked from the side. After a moment of contemplation, Fury responded, "Yes, that does appear to be the case. However, we will likely need to await Hawkeye's return to gain further insight. Additionally, we could have obtained footage from the scene via cameras. However, extensive radiation fluctuations disrupted our communication equipment, preventing us from receiving any video feed. Nonetheless, as Agent Hill stated, it is indeed crucial for us to conduct a more thorough investigation into Walker Enterprises. It is evident that Walker Enterprises does not represent an adversarial force. Moreover, the existence of individuals like the Patriot poses certain risks if they remain out of our control. Even though we are still uncertain regarding the methods Walker Enterprises employs to manipulate these beings cloaked in human guise, Fury concluded with a gesture of exasperation. Suddenly, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the meeting. A green monster has been spotted at Culver University. The Patriot has been dispatched to subdue it. The screen displayed footage of the recent event. The assembly watched as military forces mobilized. Within the smoke, a towering green figure loomed, akin to a tank, standing dozens of meters tall in the distance. At that moment, a red and blue figure appeared in the sky, hurtling towards the green monster. That figure was none other than the Patriot. My goodness! Fury exclaimed involuntarily. Is that the Hulk? His complexion paled slightly. What's wrong, Director? You seem to have some prior acquaintance with him, Agent Coulson inquired. Indeed. We have been monitoring him for some time now. However, we are still in the process of conducting surveillance and assessing the associated risks. The recent evaluation indicated that we could attempt to make contact and initiate recruitment. But this Walker Enterprises. Fury's frustration surged. Deploy the Windstorm jets. We cannot allow Walker Enterprises to intercept this situation. I have a strong premonition that they are targeting the Hulk. At this command, the assembly sprang into action. Meanwhile, a flicker of contemplation crossed Alexander Pierce's eyes. Director Fury, may I inquire if we should prepare for a confrontation with either Walker Enterprises or the Patriot? Agent Coulson asked. Fury stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding. I cannot say for certain. However, we can position our mothership in the air. Presently, based on the information we have gathered, it appears that the Patriot possesses an ironclad physique, yet he does not seem invulnerable. Perhaps, if necessary, we could compel him to submit using our weaponry? Chapter 68, The Pursuit of the Hulk? At this moment, within the university, Dr. Bruce Banner had returned to a place he had not visited in many years. The reason for his return stemmed from an incident in the slums of Jose Nia, Rio de Janeiro, South America, where he had inadvertently allowed a drop of his blood to contaminate a beverage during his tenure as a factory worker. This ultimately resulted in an elderly man, having consumed the tainted soda, being tested for gamma radiation, prompting General Ross of the White Eagle to dispatch a special forces team to apprehend him. After many years away from university, Dr. Banner, who had once been immersed in the study of gamma radiation within the university lab, inadvertently transformed into the Hulk and accidentally injured his girlfriend, Betty Ross. Now, he has returned to the White Eagle, reunited with his beloved, and ventured back to the campus to seek out a longtime online acquaintance, Dr. Blue, who claims to possess the means to assist him in resolving his issues. However, upon Banner's arrival at the university, his girlfriend Betty's father, General Ross, also arrived with his subordinates. Concurrently, Walker Enterprises, known for its cooperation with the military and police, received orders to deploy, sending in the patriotic Captain America and the formidable Queen Maeve, two superheroes. At this moment, Captain America had already reached the vicinity of the incident through flight. As armored vehicles rolled in, the situation escalated into a dire predicament. Betty, as Dr. Banner's girlfriend, rushed to her father, General Ross, pleading for him to halt the pursuit of the Hulk. I'm sorry, daughter, but that is not possible. General Ross, with his shock of white hair yet vibrant spirit, revealed a stubborn glint in his eyes. This time, no exceptions, he stated curtly, offering no further explanation. Meanwhile, in the distance, atop the laboratory building's skybridge, Dr. Banner found himself trapped. Below, Special Forces soldiers incessantly sprayed gas upward. With a mighty roar, the Hulk shattered the skybridge, launching himself into the air. In the next instant, he was struck by a sudden force, sent flying by Captain America, who collided with him mid-air, sending him crashing into the first-floor corridor below, creating two gaping holes and dragging a long trench across the lawn. The once verdant grass now bore a large, muddy expanse. Reeling from the meteor-like impact, Hulk was both shocked and astonished. At that moment, the occupants of the encircling armored vehicles opened fire on the green figure sitting in the muddy pit. The sound of machine gun fire erupted, echoing through the air. In the next heartbeat, as Hulk regained his senses, the world sharpened into clarity, only to be met with an overwhelming force striking him beneath his chin, propelling him skyward for over 10 meters before he plummeted back to Earth, crashing into the lawn and leaving a deeper crater in his wake. The explosive sound and the cascading debris created shockwaves that compelled the personnel in the distant armored vehicles to brace themselves against the fierce wind. It was at that moment that Hulk realized the one who had attacked him was a figure of human size, clad in peculiar attire. His initial speed had been so astonishing that Hulk had overlooked his presence, only coming to this realization after enduring a second strike. With searing pain radiating from his chest and chin, Hulk's anger ignited. Instinctively, he sought to retaliate. Yet, Captain America's reflexes proved even swifter. A silver laser beam sliced down towards him, forcing Hulk to lower his head in defense. Sensing the burn on his hands, he began to run. Initially unsteady but gaining speed, disregarding the hail of bullets as mere nuisances akin to peanuts or glass beads. Meanwhile, from a distance, the military issued a new command: deploy subsonic weapons. As two vehicles equipped with sonic wave generators approached, a tremendous sound wave distorted the air, targeting Hulk. In that moment, Hulk experienced unprecedented discomfort, halting in his tracks. The residual waves from the subsonic assault swept over Captain America, who was hovering above and firing his laser eyes at Hulk, prompting him to cast a furious glare downward. "Okay, cut," shouted a reporter from Walker Enterprises to the camera crew nearby. The footage, appearing as a live broadcast, had actually been delayed by several minutes to maintain the superhero's image, ensuring their approval ratings remained intact. Soon, observing Hulk's deteriorating state as he ripped off the doors of 2 armored vehicles to shield his ears from the sonic attack, Captain America revealed a slightly sinister smile before diving down once more. After striking Hulk again, Hulk unleashed an unprecedented fury, swinging his arm to strike at Captain America, managing to knock him back several meters through the air. Yet, Captain America recovered mid-flight, surveying Hulk from above. In the frame, Captain America's form and attire remained unscathed, while Hulk appeared weary from the battle. Ultimately, he chose to flee. Spotting Betty beneath a distant tree, he seized her and leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters high and bounding away further. At that moment, Captain America displayed a bemused expression in the air, shaking his head as if to convey that Hulk's escape was futile. He quickly turned to pursue Hulk's retreating figure. The ensuing news segments featured anchors commenting on the recent events. "Henry, what are your thoughts on the recent incident?" the female anchor inquired of her male counterpart. He raised an eyebrow, stating, "I can't say for certain, but it appears that the green giant Hulk is finally being overwhelmed by Captain America. He shouldn't be able to escape much further." Chapter 69, Captain America's Dilemma. Meanwhile, Walker Enterprises received a new directive to cease Captain America's pursuit of the Hulk. "What nonsense is this?" Captain America's expression darkened upon receiving the order. Watching the massive figure sprinting below, he felt an inexplicable surge of disdain. This sensation was peculiar, stemming from his aversion to the creature's strength. The enormous, repugnant green monster had shaken him profoundly, marking it as one of the few beings capable of instilling such feelings in him, second only to Lin Tian. Moreover, the notion that this green beast could potentially grow stronger only heightened Captain America's unease. He sensed instinctively that perhaps this creature possessed a unique ability to increase its power in moments of rage. He couldn't be sure if it was merely a perception, but the presence of this green monster resonated with him in such a way. Its resilience was extraordinary. "Stop." Captain America's mind flickered through a tempest of emotions. "I suppose," he replied, accelerating his flight speed. Like a shooting star, he charged towards the airborne Hulk, who had just leapt from the ground. The force of his landing sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the air. He soared into the air like an immense green cannonball. Yet, mid-flight, he was intercepted by the approaching Patriot, resulting in a collision that unleashed a shockwave far more formidable than the earlier clash at Culver University. This shockwave manifested as a visible force, capable of distorting the very air around them, akin to the sonic boom produced by a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier. The white shockwave shattered nearby trees in an instant, while windows in the vicinity were reduced to shards, provoking piercing screams from countless residents within their homes. In the midst of this terrifying confrontation, the two combatants, the Hulk and the Patriot, endured the aftermath of their fierce exchange. The Patriot was propelled skyward, tumbling several times before regaining his stance, his hair now slightly disheveled. Conversely, the Hulk plummeted to the ground, seemingly unscathed, though his countenance was more ferocious than ever, his green eyes glinting with a crystalline, yet predatory light. After crashing into the earth, he left behind a deep crater adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. His broad arms stretched out to display his well-defined pectorals, followed by a thunderous roar. The Hulk bellowed defiantly. Meanwhile, the Patriot's expression turned notably grim, and his eyes ignited with an unprecedented crimson fury. In an instant, this searing gaze burned into the Hulk's robust chest, eliciting a pained cry from the green giant, who then sprinted towards a nearby residential building for cover. Witnessing this, the Patriot swiftly retracted the blood-red laser from his eyes. After a brief moment of enjoying the breeze and feeling the flutter of his flag cape behind him, he soon turned and soared into the distance. The Patriot pursues the Hulk escapes, the headlines of the next day proclaimed. The report explicitly noted that Walker Enterprises had deemed further combat detrimental to the city and its residents, thereby opting for the Patriot's retreat rather than an all-out battle. Accompanying the article was a large photograph of the Patriot smiling and waving at the crowd, exuding an air of elegance and charm. However, only the Patriot understood one critical truth. This encounter could hardly be considered a victory. He had merely gained the upper hand, successfully employing his laser vision to inflict a gaping wound upon the Hulk's chest, causing significant muscular damage. Yet, he did not possess the divine ability to effortlessly vanquish his foe as if he were merely an insect. Furthermore, if his employer, Lin Tian, was a mysterious Eastern practitioner endowed with numerous esoteric abilities. Then the Hulk was simply a monster, at least in his eyes. If the Hulk were an experiment of Walker Enterprises, he would have long been discarded. The company sought controllable heroes, not mere savage beasts. Moreover, during their clash, the Patriot sensed that the Hulk's strength had markedly increased, with the potential for even greater power yet to unfold. Although he too harbored untapped potential, the might emanating from the Hulk instilled in him a greater sense of apprehension and astonishment. As he flew back to Walker Enterprises, the Patriot's gaze sharpened with contemplation. Meanwhile, at the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, Dr. Strange, having just been teleported from Kamar-Taj, had narrowly triumphed in a battle against Mordo, the esteemed disciple of the Ancient One, utilizing clever tactics to secure a victory after countless previous defeats. This was, after all, a modest fulfillment of the expectations set by his master, Lin Tian, before he was promptly sent to this location by the Ancient One. During this period, his mastery of talismanic arts had progressed remarkably. Upon his return to New York, the first thought to cross Dr. Strange's mind was to call Lin Tian. "Hello, Master." "I succeeded," he exclaimed excitedly. "What?" Lin Tian queried, somewhat perplexed. Master, didn't you instruct me to challenge Mordo in Kamar-Taj?" "I succeeded once," Dr. Strange replied, initially thrilled but then adopting a tone of humility. "Ah, did I say that? It seems I might have, though it no longer matters. What is important is that I have a significant task for you, contingent upon a preliminary assessment, which I hope you won't mind," Lin Tian said with a slight smile. "Of course, I have diligently recalled the various medical terminologies and mastered the intricate methods and drawings of 999 talismans," Dr. Strange responded eagerly. "What exactly are the assessments and important tasks you mentioned, Master?" Dr. Strange inquired, confusion tinging his voice. Lin Tian casually explained, "An assessment, as the term suggests, is akin to an examination. Such practices are quite popular in the East, utilized to evaluate a student's grasp of knowledge and their ability to apply it. More importantly, it serves to ascertain my disciples' innate talents and capabilities." As Lin Tian spoke, his tone grew more serious. "In reality, you have likely encountered numerous examples of prodigies. In every field, there are those who can master in mere moments what others cannot in a lifetime, appearing like deities overshadowing mere mortals. Such individuals, when they become my disciples, tend to progress swiftly. However, Dr. Strange, you have yet to demonstrate such exceptional talent, though it is possible you fall into the category of late bloomers." At this, Dr. Strange was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication, half astonished and half disheartened. "What? Is my talent not up to par? That can't be right. My medical skills are world-class, indicative of my top-notch dexterity, and my memory is quite robust. While I can't claim to have photographic memory, I consistently ranked first in my class," he protested. "Furthermore, as I mentioned, I have memorized the methods for 999 talismans. Though I haven't attempted every single one," he added, somewhat sheepishly. Lin Tian wore an expression of understanding. "I grasp your sentiments. However, I suspect that the talismans you can currently wield are predominantly basic ones, correct?" he remarked with a smile. "Can you instantly invoke the Golden Talisman, a mid-level defensive talisman of the metal element? Or the Flying Talisman, a high-level flight talisman of the wind element? What level have you reached in your Qi training? Have you ascended to the second level? If not, it suggests you may not be the kind of prodigy we are discussing," Lin Tian stated earnestly. Noticing Dr. Strange's somewhat dejected demeanor, he continued to offer words of comfort. "Fear not. It is not the end of the world. Even if one's talents have yet to manifest, they may suddenly awaken and ascend to greatness at unexpected moments. Furthermore, your current performance far surpasses the level you exhibited during your time under the tutelage of Master Ancient One. Therefore, there is no need for you to dwell in despondency." However, upon hearing this, Dr. Strange on the other end of the line expressed some displeasure and inquired, "But what do you mean, Master? Are you suggesting that my current abilities are insufficient to undertake the significant tasks you mentioned? To be honest, I would like to know more about this task you speak of. Is it truly that challenging? If I were to execute it, what benefits would it yield? Would it have far-reaching implications? Could it enhance my relationship with my girlfriend?" Dr. Strange blurted out. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt somewhat at a loss for words. He paused for a moment, refraining from an immediate response, yet he did not disconnect the call. After a brief interval, he spoke again. "If you wish to know, I see no harm in sharing. After all, you are now my nominal eldest disciple. As for others, Jean and the rest, including Natasha, are still considered external disciples. Even the Patriot has only just begun, and I do not harbor an excessive degree of trust in them. Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy certainly possess the temperament and talent, yet they are still rather young. They can be seen as your future junior disciples. As for Kate, the female Hawkeye, she currently qualifies as your junior sister, and I find myself in need of assistance. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tian continued, in truth, it is not a particularly arduous task. The personnel assigned must possess experience in confronting large beasts and must be capable of surviving unscathed. For some, even ordinary individuals might succeed. Yet it is not inconceivable that even superhumans could falter. Upon hearing this, Strange exclaimed, "Wow, that sounds rather perplexing." He then volunteered. "What kind of beasts are we talking about? Are they like lions, tigers, or gorillas? If so, I am confident that with my talismanic skills, I could certainly manage." "Master, please enlighten me. Have you purchased a zoo? Are there particularly ferocious creatures, like crocodiles? Am I to become the zoo's caretaker?" Dr. Strange continued. "I feel I could excel at that. And what a romantic outing it would be to take my girlfriend there." Hearing this, Lin Tian chose to remain silent, feeling somewhat exasperated. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Well, have you seen today's news? The Hulk has been brought to my attention. However, he poses considerable danger, which is why I intend for him to practice the calming mantra to gain some control over his strength. Naturally, I do not have the luxury of time to devote to this task myself, hence the need for someone to assist me." Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange appeared somewhat perplexed. "The Hulk? You mean the entity that even the Patriot could not subdue?" he queried. "Well, one cannot say that definitively," Lin Tian replied. "After all, both of you have the potential to grow. You, too, will find that in your interactions with the Hulk, you will soon reach the level of a novice talisman master." Lin Tian smiled. In response, Strange felt a twinge of embarrassment, but continued, If you believe I am capable, then very well." Chapter 71. The Patriot is suited for physical training. Before long, at the Walker Company, Lin Tian encountered the Patriot, who had requested a meeting with him. In the office of the Super 7, Lin Tian observed the Patriot fiddling with something, which he quickly concealed beneath the table as Lin Tian entered. Lin Tian surmised that it was a baby bottle, as the Patriot's fixation on maternal affection granted him an unparalleled sense of calm and tranquility when indulging in such comforts. "What is it, Patriot? You wish to speak with me on behalf of the board?" Lin Tian stated directly. The Patriot nodded. "Mr. Lin, I wish to understand how I might enhance myself." He stood, appearing somewhat apprehensive, and gestured towards the center of the office prepared for the Super 7, inviting Lin Tian to take a seat. Ignoring the gesture, Lin Tian chose to sit on a nearby sofa. "The Hulk," the Patriot began. "Surely, you are aware of him, Master? This individual is no ordinary foe, is he? His strength is astonishing," he said, waving a finger back and forth, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "Yet, his power is currently inferior to yours, is it not?" Lin Tian countered nonchalantly. The Patriot paused, taken aback. "Well, yes, at present, but I sense his immense potential and capacity for growth, which is quite surprising. Moreover, he appears to be a true beast, does he not? More critically, his presence in our community could wreak havoc, and worst of all, Walker Company has prevented me from pursuing him." As he spoke, the Patriot exaggerated his expressions, displaying a countenance of disbelief and dismay, as if perplexed by the company's decision, which he felt compelled to obey. "Enough of that, Patriot," Lin Tian chuckled. "Is that truly the case? I recall that after the company issued the order, you did not return immediately. Instead, you continued to engage him in combat, did you not? The company possesses footage of the incident that cannot be concealed. So what do you wish to say now? Is this entirely the company's fault, as you imply?" The Patriot, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily stunned, his expression shifting through various emotions. Perhaps for the first time, his somewhat hypocritical facade was openly challenged by another. While others might have alluded to this due to his power and status, Lin Tian's directness yielded a markedly different outcome. The Patriot found himself on the verge of an outburst, even biting down on his lip in frustration. However, after a brief moment of rigidity, he regained his previous amiable demeanor, staring at Lin Tian in astonishment. "Ha ha ha, Master Lin, you jest," he replied, his hands awkwardly fidgeting as he clasped them behind his back. "Nonetheless, during this time, I have come to realize that I indeed need to learn new things. If it truly can enhance my capabilities, that would be ideal. During your previous encounters with Boss Lin, that ethereal aura you exuded left an indelible impression on me. It was truly extraordinary, exhilarating, even far more delightful than the sensation of flying leaves. Therefore, if this power indeed possesses the ability to enhance one's strength, might I also partake in its learning?" The individual from the motherland hesitated momentarily, a subtle awkwardness flickering in their gaze. "Does the Eastern practice require elaborate rituals?" Perhaps a master-disciple ceremony with 3 prostrations and 9 bows? They inquired softly. Not at all, Lin Tian replied with a smile. It's not that complicated. You represent our Walker company, after all. As your employer, I shall certainly support you. However, the extent of your learning will ultimately depend on your own efforts. Lin Tian continued. I understand that, the individual from the motherland responded. So what exactly should I do? Is it necessary to practice a form of Eastern martial arts? Or should I seek enlightenment from nature? The individual from the motherland expressed curiosity. Previously, were there any rituals involving bathing or changing clothes? Incense burning? Fasting? Reciting scriptures? Abstaining from desires? Oh, regarding that, I might. No need for any of that, Lin Tian interjected. You can simply follow me to the aura chamber, and we can begin. However, I must first assess your aptitude for cultivation to provide you with tailored guidance, enabling you to experience noticeable changes in a short time. Aptitude? Noticeable changes in a short time. The individual from the motherland was taken aback. Is that truly possible? How much improvement can I expect? Their brow furrowed, skepticism evident. Patience, let me examine your foundational qualities first, Lin Tian said, scrutinizing the individual from the motherland. He employed the Zhou Tian sensory technique to sense the unique attributes within. After a thorough evaluation, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. I'm afraid, dear compatriot, that you seem to lack any spiritual roots. Your body can store spiritual energy, but it will dissipate rapidly, much like a reservoir that can only release water without retaining it. Therefore, in my opinion, you would be better suited for physical cultivation. Physical cultivation? The individual from the motherland was momentarily stunned. What does that entail? Will it truly benefit me? They questioned with uncertainty. Indeed, Lin Tian replied with a smile. You have the potential to become significantly more formidable. Your physique is exceptionally suited for body refinement. As for your other shortcomings, they can be compensated for through external tools and instruments. What say you, do you accept this path? All right, the individual from the motherland declared. Chapter 72, the individual from the motherland's astonishment, physical cultivation. The individual from the motherland repeated this term, pondering its meaning, though they struggled to grasp its essence. While they understood the literal interpretation, their innate belief, forged through chemical enhancement, was that true strength could only be attained through genetic means. Other forms of training, they reasoned, would merely elevate one to the status of a powerful individual among ordinary humans, akin to an athlete, but would never compare to their evolved existence. Lin Tian observed the individual from the motherland, his expression largely unchanged, yet he noticed the confusion and doubt in their eyes. It seems you harbor some skepticism. Do you not? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at them. The individual from the motherland managed to muster a compliant smile. Yet Lin Tian could easily discern that it was merely a forced grin, indicative of their internal skepticism regarding the concept of physical cultivation. However, Lin Tian deemed this inconsequential. Having previously engaged with the individual from the motherland to acquire the bone-quenching body refinement technique, and subsequently advancing to the bloodline body refinement technique, Lin Tian had encountered the Hulk, leading to new developments in his body refinement skills. You observed the Hulk and the individual from the motherland's martial arts combat, leading to a transformation in your previously acquired bloodline body refinement technique, which has now evolved into the divine demon body refinement technique. Divine demon body refinement technique. By envisioning all divine and demonic beings, you can comprehend the mysteries of their physiques, thereby delineating a path for your body's operation, enhancing your strength in alignment with the creations you envision. Your mental acuity has surged, enhancing your perceptual abilities. And the Zhou Tian sensory technique has evolved into Zhou Tian visualization method under your prodigious comprehension. Zhou Tian visualization method. Utilizing your acute senses and spirit, you can sense other powerful entities and visualize their intricate details for imitation. The individual from the motherland sought your counsel in martial arts, prompting you to independently derive methods of instruction from the divine demon body refinement technique, resulting in the formulation of hundreds of body refinement pathways. You have deduced the 12 realms of body refinement corresponding to the Qi condensation stage. At this moment, the individual from the motherland had followed Lin Tian into his training chamber. Upon entering, they were enveloped by an unprecedented sense of comfort and warmth, feeling invigorated as if a previously unexperienced sensation coursed through them. Is this spiritual energy? The individual from the motherland couldn't help but inquire. Previously, they had only briefly encountered Lin Tian's released energy at their wrist, and the fleeting sensation had been too ephemeral to recall anything beyond its delightful essence. Now, immersed in this energy-rich environment, they felt as though they were enveloped by an enigmatic force. Even the act of breathing seemed to amplify their physicality. bestowing upon them an illusion of omnipotence. Wow, this feels incredible, the individual from the motherland exclaimed, turning to survey the surroundings, yet finding nothing amiss. Truth be told, if it weren't for the absence of smoke and dust in the air, I might have thought I was soaring through the leaves, just joking. Observing Lin Tian's unchanging demeanor, the individual from the motherland quickly adopted a more serious tone. However, may I still refer to you as master? They inquired. Indeed. Though I would prefer you to internalize this recognition rather than merely verbalizing it, Lin Tian replied casually. Understood, the individual from the motherland nodded. Continuing to explore the expansive training room, fashioned from several floors of the Fisk building. Is it a bit small? Lin Tian suddenly turned to inquire, catching the individual from the motherland off guard. Huh. The individual from the motherland responded, perplexed, momentarily dazed by the unexpected question. No, surely not. They seemed somewhat unaccustomed to being asked such a considerate question, their expressions and movements betraying a hint of awkwardness. Quickly, they rallied, responding, how could that be? This space appears exceedingly spacious and grand. Moreover, every corner here is imbued with spiritual energy. I assent it. It imparts to me a sensation I've never encountered before. The individual from the motherland exclaimed excitedly. Unable to contain themselves, they lifted off the ground, arms outstretched before them, mimicking a grasping motion in the air. This newfound sense of power made their muscles swell even further. Their already robust physique appeared even more formidable. That is merely an illusion, Lin Tian stated calmly. It is only temporary, he added. The spiritual energy here is relatively abundant, thus providing you with the illusion that you can harness it. In reality, your physique, at least for now, is capable of doing so. However, once you leave this cultivation chamber, the spiritual energy within you will dissipate like sand slipping through a torn sack. And at that moment, you shall revert to your original state. Of course, you will still possess a slight enhancement compared to before, but nothing beyond that. Lin Tian continued, explaining that some spiritual energy would remain within your body, integrating with your cells. However, I regret to inform you that your skin and cells lack the direct ability to absorb spiritual energy, thus limiting the extent of the enhancement. Lin Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the man from the homeland furrowed his brow slightly, his expression growing more solemn as he inquired, "Then, what should I do?" As he spoke, he attempted to assume a cross-legged meditation posture, placing his hands on his knees and closing his eyes in concentration. Haha, Lin Tian chuckled at the man's actions. This approach is futile. Oh, the man from the homeland returned to his normal demeanor upon hearing this. Of course, he said, somewhat shyly scratching his head. I was merely trying to see if meditating like the so-called Eastern Mountain cultivators would yield any improvement. He then fidgeted slightly, appearing somewhat constrained. Naturally, you are the expert. Teacher. The man from the homeland gestured invitingly with his arm. Lin Tian smiled and replied, in fact, there are several methods available for you to enhance yourself at this moment. One approach involves the use of medicinal substances. By utilizing the blood and bones of powerful beasts, one can concoct a potent elixir, allowing its essence to enter your body through a medicinal bath. However, the prerequisite is that the beast must be exceedingly powerful, stronger than your physical form. Lin Tian elaborated, considering your current strength and defense, such a beast would likely need to be sought out in the cosmos. Presently, the ordinary tigers and lions on Blue Star would not suffice. Upon hearing this, the man from the homeland displayed a hint of regret. Oh. He then furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly struck by a thought, and asked, Master Lin Tian, are you suggesting that there exist such formidable life forms or species in the universe, which, once hunted and transformed into an elixir, could provide me with a medicinal bath to facilitate my enhancement? The man from the homeland questioned with an unusual expression. Indeed, Lin Tian answered candidly. Such beings do exist. Ah, the man from the homeland was taken aback, his demeanor no longer as composed as before. A hint of doubt crept into his expression, for in the current world, at least in the perception of the majority, there is no acknowledgement of extraterrestrial beings. Even if they did exist, they would either be classified government secrets or urban legends, often stemming from individuals experiencing hallucinations or perhaps fabricated by certain shows for sensationalism. In summary, there has been no confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial life, nor any official disclosures regarding their appearance or origins. Of course, this was the man's understanding. After all, this world has its own S.H.I.E.L.D., which has long engaged with the scrolls among alien races and has likely obtained information regarding other civilizations in the galaxy from Captain Marvel. Yet, it was precisely because the man from the homeland was unaware of this that he found Lin Tian's revelations so astonishing. What shocked him even more was the fact that Lin Tian, an Eastern cultivator, was knowledgeable about extraterrestrial beings. In the man's view, Lin Tian should be the archetype of a traditional Eastern practitioner, steeped in esoteric knowledge. So how could he possibly have insights into alien life? Let me think. Lin Tian continued, and it need not necessarily be beasts. Consider the Titans, living planets like Ego, the celestial beasts, or even deities of planets and galaxies akin to the gods of the nine realms, giants, etc. All could serve as materials. Lin Tian spoke with assurance. However, since acquiring such beings is not feasible at the moment, let us explore other cultivation paths. Lin Tian's words left the man from the homeland somewhat at a loss for how to respond, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the concepts Lin Tian had just mentioned. Titans? The gods of the nine realms? Living planets? Then what feasible paths are available? He inquired further. In response, Lin Tian said, currently, one method is through visualization. Another is the sealing technique. The visualization method involves envisioning specific powerful life forms and then transforming your own body. The advantage is that it has no side effects. The drawback is that it may take a relatively long time. Oh, the man from the homeland expressed surprise upon hearing this. Does visualization mean simply looking? Can one become stronger just by seeing? Not quite, Lin Tian replied. Essentially, it is still a form of transformation for your body, enabling it to store more energy. Of course, this is a comprehensive transformation. Additionally, the sealing method involves using talismans to seal energy within your body, which can be unleashed when necessary. Lin Tian explained. The third method is the medicinal bath and absorption technique I previously mentioned. However, these methods still require practical application. How do you wish to proceed, then? Lin Tian inquired of the man from the homeland. Perhaps I should first try this so-called visualization technique? The man suggested tentatively. Certainly. By the way, the man continued. You mentioned that the sealing technique involves drawing certain patterns on the surface of my body, akin to tattoos? He wore a perplexed expression. Not exactly, Lin Tian replied, placing a hand on his forehead. My sealing talismans can be designed to remain imperceptible in their ordinary state, only manifesting when activated. I hope you understand what I mean. Understood. The man from the homeland nodded in acknowledgement. However, I am still curious about what we will be visualizing. Let me think for a moment. I will draw something on sight, Lin Tian said casually, already formulating an idea in his mind. He then procured a sheet of white paper and began to sketch. The image appeared somewhat hazy, yet the man from the homeland quickly discerned the outline of the figure depicted. It resembled him closely. A strong man clad in a uniform with a cape. However, the design of the cape and uniform differed slightly from his own, yet the overall aura exuded an immense power. With a final stroke, Lin Tian completed the drawing, a depiction of Superman in flight, which consumed a significant amount of his mental energy. Nonetheless, the effect was remarkably pronounced. Even the man from the homeland could sense a vibrant essence emanating from the image. This artwork served as a standard and benchmark, allowing one to draw closer to that ideal through observation. Of course, the extent to which one could approach this ideal would ultimately depend on personal talent and the understanding derived from the visualization technique. This person, the compatriot, was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at the figure that bore a slight resemblance to himself. Yet something felt amiss. The aura was not right. He shook his head, asserting, No, this is not me. A sudden wave of pressure surged within his chest, and his breaths grew rapid and uneven. The individual depicted in the portrait, though lacking a distinct form, imposed a tremendous, albeit unfamiliar, weight upon him. Chapter 74. The Confusion of the Compatriot. Who exactly is this? The compatriot was bewildered, and he could feel his eyes growing slightly red, a surge of energy almost compelling him to unleash a laser beam at the image. Hey, hold on, Lin Tian interjected, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy to envelop the portrait. This painting is something I meticulously crafted. Please do not damage it. At Lin Tian's words, the compatriot seemed to awaken from a dream, momentarily stunned before surveying his surroundings. He exhaled deeply, gradually relaxing from the tense state he had just experienced. Unlike the previous anxiety he felt in the dream, he had now returned to reality. He wiped the sweat from his brow and closed his eyes, taking several deep breaths before turning his gaze back to the portrait. This time, although he still felt the powerful impact of the image, his prior caution prevented him from being completely absorbed by it. He nodded and turned to Lin Tian, remarking, Impressive. Quite remarkable. Is your painting skill truly just painting, or is it a form of illusion? Humph. Lin Tian chuckled softly. You could interpret it that way. In essence, it immerses you in a dreamlike state, allowing you to gain insights. Of course, Most individuals require my guidance to achieve a favorable balance within their bodies, which, aided by spiritual energy, can lead to transformative changes. Wow, the compatriot raised an eyebrow. That indeed sounds extraordinary. Lin Tian continued, for you, this will be a long-term endeavor. But if you persevere, your physique will gradually approach that of the Kryptonian depicted in the painting. Moreover, the Kryptonian body is also tiered in stages. The figure in this painting likely represents a basic state, yet it is sufficient for your visualization. Of course, if you find this method of physical enhancement somewhat sluggish, you may also consider the sealing technique. This technique involves sealing certain powers, abilities, and spiritual energy within your body so that you can access them when needed. Oh, the compatriot responded, somewhat perplexed. So, the second method essentially relies on external forces, correct? You could view it that way. However, it is undeniably effective, is it not? Just as a person wielding a handgun possesses an advantage over one who fights barehanded, you, compatriot, already have a formidable physique as a weapon. Yet, when faced with an equally powerful opponent, utilizing some external assistance is hardly shameful, wouldn't you agree? Lin Tian queried. At this, the compatriot hesitated, then rubbed his temples, replying, Are you certain there are no risks involved? It won't leave any permanent marks on me, will it? Absolutely not, Lin Tian assured him. Well, I'll think it over, the compatriot nodded. By the way, regarding the third method, the devouring technique or medicinal bath method, where can I acquire those species? Am I now in a position to hunt? Is this growth rate faster? Indeed, just recently I encountered a green-skinned creature. Hulk, was it? Lin Tian interrupted, then added. I know what you're about to say. However, the green giant Hulk is not suitable. His blood contains gamma radiation, which is not safe for ordinary individuals. Even you might suffer from infection and undergo inexplicable mutations. This is not what I refer to as a medicinal bath, so do not blame me for not warning you. Oh, all right, I was just asking, the compatriot nodded, sticking out his tongue, his expression somewhat more relaxed. All right then, you may proceed with your choice. Visualizing here will subtly guide your cells to undergo changes, transforming your body. Should you opt for other methods or the training regimen originally proposed by Walker Company? I have no objections. Although, from my perspective, the regimen presented by Walker Company merely resembles standard warm-ups. I hope my description is apparent. Indeed, the compatriot agreed, nodding. I shall first attempt the visualization method. Very well, then you may visualize here. I have some matters to attend to outside, Lin Tian stated, turning to leave. Wait. I have one more question, the compatriot said, shifting his gaze from the portrait of Superman to Lin Tian's retreating figure. I would like to inquire about your purpose. Boss Lin, you seem to be a mysterious and uniquely powerful figure from the East, possessing extensive knowledge about the secrets of this world, much of which exceeds my comprehension. Given your immense strength, why do you wish to control the Walker Company and take me as your disciple? What is your ultimate goal? It's quite simple. Lin Tian smiled and replied. One is to promote and expand, while the other is to draw parallels. I possess considerable knowledge, but if more powerful individuals learn from it, they may gain diverse insights and assist me in various endeavors. Additionally, the greater the power I command, the more influence I wield, facilitating resource acquisition. Don't you agree? Currently, there exists an organization called Sect that intends to form a superhero team. However, they are already a step behind us. I have no intention of allowing them to catch up. Resources. The universe is filled with items that can be converted into spiritual energy, which I require. Given this, why would I not seek to establish a force and cultivate my own disciples? Lin Tian countered. Chapter 75. A visit from Schild. Unyielding. It seems to make a certain amount of sense, the compatriot nodded. Indeed. Subsequently, seizing the opportunity while the compatriot rested, Lin Tian exited the training room and stepped outside. According to the information provided by Uncle Fried Chicken and Jean Bing, it appeared that Schild had already taken action. Their operation involved investigating and gathering evidence related to Jean Bing's past crimes, subsequently approaching the Walker Company to demand an inquiry, insisting that Walker Company disclose all information regarding superheroes and the company's background to Schild for investigation. Otherwise, the company would face closure, and its superheroes would be apprehended by their organization, or so claimed Director Nick. Jean Bing added. Lin Tian smiled upon hearing this. He found nothing particularly strange about the actions of Schild. To put it plainly, Schild is an investigative agency under the auspices of the World Security Council, tasked with addressing and managing extraordinary situations. With its governmental backing and financial support from the White House, it often operates without the need to report to the latter on numerous matters. Such an organization, having acquired the super soldier serum and cosmic artifacts like the Tesseract, is clearly endowed with extraordinary capabilities. It is only natural to become accustomed to their domineering ways, a fact Lin Tian had anticipated long ago. Moreover, Lin Tian was somewhat surprised that the 5 compounds from Uncle Ben's Walker Industries had not been scrutinized. He couldn't help but commend the stringent confidentiality measures upheld by Walker Industries. Regarding S.H.I.E.L.D.'s visit, Lin Tian had already prepared a set of responses. In the top office of the Fisk Group, he encountered Director Nick Fury, who wore a pirate eye patch and sported a bald head. At that moment, Fury's demeanor was grave, flanked by bodyguards. Conversely, Agent Phil Coulson maintained a composed expression, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Tian, his face betraying a hint of surprise and wariness. They must have learned of Lin Tian's existence through Hawkeye. This did not surprise him. However, when Fury discovered that Lin Tian was indeed the actual controller of both the Fisk Group and Walker Industries, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a twinge of astonishment, scrutinizing the young man before them, questioning whether their perceptions were mistaken. After a brief pause, Director Fury initiated the conversation. "Greetings," he said, extending a hand. Lin Tian casually reciprocated the handshake. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., a new fingerprint was being entered into their system, initiating a search for Lin Tian's identity. Unfortunately, they could not uncover his true background. While they did manage to find superficial details, 2 young S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had perished during a mission, leaving behind a newborn child who subsequently vanished, the trail went cold thereafter. In essence, Lin Tian remained an enigma to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, learning of the connection between this boy and his parents, who were linked to S.H.I.E.L.D., brought a glimmer of solace to Director Fury, as if he had stumbled upon a potential breakthrough. "Your name is Lin Tian, correct?" Fury inquired, casting a glance at Lin Tian, then at Fury, and back again. "Is there a problem? You must have come here seeking assistance, yet you appear rather nonchalant." Lin Tian, with a cold demeanor, replied, "Do you have any idea how many organizations wish to collaborate with the Fisk Group and Walker Industries?" Upon hearing this, Fury chuckled, mistakenly believing he held the upper hand in the conversation. With an air of utmost confidence, he leaned forward, fingers interlaced, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness as he spoke. "However, your company's fate, whether to continue operations or cease, is still contingent upon government orders. I possess over 10 reasons to shut you down immediately. Furthermore, all your products must be disclosed, and all personnel must report to us for stringent oversight. All it takes is a word from me. Is that so?" Lin Tian replied dismissively. "On what grounds?" He raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing an uncharacteristic calmness and composure for someone of his age, and continued, "Honestly, Director Fury, stop boasting." Lin Tian stood firm. "We all know what you just said relies on one thing: the White House and the Pentagon. Do you think you're so formidable?" Fury was momentarily taken aback by Lin Tian's boldness. He glanced at Agent Coulson, momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend Lin Tian's audacity. Even Fury, who typically possessed a calm temperament, felt a surge of suppressed anger. "Hey kid, do you even know what you're saying? Do you realize who you're speaking with? We provide you with the opportunity to choose the right path, not to think you can negotiate." Fury's gaze turned steely as he fixed his eyes on Lin Tian, attempting to project an intimidating aura to instill fear and compel submission. After all, in his eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. represented the might of the nation. "Huh." Lin Tian chuckled lightly. "You've miscalculated, S.H.I.E.L.D. He shook his head. "While you may have once been able to assert such authority, regrettably, from this moment onward, you cannot, at least not with us. As for your threats of shutting down companies and conducting investigations, those are mere empty words." Lin Tian added, "If you're curious why, perhaps you should reflect on why your actions have consistently lagged behind ours." Lin Tian continued unrelentingly. "It seems you've been cultivating superheroes for quite some time, shaping them into idols. However, you lack marketing acumen. Moreover, you are now a step behind. More importantly, our Walker Industries has already forged partnerships with the government. Our contributions to the nation's image and tax revenues are on par with yours. And we collaborate with the military, police, and publicity departments, while you remain a hidden organization. And I have gained some understanding of you. You may inquire with your higher-ups at the World Security Council regarding your current standing. Feel free to call them, or even reach out to the White House. I'm confident you will receive an intriguing answer. For instance, your organization's performance has recently fallen short of expectations, and in many respects, we have far surpassed you. Thus, maintaining your budget without cuts is already a considerable feat. As for forcing us to comply, that is utterly impossible, Lin Tian concluded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fury was momentarily rendered speechless. He found Lin Tian's assertions utterly implausible, as it seemed inconceivable that a national security organization could yield power to a superhero-operated media company. No matter how he contemplated the situation, Fury could not fathom it. However, he refrained from further banter and promptly contacted the World Security Council, as well as the White House. After concluding the calls, Fury's complexion had darkened considerably, and his gaze towards Lin Tian now carried a hint of trepidation. "What have you done?" Fury asked, furrowing his brow. "What's wrong? Unable to accept that your privileges have been revoked, and you can no longer bully others?" Lin Tian mocked. Fury stood up, momentarily dazed, uttering, "This is impossible. It cannot be." Meanwhile, Agent Coulson also rose to his feet, casting a glance at the director. His expression noticeably relaxed. "Let us depart," Director Nick uttered, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. He appeared to be sulking as he beckoned his subordinate, Agent Coulson, and together they exited the Fisk group. Even after boarding the helicopter, he gazed out the window at Lin Tian, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. At this moment, Lin Tian turned to his companion, Jean Bing, and expressed, "I must extend my gratitude to you, Jean Bing. If not for your prior endeavors during your mayoral campaign, wherein you garnered the support of numerous political figures, our communication with S.H.I.E.L.D. might not have transpired so seamlessly." Lin Tian chuckled lightly as he spoke. Conversely, Jean Bing maintained his usual solemn demeanor, neither affirming nor denying the statement. It was only when Lin Tian's gaze fell upon him that he lowered his head and acknowledged, "Indeed, Boss Lin." Observing Jean Bing's expression, akin to a stoic statue, Lin Tian swiftly grasped the underlying sentiment and casually remarked, "Your demeanor suggests that your actions have stirred discontent among those who initially supported you, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Jean Bing appeared momentarily startled, his countenance shifting to one of astonishment before quickly regaining composure. Nevertheless, his expression bore traces of confusion and shock. "Boss, do you possess the ability to read minds?" Jean Bing inquired, his astonishment palpable. "Not at all," Lin Tian replied candidly. "Such an ability may exist in this world, perhaps even the capacity to read memories. However, I am not yet endowed with such powers. My current abilities only allow me to sense your emotional state, nothing more." Jean Bing was taken aback by this revelation but opted to remain silent, for Boss Lin had already bestowed upon him an abundance of surprises. However, with gains come losses. Lin Tian continued, prompting Jean Bing to stiffen. He quickly comprehended that Lin Tian's previous remarks were a subtle admonition directed at him. With a shift in his gaze, Jean Bing lowered his head and conceded, "Boss Lin, I dare not overstep. The hand has indeed expressed considerable dissatisfaction with some of my actions. Yet they are unlikely to dare confront us for the time being, particularly due to our Super 7 from Walker Enterprises, especially the Hulk." "You see," Lin Tian remarked, patting Jean Bing's broad back, "this exemplifies the notion that what one gains may come at a price. How do the resources we command now compare to those you previously possessed? And what of our current standing and power?" Lin Tian smiled as he posed these questions. Jean Bing, upon hearing this, became increasingly humble and hastily replied, "Undoubtedly, our current capabilities far exceed those of the past, by many multiples." "I understand," Jean Bing said, his expression one of sudden realization. "However, there remains one aspect I find perplexing," he continued, still harboring traces of confusion on his face. "Why is it that S.H.I.E.L.D. is unable to grasp our operations? In truth, I never anticipated they would delve into my past. For most organizations, my history and underground identity remain obscure, yet they are aware. They even claim to be a national agency. Nonetheless, why can they not control us?" Jean Bing's voice wavered slightly, sensing that his past identity had hindered their progress. However, Lin Tian bore no inclination to hold this against him. Considering the substantial convenience afforded by the $400 million he possessed for their operations, "It's quite simple," Lin Tian elucidated. "Firstly, the Hulk, who has eluded both the Department of Defense and S.H.I.E.L.D., is now under our control. Externally, it appears as though our nation has not captured the Hulk, yet in reality, through my strategic maneuvering, he is currently receiving psychological therapy at Walker Enterprises. Furthermore, we have reported our progress to the Department of Defense, indicating our intent to cultivate multiple superheroes. Meanwhile, on another front, Sect was liaising with the Department of Defense to ascertain the situation. Upon learning of Jean Bing and Walker Enterprises' maneuvers, Director Nick was rendered speechless. More superheroes? Controlling the Hulk? Is that all? He mused incredulously, a mix of frustration and amusement etched on his face. Yet, General Ross, standing before him, maintained a grave demeanor. Can you actually achieve that, Director Nick? He inquired. At this, Nick's expression shifted subtly. And do you know how much they contribute in taxes? They are growing at an astonishing rate, poised to become the world's largest corporation soon. Please don't put me in a difficult position, General Ross said impatiently. Nick, momentarily at a loss for words, found himself utterly speechless. As the presence of the Hulk became apparent, he had already recognized the potential dangers that Walker Enterprises posed. Initially, he had envisioned effortlessly acquiring numerous superheroes to form a heroic coalition and earn the adoration and applause of the public. At least in Nick's original assumptions, that was how events ought to unfold. Although this was the land of the White Eagle, which ostensibly prided itself on freedom and democracy, in reality, they operated under the guise of maintaining national security. Thus, shutting down a company like Walker would have been entirely justifiable. Moreover, the strategy of employing both carrot and stick was not new to them. However, what Nick had not anticipated was that Walker Enterprises had already foreseen his plans and had proactively sought cooperation with the government, even potentially outmaneuvering him, resulting in Sect missing out on this opportunity and suffering a considerable loss of face. To compound their frustration and indignation, higher-ups demanded that Sect divulge certain secrets and even collaborate with Walker Enterprises to explore how to harness these extraordinary powers. In other words, they were expected to share the secrets, special items, and technical information they had accumulated over the years with an organization they had deemed would be subordinate to them. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Reflecting on the events of the day, Nick found himself increasingly restless. He began to harbor a sense of trepidation regarding the young man from the East, Lin Tian. Though youthful in appearance, his approach, capabilities, and cunning were far from those of a mere child. To label him as a seasoned fox would not be an exaggeration. Nick seriously pondered whether Lin Tian, like the Skrulls, hailed from another planet, possessing the ability to shapeshift and disguise himself as a native of Earth. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain how this young man had managed to seize control of Jean Bing's consortium and Walker Enterprises, orchestrating events with such clarity. While Walker Enterprises was on the brink of becoming the world's most valuable company, this left Nick with a throbbing headache. Additionally, according to reports from Hawkeye, it seemed that Lin Tian had been aware of Schield for quite some time. Yet, how was this possible? Even if his parents were agents, could an infant truly possess such knowledge? Or had he been abducted by Hydra for experimentation? Director Nick Fury's mind began to wander into a labyrinth of chaotic thoughts. Yet no clarity emerged. Director, what troubles you? Agent Hill inquired, stepping forward aboard the Schield helicarrier. It's nothing, merely that the Walker Company, particularly this Lin Tian, is causing me considerable distress, Nick confessed candidly. In response, Agent Hill remarked, Indeed, I have heard whispers about the Walker Company. They are currently collaborating closely with the Department of Defense and have become one of the White House's favorite enterprises. Given their rising prominence, it is not surprising that they are difficult to control. However, if they are indeed a radical organization, their true nature will inevitably be revealed. Whether it concerns these patriots or others, one must ponder how they managed to amass such a multitude of superhuman heroes in such a short span, Nick replied thoughtfully. Precisely, he nodded in agreement. I harbor two suspicions. One, that they are affiliated with Hydra, and the other, that they are extraterrestrials akin to the Skrulls. With a contemplative pause, Nick squatted momentarily and continued, If not, I find myself at a loss for answers. His gaze drifted towards the azure sky, but after a brief moment of distraction, he redirected his attention to Agent Hill, stating, However, you are correct. Nick chuckled lightly, then turned his attention to the agent's training on the deck, adding, Should my assumptions regarding their origins prove accurate, their facade will soon crumble. Our team has already begun surveillance on their key personnel, and the global media is closely monitoring them. Their days of tranquility are numbered. Yet, a furrow creased Nick's brow as he continued. However, they have captured the Hulk. How did they manage such a feat? Reports suggest that these patriots did not apprehend him. With a slight frown, Nick seemed perplexed. Just then, Agent Hill tapped the display on her tablet, bringing forth an image. She then looked up at Nick and informed him, Director. This footage was captured by Agent Hawkeye and Natasha during a recent mission. According to their accounts, the invulnerable superhuman held in a facility within the motherland was instantaneously encased in ice by Lin Tian before being taken away, and his whereabouts remain unknown. However, based on descriptions, aside from lacking the ability to fly and not possessing heat vision, his powers appear strikingly similar to those of the Patriots. Agent Hill's brow furrowed further as she added, Oh, and one other detail. He was discovered in the motherland. Not by our own. Indeed, Nick acknowledged with a nod. In summary, we can ascertain that the Walker Company has acquired the Super 7, along with Lin Tian, who possesses the ability to encase others in ice. Certainly, this complicates matters, Nick mused after a moment of reflection, sighing deeply. It seems the gap between S, H, I, E, L, D, and them is rather significant. Should we seek assistance? Agent Hill proposed. Are you suggesting? Nick's brow furrowed as he regarded her. A thought dawning upon him. Indeed, the mutants we previously dealt with are now government personnel, with Professor X at the helm. Chapter 78. A conversation with Professor X. Meanwhile, in New York City, Westchester County, Central Siren District, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Lin Tian had just arrived. On the lawn, Professor X, bald and seated in a wheelchair, was being propelled by Storm. Dressed in a deep blue suit that exuded gravitas, he, despite his advanced age and disability, retained a robust demeanor. Upon observing Lin Tian, Professor X spoke. You are the actual controller of the Walker Company, the owner of the Fisk Group? As he spoke, Professor X raised an eyebrow, his countenance betraying an unmistakable astonishment. For a man well-versed in the secrets of the world and known for his composed decisiveness, the revelation came as a surprise, for the youth before him possessed remarkable powers yet appeared strikingly youthful. However, from Lin Tian's eloquence, Professor X discerned that he ought not to treat this individual as merely a boy. Lin Tian was not a mere youth. He resembled a cunning fox cloaked in the guise of youth. You assert that you have come to discuss a collaboration with us? Professor X's demeanor shifted back to one of seriousness, his hands clasped over his knees as he inquired. Indeed. Furthermore, I believe S.H.I.E.L.D. will soon approach you as well, perhaps to request your assistance in investigating us or to contemplate exerting mental control over me, Lin Tian stated bluntly. At this, several lines formed on Professor X's forehead as he looked up, his eyes widening with intensity. What do you mean by that? He asked. Are you suggesting we decline S.H.I.E.L.D.'s overtures and instead collaborate with you, thereby enabling you to assist us in addressing the discrimination faced by mutants? To elevate our status? Professor X queried, his gaze revealing skepticism and caution, his demeanor shifting from that of a kindly elder to a more cunning, wolf-like presence. How do you plan to accomplish this? Will you utilize your Walker Company to rebrand our mutant academy? Professor X pressed further. HM. Professor X lowered his gaze in contemplation before looking back up to ask, perhaps my previous expression was not entirely clear. I wish to understand how you can assure us that you can fulfill your promises. Moreover, regarding the consequences of our refusal to comply with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s demands, how do you propose to help us navigate those challenges? Can you guarantee that the benefits you offer will outweigh the burdens? Professor X's expression was solemn and grave. In response, Lin Tian smiled. I cannot guarantee that, he admitted candidly. At this, Storm, who had been respectfully pushing Professor X's wheelchair, turned her gaze to Lin Tian, her expression softening into a subtle yet enigmatic smile. Are you implying that you intend to command us? Professor X's brow furrowed into a deep crease as he questioned. Not at all, Lin Tian replied. I am not issuing commands. However, I assure you that my proposal is mutually advantageous, and I can guarantee that. Professor X, with his head bowed in thought, then inquired. You just stated that you can guarantee your proposal will be beneficial for both us and your Walker Company, as well as our X-Men? His eyes reflected a serious intensity. Gazing at Lin Tian, Professor X continued without a hint of warmth in his eyes, but why is it that I do not share your sentiment? According to your perspective, we should adopt a commercialized and entertaining facade, transforming mutants like us into celebrities, thereby alleviating the fear that society harbors towards us, and then everything would be hunky-dory. Is that it? His tone grew noticeably more grave. He then raised a hand, signaling Storm to cease pushing his wheelchair. With a somber countenance, he turned to Lin Tian and said, My boy. Observing Lin Tian's demeanor, which remained remarkably nonchalant, Professor X's gaze shifted downwards, as if he were musing aloud. Many matters cannot be resolved so simply. They cannot be remedied in one fell swoop. If it were truly that easy, figures like Colonel Strucker would not exist. His voice softened, tinged with nostalgia, as if he were whispering to himself. In response, Lin Tian spoke, "I think I may grasp the essence of your words." He smiled slightly, adding, "You imply that within the government, there are numerous individuals and factions who harbor animosity towards mutants and wish to eradicate us. They will not easily relinquish their pursuit. Even if you agree to join our company, Walker Corporation, and embrace our entertainment operations, it will not alter the outcome. Am I correct?" Indeed. At this, Professor X abruptly lifted his gaze towards Lin Tian, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise, though his expression had softened from its earlier gravity. It appears you are familiar with Colonel Strucker. If you have some knowledge of him, you should be aware that his influence in Congress is expanding, and indeed, under their machinations, public fear of mutants is escalating. Professor X sighed deeply. Today's youth may express fondness for their countrymen, yet they harbor disdain for us mutants. Lin Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Professor X's statements were starkly true, almost resembling a darkly humorous jest. Yes, indeed, he chuckled lightly. You are quite right. However, you will acquiesce to my proposal. Allow me to offer but a singular reason. S-H-I-E-L-D will control you, but they will not assist you. They may even leverage the nefarious reputation of Magneto's Brotherhood against you as a means of coercion. But we will not. Chapter 79, The Dilemma of S-H-I-E-L-D. The conversation concluded swiftly, and Lin Tian departed from Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, leaving behind merely a phone number, nothing more. As he utilized the multicolored teleportation array to depart, Professor X's mind swirled with contemplation. What troubles you, Professor? Storm inquired from behind. After a moment's pause, Professor X finally spoke. S-H-I-E-L-D has arrived. A peculiar expression crossed his features as he reflected on Lin Tian's earlier words. Increasingly convinced of the boy's remarkable nature, Professor X's awareness of S-H-I-E-L-D stemmed from the close relationship between his X-Men and President Whitewing, having previously assisted the president with various tasks and resolved certain predicaments. Hence, he had gained insight into the organization. However, Professor X had previously expressed a desire for them to refrain from interference. Yet, their current visit clearly hinted at something more significant. Perhaps, as Lin Tian had suggested, they sought to compel him and his X-Men to collaborate with S-H-I-E-L-D, or even submit to their oversight. In such a scenario, mutants would effectively be subjected to a form of soft confinement, and should policies shift, the ramifications could be detrimental to their development. In a sense, this seemed akin to embarking on a path of weakness and compromise. Choosing this route would imply acceptance of their status as outcasts, necessitating appeasement of the national majority and submission to rigorous scrutiny for mere existence. Nevertheless, these considerations were secondary. The crux of the matter was that Professor X had recently attempted to penetrate Lin Tian's mind with his telepathic abilities, but had failed. This indicated two possibilities. Either Lin Tian possessed a helmet akin to Magneto's that thwarted mental intrusion, or he wielded a mental barrier capability similar to that of the White Queen, preventing such an invasion. Before long, the Quinjet descended upon the verdant expanse of Xavier's School. Professor X and Storm hastened to the location of Director Nick Fury. Professor, Director Fury approached, extending a handshake. Professor X regarded him with an odd expression, then queried, "You are not here on account of Lin Tian, are you?" At this, Fury's countenance shifted dramatically, going from confident smiles to astonishment and disbelief. "What? Good heavens! Son of a..." Fury erupted, unable to contain his frustration. "This guy has beaten me to it." Professor X continued, "If I am not mistaken, you are here to enlist my assistance in your investigation? If I am correct, I must inform you that Lin Tian has already visited. And while I attempted to employ my abilities, I was unable to successfully intrude upon his mind. He possesses a mental barrier." Fury fell momentarily silent, yet he persisted, albeit with some reluctance. "Then, Professor, might you assist us further? Our interest lies not in Lin Tian, but in the memories of an executive from Walker Corporation." As he spoke, he produced a photograph of the Chicken Man. Upon seeing the image, a flicker of intrigue crossed Professor X's features. "If you possess the government's directive from the White House, I can cooperate with your endeavors. Otherwise, I must decline," Professor X asserted with gravity. "You are aware of the immense power that Walker Corporation currently wields, are you not? They are the largest superhero media operation in the world. We are merely an academy for training youth. If this matter were to reach their ears, the consequences would be dire. I believe we may not be able to withstand such repercussions." Therefore, I cannot acquiesce to this endeavor of probing into corporate secrets at this time. Fury stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. After a pause, his expression darkened, and he eventually replied, very well, I understand. It seems they have offered you some benefits. You are now aligned with them, are you? Fury's tone was strained as he suppressed his irritation. Fine, I can comprehend. This Lin Tian is indeed formidable, Fury muttered, his lips twitching with annoyance. He then turned and, accompanied by Agent Coulson, boarded the Quinjet, taking off and departing into the distance. Professor X and Storm lay on the grass, gazing upwards at the Quinjet as it vanished from sight, leaving behind a faint trace in the sky. Their hearts stirred with a myriad of emotions. Professor, it seems we can only ally ourselves with either S.H.I.E.L.D. or this Walker Company, Storm inquired. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has the backing of a national agency. Why should we choose to trust Lin Tian instead? A hint of contemplation flickered in her eyes as she continued. Lin Tian's words appeared to offer us freedom and greater visibility, a hope for acceptance akin to that of ordinary influencers. Yet, it may also expose us to greater peril. We cannot assure that our kind will not harm humanity. And in this digital landscape, should such an incident occur, it would only be exacerbated by the forces of the internet. She expressed her concerns with a touch of anxiety. Indeed, your observations hold weight, Professor X replied, his expression unwavering. However, you might overlook a crucial point. This is, in essence, a war. Even if we retreat, our circumstances do not improve. Rather, our enemies lurk in the shadows, relentlessly closing in on us. Our space for survival diminishes with each passing moment. I believe we mutants require more possibilities. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had returned to his company. You have engaged with mutant Professor X and comprehended telepathy soul puppetry. Telepathy, as the name suggests, it allows one to discern the thoughts of others. Chapter 80, Making a Choice. Soul puppetry. This ability enables one to manipulate another's soul, provided that the target soul is weaker than yours and possesses low resistance and willingness to fight back. Upon realizing the abilities he had acquired from his encounter with Professor X, Lin Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. Truly, Professor X is one of the most formidable mutants in existence, and his mental prowess has indeed inspired Lin Tian to awaken similar extraordinary abilities. At that moment, in the upper echelons of Walker Company, the CEO's office, Uncle Fried Chicken entered and paused upon seeing Lin Tian. With a grave expression, he addressed him, Boss Lin Tian. I have a situation to report. What is it? Lin Tian responded, his curiosity piqued. Currently, we are under investigation by certain specialized departments, many of which pertain to my involvement, Uncle Fried Chicken revealed, a hint of resignation in his voice. I instinctively feel this is a premeditated maneuver by an organization. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. You are quite astute. It is indeed a calculated action orchestrated by none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. Wait, S.H.I.E.L.D. Uncle Fried Chicken's brow furrowed as he pondered the implications. Isn't that the organization that once had Captain America? Precisely, Lin Tian affirmed. After all, our company's soldier boy is also one of them. It's nothing, Lin Tian continued. You may relay your concerns directly to Congress and the higher-ups, urging them to compel S.H.I.E.L.D. to cease their petty tactics. They must understand the extent of tax revenue loss these actions could incur. But Uncle Fried Chicken hesitated. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stance is national security. Our current justification is that we possess a robust and mature superhero oversight mechanism, coupled with close cooperation with the military and police to ensure our superheroes remain in check. Although this holds water for now, it is only a temporary state. Indeed, you are correct. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. uncover even a shred of evidence suggesting we are not sufficiently secure and that we could pose a threat to the nation or the world, they would have every right to investigate us. Exactly. Thus, we must devise a series of countermeasures, Lin Tian asserted. First, we must highlight our superheroes' outstanding contributions to crime fighting. These achievements can, to some extent, validate our capabilities beyond S.H.I.E.L.D.'s. On the other hand, I will address S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal issues, Lin Tian added with a smile. They stand on a moral high ground, judging us. But do they truly deserve that position? I can assure you, they do not. Their organization is riddled with flaws. There are even moles within their ranks, individuals capable of causing their downfall. If their organization falters, they will lose the trust of the upper echelons, and at that moment, we can genuinely usurp their position. Thirdly, we must demonstrate our uniqueness. We need S-H-I-E-L-D to comprehend that we are not to be trifled with, nor can we be easily undermined or swayed. Only then can we triumph over them from various dimensions and perspectives. At least, that is my understanding. What do you think? Lin Tian inquired. Uncle Fried Chicken was momentarily taken aback. Even as a shrewd and experienced CEO, he could not deny Lin Tian's brilliance. His vision was far-reaching and thorough. A level of insight Uncle Fried Chicken could not match. Very well, boss. I shall handle matters with the military and government and assert our strong stance in public opinion. Go ahead, Lin Tian replied. As Uncle Fried Chicken exited the room, Lin Tian received a call from another individual, Yelena, the Black Widow. My sister wishes to meet with you and discuss some matters. Yelena's voice was warm over the phone, yet carried an underlying implication. Lin Tian immediately grasped the situation. Natasha was Yelena's sister and an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. Thus, if S-H-I-E-L-D sought to establish contact with Lin Tian, it would be entirely reasonable for Natasha to act as the intermediary. However, such a ploy was easily discernible to Lin Tian. All right, has she made up her mind? Lin Tian inquired further. You as well. I previously mentioned that you could align yourselves with both our side and S-H-I-E-L-D-S. But that was in the past. The current circumstances have shifted. S-H-I-E-L-D-S attitude towards us appears unfriendly. If you wish to regain your standing, you must side with me and refrain from disclosing our information. Have you made your choice? Lin Tian posed the question. Yelena's voice faltered momentarily, tinged with a slight tremor. All right, I comprehend your intentions. I shall convey the message to my sister, she declared. Excellent. Should S-H-I-E-L-D persist in opposing us, I will ensure they witness the consequences, Lin Tian asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, Yelena fell silent, for she was not a member of S-H-I-E-L-D. Nearby, Natasha, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, also found herself momentarily speechless. Chapter 81. Director Nick's despair at this moment. Nick, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, had become aware of the betrayal involving his subordinate, Black Widow. To exacerbate matters, his trusted ally, Hawkeye, had also claimed to have received an invitation from Lin Tian previously. The instant this information registered, within the confines of the Quinjet, Director Nick's fists clenched involuntarily, his lips forming a silent curse, yet he refrained from uttering the words. Nevertheless, his breathing grew distinctly more rapid, his form gripping the overhead handrails of the aircraft, his body exhibiting a rise and fall akin to that of someone who had just completed a marathon. He inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as he gazed out at the cerulean sky dotted with clouds, his agitation prompting him to turn his head anxiously from side to side. Ultimately, he could no longer suppress his exasperation, exclaiming, "Damn it, this Lin Tian." As he spoke, Nick released his grip on the handrail with his left hand, forming a fist instead. He then struck the cockpit's dome ceiling with a forceful thud, acting purely on instinct to vent his pent-up frustration and fury. Soon after, a recollection struck him. He remembered Hawkeye recounting, upon returning from their last mission, the details of their operation against the Red Room in the Russian military base. There was a particular segment of their conversation that he had nearly forgotten, yet it surged back to him with renewed clarity. Hawkeye had mentioned how Lin Tian, upon making a sudden appearance and rescuing them from peril, had casually offered words of persuasion to recruit him. Previously, Hawkeye had relayed this to Nick in full, and while he had not given it much thought at the time, in hindsight, it felt as though a memory had come back to haunt him, triggering a sudden, stress-induced headache. In his mind's eye, he recalled Hawkeye standing before his desk, hands clasped behind his back, reporting with grave seriousness. Lin Tian said, "Your strength and skills, no matter how exceptional, are still that of a mortal. However, if you join us, you can gain so much more. In fact, if you make significant contributions, your family could also join us to cultivate and extend their lives. A mortal's lifespan is, in many ways, quite fleeting." Hawkeye spoke candidly of Lin Tian's words while they were at the Russian military base, detailing how they had captured an entity whose physical prowess rivaled that of their own countrymen. Following this, Nick's mind conjured the subsequent scene. "So, Hawkeye, did you accept his offer?" Nick inquired. I'm not sure yet. I haven't made a decision, but if I do, I will inform you beforehand," Hawkeye replied, revealing a hint of hesitation. "Very well, Hawkeye. You may leave," Nick instructed, recalling that he had initially dismissed Lin Tian as merely a product of an entertainment company. a manufactured superhero. Regardless of their legitimacy, he believed Schield could easily exert control over them. He never entertained the notion of any other possibilities. Yet, the reality had delivered a harsh blow to his assumptions. Both Walker Enterprises and Lin Tian continued to thrive with unprecedented freedom, even managing to intervene in governmental affairs. Natasha and Hawkeye stood as prime examples. Moreover, the X-Men had also emerged. In hindsight, the figures he had previously underestimated had been laying their plans long ago. Anticipating that Schield would harbor ambitions toward them, and had countered with preemptive measures before Schield could implement any controlling strategies. It left Shield's agents in a state of disquiet. However, he could not place all the blame on his subordinates. Both Natasha and Hawkeye had undeniably fallen prey to Lin Tian's manipulation. Presently, while Hawkeye still counted himself among them, Natasha had already divided her loyalties. At this juncture, Nick felt as though a swarm of ants was crawling within his mind. What gives Lin Tian the audacity? He muttered, unable to contain his frustration. Even though the Quinjet was nearing their aerial command ship, and he would soon reunite with other agents, he could not rein in his emotions. Resorting to curses as an outlet, Agent Coulson, seated nearby, donned his dark sunglasses and concentrated on piloting the aircraft, seemingly oblivious to the director's display of agitation, as if it were a familiar occurrence. Finally, after several deep breaths, Nick managed to calm himself. He picked up his phone and dialed Walker Enterprises. Hello. Is this Walker Enterprises? This is Schield. I believe it is time for us to sit down and discuss matters patiently, Nick began. On the other end of the line was Uncle Chicken. Discuss? What would you like to discuss? He inquired. Collaboration. Nick hesitated for a moment before forcing the words out through clenched teeth. Oh, collaboration is possible, but I must ask, what kind of collaboration are you seeking? If it's in the realm of film, we would be quite amenable, considering your connections with the government and the World Security Council, correct? Uncle Chicken inquired politely. If it pertains to other areas, such as superheroes, we are currently not in need of any, he continued. In fact, we have just unearthed the ice that has encased Captain America from the North Atlantic. This matter will likely be public knowledge soon. Upon hearing this, Nick was left utterly stunned. What? The North Atlantic? Captain America? You can't be serious. Chapter 82, you want it? Take it. Nick was momentarily unable to accept the reality that Schield had been undermined to such an extent by Walker Enterprises. Captain America had been their most pivotal member during World War II, embodying the illustrious legacy of their organization. Moreover, Steve Rogers possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding Schield and Hydra's secrets. Although much of that information was outdated by 70 years, its potential impact was uncertain. Nevertheless, Captain America remained an integral part of their organization. At the very least, this is what director Nick Fury believes. From the era of Iron Man's father, Howard Stark, and Agent Carter, to the present day, Captain America stands as a venerable figure, akin to a living relic. Furthermore, due to his entrapment in the Arctic, his physical condition is likely still as youthful as it once was. And now, he has been acquired by the Walker Corporation? Fury's usually calm demeanor was suddenly overwhelmed by agitation. He was on the verge of losing his composure. Contemplating immediate orders to launch an assault on the Walker Group with the helicarrier, deploying agents to apprehend their personnel and seize all superhumans, bringing them to Schield for examination and training. Fury had long considered such actions. Although at that time he was unaware of the full extent of the Walker Corporation and Lin Tian's capabilities. Now that he was aware, he had initially contemplated a reluctant temporary collaboration to ascertain the situation, seeking to introduce more variables. However, the audacity of the Walker Corporation's encroachments felt like dancing on Shield's head. Even so, should Schield accommodate them simply because they were on the verge of becoming the world's largest company? With the highest market valuation? Their superhuman assets generating trillions in revenue annually? Fury pondered these thoughts, still unable to swallow his indignation. Yet, if the other party had genuinely excavated Captain America from the Arctic, it could be argued that it was not outright theft. After all, they had searched for years without finding Steve Rogers. Contemplating this, Fury's mind became entangled with how to address the Walker Corporation. The answer seemed as intricate as a tangle of headphone wires, leaving him feeling quite vexed and unable to unravel it. How should I put this? On the other end of the line, Uncle Fried Chicken continued to inquire. It seems that Captain America, Steve, has some connections with you? Upon hearing this, Fury was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a polite smile. Ah, yes. There have indeed been such matters. Thus, you mean to say, yes, we will keep an eye on him. Once he is physically and psychologically stable, we will return him to you, Uncle Fried Chicken said courteously. Upon hearing this, Fury was momentarily stunned, even struggling to articulate a response. He shifted his phone from his left hand to his right, then back again, feeling an odd discomfort as he held it to his ear. You mean to say, you will return Captain America, Steve, to us, unharmed? Fury stammered, urgency creeping into his voice. In response, the seemingly prepared Uncle Fried Chicken smiled slightly and replied, "What's wrong? Are you worried that we might tamper with him? If you are truly concerned, you can come to our company, and your personnel can observe or even conduct a series of examinations. As long as he cooperates, well, we haven't done anything to him. He merely exhibits some war-related post-traumatic stress responses and seems to be stuck in the era of World War II, unable to accept the present. However, this should only be temporary. After all, the human brain's capacity for adaptation is quite remarkable," Uncle Fried Chicken remarked nonchalantly. At this, Fury felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Contemplating the implications of his words, he sensed something peculiar. By all logical reasoning, D's previous actions were overtly clear, and the Walker Corporation should have understood their intention to control the superhumans under their jurisdiction. Yet, in this context, the Walker Corporation had unearthed Captain America from the Arctic without any intention of claiming him for themselves. What sort of situation was this? At that moment, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, felt utterly bewildered, even sensing that he was being led in circles by the other party. "Oh, you seem somewhat surprised," Uncle Fried Chicken remarked. "Let me guess, you are wondering why we do not regard Captain America, Steve, as our property, but instead intend to return him to you." After a brief pause, he took a sip of coffee and continued, "You see, we at Walker Corporation are indeed a business entity, involved in the operation and promotion of superheroes. Additionally, we collaborate with various official entities, military branches, police departments, film companies, fashion brands, fast-moving consumer goods, beverages, cosmetics, and other groups. Our revenue is quite substantial. While Captain America, Steve, does align with our basic expectations for a superhero, we regret to inform you that due to historical reasons, he is not closely associated with us, but rather has a deeper connection with you, making it more prudent to return him to your organization," Uncle Fried Chicken stated with an air of nonchalance. "So, should you not express your gratitude towards us?" he added, maintaining his calm demeanor. In response, Fury found himself momentarily speechless. It seems you have a point. Wait, are you implying that you look down upon our former marquee hero?" Fury seemed to catch on, his eyes widening as he asked with a serious tone. In response, Uncle Fried Chicken maintained his gentle demeanor. "Oh, Director, what are you implying? It seems you are reading too much into this. We have no such intention. It is simply that, considering various aspects of safety and fairness, we have decided that retaining Captain America, Steve, would not be reasonable or particularly advantageous for us." Chapter 83, The Hydra Plan. At that moment, the Quinjet was approaching the helicarrier. Fury was still pondering whether he should leverage his resources to incite some organizations or upper echelons, or directly send some of his agents to investigate the Walker Corporation and impose certain limitations. However, upon hearing the recent remarks from Uncle Fried Chicken, Fury's expression fell into a state of despondency. Captain America, Steve, they managed to retrieve him, and yet, they have no intention of keeping him? What kind of logic is this? Moreover, how did they ascertain Captain America's whereabouts? Their own agents had searched for so long without success. Yet the personnel from the Walker Corporation had found him. Perhaps this was due to their considerable financial backing, as before achieving prominence, they had the support of Mr. Fisk's organization, ensuring they had no monetary concerns. Yet, what was their true intent behind this? Fury found himself at a loss. Could it be that the Walker Corporation was merely a puppet of Hydra, rescuing Steve to brainwash him? This thought seemed somewhat plausible, yet, why would they? Fury was quite aware of Hydra's brainwashing tactics, and Captain America, Steve, was among the few individuals he had encountered with an unwavering will. In other words, under most circumstances, Steve Rogers would be nearly impossible to brainwash, especially as he operated in the spotlight, unlike other agents who typically worked in the shadows. Thus, should a betrayal occur, it would undoubtedly manifest itself in a conspicuous manner. Furthermore, indeed, SHIELD has conducted a comprehensive background investigation into the Walker Corporation and Lin Tian. Yet no links to Hydra have been uncovered. Therefore, it stands to reason that this organization should not resort to such mental manipulation against Captain America, or perhaps not. Director Nick pondered for a moment. The modus operandi of the Walker Group is exceedingly peculiar, seemingly always a step ahead under Lin Tian's guidance. As if endowed with the power of mind reading. Nay, it would be more accurate to describe it as foresight. Faced with such an organization, what recourse do they possess? Consequently, the only option that Director Nick could conceive was to tentatively cooperate with them for the time being. After all, they still publicly uphold the ideals of global peace and justice. At least, their superheroes appear to embody such values on the surface. As for their private affairs, various reports suggest that the Walker Corporation not only imposes no restrictions on employees' personal lives, but may have even implemented measures that encourage their unrestrained expression of freedom. Fortunately, no incidents have arisen thus far. In summary, SHIELD finds itself in a precarious position due to its declining operations. No longer favored by those in higher echelons. The once soft target they aimed to manipulate, the Walker Corporation, has now transformed into a formidable powerhouse. Thus, their options are quite limited at present. Regarding Captain America's situation, our personnel, myself included, will conduct an inspection shortly, Director Nick stated. In response, the Colonel, with an unyielding demeanor, replied, "Very well, as you wish." At this moment, elsewhere, the World Security Council's chairman, Alexander Pierce, was establishing communication with the SHIELD base in Sokovia. Though it ostensibly appeared to be SHIELD's domain, it had, in fact, been seized by Hydra. The chairman, a longtime friend of the SHIELD director, was now also a member of Hydra. The proposed Insight project aims to leverage supercomputers and specialized programs to identify potential threats to their existence and subsequently deploy defensive weaponry from orbital carriers to neutralize them. In other words, they intend to cloak their ulterior motives under the guise of maintaining world peace, even to the extent of turning against their own. At this moment, Alexander was in contact with Baron Strucker, another leader of Hydra based in Sokovia. He began, "The recent shifts in the situation seem rather peculiar. I sense that SHIELD has grown somewhat feeble." Alexander hesitated momentarily. However, Baron Strucker, oblivious to the implications of his words, responded with impatience. "Oh, isn't that a fortuitous development?" Hearing this, Alexander continued, "By the way, do you genuinely comprehend the state of the world?" He then inquired further, "To my knowledge, the Walker Corporation's growth trajectory surpasses that of SHIELD. In other words, this commercial entity and its superheroes have emerged as our new threat. Particularly the Super 7. The Super 7, Baron Strucker echoed, followed by, "Ah, I understand, the Homelander, correct? I have indeed heard news regarding him. Quite remarkable. But for some reason, I feel that infiltrating the Walker Corporation might prove easier than penetrating SHIELD. Moreover, the potential returns seem substantially greater." He continued, "Additionally, have you delved into the origins of the Homelander? To this day, we remain unaware of his true genesis. If I recall correctly, the official narrative states that he is inherently endowed with superpowers. Is that veritable? There are even claims suggesting he hails from another planet. His abilities are undeniably formidable." Baron Strucker mused before pausing, but it seems to imply that if we could gain control over him, our gains would also be significantly amplified. His strength appears to easily enable him to obliterate a city or even an organization's leader. Furthermore, once he takes action, it seems rare for anyone to intervene in time to thwart him. Alexander nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "This is a matter I have also contemplated, yet let us not rush. After all, SHIELD is fervently striving to comprehend the true capabilities and nature of the Walker Group. We can utilize SHIELD to gather intelligence and incite their internal conflicts." Chapter 84. The New Resistance of the Company? Meanwhile, on the other side, the Walker Corporation found itself in an unprecedented phase of prominence. However, dissenting voices began to emerge, possibly due to the company's rapid expansion. Critiques surfaced online, a phenomenon not unexpected given the challenges of appeasing the masses. After all, even a superhero like the Homelander has a support rate of 70, indicating that 30% of the populace does not endorse him. The reasons for this dissent are manifold. It is not merely the exposure of the Homelander's true self, but rather a variety of factors, including personal aversions to his smile, his visage, or his golden hair. Among these, Lin Tian's primary concern is not the general populace, but rather one individual, Clark Kent, or Kal-El, Superman. Since witnessing the Homelander's display previously, Superman Clark has been operating in the city as a journalist, meticulously tracking the Homelander. Utilizing his superhuman vision and hearing, he easily uncovered the Homelander's clandestine secrets, such as a mother complex and the propensity to unleash pin-up emotions by ruthlessly dispatching villains and even targeting innocents in unseen circumstances. In New York, at the Fisk Group's training room, Lin Tian activated his Zhou Tian sensory technique and detected Superman Clark's presence. He has now arrived at the Walker Corporation. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time, Superman Clark's expression displayed no signs of hesitation or trepidation. Instead, he seemed resolute, confidently striding into the company and blending in with the ordinary employees as he ascended in the elevator towards the upper levels. Apologies, Mr. Clark the journalist. Access beyond the 50th floor is restricted. This area is designated for the Super 7 and the Board of Directors. At this moment, in the elevator, the attendant observed the Homelander pressing the button for the top floor, a smile creeping across his face as he addressed Clark. Moreover, due to your fingerprint not being recognized, even if you press the button for our company's top floor, you shall not gain access. See, the attendant gestured helplessly, indicating that nothing had changed, and the elevator showed no signs of ascending. I apologize. Clark, with his bespectacled visage exuding a mix of refinement and somberness, glanced at the attendant, resembling an intern who had mistakenly entered the wrong floor, and respectfully replied. He then canceled the top floor button, opting instead to press the button for the 49th floor. This action immediately piqued the attendant's vigilance, as his brow furrowed, scrutinizing the tall, British-faced young man before him. Subsequently, the young attendant, clad in a red sweater dress, yet still appearing somewhat slender, slightly bowed his head, his gaze unwaveringly fixated on the peculiar individual before him. With one hand, he lifted the miniature microphone affixed to his collar, bringing it close to his lips, and softly spoke into it. Hello, this is the elevator lobby, employee number 1043. We have identified a suspicious individual attempting to access a restricted floor. Yes, the observation deck elevator, the attendant reported. At that moment, Superman Clark realized that his intentions had been uncovered by the attendant of Walker Corporation standing before him, and he let out an exasperated sigh. He then pressed the button to open the doors, allowing the elevator to ascend one floor, arriving at the 19th level, before opening the doors. Clark, steeling himself, stepped out, his demeanor heavy with concern. This scene was once again captured by the attendant's watchful eyes, who felt no trepidation nor any urge to feign ignorance. The attendant promptly spoke into his chest-mounted microphone again. Listen, the target has exited the elevator on the 19th floor. Something seems amiss. He appears to be a reporter. Security personnel, please come immediately. With this, Superman Clark turned back, casting a warning glance at the meddlesome attendant behind him, then hurriedly advanced, dismissing the matter from his mind. Following the fluorescent signs along the corridor, he made his way toward the emergency exit staircase at the end of the hallway. The 19th floor housed a film and cultural exhibition hall belonging to Walker Corporation, surrounded by transparent glass walls showcasing various collaborative projects with different companies and film studios. Posters for unreleased films and merchandise, including full-body posters of patriotic characters and models of villainous bosses, adorned the space, along with other members of the Super 7. Ashley, a high-ranking executive responsible for character operations and business negotiations, was engaged in discussions regarding advertising partnerships with a rising star from the Super 7, Starlight. Through the transparent glass wall, she spotted the tall young man in a plaid shirt and black-framed glasses, Superman Clark, and her expression revealed a hint of confusion. Oh, very well. In any case, Starlight, as long as you don our custom-tailored uniform, showcasing all your highlights, your popularity will surely surge by several points. And this advertisement will undoubtedly become a hit, Ashley exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with ambition. She then instructed Starlight to confer with the advertising director while signaling her intention to step out, gesturing toward the exit. With that, she turned, her heels clicking as she strode toward the glass door, pushing it open to step into the hallway. She glanced to the left, watching the retreating figure of the plaid-shirt man, who had passed their office and continued onward, her brow furrowing with suspicion. Unable to contain her curiosity, she called out, "Hey, you, who are you?" Upon hearing this, Superman Clark remained silent, pressing forward. Suddenly, two security personnel appeared, blocking his path. Turning around, Clark sought an alternate route, only to find two more security guards approaching from behind. They appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, not as tall as Clark, but robust in build. One of them twirled his golden mustache, tapping his rubber baton, while the other activated his stun baton, producing a crackling sound. Their intentions were unmistakable. Wait, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 85, A Reunion with Superman. The speaker was Lin Tian, who had just teleported into the building, arriving at the designated floor. Standing before Superman. Upon seeing the young Oriental boy, the 4 security personnel on either side fell silent, retracting their security devices and returning to their posts. Lin Tian looked at Clark, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Clark, it's a pleasure to see you again. What brings you to Walker Corporation this time? Is there something you wish to say or do?" As Clark gazed at the suddenly appearing young man, a momentary look of shock crossed his face. But it was quickly replaced by recognition. "You." Clark's pupils contracted slightly before returning to normal. He glanced back at the middle-aged security guard who had leisurely walked away, conversing with his companions about lunch plans, momentarily at a loss for words. "You," Clark reiterated, ensuring no one else was near before continuing in a gentler tone. "Is your father an executive here?" To this, Lin Tian chuckled, his smile enigmatic. He then composed himself. "You are partially correct. However, it is not my parents, but rather myself. I am the principal owner here, the actual controller of Walker Group. I am Lin Tian," Lin Tian declared unabashedly. This revelation left Superman Clark momentarily stunned. Wow. He feigned composure, yet his eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a sense of incredulity. "Well, that's rather unexpected. But what now?" he asked. Suddenly recalling something, he pressed further. "By the way, do you know the patriotic man?" Clark's expression grew slightly more serious. Lin Tian, maintaining his relaxed demeanor, responded with a smile, "Of course." He then conjured an ice sword, letting it hover at his fingertips before making it vanish. This display caught Superman Clark's attention, and it was at this moment that his gaze toward Lin Tian shifted, revealing a hint of additional meaning beyond mere surprise at the coincidence. "Superman Clark, you remain naive." Lin Tian mused to himself. Naivety is a characteristic of your nature, and it can also be seen as a part of your weakness. However, very few can effectively exploit this weakness once they understand it. But, Clark, your timing today is rather unfortunate. Lin Tian's expression turned indifferent as he continued. "If I am not mistaken, you intend to stop the patriotic man. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Superman Clark found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the mysterious young man's words, which struck him as both strange and unsettling. Recalling Lin Tian's earlier declaration of being the owner of Walker Corporation, Clark felt an intensifying headache. "Who exactly are you? What do you intend to do?" At this moment, suspicion flickered in Superman Clark's expression, and his gaze no longer regarded Lin Tian as an ordinary youth, but as a figure to be wary of. Yet, Lin Tian appeared oblivious to Clark's shifting demeanor, continuing as if in a trance. "Today, you came to Walker Corporation and encountered the patriotic man. Do you have anything to say?" Lin Tian calmly paced beside Clark, posing his question. Upon hearing those words, Superman Clark felt a heightened sense of tension, despite his profound awareness of his invulnerable physique. Throughout his life, he had never endured harm from any object on this blue planet. Nevertheless, the presence of the young Eastern lad beside him instilled an inexplicable sense of formidable threat. "I believe you ought to address my inquiry first," Clark stated, remaining motionless, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian. Indeed, Lin Tian acknowledged with a nod. "However, I have already made it clear. I am the actual controller of Walker Corporation, merely a young Eastern cultivator," he replied. "Now, it is your turn, Clark. You must elucidate your intentions for disguising yourself and approaching Walker Group as an ordinary journalist, infiltrating the office of the Super 7. As Lin Tian scrutinized Clark's countenance, he posed a question. Upon hearing this, Superman Clark hesitated momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. After a brief pause, he stammered, "Wow, this," but soon regained his composure. His previously evasive gaze shifted to one of seriousness, no longer avoiding Lin Tian's scrutiny. He even removed his glasses, which served no practical purpose, and turned to Lin Tian, stating, "Of course, I require an explanation." Clark spoke with a gravity befitting the situation. "If I cannot obtain a satisfactory clarification, I will utilize my abilities to intervene and rectify the matter," he continued, his demeanor calm, yet imbued with a hint of maturity. His eyes met Lin Tian's without flinching, exuding a sense of fortitude. Lin Tian then allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, diverting his gaze momentarily before taking a leisurely step forward. "Quite commendable," he remarked, clapping his hands as he looked ahead. "You articulated your thoughts remarkably well, Clark," he emphasized, placing a slight stress on the name of the superhero. "Your imagination is commendable, and I had previously encouraged you to take this initiative, yet you still lack the resolve. Are you truly prepared this time?" Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Before Clark could respond, Lin Tian interjected, "No, you are not." Chapter 86. Encounter between Superman and Captain America. Well, Lin Tian pondered before continuing. In a certain sense, I must concede that you are indeed correct. However, your timing for action is somewhat misaligned, Lin Tian added, his demeanor betraying a wisdom and composure not typical of one his age. Last time, when I urged you to take action, the momentum of Captain America had not yet surged. If you had engaged him then, creating a significant newsworthy event to provoke public contemplation, you could have sculpted yourself into an entirely different, more benevolent version of Captain America. Thus, I encouraged you to pursue this endeavor. He paused briefly before continuing. However, the circumstances have shifted. Presently, Walker Corporation, the Super Seven, and Captain America have emerged as the burgeoning stars of this world. They have become global icons, their every action capable of generating unfathomable wealth. To contemplate confronting Captain America at this juncture is not particularly wise. Moreover, within the company, there exist other superhumans akin to your stature. Are you certain you can handle them all? Or do you intend to pursue your unwavering vision of justice, even at the risk of causing destruction to the city? Lin Tian probed. Imagine this. During your confrontation with Captain America, the collision of your bodies could lead to the collapse of numerous buildings, and your heat vision might result in casualties among those working within them. After such costs, you may find yourself unable to defeat him. Even so, do you still wish to intervene against Captain America? Lin Tian countered coldly. Upon hearing this, Superman Clark's expression grew even more somber. He gazed at the young Eastern figure before him, reminiscent of the moment he witnessed Captain America ruthlessly dispensing vigilante justice upon a criminal in the adjacent room, an experience that had profoundly affected him. So, you imply that you are now more supportive of Captain America? Superman Clark asked, his voice tinged with a slight hoarseness. No, Lin Tian replied with a smile, his expression shifting to one of playful intrigue. There was an enigmatic depth in his gaze, but he quickly regained his serious demeanor. What concerns me may not align with your priorities, he stated. I view this from a broader perspective, considering the long-term implications. If I were to inform you that formidable adversaries would soon descend from the heavens, slaughtering humanity like cattle, would you still be willing to relinquish your pristine, seemingly flawless heart of righteousness to embrace other powerful superheroes? Lin Tian queried. Upon hearing this, Superman Clark's brow furrowed. He contemplated Lin Tian's words, feeling a mixture of incredulity and unease. What are you suggesting? Superman Clark asked, his impatience surfacing. He then looked upwards, employing his supervision to penetrate the floors, searching for the formidable presence of Captain America. Meanwhile, Captain America had received intelligence regarding the intrusion within the building. Initially indifferent, he soon exercised caution, scanning the floors with his supervision and, upon spotting Lin Tian and Superman Clark on the 19th floor, a peculiar smile spread across his face. In the next moment, he vanished from his previous location. Moments later, the elevator on the 19th floor chimed, its doors opening to reveal Captain America in his iconic uniform, strolling leisurely towards Lin Tian and Superman Clark. As he approached, he queried, "Boss?" with a smile. He then turned his head to regard Clark, whistling to capture their attention before adding, "And we have an unexpected guest." Captain America raised an eyebrow, a bemused smile gracing his features. Superman Clark, despite still wearing the ordinary attire of a male in turn, felt his pupils constrict as he gazed at Captain America. His body instinctively adjusted, adopting a more defensive posture in response to the approaching figure, who, like him, was presumably of Kryptonian origin. Superman Clark exhibited an air of vigilance. "Patriot," he called out. The moment he uttered the name, a flicker of hesitation crossed his countenance, as if he were recalling a memory. He remembered his father, who perished in a tempest, yet not before cautioning him to conceal his identity from humanity, for they were not yet prepared to embrace him. After a brief moment of uncertainty, he quickly regained his composure. His demeanor, rather than that of a freshly graduated youth, bore the gravitas of a matured man. "Patriot, cease your actions. Your penchant for cruelty, your hypocrisy, and your theatrical displays are intolerable," Superman Clark proclaimed with solemnity. Upon hearing this, Patriot was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the figure of Lin Tian before shifting his gaze back to Superman Clark, furrowing his brow in bewilderment. His lips pouted slightly, adopting an expression of innocent confusion as he directed his inquiry towards Lin Tian. "This lad, where did he come from?" While speaking, Patriot casually probed his ear with a finger, his expression a mix of impatience, perplexity, surprise, and a hint of amusement. His left hand, restless, extended into the air, opened momentarily, then quickly clenched into a fist, embodying a transient emotional fluctuation akin to the eruption of a balloon. This boy seems to possess considerable knowledge. Chapter 87. Patriot's astonishment swiftly transformed as he recognized that this young man before him was somewhat peculiar. The instincts of a seasoned warrior alerted him. Subsequently, Patriot employed his superhuman vision to scrutinize Superman Clark and discern subtle clues. The structure of Clark's physique was far from that of an ordinary human. Without the aid of his enhanced sight, Patriot could not differentiate between a mere mortal and a superpowered being. Yet, upon its activation, he could perceive distinctions in the minutiae. This disparity was akin to comparing a bottle of water to a block of ice. From a distance, they appeared similar, yet upon closer inspection, one was liquid while the other was solid. If an ordinary human's body could be likened to a fragile substance easily pierced like cheese, then without question, the towering youth who appeared to hail from a Kansas farm was composed of a material starkly different from that of common men. He was, undoubtedly, a nearly indestructible slab of ice. Naturally, had this encounter occurred in the past, Patriot would not have exhibited such a heightened sense of alertness. He would not have deemed it necessary to employ his X-ray vision on an unfamiliar individual. After all, in his eyes, mortals were weak and insignificant. Even in the midst of fervent patriotic speeches, he would strive to conceal this perception behind a facade of enthusiasm. Yet, in truth, until now, most individuals in Patriot's view were fundamentally incomparable to him, entities he deemed unworthy of consideration, regardless of their nature. As long as they were not among the ranks of the Super Seven, nor figures like Queen Maeve or the Invisible Man, they were merely mud people. Even when armed to the teeth, their weapons were nothing more than playthings, incapable of inflicting any genuine threat upon him. This sentiment had accompanied Patriot since birth. From the sterile, transparent, bulletproof incubator, through various assaults with weapons, to adolescence, where he grew under the scrutinizing gaze of unfamiliar figures clad in white coats, who regarded him with a mixture of fascination and horror. He was subsequently indoctrinated with knowledge and training, inadvertently took a life, and was subjected to psychological manipulation, education, isolation, and care. Members of the human establishment, scientists, and psychologists from Walker Industries employed meticulously crafted deceptions or objective truths to entice him, instilling in him a yearning for acceptance and the realization of his shortcomings. Thus, he was imbued with the belief that he could ascend to the status of a deity among mankind, a superhero destined to save the world and win the adoration of all, particularly the citizens of the land of the bald eagle. He was promised a grand destiny. The personnel of Walker Industries assured him that countless individuals awaited his assistance, ready to cheer for him, marvel at his powers, and become enamored with him. Therefore, despite the absence of a mother in his childhood, he was led to believe he was not alone, as long as he fulfilled the expectations of Walker Industries and became the Patriot. Now, he had successfully assumed that mantle. Nevertheless, upon encountering Lin Tian, an unprecedentedly powerful presence, Patriot could not suppress the shock that resonated deep within him. He had once leveraged a modicum of authority from Walker Industries to investigate Lin Tian, but found no fruit. And with Lin Tian and Jean comprehensively taking control of Walker Industries, he lost both the opportunity and necessity to pursue further inquiry. Lin Tian's abilities appeared to be intricately linked to the arcane arts of the East, reminiscent of mythical tales. Even when he perused texts on the subject, he only grasped superficial aspects, unable to fathom the true essence of Lin Tian's powers unless imparted directly. However, as of now, Patriot held no reason to view Lin Tian as an adversary. Moreover, during their initial confrontation, he realized he could not inflict harm upon Lin Tian, who could seemingly phase his body into an ethereal form. Following this, Patriot encountered the Hulk, an abominable green behemoth. His brutish growth evoked a visceral reaction of revulsion, revealing grotesque muscle bulges. Although Patriot managed to land a few blows, he discovered that the creature's physique could, in moments of rage, amplify its defenses, speed, and strength, possibly beyond its limits. In that instant, Patriot recognized the necessity for his own enhancement. Even with his steel-like form and the rarity of entities capable of harming him, he was still confronted by many inexplicable phenomena. Perhaps, as Lin Tian had suggested, he truly needed to evolve further. Subsequently, Patriot commenced his training, taking Lin Tian as his mentor, embarking on a path of physical cultivation. Thus far, the experience had been gratifying. Moreover, the green monster had ceased its chaos, and tranquility appeared to have returned to their world. The Super Seven merely needed to address routine matters. Although they collaborated with the Department of Defense, they had not engaged in any genuine warfare, focusing instead on neutralizing typical villains, feeble-minded terrorists, and the like. Until today, when he casually glanced downstairs and sensed something amiss, prompting him to descend to the 19th floor. There, he encountered Lin Tian alongside a somewhat unrefined, yet strikingly handsome young man. The latter struck him as vaguely familiar. Initially, he perceived this tall, awkward, bespectacled country boy as an inexperienced youth, a recent hire who had yet to grasp the intricacies of the world, merely following orders from the company, driven by a brainwashed zeal to uncover corporate secrets and achieve sensational headlines. From the demeanor of the young journalist before him, calm, focused, and possessing a somewhat dull gaze, the patriotic man sensed an underlying complexity. Yet, he discerned that the figure, concealed beneath a voluminous garment, appeared far more robust than the average reporter. There was an unmistakable aura reminiscent of a bodybuilder attempting to conceal his true identity. Simultaneously, the patriotic man perceived a certain indefinable similarity between himself and this individual, prompting him to employ his extraordinary vision for further scrutiny. The more he observed, the more he felt a disquieting sensation. This person before him was evidently a superhuman, and, like himself, possessed a body of steel. Chapter 88. Tension mounts. As the patriotic man continued his appraisal, his wariness intensified. The instincts of a strong man warned him that this presence was anything but ordinary. There appeared to be something more, something peculiar. Not long ago, with the aid of the visualization techniques from Lin Tian's divine demon body refinement technique, the patriotic man had been immersed in the contemplation of a painting titled Superman soaring in the sky for several days. He had gleaned insights from the essence encapsulated within the artwork, sensing an enigmatic profundity. It was as if he could see the powerful figure, akin to himself, basking in the sun's rays, absorbing golden energy that rendered him even more formidable. Moreover, the patriotic man felt a transformation within himself. He noticed that when exposed to sunlight, his entire being seemed to radiate vitality and vigor, as if every cell in his body had transformed into a solar-powered battery. As Lin Tian had previously suggested, through the practice of visualization, the patriotic man had indeed grown stronger. However, inexplicably, he caught a glimpse of the essence of the painting he had been contemplating within the young man's presence. Momentarily lost in thought, the patriotic man shook his head, striving to clear his mind before resuming his examination of this handsome youth. Internally, he reassured himself, this is all an illusion, mere fantasy. Clearly, this individual is not the character depicted in Lin Tian's artwork. They merely share a semblance in outline, yet their essences are entirely distinct. The figure in the painting exudes an overwhelming dominance, towering above all beings, disdainful of engaging with those beneath him. In contrast, the tall journalist radiated a modest, grounded demeanor, as if he were encountering such an expansive company for the first time, surrounded by modern equipment in a bright, spacious, and meticulously designed office space, a veritable treasure trove of productivity. As a country dweller and a recent graduate, Superman Clark involuntarily displayed a hint of trepidation. Nevertheless, he endeavored to adjust his mindset, mustering the courage necessary to maintain his composure in the presence of the patriotic man. Yet, the patriotic man soon sensed something amiss. No, this cannot be. As he scrutinized the figure of Superman Clark, his initial thoughts quickly unraveled. For Clark's physique was undeniably real, impossible to feign. It instilled within the patriotic man a sense of danger akin to that of a kindred spirit. Thus, it seemed there was only one possibility. The young intern journalist was concealing his true abilities. The patriotic man pondered, "Are you the new hero of Walker Company?" A friendly smile crept onto his face as he inquired, then feigned warmth, playfulness, and familiarity, crossing his arms over his chest as he continued. "What is this outfit you're wearing? What role has the company assigned to you?" With an air of seniority, the patriotic man inquired casually. He then adopted a somewhat perplexed and humorous expression, lifting his left cheekbone slightly, squinting his eyes in a mocking yet half-skeptical manner akin to President Truman, revealing a hint of playful yet inscrutable amusement before quickly reverting to his normal demeanor. "Let me think. Journalist hero?" He pointed excitedly at Superman, chuckling. No. Farmer's son? Oh, I apologize, that might be a bit offensive, right?" He chuckled again, tilting his head slightly before straightening it. "Let me think again. Muscle hero?" While speaking, he gazed at the open collar of Superman Clark, scrutinizing his neck and collarbone, causing Clark to feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Enough," Superman Clark declared, his voice resolute. At that moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. "Enough, you patriotic man." After addressing the patriotic man, he turned to Lin Tian, stating, "So, the true puppeteer behind Walker Company, is it?" His gaze then returned to the patriotic man. You, and all of you, are riddled with issues. After organizing his thoughts, Superman Clark bit his lip and articulated each word deliberately. Feeling that his message lacked clarity, he clenched his fists and added, "You all do not deserve to be the guardians of this city or the world, especially you." Emphasizing the word you, Superman Clark fixed his intense gaze upon the patriotic man, causing the latter to involuntarily loosen his crossed arms, diminishing the facade of confidence he had maintained. The patriotic man's left hand lifted uncertainly, unsure of where to place it, and to ease the awkwardness, he raised it to his chin, stroking his stubble. "Oh, ha ha ha," he chuckled, his eyes flitting nervously between Superman and Lin Tian, momentarily indecisive. "Kid, do you know who you're dealing with?" The patriotic man finally lost his patience, adopting a tone laced with ominous authority, and began to stride toward the inexperienced new superpowered individual, intending to assert control while also gauging the young man's strength compared to his own. However, before the patriotic man could make a move, and before Superman Clark could naturally respond, Lin Tian suddenly intervened, positioning himself between them. "Wait," Lin Tian interjected, turning to Superman Clark. "I understand your intentions, but your timing is off." Chapter 89, To Act? In the next moment, an extraordinary hue emanated from Lin Tian's eyes. In an instant, Superman Clark found his fist inexplicably frozen, unable to move despite his desperate attempts to swing it forward, as if he had been transformed into a statue, totally immobilized. Lin Tian spoke, his gaze devoid of any trace of youthful innocence, instead bearing a demeanor that was even more detached than that of an adult. One could even describe it as frigid. At this moment, he appeared somewhat mechanical. "What have you done?" Superman Clark exclaimed, utterly astonished. In the next instant, he felt the disconcerting sensation of losing control over his body dissipate, as if he had regained mastery over himself. This unprecedented feeling not only astonished Superman, but also caused him to halt his response to the punch aimed at him by the Patriot. Instead, he spread his hands before him, scrutinizing his own physique for any signs of change or difference. He sought to ascertain what had transpired in that moment. Why he had experienced an inexplicable and unfathomable scene. Why had his fists, his body, seemed to possess a moment that did not belong to him? Superman Clark was profoundly perplexed. This scene was quickly noted by the Patriot standing nearby. He had just recognized the anomaly in this superpowered young man, whose physique mirrored his own formidable steel-like build. Just moments ago, when Clark had aimed a punch at him, it had inexplicably halted just before impact, as if time itself had been suddenly imprisoned. Logically, if this robust young man was a superpowered individual cultivated by the organization, he should possess not only extraordinary physical strength, but also immense power, enough to punch through the floors of a building. Yet, that force had been inexplicably restrained. Why was that? If Lin Tian had intervened, he had not physically touched Clark's fist. Within the Patriot's heart, a wave of astonishment and confusion arose. Nevertheless, he chose to gaze at Lin Tian's face. In the Patriot's understanding, Lin Tian was the only one present capable of achieving the impossible. He wielded an Eastern mystical art, profoundly enigmatic and exceedingly rich in capabilities, possessing a self-consistent system of powers. Although it appeared utterly bizarre, Lin Tian consistently provided explanations for his abilities. For instance, the cultivation method of visualizing a painting to enhance one's strength. Had Lin Tian not articulated it and allowed the Patriot to genuinely experience its effects, the latter would never have believed it. The Patriot could not help but inquire. Yet, he fell silent, turning to glance behind him. In the distance, a security guard at the end of the hallway was observing them, but showed no intent to approach. After all, the world's strongest superhero, the Patriot, was present. What problem could not be resolved? As for a verbal spat or a brawl, such occurrences were virtually impossible. Lin Tian did not respond to the Patriot's inquiry or dispel his confusion. Instead, he addressed Superman Clark, saying, "I believe I have already conveyed to you that the timing and location of your strike are somewhat inappropriate. Of course, if you wish to engage the Patriot in a fight, I do not oppose it. I merely recommend that you choose a different venue." While speaking, Lin Tian maintained his ice-cold demeanor and asked, "Clark, what are your intentions in striking in such a densely populated urban area?" Upon hearing this, Superman's expression shifted to one of solemnity, momentarily taken aback. "What?" I said, "This is a bustling city. There are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people in this building alone. What do you mean by attacking here?" Lin Tian retorted. His expression softened slightly. "Of course, if you desire, I can assist you in selecting a location. Perhaps a vast desert, or even an extraterrestrial planet. Do you require assistance?" This statement left both the Patriot and Superman Clark momentarily bewildered. Clark inquired, "What do you mean? I'm having a bit of trouble understanding." He then seemed to recall something, his brow furrowing as he turned to the Patriot, sternly questioning, "Patriot, what sort of superhero are you?" The atmosphere once again grew tense, reminiscent of a standoff. Yet, Lin Tian still refrained from making a move. Thus, the two approached once more. And then, as before, the Patriot lunged to grasp Superman Clark by the neck. In that instant of contact, Lin Tian chose not to utilize the soul puppet technique to control Superman Clark's body. Instead, he activated the colorful teleportation array. A flash of vibrant light enveloped them, and in an instant, the Patriot and Superman vanished from their location. Soon after, to their mutual bewilderment, they found themselves in a peculiar place, a desolate Gobi desert. In the distance, a camouflaged military SUV was occupied by a bearded Arab man wearing a black headscarf, who stared at the sudden appearance of the two, one clad in the flag of the white-headed eagle and the other in ordinary plaid work attire, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Then, as if realizing something, he began speaking in unintelligible words to the other Middle Eastern individuals behind him. Shortly thereafter, several similarly garbed figures emerged from the sandy trenches, armed with machine guns, and opened fire on the Patriot and Superman without hesitation. This sudden assault left the two, who were preparing to engage in combat, momentarily stunned. The Patriot released his grip on Superman, watching as bullets from AK-47 rifles struck Superman's back, piercing his work uniform, yet sparking off without causing harm, revealing a subtle expression of surprise. He then exchanged glances with Superman, signaling toward the Middle Eastern assailants. Meanwhile, Superman, feeling the gunfire, turned around with a displeased expression. In an instant, blood and flesh flew as the SUV erupted into flames. Then, tanks hidden within the desert fortifications revealed themselves. Chapter 90, The Patriot's Fury. Superman Clark finally realized his long-held desire, which had been building up for about a month, to unleash his true power. With the emergence of such a hypocritical superhero as the Patriot, Clark became aware that the world seemed to be obscured by superficialities. His father, Jonathan Kent, had passed away hoping that he could live freely in an ordinary, unencumbered world, devoid of worries. He did not wish for Clark to awaken each day burdened by the need to perform 100 good deeds or to contemplate the formidable foes he might face. These were experiences Jonathan had never wanted his son to endure, wishing to spare him from becoming a monster or a deity. Even if destiny had bestowed such a mission upon him through his powers or the expectations of others, the moment such a being was born, it seemed to signify that his son Clark would bear a burden beyond the scope of humanity. However, this was not Clark's own mindset. He believed that he no longer required the kind of protection his father had provided. He was strong enough on his own, especially now that he had glimpsed the world's reality. Some powerful beings, akin to him, the patriotic man, outwardly masquerade as the saviors of this world, the great heroes. Yet, behind the veneer, they unreservedly unleash their insatiable desires, revealing a bloodthirsty and perverse side. At least, in the eyes of Superman Clark, the patriotic man embodies such a duality. Ultimately, Superman Clark could not restrain himself from taking action. However, this time his intervention was not directed at the patriotic man, but rather at the reckless Middle Eastern militants who had brazenly opened fire on them, two unsuspecting, ordinary bystanders. After they were transported together by Lin Tian's colorful teleportation array to this expanse of desert in the Middle East. Indeed, within Superman Clark's consciousness, he acknowledged a truth. The patriotic man, while contemptible and abhorrent, nonetheless had, on the surface, performed numerous acts to save humanity. Moreover, the patriotic man would not abuse his superpowers in plain sight, harming the innocent. In stark contrast, these Middle Eastern terrorists, adorned with headscarves, were capable of attacking strangers without hesitation, rendering them far more malevolent and deserving of immediate eradication. With a single decisive move, it was evident that the armored convoy of militants stood no chance against the combined assault of Superman and the patriotic man. A series of vehicles were overturned, pierced, and exploded. Amidst the smoke and flames, two beams of red light flickered, Superman's heat vision and the patriotic man's own. Yet, suddenly, the red beams ceased. In the swirling dust, one figure turned to the other and spoke. "Hey, what have you done?" Superman, displeased, turned his head to confront the patriotic man, his gaze deep and grave. Meanwhile, he continued, "I merely melted their gun barrels and rendered their vehicles inoperable, while you indiscriminately killed them?" Superman demanded sharply. Upon hearing this, the patriotic man retracted the red light from his eyes, placing his hands on his hips, turning to regard his counterpart with a mix of impatience and astonishment. "Kid, what are you talking about?" he exclaimed, almost on the verge of cursing. However, a thought struck him. "Oh wait, you have heat vision too." The patriotic man observed Superman Clark's eyes, raising an eyebrow in surprise. After pacing back and forth for a moment, he seemed to recall something and raised his left index finger to point at Superman Clark. "You appear to be my doppelganger, manufactured by Walker Industries," he declared, surveying the tall and similarly built Superman Clark with a degree of presumptuousness. He then muttered to himself, I knew it. I just knew it would be this way." Cursing under his breath, the patriotic man unleashed another beam of heat vision, severing a distant Middle Eastern man, who was running towards them with a rifle raised in one hand, into two pieces. He then cursed impatiently, glancing at Superman Clark, whose anger seemed to be escalating, his facial expressions becoming increasingly convoluted and out of control, reminiscent of a manic depressive who had forgotten to take their medication. The lessons imparted by Walker Industries were being challenged. "You, egg-headed, saintly, stupid fool," the patriotic man raged at Superman Clark. Yet, almost instantaneously, a playful glint returned to his eyes, as if his demeanor had normalized, though the slight twitch of his facial muscles hinted at an underlying potential for violence. Superman Clark, however, remained impassive. "I witnessed you commit murder," he stated solemnly, "and it was an act of wanton slaughter." His tone and countenance were notably cold. "What the FK?" The patriotic man was momentarily left speechless by Superman Clark's retort, unsure of how to respond, and resorted to expletives. He then scanned the surroundings, seemingly ignoring Superman Clark, and muttered to the skies, "Lin Tian, are you coming? Hurry up and show yourself. Damn it, why did you leave me with such an idiot?" Suddenly, the patriotic man appeared to have an epiphany. He turned to Superman Clark, scrutinizing his eyes, and inquired, "Hold on. You're not from A.F. King Laboratory, are you?" He paused, seemingly struck by a thought. His emotions became difficult to contain, but he managed to furrow his brow and roll his eyes, suppressing his burgeoning rage, and with a flushed face, he asked, "Did you grow up in some F. King paradise with your family? They didn't conduct experiments on you as a child?" Superman Clark, taken aback, felt a momentary confusion about how to respond. "You mean?" The patriotic man stammered, his disbelief palpable. "You were with your family the whole time?" Chapter 91, Saving Tony. The patriotic man's expression twisted momentarily, revealing shades of darkness, madness, anger, jealousy, and a warped sense of amusement, all while struggling to conceal his hidden insecurities, with jealousy being the most pronounced. He bit down on his lower lip, allowing it to slide from his upper teeth in a motion akin to waves undulating across the sea, attempting to alleviate his turbulent emotions. "Damn it," he cursed. "Enough." Superman Clark responded seriously, albeit with confusion. At this moment, the patriotic man's expression returned to a semblance of normalcy, though it quickly morphed into a twisted, maniacal grin before reverting to calmness, his eyes still containing a hint of provocative aggression. "You little high schooler." Meanwhile, not far away, within a cavern, a man clad in an armored suit was incinerating the Ten Rings terrorists with his flamethrower. He sought to eliminate those who had kidnapped him, forcing him to construct missiles, and had murdered his only friend in this hellish prison, preventing his escape. Finally, he emerged from the cave, witnessing the commotion unfolding in the distance. Two indistinct, muscular figures, the red beams of laser, the explosion of jeeps and armored vehicles, and, as the smoke cleared, two men engaged in a heated exchange amidst the charred ruins. One of them donned a peculiar uniform that seemed vaguely familiar. Tony Stark pondered, as the miniature nuclear reactor, which he had requested from the Ten Rings terrorists to power his chest, now teetered on the brink of depletion. Simultaneously, his makeshift Mark I Ironman suit, akin to a crude tin can, was reaching the limits of its endurance after the previous 5-minute battle in the cave and the effort to propel himself out of it. Now on the verge of catastrophic failure. At that moment, Tony collapsed onto the ground. That individual, seemingly known as the Patriot, Tony pondered. Prior to his abduction, he had traveled to the Middle East to demonstrate the power of his newly developed Jericho missile to the Department of Defense, adorned with the emblem of the white-headed eagle. One mother missile disperses into hundreds of submunitions, striking the entire mountainous region and inflicting widespread devastation. This was precisely why he was subsequently captured by local terrorists. In any case, before arriving here, Tony recalled having seen this flag-clad man, the Patriot, on the news. At this moment, a radiant beam of light flickered. Iron Man Tony lay supine in the desert, initially believing the scorching sun had induced a hallucination, before swiftly losing consciousness and slipping into slumber. Meanwhile, not far away, the argument between the Patriot and Superman had reached a fever pitch, both poised to clash once more when they noticed a distant spectrum of light. Instantly grasping the situation, they halted their quarrel and, in unison, soared towards the vibrant glow. Indeed, as they approached, Tony's figure vanished within the radiant light, transported away. Following this, the Patriot and Superman Clark materialized at the scene, gazing at the scattered remnants of iron armor on the ground, unable to suppress their exclamations of ire. Beach Boy, the Patriot cursed, before lapsing into silence. Superman Clark furrowed his brow, remaining silent, yet filled with a hint of confusion. Previously, when he and the Patriot had vanished from the 19th floor of LexCorp, a similar radiant phenomenon had occurred as they materialized in the Middle Eastern desert. Superman Clark was uncertain of its nature, but instinctively felt it might be connected to that boy. Before Clark could ponder further, the boy's silhouette reappeared, accompanied by the radiant light. "What happened to you?" The Eastern youth, Lin Tian, inquired, observing Superman and the Patriot with a scrutinizing gaze, a slight smile gracing his features. Recognizing this familiar and enigmatic figure, who had previously made quite extraordinary statements and performed incredible feats, Superman Clark began to comprehend. The boy, who claimed to be the actual controller of LexCorp, appeared remarkably composed as he regarded the two most formidable superhumans on Blue Planet, and casually stated, "I apologize." Lin Tian continued, snapping his fingers, "I wasn't merely toying with you. It just so happened that I had some matters to attend to, which is why I intervened. To be precise, I intercepted and rescued someone." With a hint of amusement, he directed his gaze towards Superman and the Patriot, asking, "What about you? How are your endeavors progressing?" He glanced at the surrounding ruins, raising an eyebrow, his expression inscrutable. "Of course, I brought you here because this location is sufficiently spacious. Should you wish to engage in a fierce battle, it would not unduly affect too many people. Look around." He gestured with an outstretched hand. "The vast desert stretches infinitely, and aside from the terrorists, there is nothing else. Even if you were to engage in a battle capable of obliterating a city, in my eyes, it would merely result in a bit more sand being vitrified. Consider it an enhancement of the sand stabilization project." Lin Tian chuckled, then took a couple of steps back. Utilizing the elemental force of metal from the 5 elements, he conjured a metallic chair and seated himself, crossing his legs. Addressing the bemused Superman and the Patriot, he remarked, "What's the matter? Not fighting? I'm watching. Feel free to unleash your full potential, as long as you don't batter each other into a nearby city. Your skirmish within this 10,000 square meter area can send one of you to the moon or the depths of an oil well without consequence." Lin Tian continued to jest. As he spread his arms in a gesture of nonchalance, Superman Clark remained momentarily stunned, while the Patriot's demeanor shifted to one of restraint as he respectfully addressed, "Teacher Lin Tian, I harbor numerous questions." He glanced at Superman Clark, then inquired, "What are your expectations for us, Teacher Lin Tian? By the way, you must have taken over LexCorp after our training, correct?" Chapter 92, Observing the Conflict. Expectations? "Ah, indeed," Lin Tian nodded, responding, "You are correct, Patriot. However, your mutual understanding is still insufficient." He paused, then directed his gaze towards the Patriot, stating, "Do you believe that the individual beside you is the next generation cultivated by LexCorp, intended to replace you or to control, or, if necessary, sanction you as the next superhero? That is your interpretation, is it not?" Lin Tian smiled, a subtle curve gracing his lips. Without waiting for the Patriot's response, he turned to Superman Clark, grinning as he queried, "And you, Clark Kent, true identity, Kryptonian, House of L, Jor-El. You also perceive this person beside you as someone from Krypton, correct?" Upon hearing this, both individuals fell into a profound silence. Thus, a multitude of misunderstandings exist between you two. Yet, this is of little import, as your ideologies differ fundamentally, which is the essence of your divergence. Lin Tian continued, without allowing them the chance to question, "To me, you both are commendable superheroes, worthy of development." He then glanced at Superman Clark, stating, "I should express my thoughts." Lin Tian's expression grew serious. "Patriot, you should comprehend why I control LexCorp and recruit superheroes, to assemble a sufficiently large team of superheroes and subsequently elevate them in my own manner. Then, they can confront the crises you may not yet be aware of." Lin Tian spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, the Patriot displayed subtle changes in expression, akin to a child in school hearing a teacher's age-old admonition to study diligently, an expression that suggested Lin Tian's explanation was no different than silence. Superman's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as confusion flickered in his eyes, gazing at Lin Tian, allowing the wind and sand to sweep over him, unlike the Patriot, who nonchalantly brushed the dust away, revealing his bewilderment. Noticing this, Lin Tian's smile deepened. "Do you know, Clark? Not long ago, the location where you visited to inherit your biological father's legacy, the Fortress of Solitude, beneath the Arctic ice, has already been visited by another human, Lex Luthor. Lin Tian stated. He is developing intriguing devices and possesses items that could counter you, Clark. Lin Tian hinted, then looked upward. In space, Kryptonian General Zod is pursuing your spacecraft's trajectory, heading towards our blue planet. In addition, the Apocalypse Star, a celestial body that had once considered notifying the existence of Blue Planet in ancient times, heralds the imminent arrival of Darkseid. I speak of events that are destined to transpire. These crises, I believe, you must endure together. Of course, Lin Tian smiled. If you possess sufficient confidence, or perhaps indifference, or if you believe that with my presence, all shall be well. I must first express my gratitude for your recognition and respect. Furthermore, I acquiesce to your desire to engage in a duel before me, to determine a victor. Subsequently, the surviving individual may receive my guidance, should you wish for it. However, it would be rather unwise to decline such an offer. Lin Tian remarked with profound significance in his gaze. Moreover, this is predicated on your choice to confront life and death here. It is not my suggestion. You may opt for peace, or at least a semblance of it. Lin Tian then turned to Superman Clark and spoke. You may perceive my prior intervention as favoring the compatriots. From the current perspective of financial gain, it may indeed appear so. However, if, and I emphasize if, you insist on settling matters of life and death, or if you intend to engage in conflict at the expense of the city's populace, I believe that at the very least, you, Superman, must ensure that our company, Walker Enterprises, derives sufficient benefit before I permit such actions. Lin Tian said, his expression turning serious. Should you disagree with this, can you propose a more viable solution? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Superman Clark furrowed his brow and bowed his head in contemplation. His fists clenched tightly, then suddenly relaxed. After several such cycles of internal conflict, he ultimately found resolution. Lifting his gaze to Lin Tian, he declared, I do not endorse the methods of the compatriots, regardless of the circumstances. However, I acknowledge the validity of your words. The compatriots' intentions, at least for now, do not involve the annihilation of humanity. Engaging in a contest within the city would undoubtedly result in numerous casualties. Therefore, Superman Clark nodded in agreement, stating, it is indeed a prudent choice to contest in an uninhabited locale. Immediately thereafter, Superman Clark turned to the compatriot and posed a question. If I vanquish you here, will you agree to solely engage in actions that save humanity, refraining from indulging in slaughter in the shadows, where people cannot see? Superman Clark asked. In response, the compatriot sneered, as if he had just heard an absurd jest. You child. Apologies, boss, I am not referring to you. The compatriot glanced at Lin Tian, then directed his attention back to Superman, asserting, I shall do whatever I please. For I am a compatriot. You cannot change me. I advise you. Do not dwell in fairy tales. This world is a sordid one. They require a bit of ruthlessness. As he spoke, the compatriot crushed a nearby skull beneath his foot. Lin Tian sensed that the moment had arrived. He levitated into the air and addressed both the compatriot and Superman. If you are to engage in battle, do so swiftly. You have an advertisement to shoot tomorrow, do you not, compatriot? Lin Tian remarked casually. Chapter 93, The Ceasefire. Upon Lin Tian's sudden appearance and disappearance, both the compatriot and Superman Clark were momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the implications of his actions. However, the compatriot soon seemed to grasp something. I understand there is an advertisement to shoot. Does this imply that I shall be the one to emerge victorious in my battle with this young lad? Superman Clark pondered. In his eyes, Lin Tian's recent words could only be interpreted in this manner. If not, why did Lin Tian not conclude by saying to Superman, young man, I have faith in you. After you resolve this matter, we can arrange for Walker Enterprises to design a narrative for your public debut? To the compatriot, Lin Tian's words clearly indicated support for him. At this moment, he regarded the brash young Clark with a more composed demeanor, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement and mockery. Young man, I know not whence you hail, the compatriot said with a glint of menace in his gaze. However, before me, you are merely a substandard imitation, a defective replica. Upon uttering these words, Superman Clark's expression remained largely unchanged. The compatriot, undeterred, continued his derision. Glancing at Clark's attire, he remarked, look at you, your clothes are utterly disheveled, merely spending a moment in the desert, and they have nearly turned into mere rags. The compatriot continued, confidently gesturing towards his own uniform, boasting, do you see this? This is the true emblem of power. I, the compatriot, am the god among men. And you, the compatriot, scoffed at Superman Clark, extending a thumb downward in a provocative gesture, shaking his head in disdain. You are this. The The compatriot pointed at the desert floor below. In response, Superman's expression remained as serious as ever, earnest, focused, devoid of any fluctuation. Then, his gaze narrowed slightly. Boom. At last, Superman made his move. He charged forward, colliding with the compatriot's abdomen, propelling himself at great speed behind him. In that instant, the compatriot became nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Moments later, he crashed into a distant dune, sending a tremendous cloud of sand billowing forth. A storm of dust erupted, reminiscent of a tank suddenly firing into the desert. But this was merely the beginning. Soon, an even greater cloud of dust was stirred up, accompanied by thunderous sounds echoing through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The compatriot and Superman Clark were engaged in a brutal exchange, one throwing the other into the sand, creating a large crater, only for the other to emerge from it and send the adversary soaring into the sky. They flew several kilometers away, colliding with a cactus in the desert, which was instantly reduced to powder, while either Superman or the compatriot remained unscathed. The compatriot rose once more from the sand pit, his expression unchanged, yet a sinister smile played upon his lips. Look at yourself. Your clothes are completely ruined. At this rate, your pants will surely wear thin as well. I have no desire to battle a deranged naked man. The compatriot scoffed. Meanwhile, Superman, now bare-chested, floated above, gazing down. In that very moment, he was struck by a crimson laser, sending him flying backward. The seemingly unscathed compatriot seized the opportunity, leaping into the air to charge at the airborne Superman. In the sky, another red laser beam shot down from above. Below, the desert responded swiftly. The fierce winds were disrupted by the scarlet heat ray, and a tornado of dust was rapidly forming. The terrifying weather phenomenon threatened all within its vicinity. For hundreds of kilometers, everything was engulfed in the hue of dust, accompanied by the eerie sound of the howling winds. Amidst the swirling sands of a tawny tornado, intermittent beams of eerie and inexplicable laser light flickered, as if a colossal crimson light tube had been ensconced within the eye of the tempest. The phenomenon was characterized by its sporadic brilliance and dimming. This bizarre celestial event enabled the granular debris to effortlessly pierce through the steel plates of vehicles, reducing them to mere sieves, while the ferocious storm could rend nearly anything into shreds with sheer force. However, two diminutive figures, imperceptible to the outside world, remained unscathed within this maelstrom. Furthermore, the tempest occasionally erupted with astounding detonations, reminiscent of divine thunder descending from the heavens, resonating even louder than conventional thunder, only to abruptly cease thereafter. A figure clad in uniform emerged from the swirling sands, disheveled golden locks tousled, yet overall appearing little changed from before. Another figure soon followed suit from the tempest. Yet, as the countryman had remarked, this time the superhero Clark emerged almost entirely bare, save for a few grains of sand obscuring his vulnerable areas. Get lost. I refuse to engage with a perverse exhibitionist, the countryman declared, turning away and soaring into the distance without a glance back. Observing the departing countryman, the now nearly nude Clark did not pursue, but rather stood contemplatively in the desert. Both the countryman and Clark had come to a mutual understanding regarding the outcome of their recent confrontation. It was a stalemate. Neither had managed to gain the upper hand. This was not merely a conventional stalemate, but one of absolute equivalence. The only exception was Clark, whose garments, crafted from common materials, had been utterly obliterated by the sandstorm. At this moment, he had no intention of pursuing, as it would serve no purpose. Additionally, Clark recalled a family heirloom left to him by his father in the Arctic fortress, a ceremonial suit reputed to possess similar anti-destructive capabilities as that of the countryman. Now, Clark had achieved a state of complete composure. He realized that, with his current powers, he would be unable to challenge the countryman effectively. As the two restless individuals engaged in their playful skirmish, Lin Tian had already transported Iron Man back to Walker Enterprises. Yet, Iron Man was not the focus of his current attention. Even though integrating Tony Stark into his ranks was part of Lin Tian's broader scheme, his primary concern lay with the Walker Group's control over the cultivation, promotion, and industry surrounding superheroes. This had attracted the interest of various factions, including the relatively virtuous S, H, I, E, L, D, and more nefarious organizations like Hydra. Surprisingly, the first to strike against their company were local factions, which, although they had become localized, were actually external entities. The initial attackers comprised ninjas from the Hand and assassins from the Continental Hotel. Perhaps previous events had enlightened them, as the current superheroes of Walker Enterprises had significantly encroached upon their territory. Thus, they chose the moment of the countryman's absence to launch their invasion. For them, there were no rules, only a struggle for survival. and the absence of the countrymen represented their prime opportunity. Regrettably for them, before Lin Tian could intervene, the remaining 6 members of the Super 7 had already taken action. Queen Maeve, the Invisible Man, and others swept through the assassins and ninjas with an almost invincible demeanor. These adversaries had prepared unprecedentedly, even employing explosives and chemical agents. Yet, their efforts proved futile. Except for Deep Sea, the others were like gods of slaughter. The locomotive effortlessly reduced enemies to a gruesome amalgam of flesh and blood. The Invisible Man, more deadly than any assassin, utilized his invisibility and indestructible skin to effortlessly seize foes by the throat, lifting them into the air to suffocate them. Xianxi engaged in a fierce battle with 3 elite ninjas, elegantly dodging their thrown weapons with movements akin to Brazilian martial arts, ultimately executing a near-physically impossible aerial maneuver reminiscent of an Olympic gymnast, resulting in the successful dispatch of the 3 ninjas with flying knives. Throughout, he maintained his characteristic silence. Among the Super 7, aside from Deep Sea observing the fray, the newly inducted Starlight, harnessed the electrical energy of the office, transforming it into a radiant beam that sent an assassin, along with his explosives, hurtling through the air. Before long, the area surrounding the company was littered with the dead, the toll exceeding 100. By the time Lin Tian arrived, the carnage had ceased, indeed, a one-sided massacre. Hey, Deep Sea exclaimed upon spotting Lin Tian, clapping his hands in excitement and gesturing in approval. You must be the big boss. However, Lin Tian chose to disregard him, walking past, leaving Deep Sea momentarily speechless. He withdrew his hand, crossing his arms, resting his chin on one hand in contemplation, a hint of grievance flickering in his gaze as he watched Lin Tian's retreating figure. Lin Tian approached the scene of the incident, revealing a subtle expression upon observing the numerous corpses. Ahead, a bloodied Queen Maeve snapped a rifle in half and tossed it to the ground, glancing at Lin Tian without concern for the blood splatters covering her. At this moment, the once modern and artistic lobby of Walker Enterprises had transformed into a veritable battlefield. Lin Tian surveyed the scene before turning to the approaching Super 6. What are your thoughts? He inquired with a smile. Outside, police cars filled the area, and numerous officers and medical personnel arrived, beginning to transport the bodies on stretchers. Lin Tian casually stepped over a frozen pool of blood, addressing his companions. Thoughts? Starlight hesitated. Xianxi, his masked face tilting sideways, seemed to suggest that others should respond first. Queen Maeve glanced at her teammates, recalling the countryman's earlier discourse regarding Lin Tian, yet maintaining her usual demeanor. She spoke. I think the enemy has become overly brazen and underestimated us. It indicates that our actions were correct and effective. They have been driven to desperation. Lin Tian chuckled at her words, refraining from immediate rebuttal as he took a few more steps, then paused and turned back. Excellent. When the reporters arrive, relay that to them. Lin Tian, with a gentle pat on Queen Maeve's metallic gauntlet, spoke succinctly before quietly maneuvering past her and departing. Left in a state of bewilderment, Queen Maeve stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Tian's silhouette fade into the distance, uncertain whether her previous response was right or wrong. This enigmatic boss truly was difficult to decipher. Nearby, Deep Sea jestingly remarked to the others. In response, the others glanced at him, their expressions remaining unchanged, save for the Invisible Man and Xianxi, whose appearances rendered their emotions inscrutable. Lin Tian exited the Walker Corporation, fully aware that certain matters were far more intricate than they appeared. The assassin organization from the Continental Hotel, along with the ninjas of the Hand Alliance, had not arrived here without purpose. Their affiliations led back to Jin Bing, who had once been the chosen spokesperson for the Hand Alliance and was the target of an assassination attempt by the elite assassin John Wick. Hired from the Continental Hotel, an attempt that ultimately failed. Now, Jin Bing's identity had shifted considerably. Ostensibly, he was the major proprietor of Walker Corporation. Indeed, apart from a select few privy to the truth, the vast majority believed him to be the real power behind the corporation. In the next moment, Lin Tian had teleported to the Fisk Group headquarters. As he had anticipated, the place had already been subjected to an assault. However, what surprised him on the rooftop was the presence of the Shadow Legion. Yet, mere moments later, Lin Tian's astonishment waned, as the reason was not difficult to deduce. The Shadow Legion was under the control of the Demon Lord, with the Mafia chief, Knife Dragon, serving as its operative. Knife Dragon and Jin Bing had both once been leaders of the Mafia, albeit presiding over different territories. In their quest for the talisman, Valen and his crew, alongside some Mafia members and the Demon Lord's influence, had summoned the Shadow Legion to pursue their objectives here. Furthermore, during their last encounter, Uncle Long and Xiao Yu had already procured the Rooster Talisman from District 13, while Lin Tian had acted as an unwitting disruptor. Even though Lin Tian had not publicly disclosed his identity, the only nearby establishment with a record of cultivating superpowered individuals was Walker Corporation, and the former mafia chief, Mr. Jean Bing, remained the public face of its control. Valen realized that this emerging superhero corporation could jeopardize their plans. In their dealings with local factions, they had formed an alliance with the assassin organization from the Continental Hotel and the Underground Hand Alliance. Some individuals were tasked with attempting to eliminate Walker's superheroes, while Valen and others devised strategies to kidnap Jean Bing and bring him under their control. Securing Jean Bing would equate to seizing control of Walker Corporation, at least. That was their perspective. Jean Bing. Lin Tian called out from the rooftop, addressing Jean Bing, who was locked in combat below. I recall you practice in the Qi room daily, do you not? The cultivation path I suggested to you focuses on martial arts. Your physique can harbor Qi, unlike those from your homeland. Thus, embracing the martial path is indeed a commendable choice. By the way, how have you fared with the martial techniques I previously recommended? It appears you have recently ascended to the 8th level of the warrior path, the inner strength stage. Cultivating true Qi, an unending flow, marks you as a third-rate master, akin to an ordinary hero. Of course, you have already reached this level even before harnessing Qi, thanks to the limits of your human physique. Lin Tian continued. Have you perused the meridian chart I hung in the training room? If you can achieve full meridian activation, with your channels flowing like an ocean, an average person would reach the second-rate master standard. However, for you, Jean Bing, it could mean something far more profound. Lin Tian paused momentarily before adding, a challenge. What Lin Tian alluded to was Spider-Man, Peter Parker. However, Peter was still a youth and had yet to assume the mantle of Spider-Man. Consequently, Lin Tian refrained from voicing it outright. Nonetheless, under most circumstances, Spider-Man's unchecked power could overpower or even kill Jean Bing. At times, Jean Bing might also have the upper hand against Spider-Man. Yet, on paper, Spider-Man boasted a strength of approximately 20 tons, a level beyond that of ordinary humanity. If Jean Bing were to pursue the martial cultivation path suggested by Lin Tian, absorbing Qi and achieving the meridian stage, his strength could surge to an extraordinary level. Indeed, as Lin Tian had anticipated, Jean Bing did not hastily respond. Instead, with each move, his aura surged dramatically. Although he appeared as a portly figure clad in a suit, his movements became remarkably agile the moment he heeded Lin Tian's advice and began employing the Eastern martial arts he had learned. The terrifying energy emanating from him was palpable. With a swift and powerful punch, Jean Bing struck a member of the Shadow Legion, a bat-like entity, sending it careening into the rooftop wall with a resounding crash. As he unleashed his punch, a faint blue glow enveloped him, coursing from his dantian to his arms and culminating at his fist, which radiated a blue arc of energy that propelled his foe away, disintegrating it into shadowy remnants that slowly faded into the ground. This was merely one of the Shadow Legion's members. The remaining bat-like entities unfurled their wings, launching themselves at Jean Bing from above in an attempt to subdue him. However, Jean Bing swiftly produced his cane, from which a laser beam shot forth, slicing through the airborne members of the Shadow Legion like butter. Then, looking skyward at Lin Tian, Jean Bing smiled and said, "Boss, I was merely waiting for those peculiar individuals' backers to reveal themselves. I anticipated their arrival for quite some time. Even without your reminder, I would not forget the skills I have acquired." With a respectful nod towards Lin Tian, Jean Bing expressed his gratitude. In response, Lin Tian smiled. The twilight sky cast a dim light over the city, yet Jean Bing's white suit stood out brilliantly against the glow of neighboring buildings. Master Lin Tian, I am grateful to you. Not only have you elevated my quality of life, but you have also reignited the power I had long struggled to break through. All of this is thanks to you, my master, even if I may currently be regarded as a mere nominal disciple in your eyes. Is this how the Eastern sects categorize their followers? Lin Tian chuckled at Jean Bing's words and descended from the sky, regarding him with a serene expression. Indeed, to execute my commands, grasp my intentions, and diligently cultivate without slackening your efforts, demonstrating the requisite strength. This makes you a competent subordinate. Regarding disciples, talent is one aspect, while temperament constitutes another. By the way, if you were in my position, how would you choose to act now? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jean Bing paused momentarily before responding. If I were you? Chapter 96, The Gathering of Villains. Jean Bing, somewhat perplexed, asked, Boss Lin, what is it that you wish to know? Lin Tian chuckled lightly in reply. What I wish to ask? Quite simply, if you were in my shoes, what would you choose to do, right now, at this very moment? Lin Tian asked calmly. Jean Bing, taken aback, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Gradually, his expression softened, as though he had found the answer. He then raised his gaze, his eyes serious as he spoke. Boss Lin, you are a singular existence. I, Jean Bing, will never become you, nor can I ever replace your position. Even if you imparted to me merely 1%, or even 1,000th or 10,000th of the extraordinary power you possess, it would catalyze a profound transformation within me. As Jean Bing spoke, gratitude and reverence shone in his eyes. To Lin Tian, it appeared that Jean Bing's countenance bore no trace of deceit. How intriguing. Lin Tian smiled. At this moment, the sky had grown increasingly overcast, and the neon lights of surrounding buildings flickered to life, while a fine, persistent rain began to fall from the heavens. The aviation obstruction lights atop the buildings blinked, casting a bright red glow, intermittently illuminating the darkening sky. Yet, each time the light flared up, Jean Bing's expression remained unchanged, as if he were impervious to its effect. After a brief pause, the sound of the night wind grew more pronounced, awakening both the bustling and tranquil aspects of the city. The liveliness emanated from the streets below, where pedestrians and vehicles flowed incessantly, particularly noticeable during the evening hours. In stark contrast, the silence was punctuated by a whistling breeze that swept freely past the two men, lifting the hem of Jean Bing's white suit, yet leaving Lin Tian unaffected. Very well, let us return. Lin Tian turned and casually remarked. This is not an assessment. You need not remain so tense and serious. I harbor little interest in unearthing traitors, for I trust that most of them pose no real threat to me. I simply wish to convey my satisfaction with your performance today. What I asked earlier was not how you would completely replace me or guess my thoughts, but rather, if you were to assume the role of a manager, even the highest manager, what would you choose to do? Lin Tian continued nonchalantly. At this moment, Jean Bing followed Lin Tian down from the rooftop. Nearby, a helicopter rested on an H-marked helipad, its rotor blades still slowly turning, indicating that Mr. Jean Bing had only just returned, having recently disembarked from the helicopter, only to be met with an attack from the Shadow Brigade's Nightbat Squad. Upon encountering the Nightbat Squad, your understanding of the summoning of the underworld has deepened. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, Lin Tian felt a subtle shift within himself. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this transformation was not physical, but rather spiritual. After all, whether invoking or summoning from any dimension, employing Eastern mystical arts or magic fundamentally requires a communion between one's spirit and another dimension. There exists the possibility of being seduced into communication with another dimension. Dimensions, that enigmatic concept, resemble spatial coordinates, yet differ significantly, transcending the ordinary understanding of three-dimensional existence. Delving into a deeper realm, this leads to the realization that only those endowed with special powers, who have glimpsed the vastness of the cosmos or dimensional spaces, or who have inadvertently encountered a mysterious dimension, can truly perceive and comprehend it. As for ordinary individuals, even superheroes, they often seem unable to grasp such concepts. At this moment, Lin Tian had sensed the new entities he could summon through his summoning of the underworld. The black and white impermanents. They are the most renowned pair of ghostly messengers in Eastern mythology, revered as deities. Naturally, although he felt the capacity to summon them, Lin Tian refrained from attempting it immediately. The reason was straightforward. It was unnecessary. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground lair in New York, the Mafia, led by Varong, the Hand Association's Madame Gao, and the High Table's Winston, convened once more with their subordinates. Among them, the one displaying the most discontent was Winston, the manager of the Continental Hotel. His visage appeared weary, his black-rimmed glasses sagging precariously on the bridge of his nose. The wrinkles around his eyes were particularly pronounced. With an expression of displeasure, he slowly sipped his champagne, provoking the surrounding onlookers to mistakenly believe he was imbibing something unpalatable. Lifting his gaze, Winston declared, "Apologies, but we are withdrawing from this incident." He raised his hand, surveying those around him, and continued without waiting for the other two to speak. "We have operated the Continental Hotel in New York for a considerable time, maintaining equilibrium within the assassin community." Winston's gaze shifted toward the two individuals before him. "You have employed a great many of our assassins, and the reason we permitted you to do so was due to the decision of the high table above me, not my own." Winston's expression revealed a hint of fatigue, as if his throat had been singed. He continued, "However, the outcome has resulted in substantial losses for our organization. This burden, alas." Winston sighed. "In any case, you have provoked the wrong individuals." As he spoke, He leaned on his cane and rose to his feet. With the assistance of his subordinates, donned his suit. Winston then turned to walk toward the door. You speak as if you were blameless. Madame Gao interjected, her own wrinkles not fewer than Winston's. We have also suffered considerable losses, and unlike you, merely a middleman. As one of the 5 fingers of our organization, I am acutely aware of the magnitude of our losses. Madame Gao's gaze fell, revealing a semblance of nostalgia. As she spoke, her demeanor shifted from one of lowered eyes to a sudden upward glance, as though sneaking a peek at Winston, who was preparing to depart. Enough, enough. Beside them, the silver-haired mafia chief, Varong, interjected. Chapter 97, Varong's Concerns. Varong removed the cigar from his mouth and pressed it onto the table. A shadow of impatience and malevolence crossed his features, his nostrils twitching slightly in irritation. You all are local underworld figures of considerable repute, Varong remarked with evident annoyance. Behind him, his 3 subordinates, Zhou, Leisu, and A Fin, mirrored his posture, crossing their arms over their chests in a display of bravado. Yet their movements appeared overly stiff and somewhat foolish. With an irritated tone, he added, I have heard that the original leader of the local underground gang was none other than Jin Bing. As long as the matter is resolved, the Walker Company will fall entirely under our control, Valron remarked, a sinister smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence as he raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Upon hearing this, Madame Gao and Winston, who had yet to leave the room, remained silent, indicating for Valron to continue. Although Valron was an outsider, he seemed to possess some arcane abilities beyond ordinary comprehension, capable of summoning an army of immortal ninja creatures. This piqued Madame Gao's interest. Given that they shared a common enemy, and considering Valron's apparent lack of numerous subordinates who could pose a threat, coupled with the fact that Jin Bing had already slipped from their grasp, they were keenly evaluating Valron's potential. During the recent mission, they had indeed disclosed their objective to Valron, yet it appeared he comprehended their intentions more profoundly than they had anticipated. Moreover, it seemed he had already initiated action. At that moment, True pushed the door open, bowing slightly as he entered. Towering like a colossal iron tower, True approached Valron without a hint of trepidation, and bowed his head to report, Boss, the capture of Jin Bing was unsuccessful. His power is formidable. I felt I was no match for him. Jin Bing single-handedly dispatched all members of the shadow troop you dispatched. Just as rumored, he had no bodyguards. In the end, a boy appeared in the air and conversed with him. This boy is suspected to be a young superpowered individual under the Walker Company. Subsequently, they departed from the rooftop. I observed all of this from another building using binoculars. Valron was momentarily taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging. However, his expression quickly reverted to normal. Even so, his countenance remained somewhat rigid, and a hint of dizziness overcame him as he clutched the teacup on the table, trembling slightly, nearly spilling the coffee within. A detail that revealed his inner turmoil to those around him. The metallic spoon in his one-eared ceramic cup clinked against the cup's wall, producing a sound that further indicated his agitation. Well, Madame Gao interjected calmly, her demeanor still composed. That's enough for now. With the assistance of her subordinates, she rose, supported by a wooden cane. However, unlike Winston, she could not walk normally, instead bending slightly and limping. Her habitual manner of lowering her head and glancing sideways at others perhaps stemmed from her reliance on the cane during conversations, resulting in her maintaining the same posture even while seated. Experiencing failure is a common occurrence. Nonetheless, I intend to retreat to heaven for a period of study, she stated, slowly making her way outside, aided by the silent, shadowy ninjas of the Hand Association. Meanwhile, Valron's expression finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, and his hands ceased trembling, allowing the coffee in his cup to catch the light from the crystal chandelier above, illuminating his face. He caught a glimpse of his own shadowy visage reflected in the cup. Raising his head, his demeanor regained its previous calmness, accompanied by a hint of a sinister smile as he addressed Madame Gao, who was about to be the second to exit the room. By the way, I've heard that your Hand Association is also in service to a demon? How fortuitous. We too are currently serving a demon. Perhaps we should engage in further discussions. Who knows? Madame Gao smiled in response, though it was difficult to discern whether it was genuine or feigned, before she proceeded to exit the room, leaving Valron and his subordinates in a state of vexation. At that moment, Valron's brow furrowed once more. How could this be? He looked up at the honest-faced True and inquired, describe it again. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? Was there truly no one aiding Jin Bing? Not even the invisible man from the Super 7? Valron continued, then hesitated, as he was already aware of the situation concerning the other 2 organizations attacking the Walker Company headquarters. realizing that several assassins had been eliminated by the invisible man among the Super Seven. I did not missee, True replied. However, I believe I witnessed Mr. Jinbing's fist emitting a pale blue translucent energy that propelled your shadow troop members away, embedding them in the rooftop wall. Upon hearing this, Valren's brow furrowed deeply. Are you referring to energy? I see. He waved his hand, signaling True to depart, choosing not to say more. He lifted the teacup filled with coffee and drank it in one go. He had resolved to return and consult the master. In fact, he had initially believed this operation to be virtually foolproof. At the very least, the individual he and the master had envisioned as the actual controller of the Walker Company, Mr. Jinbing, was merely a hulking, ordinary man. Yet now, a single individual had single-handedly dispatched a team stronger than the shadow troop of ninjas? Valron instinctively sensed that something was amiss. However, he did not dwell on True's earlier mention of the floating boy who had appeared last. Chapter 98, You've done well. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Jinbing arrived at the Walker Company, which bore the scars of battle. Concurrently, Captain America flew in from another direction, his complexion appearing less than ideal, yet not entirely poor. Upon his arrival, a throng of reporters who had gathered below the Walker Company rushed forward, but Captain America could only display his signature courteous smile, waving them off as he entered the building. Oh, you're back. At that moment, in the lobby on the first floor, 6 members of the Super 7 had just completed their interviews. Seeing Captain America return, they inquired with curiosity. In response, Captain America smiled, but instead of addressing his team, he turned to Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was truly his superior. As for the others, Uncle Fried Chicken and Jinbing were merely nominal figures. They might compel Captain America to act under the guise of the company or public opinion, but they could not truly force him to accept any decision from the depths of his being. Lin Tian, however, had the power to do so. Captain America had come to realize this point after his recent encounter with Superman Clark. Had it not been for Lin Tian's assistance and the enhancement of his physical potential through visualization, he felt he might not have escaped as easily. During the battle, Captain America had sensed the overwhelming potential that erupted from his opponent. This nature bore some resemblance to the Hulk, yet it was vastly more terrifying. For the Hulk could indeed be harmed by him. However, Superman Clark did not share the same fate. Even though he was initially hurled away repeatedly, he gradually adapted to the rhythm of battle, seemingly gaining a measure of strength in the process. During their fierce confrontation, the Patriot discerned an intriguing similarity. The characteristics of Superman Clark's physique appeared to resonate with the traits depicted in the image he had envisioned. Under the sunlight, he seemed to grow even more powerful. Yet, the figure illustrated by Lin Tian, while certainly formidable, was still far more potent than the young man he had just clashed with. There was also a significant difference in demeanor. The being from his envisioned image exuded a more commanding presence. In contrast, though the tall and handsome individual named Clark displayed unwavering determination, he could not entirely conceal his inherently reserved nature. This was why, at the onset, the more experienced Patriot had been able to subdue him. However, as the battle progressed and Clark became attuned to the rhythm of combat, seemingly absorbing more solar energy, he transformed into an equal adversary. Of course, later on, when Superman found himself stripped bare, the situation took a turn for the peculiar. The Patriot, feeling a sense of revulsion, chose to cease the battle and retreated into the sky. In contrast, Clark faced a more embarrassing predicament. Without his uniform, he had to either borrow a set of clothes or fly back in the nude. The Patriot pondered this briefly and chose not to dwell on it. He understood the implications. Lin Tian appeared to be allowing him to witness the struggle between himself and Superman, seemingly aiming to convey that there was still substantial room for his own cultivation and improvement. At this moment, however, a doubt arose within the Patriot's heart. The being depicted in Lin Tian's drawing was indeed a Kryptonian. Although it appeared to be significantly more powerful than the Clark he had encountered, they likely belonged to the same species. The Patriot contemplated this as he respectfully acknowledged Lin Tian, understood. Nearby, the other members of the Super Six observed in silence. They had heard of this true leader of their organization, but rarely encountered him. Seeing the Patriot exhibit such reverence, they hesitated to make light of the situation. No need for concern, Lin Tian said, surveying the surroundings before addressing the Super 7. You have performed admirably in combating the underground malevolence of this city, demonstrating your significance to the world. After a brief pause, he continued, yet, this is merely the beginning. They chose this moment to attack because they presumed that the strongest among you, the Patriot, was absent. Moreover, they aimed to witness the downfall of Walker Enterprises. Nevertheless, you have managed to withstand their assault with ease, which is commendable. Lin Tian smiled, prompting the members of the Super 7 to begin applauding. Uncle Fried Chicken also joined in the applause. Furthermore, Lin Tian added, "Our adversaries are not to be underestimated. Although you triumphed in the recent skirmish, I believe each of you harbors vulnerabilities." His gaze swept over the assembled superheroes. "I offer you an opportunity to come and learn. I will provide guidance, personally," Lin Tian stated. "In essence, I can help elevate your abilities to a new level, given adequate time. However, this is contingent upon your adherence to my guidance and a commitment to continuous training." The Patriot, recognizing the gravity of this offer, nodded earnestly. This display astonished the other 6 superheroes present. "Very well," they replied in unison. "All right then, the meeting is adjourned," Lin Tian declared. Meanwhile, he received a call from Nick, the director of Sect. "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Nick, the director of Sect. He began, pausing momentarily before awkwardly continuing. "We are interested in collaborating with you, but I'm unsure how you feel about this." Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Lin Tian's face. "That sounds agreeable," he replied directly. "However, I have one stipulation. Our collaboration must be led by us," Lin Tian added. "Moreover, I am aware that you possess certain valuable resources. Our partnership implies that we will require access to some of your assets. You wouldn't mind that, would you?" Lin Tian inquired further. Nick faltered, momentarily taken aback. "You want to borrow from us?" Chapter 99, Director Nick's Concession. Nick's face registered a myriad of complex and subtle expressions, as though he had mastered the art of transformation from the East. For someone of his stature, originating from a background in espionage, this was a hard pill to swallow. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Nick stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He raised his hand to mask his embarrassment, attempting to touch his lips. But the magnitude of his internal turmoil rendered even this action somewhat clumsy, bordering on comical. As he gazed at the composed and smiling Lin Tian, Nick struggled to suppress his mounting frustration, inadvertently displaying some rather ungraceful behaviors. "Oh, Director Nick, what seems to be troubling you?" Lin Tian inquired innocently, feigning ignorance. Apologies. I've just lost an old comrade, which has left me somewhat emotionally unsettled," Nick replied, rubbing his nose in an effort to mask the indignation stemming from being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Tian. This instinctual reaction was akin to a knee-jerk reflex. However, his mind incessantly admonished him. "No, Nick. You must maintain composure. Do not allow your emotions to affect your dealings with Lin Tian and Walker Enterprises." With his head bowed, Nick took several deep breaths to regain his composure before raising his gaze once more, struggling to suppress the widening of his eyes and the stiffness of his facial muscles. He addressed Lin Tian. "All right, that's acceptable." Nick twisted his neck, as though feeling an itch beneath his clothing, before returning to a normal standing posture and addressing Lin Tian. Observing this series of theatrical antics from Nick, Lin Tian chuckled. "Well done, very well done." He patted Nick on the shoulder before adding, "Excellent, Director Nick. This is more like it. The director of Sect should understand the importance of prioritizing significant matters over trivialities, wouldn't you agree?" With that, he locked eyes with Nick, posing the question. "Even if you have your own opinions about me," Lin Tian said with a faint smile, "from the perspective of the bigger picture, you'll still agree to cooperate with me, won't you?" Nick forced a smile and reached out to shake Lin Tian's hand. Or rather, it was Lin Tian who reached out and took his. Nick's already dark face somehow looked even darker, the usual mirror shine replaced with a dull, matte finish. His features were almost hard to make out under the dim light. Lin Tian frowned slightly. In his memory, Director Nick Fury had always been that polished, egg-shaped chocolate head who could do a Dove commercial just by standing still. But today, his complexion looked off. After watching closely, Lin Tian realized the reason. Nick was standing directly against the light, head slightly lowered, looking very much like a student caught misbehaving and now forced to bow his head before the teacher. And the teacher, of course, was Lin Tian. Though Nick was clearly taller, the pressure in the air made it feel like the opposite. But Nick Fury was still Nick Fury, a man who had faced countless storms, real battlefields filled with blood, traitors, near-death reversals, and even a few cosmic secrets about things not of this world. Because of all that experience, he recovered quickly. After a short pause, he raised his head, the sternness returning to his face. "Mr. Lin," he said solemnly. Then, with a softer sigh, he continued, "Mr. Lin." Actually, his gaze drifted briefly to the distance before returning to Lin Tian. Looking down at his own hands, he rubbed his left hand against his right, as if trying to gather his thoughts. When he spoke again, his tone was steadier. "The truth is, deals with a lot of classified matters, he said. Some of the items we handle are extremely dangerous. He paused, pressing his lips together before continuing. That's why most of our artifacts can't be lent out. Ever. Nick glanced sideways for a moment, then looked back at Lin Tian, carefully studying the young man's reaction. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint, unreadable smile curling at the corner of his lips. Before Lin Tian could speak, Nick hurriedly added, "However, Mr. Lin, considering who you are, we can allow you to observe or even interact with certain items, provided our agents are present and everything remains under our supervision." He thought he was being tactful, reasonable, even generous. Lin Tian merely gave a short chuckle, a sound that carried a hint of irony, maybe even amusement, and then said nothing more. Seeing the reaction, Nick hesitated but quickly stepped forward. From inside his black trench coat, he pulled out a sleek card and handed it to Lin Tian, leaning slightly forward, partly because Lin Tian was shorter, partly out of deliberate deference. Nick spoke softly beside his ear. "Mr. Lin, this is your SHIELD identification card. With it, you can visit our Triskelion headquarters at any time." Lin Tian showed no visible reaction, no disgust, no sarcasm. He didn't pull away, didn't sneer or mock. He simply stood there, calm and unmoved. That small detail made Nick's heart leap. Perhaps, he thought, this meant the young man was starting to accept him. So he continued in that same careful tone. "Mr. Lin, our visit to your company today comes with the utmost goodwill. SHIELD has always valued cooperation and openness. We sincerely invite you and your corporation to engage in deeper collaboration and mutual research. What do you think?" Still bent in a slightly awkward bow, Nick looked almost like a butler or chauffeur standing beside a young heir. Lin Tian, however, remained expressionless. It was impossible to tell whether he was deep in thought or simply disinterested. Then, in an instant, he turned his gaze toward Nick. In those eyes shimmered a strange, mesmerizing light, colors shifting like a kaleidoscope. Nick's instinct screamed. He straightened abruptly, staggering backward 2 steps. And then, reality broke. The world around him began to crumble. The walls melted like sheets of burning paper. The floor beneath him lost all color, breaking into static, snow, and digital noise. Even Lin Tian's figure seemed to change, not in form, but in scale, shrinking, folding, as the entire scene collapsed into chaos. In the eyes of Director Nick, Lin Tian did not appear to be rapidly diminishing. Instead, he seemed to dissolve into a chaotic tapestry of distorted colors and snowflake-like noise, lost amidst a meaningless, erratic black line, drifting into the distance. It was as if he had suddenly boarded an invisible subway train, moving away from him. Subsequently, he found himself abandoned in a bizarre and peculiar world, one filled with colors and sounds, yet fundamentally disordered. Apart from himself, the only other entity he could ascertain as authentic was Lin Tian, precisely as he had always perceived him in his mind. He could discern no semblance of familiarity between this realm and the original world he knew, even though an array of sounds perpetually flitted through his ears. Akin to seagulls soaring nearby, now near, now distant, he could not decipher any pattern or meaning within those sounds. It was as if he were ensnared beneath the surface of a breathable swimming pool, surrounded by a cacophony of aquatic noises, hazy, tumultuous, and incessantly buzzing. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of discerning the nature of the conversations taking place among those on the shore. What were they laughing about? Countless discordant sounds interwove around him, incomprehensible and devoid of meaning, amplifying his sense of isolation. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, Director Nick felt as though he had genuinely departed from this world, confined within a strange and enigmatic space. He sensed his spirit both stagnating and, paradoxically, taut with an unnerving tension. Subsequently, he perceived a waning of his senses, visual, auditory, and others, immersed in an environment where no useful information could be gleaned, causing his mind to involuntarily detach from reality. Consequently, Director Nick abruptly shook his head as if jolted from a trance, blinking to regain awareness. Realizing he had momentarily succumbed to a daydream, or perhaps had briefly dozed off into a contemplative stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself enveloped in a deeper disorientation. His heartbeat had unknowingly escalated to an alarming frequency, followed closely by an overwhelming sense of agitation. He lowered his head, pressed his hands against his ears, and closed his eyes, attempting to forcibly sever his connection to this bizarre and unfathomable spatial dimension. This space, for Nick, had seemingly transformed into a barrier. Chapter 101, New Abilities. Oh! Director Nick screamed in shock. For the instant he closed his eyes and covered his ears, the surroundings persisted. Although the colors and sounds had become fainter and lighter, they remained. This realization tormented him, presenting an unprecedented ordeal. Thus, with a spirit as resolute as iron, Director Nick could not resist the compulsion to open his mouth and let out a resounding shout. In that moment, the previous surreal and bewildering scene vanished abruptly, as if it had never occurred, akin to a fleeting vision from a dream the night before. In the distance before him, several employees from Walker Corporation cast astonished and puzzled glances in his direction, only to subsequently divert their paths. In truth, the expressions of the nearby Super 7 and Uncle Fried Chicken revealed a lack of concern for Nick and Lin Tian, standing at a distance. Yet they did not retreat significantly, suggesting a vague awareness of the unusual nature of the one-eyed black gentleman and the Eastern youth beside him. Their status appeared exceptional, prompting the ordinary employees to heed the unspoken warning not to approach, leading many to discreetly bypass the area. Even the aspiring heroes of the company, emboldened by their newfound abilities, refrained from seeking conversation or inquiry, unwilling to invite unnecessary complications. However, while Nick felt somewhat embarrassed by the multitude of gazes directed at him, he noticed Lin Tian still standing before him, gazing at him with an enigmatic expression. Indeed, in his recent memory, Lin Tian had seemed to swiftly recede from him, ultimately fading from view. Yet now, in reality, Lin Tian remained before him, causing Nick's heart to pound like a drum in sudden astonishment. Then, Lin Tian turned away, continuing on his path, only to glance back and casually say, "Director Nick, you may leave now. If I wish to see you again, I will." With that, he opened the door, leaving Nick behind, subtly indicating a desire for him to depart. At those words, Nick found himself momentarily at a loss, caught between indecision, ultimately mumbling incoherently under the curious stares of those nearby as he made his way towards the company's lobby and out of the building. At this juncture, Director Nick had come to a crucial realization. The illusions he had just witnessed, the auditory and visual distortions, were neither dreams nor mere lapses of memory, but rather tangible phenomena orchestrated by Lin Tian, designed to induce confusion in his senses. Lin Tian was indeed a formidable adversary, Nick mused, before disappearing into the throng outside. Meanwhile, within the building, Lin Tian observed the notification before him, feeling a profound satisfaction. "You have attempted to create a new soul technique, 1,000 years of great dream. After receiving the soul guidance of the Ancient One and embarking on a dimensional journey, 1,000 years of great dream. This ability allows the creation of dreams, guiding those with weaker soul and spiritual power into them, even confining them within for prolonged periods." Remarkable, Lin Tian thought, nodding in acknowledgement. The Ancient One's technique involved extracting a person's soul from their body and traversing dimensions to experience the wonders of different realms. Lin Tian's method, however, was even more distinctive. His approach allowed him to fabricate a soul illusion, ensnaring the consciousness of others within it. It was difficult to make a direct comparison. In terms of efficiency, the Ancient One's method might be more effective, especially for those unfamiliar with such phenomena. Of course, her technique required close proximity to the target, whereas Lin Tian's could take effect simply through eye contact. Furthermore, under the Ancient One's influence, individuals could perceive the process of their souls departing their bodies, a feature absent in Lin Tian's ability. In some sense, it combined the powers of Professor X and the Ancient One. Professor X could directly read minds and control bodies, while the Ancient One could guide souls to alternate dimensions. Lin Tian, however, drew individual spirits into a unique dream world, one whose landscapes he could manipulate. After successfully manifesting this new ability, Lin Tian felt no overwhelming joy. Even so, with this newfound ability, Lin Tian had just successfully put on a display before Director Nick. However, much like his previous capabilities, it required the opponent's mental fortitude to be weaker than his own. Nevertheless, a thought soon crossed Lin Tian's mind. It appeared that, compared to the prior technique of the soul puppet art, this time's soul path technique possessed a greater degree of concealment. Even when confronted with particularly unique entities of the soul, there should still be an interference, making it difficult to discern the identity of the one conjuring illusions in the short term. However, in this world, it seemed that individuals with such abilities or similar powers were not solely limited to him. For instance, there were also illusionists among mutants. The illusionist, who was the son of Colonel Strick, had once been a disciple of Professor X, possessing the ability to create illusions that could ensnare even Professor X, blurring the line between reality and deception. Thus, in summary, such powers were quite adept at deceiving entities with weaker mental prowess. Yet, when it came to dealing with those possessing stronger mental capabilities, it was uncertain whether the desired effect could be achieved. At that moment, the windows of Walker Corporation shattered, and a figure clad in a red robe and blue uniform materialized before the crowd. Unlike the Chi Pao of the citizens, this individual donned a strikingly solid red uniform. It was evident that this person was none other than Superman Clark. At this juncture, Superman had donned the attire prepared by his father, exuding composure and seriousness as he stood before Lin Tian and declared, "I demand competition. I shall openly compete with the citizens. I will prove to the world that I am the stronger one." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly and smiled, responding, "Very well. Perhaps competition will indeed foster progress." Chapter 102, What Will You Do? Gazing at the appearance of Superman Clark, Lin Tian's expression bore a hint of peculiarity. He fully comprehended the thoughts swirling within Clark's mind during their encounter in the desert of the Middle East before they engaged in battle. When they both targeted the armed factions in the region, Superman Clark must have realized that they were both beings of iron, akin to gods among men, each wielding the power of laser vision. Presently, Superman Clark was likely unable to confront the citizens in any meaningful way. Therefore, upon Lin Tian's arrival, he grasped the implications of Lin Tian's words, which indicated that there would be no grand confrontation with the citizens in the urban landscape. At this moment, Superman Clark had resolved not to publicly denounce the citizens as a disgraceful breed of superheroes or as villains deserving of extermination. For he foresaw that should he elevate his uncompromising ideals of justice and morality to the status of absolute truth, and subsequently unleash a tirade against the citizens, the repercussions would be catastrophic, leading to economic losses in the hundreds of billions, extensive urban devastation, and innocent lives crushed beneath falling debris or steel. Survivors would be left to wander amidst the ruins, helpless before the clash of two godlike beings. These consequences were all too evident to Superman Clark, which is why he had no intention of openly disparaging the citizens. Simultaneously, Superman Clark was acutely aware that such actions would undoubtedly infringe upon the interests of Walker Corporation, potentially provoking Lin Tian into action. Indeed, during his prior visit to Walker Corporation under the guise of a mere reporter, Superman encountered Lin Tian for the second time, only to find himself ensnared by the latter's soul puppet art, preventing him from confronting the citizens, and subsequently being transported alongside them to the Middle East. This experience left a lasting impression on him, and Superman Clark understood one pivotal truth. The youth who claimed to control Walker Corporation possessed extraordinary powers capable of subjugating him. Even now, Superman Clark remained oblivious to the full extent of Lin Tian's capabilities. Furthermore, unbeknownst to Superman Clark, there existed other entities capable of exerting similar controlling effects, such as Poison Ivy's neurotoxin and the Joker's hallucinogens. Similarly, Scarecrow might also create toxins to yield comparable results. Of course, these were merely theoretical possibilities. Had Superman anticipated such tactics, the outcome might have been drastically different. However, Lin Tian's mental manipulation through the soul puppet art proved far more challenging to predict. Thus, as Superman contemplated his strategy to overcome the hypocritical superhero that was the citizen, he also factored in Lin Tian as an impediment. Even if Lin Tian's considerations were often not solely driven by monetary concerns, the potential for widespread devastation and the risk of adversaries exploiting chaos during a hero's internal strife were matters that Lin Tian prioritized. "So, what do you intend to do, Mr. Clark?" Lin Tian inquired with an air of nonchalance, extending a hand to encourage Superman to continue. In response, Clark, with a serious demeanor, declared, "I also wish to become a superhero for Walker Corporation, and I will compete for reputation, morality, and popularity. I shall build my name and generate profits for the company. And thereafter, I will investigate the citizens. However, I do have one question." Clark paused thoughtfully, then earnestly continued, "Mr. Lin, is Walker Corporation aware of the citizens' actions? Or are you uninformed? Or perhaps you are tacitly approving of them?" At this, Clark hesitated momentarily. Upon hearing his words, a smile graced Lin Tian's lips. "You may interpret it as tacit approval, though it stems from a multitude of reasons. For instance, the psychological issues arising from Walker Corporation's long-standing research and cultivation of the citizens since their inception, along with the complex influences during their development, are not something I can alter in a short span." Lin Tian replied with ease, maintaining his smile as his gaze drifted momentarily to the wall beside him, as if lost in thought, before returning his focus to Clark. "However, your earlier remark struck me as rather intriguing," Lin Tian noted, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes, devoid of any mockery or disdain, as if he merely found Clark's statements to be most entertaining. "I remain somewhat curious. What do you plan to do? Before Clark could respond, Lin Tian continued, the current heroic image of the citizen closely resembles your own. Moreover, on the surface, he undoubtedly presents himself as the quintessential patriot, the ideal superhero who prioritizes the nation and its people. More importantly, he excels at oratory, Lin Tian said, casting a meaningful glance at Superman Clark. The citizen was a master of performance and marketing, although he was a duplicitous character with a rarely revealed dark side. He skillfully concealed it, only exposing it when the public was none the wiser. From your perspective, I must concede that your thoughts possess a degree of rationality and feasibility. However, what comes next? What is your plan? Lin Tian withdrew his outstretched hand, gently brushing his chin with the backs of his index and middle fingers, embodying a gesture of contemplation. He then casually leaned back, settling into an imaginary recliner conjured by the frozen air. He proceeded to pose a hypothetical scenario. The first supposition: if your popularity paled in comparison to his, and people labeled you a hypocrite, a faux saint, a disingenuous Superman, how would you respond? As Lin Tian articulated this thought, there was no immediate reply from Superman. He continued, stating, furthermore, there exists another possibility. For instance, should you discover that the compatriots of your homeland, at a moment when they could save lives, fail to do so, and in instances where they could refrain from violence, engage in indiscriminate slaughter or derive pleasure from excessive killing, what would your course of action be? Chapter 103, Superman's Request. Lin Tian inquired. As these words escaped his lips, the expression on Superman Clark's face grew exceedingly grave, his features sharpening with a resolute clarity, resembling an entity forged from true steel, far more resilient than mere iron. I would intervene, Clark declared earnestly, lowering his gaze to respond to Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian maintained a seemingly dazed smile, momentarily gazing into the void before returning to the present, though his demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. Lin Tian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This is not surprising. However, he continued, does this not, in a certain sense, contradict the original intent of your arrival at Walker Corporation today, seeking to become a member of our superhero collective? Is it not an evasion of directly instigating conflict with your compatriots in the city? Or perhaps, are your actions merely postponing a conflict that could erupt at any moment? Lin Tian posed the question with gravity. He then added, you must understand, your proposal does indeed resonate with me to some extent. You aspire to replace your compatriots, or rather, to become a guardian of the world akin to them, but in your own manner. I acknowledge your desire to stabilize the current global situation, to maintain the company's interests, ensuring satisfaction among numerous brands, preventing layoffs, and fostering social stability, real estate security, and stock market steadiness. In a sense, this could also reduce your adversaries. However, if your aim remains to thwart the excessive and hypocritical actions of your compatriots, you may find yourself intervening at a time that is quite appropriate for you, yet exceedingly presumptuous and ill-timed for them. How do you suppose they would react? Lin Tian idly rested his hands behind his head, posing the inquiry. Additionally, do you intend for me to assist you in this endeavor? Lin Tian asked, again directing his gaze towards Superman Clark, who retained a serious expression. Notably, Lin Tian observed a slight contraction in Clark's eyes as he spoke, a subtle shift that did not escape his notice. It seems my casual conjecture may have been accurate, Lin Tian mused with a smile, a hint of peculiarity gracing his features, a grin tinged with self-deprecation. Outside the glass window, the streets bustled with vehicles and pedestrians, resembling mere dots in a colorful procession of elongated beetles. Lin Tian appeared to watch them, though his gaze seemed distant. Soon, however, he withdrew his attention, the expression only fleeting before returning to normalcy. I understand, completely, Lin Tian affirmed with a nod. He then leaned back, exhaling softly, his gaze fixed ahead, brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. Turning to Superman Clark, he articulated, I grasp your intention. You wish to volunteer yourself while hoping for my support during any potential conflicts between you, or to intervene and transport you to a location that would not disrupt the normal lives of citizens. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Superman Clark paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Why not say so sooner? Lin Tian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, he sat upright, facing Superman, his elbows resting on the armrests, hands intertwined beneath his chin as he embodied a contemplative posture. Ah, so this is your perspective, he remarked casually, nodding in understanding. Interesting, Lin Tian added with a light laugh. Indeed, very interesting. He then raised his gaze to Superman Clark. It seems I must commend you. Clark's demeanor remained steadfastly serious. I apologize, Superman Clark interjected. I express this because it reflects my genuine thoughts, aimed at our world's peace, not as a jest or a mere pursuit of status or fame. Yes, I understand, Lin Tian replied with a smile. However, one thing must be acknowledged. Your judgment is indeed correct. At this moment, Lin Tian rose from his seat once more. Pondering briefly, he regarded Superman as a demigod among men. Your ability to recognize your own shortcomings is profoundly admirable. Yes, I mean this in the context of ordinary individuals. Even for a formidable being, such self-awareness is a rare quality. Lin Tian paused, reflecting. As for myself, I cannot definitively say whether I possess such a trait. Very well, Superman Clark, Lin Tian nodded. I acknowledge your assertions, albeit only in part. I can assure you that should conflict arise between you and your compatriots in the future, and you provide me with advance notice, I will intervene at an opportune moment, or transport you to another area. As he spoke, he scrutinized Clark's expression, noting a slight relaxation. However, he continued, you must also demonstrate your worth. I will. Superman Clark affirmed. Good, Lin Tian nodded. Now, I have a task for you. If you successfully accomplish it, I can offer you unforeseen rewards. Lin Tian smiled, prompting a slight furrow in Clark's brow. What task? He inquired. Quite simple, Lin Tian replied. The task is to achieve a 70 approval rating among the populace. At this revelation, Superman Clark appeared momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend, yet responded, just that? Very well. He then turned and soared out of Walker Corporation, intent on becoming a superhero while competing with his compatriots, even seeking to expose their true nature, ultimately to supplant them. Chapter 104. A Visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian received a call from Nick, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon answering, he recognized Nick's familiar voice laced with an ingratiating tone, understanding the implications therein. Director Nick, are you adopting such a humble tone with me due to our latest superhero? Lin Tian remarked with a hint of jest. However, you need not be so. I am not an unreasonable person, nor do I harbor grudges, he continued. Departing from the Walker Corporation, he activated his rainbow teleportation array and enveloped himself in a burst of prismatic light. When he reappeared, it was aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, soaring high above the Pacific Ocean amidst a sea of ethereal white clouds. On the deck, only a few training superheroes and agents were present. Suddenly, Lin Tian materialized next to Director Nick Fury, startling everyone in attendance. At that moment, Agent Coulson happened to be approaching alongside his subordinates, Grant Ward, Daisy Johnson, and Gemma Simmons, engaged in conversation beside a Quinjet. I've heard we intercepted some intel regarding scattered Hydra operatives, concerning something called the Death Soldier Project. Would anyone care to join me in investigating? Agent Coulson inquired. Upon hearing this, Grant Ward glanced at Daisy Johnson, flashing a charming smile before responding, of course, why not? Just then, they noticed a peculiar burst of colorful light nearby, where Director Fury was conversing with Agent Hill, and from within this radiance emerged a strange Eastern youth. Grant Ward and the others were momentarily stunned. Instinctively, they drew their firearms from their holsters, pointing them at Lin Tian, ready to fire. Wow, what the heck? Exclaimed the agents and operatives in utter astonishment. In the next moment, they reacted instinctively, retrieving their weapons, except for one person, Agent Hawkeye. The instant Lin Tian appeared, Clint Barton had already touched the string of his bow, yet he refrained from nocking an arrow. The reason was that he recognized the identity of the young man before him. This was the same individual who had, during their encounter in the motherland, aided Black Widow Natasha and her sister Yelena in defeating the Soviet espionage organization known as the Red Room, subsequently sealing away the invulnerable warrior. Indeed, at this moment, both the manner of his entrance and his very being were identical to that of their previous encounter. Thus, Clint Hawkeye swiftly realized that there was no need for him to draw his weapon against this young man. If Lin Tian truly intended to strike, the assembled agents would stand little chance of retaliation. While many claimed that the individuals from the motherland were akin to gods among men, in Hawkeye's eyes, Lin Tian possessed an even greater mystery and terror. After all, he was acutely aware that the man he had encountered in the secret military base was remarkably similar in many respects to those from the motherland. Given that he had been captured by Lin Tian without any means of defense, and considering Lin Tian's assertion of being the true master of the Walker Corporation, Hawkeye concluded that Lin Tian was likely the most formidable superhuman among the ranks of Walker Corporation. Furthermore, it was his description of Lin Tian's prowess that prompted S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek a partnership with Walker Corporation rather than leveraging their connections to undermine and dismantle it. thereby forcing the latter to surrender its superheroes to S.H.I.E.L.D. Having witnessed Lin Tian's capabilities firsthand, director Nick Fury had come to a realization. Collaborating with Walker Corporation and Lin Tian was indeed a fortuitous decision. At this moment, the helicarrier ascended through the clouds, its massive engine turbines roaring, while the surrounding atmosphere remained eerily silent. The agents, armed and poised, directed their weapons at Lin Tian. As he stepped onto the deck from the vibrant portal, he surveyed his surroundings, casually advancing towards Director Fury. Recovering from his initial astonishment, Fury blinked in disbelief, confirming his senses before urgently waving at the surrounding agents. "Hey, put your weapons down." "I said, put your weapons down. Do you hear me?" Fury called out emphatically. "Understood." Director, one of the nearby agents, Agent Hill, complied, lowering her firearm. Subsequently, Agent Coulson also slowly holstered his weapon, signaling to his fellow agents to do the same. The newly minted S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, all of whom were of elite caliber, followed suit, albeit with puzzled glances exchanged between Fury and Lin Tian, resembling spectators caught in a curious spectacle. All right. Now that everyone has lowered their weapons, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief," Fury thought. But as he turned to face Lin Tian, a palpable tension lingered in his expression. "Hello, Mr. Lin. It's a pleasure to see you again." Cautiously, Fury extended a hand in greeting, while his other hand tentatively reached towards Lin Tian. Enough with the formalities, Lin Tian smiled, not reciprocating the handshake. Instead, directing his gaze towards the bridge of the helicarrier. "Shall we have a drink, Director Fury? I've heard that you've been eager to collaborate with us, offering your assistance. Is that so?" Lin Tian inquired with a grin. Taken aback, Fury hesitated, scratching his ear awkwardly before turning to the enigmatic and formidable youth beside him. "Is that the case?" he asked. "Indeed, it is," Fury replied. "Ahem. So, Mr. Lin, what brings you here this time? Also, I've heard of a peculiar mysterious event that occurred in the Middle East, attributed to your Walker Corporation. Is that correct?" As he spoke, Fury activated a holographic projector, displaying various images. The visuals depicted the recent encounters between the Motherland's heroes and local Middle Eastern militants after their transportation to the region. Despite the absence of professional cameramen, some individuals had managed to capture the spectacle with their devices, complemented by satellite imagery. Amidst swirling sands, two beams of crimson light erupted spectacularly. Such scenes, once relegated to the realm of science fiction, had become a reality since the emergence of Walker Corporation as superheroes, particularly the laser-eyed, steel-bodied figure known as the Motherland. Next, Director Fury called up another video, this one contrasting sharply with the previous one. It depicted the chaos of a sandstorm, where two red beams pierced through the tempest. Clearly, the scene was about to unfold. This is a scene depicting the clash between Superman and Captain America amidst a sandstorm. These two moments were also captured by director Nick Fury. "What is the matter? Do you have any objections?" Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at Director Fury. "No, let us discuss serious matters," Nick Fury replied. "Is your visit intended to request something from us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am here to borrow something. The Tesseract," he stated candidly. "Oh my goodness!" Nick Fury exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. "You may," he paused, then reluctantly agreed, "but there are conditions." He added, "The Tesseract is one of our most treasured artifacts, and we are still conducting research on it. Originally, it was possessed by Red Skull during the era of Captain America, correct?" Lin Tian casually remarked. "You." Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he pondered internally about which fool or organization had leaked such confidential information. Then, with a softened demeanor, he said, "You may observe it, but you cannot take it away." Nick emphasized, "This object is of utmost importance to us, and it harbors terrifying energy. If mishandled." Lin Tian chuckled upon hearing this. "Director Fury, your words are quite amusing. Are you certain that over the years, you have effectively exploited the Tesseract? As far as I know, during Red Skull's time, he and his scientists developed numerous energy weapons and clean energy technologies centered around the Tesseract. And now," Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, attempting to maintain his composure as he replied, "Well, we have made some breakthroughs, but those remain classified." "Classified?" Lin Tian laughed lightly at this. He chose not to press further. Being a reincarnator, he was well aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research progress regarding the Tesseract. Utilizing its powers, S.H.I.E.L.D. had embarked on a project known as the Pegasus Program, aimed at developing a faster-than-light engine. Moreover, The Tesseract could serve as a source of energy and harness the capabilities of the space gem, such as creating spatial wormholes. Red Skull had employed the Tesseract to create energy for his army and weapons, while no one had yet successfully utilized it for creating spatial wormholes. However, this would eventually change when Loki, the Prince of Asgard, allied with the Chitauri under Thanos, would tap into the Tesseract's wormhole capabilities. The latter, possessing magical powers, could employ this ability instantaneously, while S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists had struggled with it for years. Thus, in Lin Tian's view, S.H.I.E.L.D. had squandered the potential of this treasure beyond merely pursuing the Pegasus program. Are you certain? Lin Tian turned, casting a knowing glance at Nick Fury. I recall that during your last visit, you were eager for a collaboration with our company, Walker Industries. At this remark, Nick Fury found himself momentarily speechless, as Lin Tian's assertion held merit. However, after a brief hesitation, Nick suggested, can we explore alternatives? We offer advanced agent training and other scientific technologies, such as the super soldier serum, if that piques your interest. Not particularly, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. This response left Nick Fury somewhat exasperated. Well, Mr. Lin, you may not be fully acquainted with our capabilities. Nick Fury suddenly recalled something and glanced at Phil Coulson in the distance. Upon catching the director's eye, Coulson promptly approached. What is it, Director? Coulson inquired. It seems you have two new associates, correct? Gemma Simmons and Leo Fitz, both scientists? Bring them over to demonstrate something for Mr. Lin, Nick instructed, then turned back to Lin Tian, continuing, Mr. Lin. Whether you wish to experience holographic technology or some of our agent equipment, such as a handgun capable of firing venomous projectiles, or... Noticing Lin Tian's apparent disinterest, Nick Fury suddenly had another thought. By the way, are you interested in technology that allows for sudden size alteration? We have a retired scientist with such remarkable capabilities, but... The Tesseract, Lin Tian interjected, blinking. About that scientist you mentioned, I am interested, but I still require the Tesseract more urgently. Upon hearing this, Nick's expression grew increasingly conflicted. What do you intend to use it for? He asked, bewildered. Use it. Naturally, to serve as a power source. As a spiritual stone to generate more spiritual energy for cultivation, Lin Tian replied candidly. Nick was left stunned by this revelation. Chapter 106. No interest in anything else. At this moment, on the deck, Nick Fury and Lin Tian had yet to step into the command center of the aircraft carrier. Nick glanced at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, then at the turbine engines providing energy to the airborne carrier. Observing these elements, he felt as though he was firmly grounded in reality. Then, Nick Fury spoke again. What was it you just mentioned? Are you serious, or are you jesting? Of course not, Lin Tian replied. Why would you think that? Lin Tian smiled, adding, since our acquaintance began, have I made many jokes at your expense? I believe not. And when discussing collaboration and serious matters, I tend to avoid frivolity, Lin Tian asserted. Hearing this, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, then asked, all right, so what exactly is this spiritual energy you mentioned? Lin Tian chuckled at the inquiry. So, what is your current stance? Do you wish to guard your so-called Tesseract, obsessively researching it until one day it is stolen, or would you prefer to let me assist in its development and utilization? At this, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words. They had now entered the command center of the aircraft carrier, where the environment was spacious and exuded a high-tech ambience. How do you find our facility, Mr. Lin? Nick asked, seemingly uncertain how to respond to Lin Tian's previous question. Lin Tian smiled. It appears quite impressive, and indeed, compared to the technology utilized by General Ross in the Department of Defense, it is certainly advanced, which you seem to take pride in. However, but if your comparison is not with the Department of Defense, then the situation becomes slightly different, Lin Tian continued. Your enemies are not merely those who wield conventional human weaponry and fire AKs. I suspect. At this remark, Nick Fury's brow furrowed once more, his expression revealing confusion. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, by the way, Mr. Lin, did you imply that our Tesseract, while under our custody, could one day be stolen? Director Nick's expression grew increasingly grave as he inquired, am I to understand that this constitutes a threat against our S.H.I.E.L.D.? His tone was serious as he continued. In truth, the security measures surrounding that artifact are exceedingly stringent. Even if you possess the ability to induce hallucinations upon me, I must assert that should the Tesseract stray from its designated position, our entire system would instantaneously detect it and spring into action. S.H.I.E.L.D. would exhaust every effort to retrieve it. Indeed, your words are quite grand, Lin Tian retorted, showing no regard for decorum. However, The reality may diverge significantly from your expectations. As he spoke, he effortlessly employed the spirit puppet technique to control a staff member, compelling him to enter a nearby room, the command center of the airborne mothership. In swift succession, under the watchful gaze of those present, the manipulated individual approached the control panel and abruptly pushed the throttle for the mothership's ascent. In that instant, every person aboard the command island experienced a sensation akin to an earthquake. Their feet jolted, followed by a disconcerting lightness, reminiscent of the feeling one has when an elevator descends too quickly. Such a sudden experience could even evoke a sense of weightlessness, as the mothership, which had been steadily ascending, abruptly ceased its turbine engines, executing a rapid deceleration. Fortunately, during the mothership's initial construction, engineers had anticipated the potential for personnel to be flung about should the vessel ascend or descend too swiftly. Consequently, they incorporated emergency preventive measures. Unless in a state of warfare, any maneuvers, no matter how abrupt, would be met with a buffer period before the mothership responded, allowing for a gradual return to a stable state followed by a controlled acceleration. At this moment, however, due to the excessive force exerted by the staff member under Lin Tian's control, the mothership's buffering capabilities could not entirely mitigate the sudden sensation of weightlessness, leading many to feel as though they might collide with the ceiling. The unexpected jolt startled all present. Did you see that? The crowd, including Director Nick, instinctively crouched down, shielding their heads, save for Lin Tian. He appeared unaffected, standing as if he were floating above the ground. In truth, he had mastered the manipulation of spiritual energy and could elementalize himself, allowing him to hover above the surface, impervious to gravity's pull. At this moment, those nearby were taken aback. As the aircraft transitioned from a state of stillness to prepare for descent, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprang into action, brandishing their weapons and admonishing the bewildered staff member. "Hey, what have you done? Are you out of your mind?" They pressed their guns against his back. Yet, the man in the white coat remained oblivious, his expression vacant and unresponsive. Only when Lin Tian retracted the spirit puppet technique, releasing his mental control, did the staff member snap back to reality, awakening from a dreamlike state. Upon seeing the array of dark gun barrels surrounding him, panic set in. Trembling, he fell to his knees, his hands raised in supplication, utterly unaware of his prior actions. He looked to Director Nick and began to grovel, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me, Director," he cried, tears of despair streaming down his face. "Let him go," Nick commanded. "No," Lin Tian interjected suddenly, fixing a cold glare upon the kneeling man in the lab coat. The man, now desperate, began to plead for forgiveness, bowing repeatedly. "I am so sorry, Director Nick. It is all my fault. I could not resist the temptation. I deserve whatever punishment you deem fit. Just don't kill me, and I will reveal everything about Hydra." At this declaration, Nick's expression darkened considerably, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm. He turned to Lin Tian, a look of shock etched on his face. "Oh my God, surely not." He instinctively wiped his mouth, attempting to mask his astonishment. In response, the surrounding agents surged forward, apprehending the man in the lab coat and escorting him away. "Hydra agents." Nick gazed at Lin Tian, momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced back at the man being let out, then returned his gaze to Lin Tian, his expression complex and troubled. "So, how did you discover this?" Lin Tian smiled. "It's quite simple, really." He paused, then winked. "However, it depends on your sincerity. If your intentions are not genuine, I fear I cannot engage in an honest dialogue with you." Upon hearing this, Nick fell silent for a moment. His facial muscles tightened as he appeared to deliberate. Then he spoke again. "Very well, I understand. The Tesseract, Agreed. But it must be under our scrutiny," Nick added. Lin Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head. Under Nick's perplexed gaze, he casually remarked, "U.S.H.I.E.L.D. Your ambitions seem rather limited. To put it bluntly, if I were to retrieve it without your assistance, do you truly believe you could stop me?" Upon hearing Lin Tian's serious assertion, Nick felt a twinge of apprehension and instinctively took a step back, uncertain of the implications of Lin Tian's unwavering gaze. After all, according to the intelligence they had gathered, Lin Tian's powers positioned him as a veritable superhuman. Although he had yet to display abilities akin to Superman's heat vision, he possessed a formidable psychic capability reminiscent of Professor X. Furthermore, according to Lin Tian himself, he wielded ancient Eastern mystical arts. If the energy he spoke of were indeed real. Consequently, Nick furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Ultimately, after what seemed like an internal negotiation, he spoke again. "All right, Mr. Lin Tian. If you can assure us that your utilization of the Tesseract will be conducted under our observation, and that its applications will yield benefits for us, We can entertain your request. However, he continued, we must make this clear. You will use the Tesseract only under our watchful eyes. Do you grasp the gravity of my words? We cannot accept the consequences of such a dangerous artifact falling into the wrong hands. I understand. I comprehend your concerns, Lin Tian replied with a smile. However, I can demonstrate through my tangible actions that your concerns are unwarranted, Lin Tian remarked. He then proceeded to explore the command island of the aircraft carrier as an ordinary visitor would. Observing Lin Tian's retreating figure, the director of Sect, Nick Fury, along with agents Coulson and Hill, displayed expressions of complexity. In their eyes, Lin Tian was an enigmatic being, yet simultaneously, he was an entity that Sect could not currently control. Particularly alarming was the number of superheroes affiliated with Walker Enterprises, which had reached a formidable magnitude. In other words, they had to concede that Lin Tian was someone they could hardly afford to provoke. Cooperation, especially on Lin Tian's terms, appeared to be their sole avenue for progress, and if Lin Tian was not deceiving them, they stood to gain significantly from such collaboration. Of course, on the other hand, accepting Lin Tian's proposal would, in a sense, mean placing their hopes entirely in his hands, trusting him completely. Should Lin Tian betray them, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Nonetheless, if he remained true to his word and delivered the innovative applications of the Tesseract he had just promised, it would yield substantial advancements for them. At least, that was Nick's intuition. By the way, Mr. Lin, could you elaborate further on the matter concerning this ore-related phenomenon? Director Fury inquired once more, silently encouraging himself to trust Lin Tian. Certainly, Lin Tian replied, casting a subtle glance at Director Fury. After assessing him momentarily, he continued, it appears you've had a revelation, haven't you? In response, Director Fury chuckled softly, lowering his gaze to his feet before lifting his head to meet Lin Tian's eyes, stating, do I have any other choice? Eggman. He reproached the ground softly. Then, looking directly at Lin Tian, he added, ahem. Our actions are entirely motivated by our trust in you, Mr. Lin. Beyond that, we have not extended such privileges to anyone else. Oh, is that so? Am I the first? Lin Tian smiled faintly, though it was a smile that concealed depth. Simultaneously, his keen gaze bore into Director Fury's eyes, causing Fury to feel a twinge of discomfort, akin to ants crawling upon his skin. Consequently, he could not resist scratching the back of his neck, his eyes evasively glancing away with a sheepish grin. Nearby, Agent Hill observed the scene with a bemused expression. It was her first time witnessing this side of Director Fury. Chapter 108, The Negotiation with Hydra. Meanwhile, on another front, a group of individuals appeared exceedingly tense. Among them were Alexander Pierce and Baron Strucker, members of Hydra. According to the latest intelligence from my subordinates, it seems that our people aboard the aircraft carrier have been captured, and more importantly, the reason for their capture largely stems from the unexpected arrival of an individual who is not affiliated with Sect. This individual is Lin Tian, purportedly the actual controller of Walker Enterprises. If it were not for Lin Tian's existence, would our situation be better or worse? Alexander Pierce elegantly reclined in his chair, crossing his legs, one hand propping up his chin. On the other side, Baron Strucker, a dapper man with round glasses and a well-groomed hairstyle, narrowed his eyes in contemplation before responding, it is unclear. However, based on your account, this Lin Tian seems to be a superhuman with extraordinary abilities, such as teleportation and telepathy. Is that a given? Does he possess any other abilities? Indeed, Alexander Pierce nodded toward the virtual projection before him. Schield has previously investigated Lin Tian's identity, yet to this day, it remains a mystery that we seem unable to unravel. However, we must make a decision regarding the extent of his impact on our operations. Additionally, what are the chances that we could win him over instead of eliminating him? To be honest, not only Nick Fury, but I too am quite curious and eager to understand how Lin Tian has managed to maintain control over even entities such as the Patriotic. By the way, how is your team's interaction with the Patriotic? What are the odds of establishing communication and influencing them? Moreover, Walker Enterprises has introduced a new character called Superman, who also seems to be rather extraordinary, Alexander Pierce continued. In my opinion, shouldn't we find a way to infiltrate Walker Enterprises as soon as possible? This way, we might outpace Schield and achieve our objectives ahead of them, don't you think? Upon hearing this, Baron Strucker pondered for a moment, raising a hand to cover his chin while standing, which lent his gesture a sense of cautious deliberation rather than elegance. What you propose is intriguing, he nodded. Regarding the patriotic, I've instructed our personnel to attempt contact. However, the probability of effective communication is currently low. Unless we successfully infiltrate Walker Enterprises, we have little chance of achieving that. Furthermore, I must admit, I find one aspect quite compelling. Walker Enterprises is indeed formidable. Especially considering the multitude of superheroes they have cultivated, they must be harboring astonishing secrets. Let us not forget that the previous attempts by several organizations to ambush Walker Enterprises while the patriotic was absent had our support behind the scenes. Unfortunately, their efforts were disappointing, or perhaps the superhumans at Walker Enterprises exceeded our expectations. I am beginning to contemplate whether infiltrating Walker Enterprises might hold greater significance than penetrating Sect. Of course, I am aware that some high-ranking officials within that company possess considerable capabilities, such as Mr. Gene Bing. And then there's the boy you mentioned. If he can indeed read minds, then attempting to operate from his proximity would be nearly impossible. Moreover, establishing a foothold within Walker Enterprises will not be an easy task, Baron Strucker added. I beg to differ, Alexander Pierce interjected. Your concerns are based on assumptions without practical experience. It's akin to our previous attempts at infiltrating Sect. Could we truly gauge the difficulty before we even commenced? Yet, look, we have successfully infiltrated. While the information we can extract may be limited, the progress we have made is commendable. Therefore, I believe that Walker Enterprises is also a feasible target for our infiltration. However, what should we specifically do? I've heard that even Director Nick is now being suppressed in terms of initiative. Baron Strucker remarked with a chuckle. Haha, Nick, that guy? Alexander Pierce said with a shake of his head, has fallen behind. On the surface, I may appear older than him, but some things become more fragrant with age. His ideas are quite remarkable and audacious, yet he often overlooks some very straightforward matters. By the way, how are the superhumans you've been cultivating? Are you referring to mutants? Baron Strucker replied, his brow furrowing slightly. Their progress has been rather slow. Pietro's speed abilities cannot yet compare to the locomotive of the Super 7. While Wanda's powers are quite peculiar and still somewhat uncontrollable, both in terms of ability and psyche. Upon hearing this, Alexander Pierce sighed. So, it seems your people are not quite suitable for deployment as undercover agents at this moment? Let me ponder this further. I have an idea, Baron Strucker proposed. What if we allow their superheroes to fall from grace, and after they taste the bitterness of public disdain, we extend a helping hand, all the while infiltrating their organization? What do you think? That sounds feasible, but it remains a plan that cannot be executed in the short term. A long-term strategy implies we must indulge their every action during this period, does it not? Alexander Pierce inquired. Indeed, Baron Strucker contemplated before responding. To my knowledge, some of our subordinates are providing muscle for one of Sect. subsidiary companies. Security companies are typically inconspicuous, yet they have opportunities to interact with personnel from Sect. or the Walker Corporation at critical moments. The closer the collaboration between the Walker Corporation and Sect, the greater our chances of obtaining their intelligence. Discrediting them and influencing the transformation of these two organizations is a long-term endeavor, yet infiltrating them to gather vital information may not be particularly challenging, wouldn't you agree? Alexander Pierce? That makes sense. Alexander Pierce nodded in agreement. To be honest, I am quite curious about the collaboration between the Walker Corporation and Sect. Fortunately, as the chairman of the World Council, I now possess the same level of access as Director Nick, which is the highest authority within Sect. Utilizing security teams to infiltrate the Walker Corporation seems more appropriate. As for the secrets of Sect, I anticipate I will soon gain access to them. That would be splendid, Baron Strucker replied. What we currently lack is how to cultivate superheroes and discover their potential. Moreover, I've heard that Sect is conducting research on inhumans and mutants in hopes of acquiring more superpowered assets, but progress has been less than smooth. Since the Walker Corporation is currently the foremost group in training superhumans, collaboration with Sect could yield fascinating projects. If we could obtain some secret documents, we might even bypass the steps of infiltrating the Walker Corporation altogether, Alexander Pierce continued. Understood. For the time being, we shall rely on our infiltrators within Sect. And your efforts, Alexander Pierce, Baron Strucker concluded. I shall do my utmost. Alexander Pierce responded with a smile. All for the sake of world peace. His smile held a hint of irony. At that moment, Lin Tian had arrived at an underground fortress alongside Director Nick and Agent Coulson. The ambience was steeped in the aesthetics of the Cold War, characterized by an array of metallic pipes, gauges, and dim white wall lights. Professor Selvig, Director Nick called out. A metal door swung open, revealing instruments that were decidedly modern. At the center, a cube emanating a pale blue, mist-like glow was affixed to a circular device. Surrounding this device were 8 metallic heads, each extending needle-like appendages to make contact with the Tesseract. Well, Mr. Lin Tian, you now see what you wish to witness, Director Nick stated. However, I must ask one thing. Are you absolutely certain you wish to take this object with you? In New York? The gravity of his expression deepened. I may not know how you and your Walker Corporation acquired our World War II and Cold War documents to learn about the Tesseract, but I must emphasize that its energy is nearly limitless. Yet, harnessing it responsibly is no trivial task. We have already seen the likes of Red Skull emerge during World War II. Suddenly, Director Nick fell silent, recalling the Pegasus Project, the Lightspeed Engine, the Skrulls, and Captain Marvel, matters he deemed classified and thus refrained from voicing. Of course, he was uncertain whether Lin Tian possessed telepathic abilities, or, even more so, the capacity to read memories like Professor X. Director Nick could only let his thoughts flit away, refocusing on the extraordinary crystal before him. According to your claims, you can utilize this object to create something known as spiritual energy, which, for humanity, can extend life and grant various abilities? Professor Selvig interjected. Indeed, of course. Do you have any objections? If so, feel free to voice them. However, it seems you are still at a rather rudimentary stage in your research on this gem. Am I right? Lin Tian replied with a smile, casually stepping forward to retrieve the Tesseract from the apparatus. Are you curious about spiritual energy? Lin Tian smiled. He then began to channel his techniques, natural qi gathering method and heavenly spirit gathering array. Soon, the Tesseract began to exhibit a mist-like effect, resembling an ice block. This was not true vaporization, but rather the release of a special energy, spiritual energy, into the air. Indeed, Lin Tian had successfully harnessed the Tesseract's energy to transform it into spiritual energy. In other words, he was utilizing the Tesseract as an inexhaustible source of spiritual essence. As the ethereal mist wafted through the room, those present were taken aback, for they had never witnessed such a transformation of the Tesseract. Some lab-coated scientists hesitated, stepping forward to touch the cube, wondering if it would suddenly melt or vaporize, as if it were a genuine block of ice. After all, how could it produce such an unprecedented amount of mist? Conversely, some who inhaled this spiritual energy found their features relaxing, as spiritual energy naturally provided an extraordinary sense of cleansing and refinement to the body. If one were to compare humanity's mastery over fire for cooking and sterilization, coupled with nutritional science to ensure adequate nourishment and medicine to combat disease, had allowed lifespans to extend from the primitive 30s and 40s to the modern 70s and 80s. The ethereal energy emanating from the cosmic cube has the remarkable capacity to be absorbed upon contact, thereby enriching an individual's vitality and purifying the corporeal impurities within. Even an ordinary person may find their lifespan extended, which evokes a most curious sensation. An onlooker remarked, "How astonishing." Others, including Director Nick, echoed the sentiment, captivated by the marvel before them. Chapter 110, Astonishing Effects. Biologists, are you present? Commence testing immediately. Director Nick snapped back to attention, instructing the scientists of S.H.I.E.L.D. to spring into action. The white-coated biologists and medical experts promptly approached, initiating comprehensive health examinations for everyone present. At this moment, Lin Tian observed the proceedings with remarkable composure, feeling no surprise at their reactions. On the contrary, this was a perfectly reasonable spectacle. To draw a metaphor, it was akin to humanity's discovery of antibiotics. Yet antibiotics save one from the clutches of illness without endowing them with extraordinary longevity. Thus, the ethereal energy, a miraculous substance previously confined to Eastern mythology, when experienced by these individuals, left them in a state of indescribable astonishment and delight, as though a portal to a new realm had been opened. Report to Director Nick. All data is normal, in fact, even more so than anticipated. The scientists swiftly delivered their findings. Upon reviewing the results, Director Nick was utterly astounded. It appears that everyone's physical constitution has improved. Moreover, some ailments are being remedied. Even my eye. He touched the prosthetic eye concealed beneath his left eye patch, incredulously exclaiming, "Has the air analysis been completed?" Nick then turned to the other scientists, including physicists and chemists. "Director, the results are in." A scientist approached, holding the findings aloft. The air within this chamber harbors a unique energy that interacts with our bioelectricity, brainwaves, and various bodily metrics. It can even permeate our systems, becoming an integral part of our strength, which explains why we feel our power amplifying following the absorption of this ethereal energy. Furthermore, one scientist, wearing an expression of bewilderment, gazed at the results as if he had encountered a specter. After confirming the accuracy of the data, he addressed Director Nick. "Sir, we have made another discovery. Our research indicates that the flow of this ethereal energy within the human body does not adhere merely to the pathways of blood vessels and bones. Rather, it follows a specialized route that remarkably aligns with the meridians and acupoints of Eastern medicinal practices, specifically traditional Chinese medicine. This suggests that, according to traditional methods, we might be able to store this ethereal energy within our bodies for extended periods, engendering changes that are entirely beneficial and innocuous." The scientist spoke with palpable excitement. However, upon hearing this, Director Nick furrowed his brow. "Entirely harmless, are you certain?" he questioned, glancing at the surrounding scientists. "I recall that science should be approached with a rigorously responsible demeanor. The assertion of complete harmlessness should not escape your lips without substantial observation." In response, the assembled scientists grew more animated. "Director Nick, your suggestion is indeed valid. We do require extended observation to gather more useful information. However, based on our previous studies on the super soldier serum, this phenomenon known as ethereal energy poses far less risk than the serum, while potentially yielding far greater effects. What it may ultimately shape remains uncertain." Director Nick was left momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had already grasped the cosmic cube. Casting a sidelong glance at Director Nick with a smile, "I've secured the item, thank you, Director. However, I trust you have witnessed its remarkable potential. I must now establish a more advanced ethereal energy cultivation chamber centered around this artifact, so I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Tian activated his multicolored teleportation array and vanished from the laboratory, leaving Director Nick and the others in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, as the cosmic cube disappeared, the assembled crowd was rendered speechless. The alarm began to blare, and a multitude of guards surged into the room. Yet, amidst the chaos, Director Nick, after a moment of contemplation, raised his hand, signaling for calm. "There is no need for alarm, everyone," he declared. "I believe the security of the cosmic cube is not an immediate concern. At least, not for now." He added, "Of course, I must investigate further." As he made his way outside, behind him, Professor Eric Selvig, who had been overseeing the cosmic cube's development, stood frozen in confusion. He could not fathom the abrupt turn of events. Their research had been proceeding smoothly until Director Nick brought in a stranger and tampered with the core of their experiment, resulting in effects that had previously eluded their studies, culminating in both the individual and the cosmic cube vanishing in an instant. The professor was left utterly flabbergasted. "Director, should I follow?" he inquired. "Certainly, Professor," Director Nick replied, turning to the professor with a smile. However, Professor Selvig's smile was strained, for he had begun to grasp the implications. The mysterious young man from the East was undoubtedly of significant import. Moreover, if the ethereal energy proved to be as extraordinary as the test suggested, it was likely that his previous research would be set aside in favor of prioritizing Lin Tian's production of ethereal energy. Yet, this might not necessarily be a negative outcome. Nevertheless, his standing within the project would shift from that of a leader to a peripheral figure. Chapter 111. The Progress of Dr. Strange. Soon enough, Lin Tian transported the cosmic cube back to his cultivation chamber within Fisk Tower. His choice of location was deliberate. Not only was New York a focal point for momentous events, but drawing ethereal energy from the heavens could potentially disrupt the surrounding environment. Should significant changes occur, it might compel major corporations to relocate or prevent certain events from unfolding, a consideration that weighed heavily on Lin Tian's mind. After acquiring the cosmic cube, he now possesses the ability to harness superior spiritual energy. However, he chooses to first restore the surrounding environment to its original state before commencing his cultivation with the high-purity spiritual energy. At this moment, within the training chamber, several individuals are already engaged in their practices. When Lin Tian entered, they scarcely noticed him. After all, this training room is exceptionally unique, having been fortified with substantial investments from both Jean Bing and Walker Company, ensuring that only authorized individuals may enter. Presently, among them are Dr. Strange, also known as the Sorcerer Supreme, along with Jean Bing, the second Hawkeye, and even some compatriots from their homeland, all diligently honing their skills. As Lin Tian stepped inside, the increasing concentration of spiritual energy gradually roused their awareness. Spiritual energy, influenced by geomagnetic forces and certain ley lines, typically resides within crystalline minerals or flora. Areas abundant in spiritual energy are referred to as spiritual veins. Notably, this vicinity can also be classified as a blessed land, with its size determining the categorization into micro, small, medium, large, and giant realms. The training venue where Lin Tian currently resides is classified as a small blessed land. Yet its spiritual energy quality is graded from 1 to 9, achieving a commendable level of 5. The reason it has not attained a higher grade is partly due to Lin Tian's limited abilities and the conversion rate involved. Considering the efficiency of cultivation and the fact that the cosmic cube is not a conventional spiritual stone, there exists a conversion step. Therefore, Lin Tian has determined the purity and grade of the energy released from it to be at 5. Nonetheless, this is still a significant improvement over the previous 9. In an instant, those around him felt a refreshing sensation during their cultivation, especially Dr. Strange, who suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of ethereal blue spiritual light within his gaze. "Well done, Dr. Strange," Lin Tian remarked, turning to him. "It appears you have successfully mastered over 1,000 talismanic techniques. Now you only need to learn the Tianyan talisman from me to achieve completeness." At that moment, the blue light in Strange's eyes gradually faded as he exhaled. However, the expression in his gaze towards Lin Tian grew increasingly solemn. "Master, you truly are Dr. Strange," observed Lin Tian with a mixture of reverence and astonishment. After a brief moment, the look of scrutiny in his eyes vanished, replaced by a deeper respect as he bowed in salute, exclaiming, "Your level of mastery is indeed unfathomable." "Ah, is it the Tianyan talisman?" Lin Tian smiled and replied, "The spiritual light in your eyes cannot escape my notice. Yet, I am curious, how long did it take you to attempt to draw the Tianyan talisman, a mid-level basic talisman? The last time? Logically speaking, even with your insights into the mysteries of the multiverse, combined with the spiritually enriched environment for cultivation and my guidance, which I have presented in the most straightforward manner, it remains a complex endeavor in today's world." Perhaps Lin Tian paused momentarily, continuing, "Perhaps my discernment is keen, or perhaps there is a destined connection between you and the art of talismans." Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange responded, "The first time I attempted to draw it, it took me 5 days, and afterward, I felt utterly drained, requiring 2 full days of sleep to recover. However, now the Sorcerer Supreme smiled with a hint of pride. I can produce it in just an hour, and it flows seamlessly. Of course, before drawing, I still apply 3 Tianyan talismans on myself, which I have crafted the most and am most proficient in." "That will suffice," Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "You may continue to practice for a while longer before you can begin preliminary lessons on the Tianyan talisman with me." He then scrutinized Dr. Strange from head to toe, nodding as he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you have reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Your progress has indeed been swift. Moreover, your cultivation speed will only accelerate further. Truly, you are someone favored by the Ancient One. Your talents extend beyond mere sorcery, displaying remarkable aptitude even in Eastern metaphysics." "Thank you for your kind words, Master," Strange replied respectfully. "By the way, Master," he continued, "I recall you once mentioned your desire for us to possess the same abilities as those using the rings to create portals during our visit to Kamartaj. I wonder if you have devised a similar method since then." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian paused momentarily. Dr. Strange then spoke earnestly. "In fact, during this time, I have attempted to create similar talismans. Although I have not succeeded yet, I have developed a basic concept. Perhaps, with your guidance, we could bring such a talisman to fruition." Lin Tian regarded him with newfound admiration. "Oh, you are increasingly impressing me," he said, smiling as he appraised Dr. Strange once more. Inwardly, Lin Tian reflected that, were it not for Strange's prodigious insight, his innate talent in the realm of talismans would likely not surpass that of Strange. "What are your thoughts? Please, share them with me," Lin Tian inquired. Chapter 112. Exceptional Talent. Well, Lin Tian began, producing a talisman from his pocket. At that moment, he keenly observed that his pocket contained an entire stack of talismans, a testament to Dr. Strange's diligent efforts in mastering the art of talismans during this time. "Master, please take a look," Dr. Strange proclaimed as he held the talisman aloft in the air. Reciting an incantation, he executed a series of intricate movements, causing the talisman to shimmer with spiritual light, an act commonly referred to as activation. Most activations are mere illusions, as the majority of talismans lack true spiritual light. However, within this spiritually charged environment, the talisman drawn by Strange was genuine. In an instant, a blue portal materialized before them, revealing an entirely different vista. It was not New York, but a lush rainforest. "How did you manage this?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, already harboring some suspicions, but still seeking clarification. While Dr. Strange gestured, causing the spiritual light on the talisman to dissipate. He took a deep breath to steady himself before earnestly explaining, "What do you think, Master?" He bore a look of eager anticipation for praise as he smiled slightly. While at Comprehension, I inquired how they could utilize a single ring to focus their mental energy and chant spells to teleport to their desired locations. Eventually, I discerned that the essence of this power relies on the strength of what they refer to as the white magic deity, rather than our own abilities. The suspended amulet serves more as a credential, which elucidates why even a fledgling mage from Comprehension, despite being indistinguishable from an ordinary individual, is still permitted to endeavor in mastering this particular form of magic. As he spoke, Dr. Strange cast a glance at Lin Tian, who, upon receiving a gaze of mild approval, continued, "In my subsequent explorations of talismans, I found myself conjecturing, is it akin to my earlier endeavors, where I distributed vibrant teleportation arrays globally to achieve instantaneous travel?" Lin Tian inquired directly. "Not quite," Strange replied, shaking his head. A playful smile crept across his face as he elaborated, "Master, your method is indeed feasible. However, I perceive certain challenges. For you, traversing the globe effortlessly and safely establishing these arrays is feasible, given your ability to traverse the skies on a sword. Yet, I find myself incapable of such feats, Master." Strange confessed. "Then, how do you propose to accomplish it?" Lin Tian pressed further. "Well, Master," Strange said, a hint of pride in his voice, "my approach bears some resemblance to yours, yet diverges in significant ways. My teleportation talismans also require an anchor, however, rather than vibrant arrays. I utilize a different type of talisman, one that resonates with others. I needed them positioned in various locales, so I ventured to the New York terminal, where, before some travelers boarded, I discreetly placed these talismans on them in a harmless manner. I also inquired about their destinations." "Oh," Lin Tian nodded in understanding. "Indeed. A commendable idea. However, theoretically, while this method seems viable for your current experimentation, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that even if you can create two resonating talismans to facilitate your teleportation, unless you can sense the distant talisman from afar, accurate teleportation remains elusive." "You are absolutely correct, Master," Strange acknowledged. "Nonetheless, I have resolved this conundrum," he proclaimed with pride. "In my view, this issue is no longer a hindrance." "Fascinating," Lin Tian nodded. "So how did you achieve this?" "Well," Strange said, extending his hand to reveal a new talisman. "This is known as the Resonance Talisman." "Intriguing," Lin Tian remarked, nodding. "You are indeed a remarkably clever disciple. Although our lineage may not possess the ease of drawing upon the powers of their predecessors as the ancient ones, we too wield the art of summoning and can exert our own strength. More importantly, it is precisely because they rely on the formidable support of their predecessors from the realm of white magic that they have become overly dependent on such convenient spells, treating them merely as tools, neglecting the enhancement and transformation of their own capabilities. Take for instance the aspect of longevity. We can easily extend our lives through the cultivation of spiritual energy, a feat beyond their reach." Upon hearing this, Dr. Strange nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my disciple does not imply that our sect's doctrines or talismanic arts are inferior. In truth, while talismanic arts may seem, like magic, to lean towards externalities, they too can nurture the self. However, this path is still one I am exploring. Furthermore, from what I understand, our practices, particularly in talismanic arts, seem to offer greater functional freedom compared to their magic." "You speak wisely. Yet, regardless of whether it is magic or our own arts, the efficacy ultimately hinges upon the practitioner's prowess. Even after a period of cultivation, you may surpass the other disciples of the Ancient One." Suddenly, the building experienced a slight tremor. Lin Tian sensed something amiss and instructed Strange to remain silent. "You may continue your practice," he addressed those around him. In response, the others promptly closed their eyes and began to cultivate their spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the compatriot remained immersed in contemplation, oblivious to the world around him. Strange opened a portal emanating blue spiritual light, and Lin Tian's brow relaxed slightly as he stepped through. Chapter 113, Caecilius. In the next moment, they found themselves in a room outside the company. Adjacent to the wall, a talisman flickered with a hint of spiritual light. "I shall refine your talisman later," Lin Tian remarked after observing it. "Your talisman can indeed perform the fundamental function of teleportation. However, there are certain details that require attention. Once activated, the talisman consumes energy to the point of self-destruction. Even though most of the talisman techniques I impart to you are reusable rather than one-time use, The talisman on this wall cannot replenish its spiritual energy and will cease to function after a few uses, which is rather wasteful. As he spoke, Lin Tian shook his head. Strange, seemingly unaware of Lin Tian's concerns, replied, Master, I beg to differ. As long as I am here, I can continually inscribe new talismans. Moreover, as my abilities grow, I will be able to inscribe them at an increasingly rapid pace, requiring less and less time. The quantity of talismans will only increase. Of course, I doubt I could master the speed with which you create talismans, yet even if I could reduce the time to a few minutes for each talisman, I could generate many within a single day. So why complicate matters? Lin Tian merely shrugged and continued walking alongside Strange, disregarding the faintly inscribed talisman on the wall. All I need to do later is add a seal that automatically absorbs nearby spiritual energy, and this talisman will be usable for the long term, he said casually. Oh, as expected of my master. This method is nothing short of miraculous, Strange exclaimed. Perhaps, Lin Tian smiled. I would not dare claim it is miraculous. Nevertheless, since you have discovered a new application for talismans, it is only fitting that, as your mentor, I assist you in refining it. Thank you, Master, Strange replied respectfully, bowing in gratitude. Not far away, as Lin Tian and Strange advanced, a blue light flickered in the center of Strange's forehead, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Oh, have you noticed as well? Lin Tian asked, glancing at Strange. Indeed, these individuals, particularly the one leading the intruders, emanate an utterly repugnant aura. Is this dark magic? Strange queried. That would be my assumption, Lin Tian responded. In fact, I am already aware of their identities. Lin Tian smiled nonchalantly as he continued forward. Not far ahead, several individuals clad in maroon short-sleeved robes stood before them. The attire bore resemblance to both training garb and the uniforms of Comprehension monks. What is this? Strange squinted at a man with dark circles under his eyes. This man was none other than Caecilius, a disciple of the Ancient One who had betrayed her. Caecilius's pursuit is one steeped in the shadows of dark magic, specifically, an endeavor to commune with the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, in hopes of fulfilling his deepest desire, to resurrect his deceased wife, thus enabling them to live in eternal bliss together. His betrayal of the Ancient One stems from witnessing her utilize dark sorcery to maintain her youth while forbidding her disciples from doing the same, which he perceived as a profound hypocrisy. It is no surprise, then, that as former disciples of the Ancient One, they would find themselves wielding similar magical powers as followers of Dormammu. Even when Lin Tian appeared, he did not behold the resplendent, flower-like portal. Yet he understood that it was through such means they had arrived. However, it was evident that they could not possibly fathom the conditions within the training room, thus rendering them incapable of directly teleporting inside. Upon seeing Lin Tian and Strange, the wearied Caecilius, adorned with dark circles under his eyes, revealed a cryptic smile and remarked, "It seems you have manipulated the very fabric of New York. However, I am rather curious as to why there has been no response from the Sanctum Sanctorum. Can you provide me with an explanation?" Caecilius spoke with an expression that was as elusive as it was inscrutable. He then stepped closer, his entourage of hooded followers flanking him, surrounding Lin Tian and his companions with a stealthy grace, effectively encircling them without notice. How intriguing, Lin Tian mused, glancing at the encroaching figures. What prompted you to come here in person? His tone was somewhat aloof as he continued. Do you not harbor even a flicker of hesitation or trepidation? A sudden smile graced Lin Tian's lips. At this, Caecilius's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing in confusion. What did you say? He inquired, seemingly baffled, as he subtly gestured with his hand, conjuring something unseen. Lin Tian recognized it immediately, a shard of transparent spatial debris, which he had fashioned into a lethal weapon capable of silently severing a throat. Yet, despite its impressive appearance, it regrettably bore the effectiveness of a mere dagger, or perhaps a shard of glass. A professional assassin could achieve similar outcomes with a fragment of glass. Was this not an irony? You have witnessed the spatial shard in Caecilius's hand. You have comprehended the technique of spatial fracture. Lin Tian regarded Caecilius with a glimmer of pity in his eyes. Yes, pity indeed. Despite understanding that Caecilius sought the power of the dark dimension solely to reunite with his wife and child, he could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the inevitable fate that awaited him, one that would not grant him immortality upon summoning Dormammu into reality, but instead would leave him stripped of power, reduced to ashes. Your magic is quite remarkable, Lin Tian remarked, observing the shard in Caecilius's grasp. You are indeed curious about the manipulations I have wrought upon New York. Do you surmise that I employed a form of dark magic to siphon the vitality from this place? The truth is quite the opposite. Of course, Elaborating on this holds little significance. Moreover, I too possess your trick. With a casual flick of his hand, he gestured towards the air before him. Suddenly, the atmosphere shattered like glass. In an instant, Caecilius sensed the impending peril and reacted without delay, conjuring a portal to sever the connection with the spatial shards Lin Tian had unleashed. Unfortunately for his companions, however, they were not so fortunate. Several of his subordinates were brutally cleaved apart, blood seeping through their garments as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the swift demise of his underlings, Caecilius paused momentarily, but quickly redirected his focus entirely onto Lin Tian. Lin Tian stood unfazed, exuding an air of calm as if his earlier actions were mere happenstance, though in truth, that technique had only just been grasped through his extraordinary insight. He appeared relaxed, yet his demeanor was not one of arrogance. Rather, he was acutely attuned to Caecilius's movements. After all, in a sense, Caecilius served as a mentor to him. Through observing his magic, Lin Tian could glean invaluable knowledge. If Caecilius refrained from employing his magic, Lin Tian would be unable to learn. After scrutinizing Lin Tian for a moment, Caecilius, with cautious steps, circled around him, ultimately halting without rushing forward. Are you a new disciple of the Ancient One? I do not recall having encountered you before. Given your age, it is understandable, yet your abilities are truly unexpected. Caecilius appraised Lin Tian repeatedly, scrutinizing him from head to toe. What is it? Are you afraid or something? Did you not prepare adequately before launching an assault on the Fist group? What illusion led you to believe your adversaries would be easily manageable? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. In response, Caecilius's expression turned increasingly grave. You are correct, I indeed underestimated you. You must be a prodigy, for such mastery is not easily attained. Furthermore, you exude an unfamiliar and inscrutable aura. As Caecilius spoke, he advanced once more, intertwining his hands before thrusting them forward. Suddenly, the space ahead warped, the corridor bending and distorting in peculiar ways reminiscent of reflections in a multifaceted mirror. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Lin Tian's feet transformed. The corridor appeared to stretch endlessly, morphing into a chaotic upheaval. What was once a wall unexpectedly rotated to become the floor, while the ground seamlessly morphed into a wall. In that moment, Lin Tian effortlessly leaped onto the surface that had just been a wall. You have observed the power of the mirror dimension wielded by Caecilius. You have comprehended the technique of spatial manipulation. Soon, Lin Tian attempted to extend his hand, channeling his thoughts into a forward motion. The corridor behind Caecilius also began to shift. However, this transformation was not one of extension or overlap, but rather a spiraling convergence, as if twisted into a singular point. Caecilius quickly sensed the impending danger and moved forward, but in an instant, Lin Tian vanished and reappeared before him, extending a hand to seize his throat and lift him off the ground. Crack! Under the immense pressure, Caecilius's neck emitted a disconcerting sound, while a strange, breathless noise escaped his lips, unable to articulate words. In that fleeting moment, he summoned his strength, manifesting an irregularly shaped space blade with a frosted glass texture, aimed at Lin Tian's chest. Yet, the instant the spatial blade made contact with Lin Tian's body, it produced a resounding clang, akin to metal meeting metal, and could advance no further. A subtle smile graced Lin Tian's face, revealing a hint of delight. Gazing ahead at Caecilius, a glimmer of unprecedented significance flickered in his eyes. It seemed to convey a blend of intrigue and indifference, laced with a hint of mockery. Within Caecilius's gaze, there was a trace of horror. This sensation, he once believed, would never manifest in his lifetime, nor would he ever betray it. Yet, at this very moment, it inadvertently emerged. As he beheld the Oriental youth before him, it felt akin to staring at a monster, an invincible entity. Even when confronting the dark dimension as sovereign, Dormammu, whom he revered, he had never exhibited such a countenance. You. Caecilius managed to utter a single word, summoning all his strength. Almost immediately, he was hurled away, Lin Tian employing a superhuman force to throw him several meters, sending him tumbling across the ground. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? I believe I have shown you considerable mercy, Lin Tian remarked. Were it against others, I would not have been so lenient. However, considering your prior connection as my senior brother, I shall afford you a few more chances. With that, Lin Tian gestured with his hand, making a beckoning motion. At that moment, Caecilius finally staggered to his feet, looking at the youth before him, devoid of any desire to fight. Thus, he opted to activate his suspended ring to open a portal, intending to leap through. Yet, in an instant, the portal flickered and then disintegrated into thin air. Caecilius was left stunned. You have examined Caecilius's spatial teleportation technique and have comprehended the spatial seal that restricts teleportation. A luminescent blue glyph materialized in the air before Lin Tian, emblazoned with the character for seal. It emanated an indescribable pressure, as if a colossal boulder were obstructing the atmosphere. Caecilius was astounded. This was the first time he had witnessed the failure of a teleportation spell. Nevertheless, undeterred, he began attempting once more. Golden sparks resembling flowers erupted in the air, yet each time, the portal vanished before it could fully form. In that moment, Caecilius's spirit felt as desolate as ash. Shouldn't you be praying to your deity? Lin Tian said with a smile. Chapter 115, The Secrets of Dimensions. Truth be told, my acquaintance with the Ancient One is not particularly profound. His magical prowess, much like yours, has inspired me, though I do not wield your forms of magic. Lin Tian strolled closer, speaking to himself as Caecilius's eyes widened with an inexplicable dread. You, what exactly? Caecilius stammered. Hearing this, Lin Tian chuckled lightly, replying, What of me? You ought to beseech your deity for assistance. He then added gravely, If you possess no other means of resistance, this is your best option. Hurry, act. Upon hearing this, Caecilius's expression grew increasingly terrified. He could not fathom the intentions of the person before him. Stop pretending, Lin Tian said with a smile. Look at your dark circles. This signifies that you have access to the spells within the dark tome that summon Dormammu and grant immortality. If that is the case, you should demonstrate it for me. Lin Tian observed Caecilius's hands and continued, However, I am still puzzled. By all accounts, you should not be attempting to summon Dormammu at this juncture. What compels you? Suddenly, Lin Tian seemed to have an epiphany, murmuring to himself. Could it be me? Is it the emergence of a superhero entity like Walker Corporation that has instilled fear in you, prompting you to strike first? At that moment, Caecilius remained taciturn, yet his expression had grown more serious. Rising from the ground, he began to sketch aimlessly in the air. However, this seemingly random scribbling was anything but ordinary. It materialized as a crimson, special symbol in the air. Oh, quite impressive, Lin Tian remarked, his expression brightening. Making no move to hinder Caecilius, he silently observed until Caecilius completed his incantation, nodding in acknowledgement. I see. You have observed Caecilius conjuring dark magic to invade reality from the dark dimension, and have grasped another summoning technique from a different dimension, celestial communication technique. Celestial communication technique. Lin Tian was taken aback upon discovering this newly acquired ability. To his knowledge, aside from the reality dimension, this Marvel universe encompassed 6 other dimensions, most of which were transcendent entities, distinct from the multiverse, such as the Hell dimension ruled by Mephisto, the Crimson dimension governed by Sidorak, the Nightmare dimension presided over by Nightmare, the Dark dimension ruled by Dormammu, and the White Magic dimension overseen by Vishanti. Lin Tian had connected to another unique dimension, which he termed the Celestial Realm. At this moment, after Dormammu had employed the spell to communicate with the Dark dimension, the crimson symbol appeared in the air, followed by an eerie spectacle above, a scene reminiscent of space, yet more enigmatic and surreal, akin to a nebula, unfolded overhead, resembling a bizarre mist glimmering with perilous stars. This was the harbinger of the Dark dimension's incursion into reality. Within this vision, the predominant background was a black cosmos, where spherical entities appeared not as planets, but as enormous bacteria with peculiar effects, representing special existences within this dimension, some of which were forms of energy life. Observing this exquisite manifestation, Lin Tian felt an unprecedented joy rather than fear. Then, inspired by a newfound understanding, he commenced the incantation of the celestial communication technique. In an instant, an ethereal portal opened in the air, contrasting with the chaotic imagery of the dark dimension, presenting instead a celestial palace formed from ethereal clouds. At this moment, Caecilius, still on the ground, was momentarily taken aback. What is this? He instinctively inquired. Is this paradise? His confusion rendered him momentarily speechless. In response, Lin Tian smiled, shifting his gaze from the celestial portal to Caecilius. At that moment, Caecilius, finally breaking free from the vision of the celestial realm, turned his attention to the dark dimension's spectacle above him, then loudly proclaimed, Lord Dormammu, summon me back. As he spoke, he raised both arms high. Observing Caecilius's actions and hearing his words, Lin Tian chuckled. How intriguing, he remarked. You appear to have an unwavering trust in the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Why is that? Is it because your mentor, the Ancient One, once drew power from him to attain immortality? Lin Tian scrutinized the situation, adopting a contemplative demeanor before articulating. However, there is one aspect you may not fully comprehend. The Ancient One possesses the ability to wield the powers of multiple dimensions, not merely the dark dimension. She can manipulate and even outsmart Dormammu, confining him within it, which speaks to her formidable prowess. And you, lacking such capabilities, why do you place your faith in the one who grants you power, believing they can fulfill your desires? Lin Tian said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he directed his gaze at Caecilius. Upon hearing this, Caecilius's eyes widened with a flicker of astonishment. Yet, he swiftly regained his earlier demeanor of reverence and seriousness, turning his gaze toward the ominous clouds of the dark dimension above. Extending his arms in anticipation of Dormammu's summons to liberate him from this sealed realm. At that moment, the portal to the celestial realm had already taken form above Lin Tian, and the ethereal energies emanating from it seemed to repel the dark dimension's force ahead. In truth, upon contact, a collision occurred, leading to a dissipation of energies. Consequently, the dark imagery hovering over Caecilius began to gradually fade. In an instant, Caecilius found himself at a loss, succumbing to a deeper terror. The dark dimension was vanishing. What have you done? Caecilius exclaimed, his composure crumbling as he collapsed to the ground, his spirit seemingly extinguished, his eyes vacant as they gazed upward. Chapter 116, The Ancient One's Concern. Have you surrendered? Lin Tian inquired with a smile directed at Caecilius. Any final words? He added. Caecilius, lying on the ground, stared vacantly at the receding dark dimension above, his expression turning to one of bewilderment, as though he had plunged into profound contemplation. Without further ado, Lin Tian gestured with a swift motion, unleashing shards of spatial energy that obliterated Caecilius into fragments. Thereafter, Lin Tian utilized spatial manipulation to enshrine the remnants within a mirror-like dimension. Subsequently, Lin Tian reappeared on the original floor of Fisk Tower. At that moment, Strange had caught up. Master Lin, what on earth just transpired? I sensed some alterations in this space, and then you vanished, Strange remarked, scratching his head. Lin Tian felt somewhat at a loss, managing a wry smile as he replied. Indeed, had you witnessed the battle just now, it might have offered you some valuable insights. However, Lin Tian recalled something and continued, there are other tasks at hand. For instance, you could reach out to this department. He handed over Detective Blake's business card from District 13, stating, this pertains to a matter involving Oriental magical artifacts. You might want to handle it first. It could also provide you with some practical experience. Of course, if any issues arise, or if you happen to acquire an item known as a talisman, do not forget to call me. I shall arrive promptly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Strange's face as he inquired, so, Mr. Lin, does this mean you have agreed to mentor me? What? Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Strange with confusion. Agreed to what? To embark on a journey, or as you might say, to descend from the mountain? Is that how it is termed in the Eastern sects? Strange asked, his enthusiasm palpable. Well, if you interpret it in that manner, it poses no issue, Lin Tian replied, raising an eyebrow. From my perspective, it merely serves as a trial for you, and it should not be exceedingly arduous. Yes, master. Strange responded with a respectful bow. Following this, a shimmering blue portal opened before him, and he stepped through. Lin Tian shook his head as he observed Strange's departure. Though the path taken by this version of Strange diverged from that of the original Doctor Strange, many aspects of his character remained strikingly similar, particularly his flamboyance. It was evident that, despite having never visited District 13, this teleportation would likely place him near someone closely associated with it. Lin Tian harbored doubts regarding whether the individuals Strange had previously encountered while distributing talismans were situated in close proximity to District 13, thus potentially leading Strange back along the same route. Indeed, upon Strange's emergence from the portal, he appeared momentarily dazed by the bustling street scene surrounding him. He stood there, spinning in circles, before inquiring of a passerby, "Excuse me, is this Virginia?" Strange asked with a friendly demeanor. "Crazy," the passerby replied, looking at him as if he were deranged. Strange then seemed to notice something. The individual had a notably darker complexion. Suddenly, he recalled the talisman he had distributed to a passenger bound for Virginia. There was no doubt about it. Yet, he had failed to pay attention to the individual's skin tone. To his astonishment, he realized he was speaking to a Mexican. Damn it, Strange thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. He promptly expended more energy to open another portal and stepped through, returning to his hospital office, his most frequented destination. The other location was the training room of Fisk Tower. After straightening his attire, he descended in the elevator to the parking garage, where he retrieved his recently acquired Aston Martin, driving toward the location of Detective Blake, the District 13 head, whom he had just been tasked to contact. Unbeknownst to him, although he had reappeared in another part of the city, Lin Tian had effortlessly detected his presence, yet chose to remain silent, merely sharing a smile before continuing his descent. As he walked, Lin Tian pondered the implications of encountering the Ancient One's wayward disciple, Caecilius. He sensed that this was no mere coincidence. Furthermore, the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu, was not one to be trifled with. More precisely, Dormammu was a profoundly terrifying entity. Even without Caecilius as a follower, he would undoubtedly find a way to continue his invasion of reality. Additionally, Lin Tian recalled another detail. At the moment of Caecilius's demise, a flash of light seemed to dart across his body. After some contemplation, Lin Tian quickly deduced what it was, a manifestation of Caecilius's soul, drifting away. It was uncertain whether Dormammu had claimed it, but there remained the possibility of it returning through another host body. Lin Tian was unfazed by this prospect, viewing it instead as a fortuitous development. Meanwhile, in New York's Sanctum Sanctorum, the Ancient One emerged from the portal. Upon seeing Wong nearby, she addressed him Wong. Wong, startled while drinking water, turned to find the Ancient One had arrived, momentarily taken aback. Have you noticed the changes in New York? The dark dimension. The Ancient One inquired with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing her words, her disciple, Wong, paused momentarily. What? Is that true? Wong asked, his expression somewhat bewildered. He then proceeded to examine the nearby detection artifact. After realizing there were no fluctuations, he scratched his head. Indeed, the disturbances have vanished. But that is precisely what is most perplexing, the Ancient One remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Hearing this, Wong appeared to have an epiphany, revealing a look of confusion as he slightly knitted his brows before cautiously asking, Ancient One, did you not glimpse any related futures? Perhaps it requires the Eye of Agamotto. That will not be necessary, the Ancient One sighed. Ever since encountering Lin Tian, the once infallible Eye of Agamotto has failed to reveal the past or future. Everything seems to have become uncertain. It seems you mentioned this before. My apologies, I had forgotten, Wong replied, scratching his head. Not to worry. The Ancient One smiled faintly. I came here simply to sense the presence of Dormammu, but it appears that the essence of Dormammu and the dark dimension has fleetingly dissipated, indeed surpassing my prior understanding. At this, Wong was momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, Master, since you mentioned that ever since encountering Lin Tian, you have been unable to accurately perceive the past and future, could it be possible that this incident is also orchestrated by Lin Tian? Wong inquired. Indeed, it is quite plausible, the Ancient One pondered before turning to respond. It seems we must seek out that child, Lin Tian. After all, she murmured to herself, then opened a portal in the air and stepped through it. Upon her reappearance, she found herself within Fisk Tower. At that moment, the tower had regained its normalcy after the disappearance of Caecilius and the summoned imagery of the dark dimension, with Lin Tian having utilized the Tesseract to transform the surrounding environment, making the air feel even fresher than before. The Ancient One materialized in the office on the top floor, having been able to arrive directly due to her previous observations from an adjacent building, making her passage here second nature. At this moment, Lin Tian arrived soon after her. You are here as well. I should have anticipated that, Lin Tian murmured before raising his gaze towards the Ancient One. What brings you here? Is there an issue? The Ancient One scanned her surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Oh right. She seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, Strange, he has been studying with you for some time now. I wonder how he is faring? Is he not here? A hint of concern flickered across her features. Unfortunately, he just left to attend to some matters and will return shortly, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Well, as long as everything is normal, there should be no problem, the Ancient One remarked with a smile, her gaze lingering on Lin Tian, revealing a hint of complexity in her expression. Mr. Lin Tian, I would like to inquire about something. Wait a moment. I believe I can guess what you are about to ask, Lin Tian interjected, raising an eyebrow. You are referring to your errant disciple, Caecilius, and his desire to summon Dormammu, the dark sovereign of the dark dimension, correct? You know, the Ancient One's expression shifted to one of surprise and confusion. She glanced sideways and murmured to herself. Indeed, that sensation was unmistakable. Her brow furrowed with a hint of concern. You are not mistaken, Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. How could there be any error? However, I have already driven him away. The Ancient One blinked, momentarily stunned, her expression morphing into one of sheer disbelief. Well, what? You drove away Dormammu? Yes, is that surprising? Lin Tian replied, casually producing a page from a tome, which was indeed a fragment of the Darkhold that Caecilius had stolen, detailing the summoning of Dormammu, as well as the records concerning the magic of immortality. In the realm of magic, the so-called immortality described in such texts merely implied eternal servitude to these dimensional lords. Should the lords fail to perceive the worth of their supplicants, They would unhesitatingly reclaim the powers they once bestowed, leading those who believed themselves immortal to be obliterated. The Ancient One gazed at the page in Lin Tian's hand with astonishment, scrutinizing his expression and the subtle changes in his aura. Even after she took the page from his fingers, she could discern no alteration in his essence. At that moment, the Ancient One was even more astonished, standing there as if in a daze. After a brief pause, she snapped back to reality. Lin Tian, you truly are the most extraordinary human I have encountered in this world. You began as an ordinary human, yet it seems you are not bound by fate. Moreover, you have acquired this magic of immortality, yet you remain untempted by its allure. In fact, even those lacking magical aptitude could enlist the aid of those with talent to prepare the sacrifices and rituals to summon Dormammu, yet you did not do so. Furthermore, it is most intriguing that you exude an aura akin to that of a deity, clear and timeless, as if you have already attained a state of longevity. Yet, it appears to differ from mine. The Ancient One spoke, her expression betraying a hint of envy. You are truly an anomaly. Indeed, I am aware of that. Dormammu is quite detestable, is he not? Lin Tian inquired, leaving the Ancient One momentarily at a loss for words. She contemplated expressing that Dormammu represented a significant trial in her destiny, one that necessitated her sacrifice for Strange to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Ultimately negotiating with Dormammu using the Time Stone, the Eye of Agamotto, to restore balance. She was meant to succumb to fate, being slain by Caecilius before plummeting to her demise, with her soul lingering even if her body perished. Yet now, it seemed that everything had altered. However, perhaps not entirely. Thus, the Ancient One refrained from speaking too definitively. Nonetheless, Caecilius's premature theft of the page and his summoning of Dormammu had indeed caught her off guard. By the way, what about my disciple Caecilius? The Ancient One inquired, still clinging to hope. I have killed Caecilius, Lin Tian responded, though his soul may still linger. The duration of its vitality remains uncertain. Perhaps it shall seek to resurrect itself once more or inhabit another's body, indulging in vices like smoking. However, by that time, I shall undoubtedly harbor no fear. Lin Tian responded with a casual demeanor. Upon hearing this, Master Gu Yi was rendered utterly speechless. Caecilius, you killed him? Master Gu Yi exclaimed in astonishment, then bowed her head, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Wang had arrived at the scene. Observing Gu Yi's perplexed expression with confusion directed towards Lin Tian. Junior brother Lin, what on earth is happening? It's nothing, Lin Tian replied, still unresponsive. However, Master Gu Yi raised her head and waved her hand dismissively at Wang, saying, perhaps this is another manifestation of destiny. She murmured before casually opening a portal and stepping through. Wang followed, still bewildered, and before departing, he glanced awkwardly at Lin Tian outside the portal and added, do come visit when you have the time. Right here in New York. All right, Lin Tian replied, and in that instant, the golden, spark-like portal shrank to a singular point before vanishing entirely. At that moment, not far behind, the door to the training room swung open. The occupants, Jean Bing, the second Hawkeye Kate, and Guo approached. Teacher, Mr. Lin, Master, what has transpired? We sensed an unusual surge of energy. Jean Bing spoke first. No worries. Lin Tian waved his hand. You may continue with your own affairs. With that, he turned to leave but suddenly halted, recalling something. He pivoted to face Guo and spoke. By the way, there's something I wish to convey to you, Guo. Guo appeared invigorated, his expression radiating genuine warmth. Lin Tian was aware, however, that despite the depletion of spiritual energy within him, certain symptoms would still persist. I understand, Boss Tian. Teacher, are you referring to that Superman? Guo inquired, a hint of bewilderment evident in his tone. To be honest, I too feel somewhat dazed. If not for the lingering memories from my childhood, I might even suspect that I am a Kryptonian. Is that possible? Guo asked curiously. Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words. No, you Guo are a super soldier forged from Compound 5, not a Kryptonian like Clark. Ah, Guo replied, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, before continuing, by the way, regarding that visualization, I wonder if the beings depicted therein are also Kryptonians? I can sense immense power emanating from them, perhaps even stronger than I am now. Guo inquired tentatively. You could interpret it that way, Lin Tian responded with a smile. However, what I wish to discuss with you isn't related to Superman Clark, even though he may become your rival. Furthermore, he will not be part of the Super 7. Oh, Guo exclaimed, pulling a face before quickly regaining his composure. He looked at Lin Tian and asked, so, teacher, what exactly do you wish for me to do? Curiously tilting his head, he furrowed his brow slightly, revealing a hint of apprehension. Lin Tian chuckled softly, suddenly looking at Guo with a serious expression. He patted Guo's shoulder and continued, I comprehend your thoughts. You believe that with Superman Clark's emergence, I may divert resources towards him, or perhaps, in light of the potential instability among Walker Company-esque superheroes, you might want to become more like him. Am I correct? Lin Tian smiled as he spoke. No, I would never impose such a demand upon you. His demeanor was somewhat casual. Every individual is unique. Even superheroes are no exception. Your defining traits are your untamed spirit and authenticity. Thus, I would never ask you to change. I called you here for another matter. Lin Tian's expression grew more serious as he added, your strength should have seen some enhancement during this period of visualization, and what I hope for you to do is to showcase your talents. The place I recommend is tailored just for you. It's called Gotham. At Lin Tian's words, Guo's eyes lit up. What? Teacher, did you say Gotham? Haha. How intriguing, the infamous city of crime, is it not? I shall cleanse the evildoers there. Guo declared enthusiastically. No, not quite, Lin Tian interjected. I understand your intentions. You wish to eliminate all criminals. Personally, I find that agreeable. However, you must execute it with precision and decisiveness. Ultimately, if the public witnesses your achievements, they will undoubtedly commend you. Lin Tian smiled. Indeed, Guo nodded in agreement. I've heard there's a place called Arkham Asylum, rumored to be filled with extraordinary individuals. I wonder if there's anyone capable of challenging me there. Under normal circumstances, there probably isn't. However, now that you've become their hypothetical adversary, perhaps they might provide you with some amusement? Teacher Lin, you are too considerate of me. It's been ages since I've tasted battle, Guo sighed deeply. Chapter 119, The Visit from the Hellblazer. Watching Guo depart, Lin Tian said nothing further. He then turned and continued onward, for a special guest awaited him, Constantine, the Hellblazer. At that moment, this man, clad in a somewhat worn brown leather coat, cigarette dangling from his lips, with greased, tousled hair and a scruffy beard, entered the Fisk Group's doors and encountered Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, ever since our last meeting, I've been quite curious about your power. I wish to know, how did you acquire it? Constantine removed the half-burnt cigarette from his mouth, extinguished it carelessly against his clothing, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. However, perhaps due to his excessive force, the cigarette but bounced off the bin's lid and landed outside. Lin Tian paid it no mind, but Constantine immediately noticed, hastening to retrieve the cigarette and dispose of it properly. Observing this disheveled yet endearingly British figure, Lin Tian chuckled softly and refrained from commenting. He then spoke. Earlier, you inquired about my power, specifically, whether you were asking how I acquired the ability to subdue those demons from the Shadow Legion, or perhaps about the spirits I summoned from the underworld. Lin Tian articulated plainly. Upon hearing this, Constantine's eyes widened slightly, and he exclaimed, oh. With a gasp, it seemed that Lin Tian's candor took him by surprise. However, shortly thereafter, he appeared slightly bewildered, tilting his head and furrowing his brow before inquiring, wait, did you just mention the dimensional realm of the underworld? Constantine asked, his brow knitted in confusion. Oh, I may have been somewhat befuddled by your words. Are you referring to hell? Constantine probed, a hint of astonishment in his tone. No, I meant the underworld, the eastern version of hell, if you will, Lin Tian replied promptly. Ah, I see. At this, Constantine exhibited a measure of surprise. The eastern hell. What is that? Are you suggesting there are different dimensional hells? Constantine's eyes lit up with realization. He then nodded. I see, Mr. Lin, indeed. You are no ordinary individual. With a humble demeanor, Constantine retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket, extracting a wrinkled cigarette and placing it before Lin Tian, followed by a lighter. I do not smoke, Lin Tian stated calmly. Very well. Hearing this, Constantine offered an awkward smile, instinctively reaching for another cigarette for himself. However, upon observing the environment of the building, he silently returned the cigarette to his pocket. Ahem. Constantine cleared his throat awkwardly before continuing. Lin Tian, may I dare to inquire about the dimensional latitude of this underworld you speak of? Well, to my knowledge, the predominant encounters in the land of the Bald Eagle and the land of John Bull have primarily been with demons from the latitude of Lucifer's hell. Of course, I have also encountered other dimensional demons, such as those from Mephisto's hell, as well as the realm of the King of Nightmares, which I generally avoid. However, this is the first time I have come across the hellish beings you have summoned, so I am quite curious about its dimensional latitude. Might you allow me a glimpse? Constantine spoke, his expression revealing a touch of embarrassment. Certainly, Lin Tian replied. This is the Eastern Hell, which you may also refer to as the Underworld. However, I believe there may be some conflict with your affinity. That said, Lin Tian continued, taking a moment to scrutinize the hellish detective before him. If you were to engage in some study under my guidance, perhaps you could find a degree of compatibility with this underworld. Yet, I still do not fully grasp your motives for wishing to do so. Are you merely seeking to expand your business, or perhaps to entice more lords of hell? Lin Tian regarded Constantine with a peculiar expression. At this, Constantine began to cough fervently, as if his secret had been laid bare. No, no, how could I dare? Constantine's demeanor shifted to one of timidity as he cautiously regarded Lin Tian's expression, then raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. I merely hope to learn and exchange ideas with you, Mr. Lin. After all, there are far too few talents in our line of work. Newcomers often lack the requisite talent to enter the field or easily stray from the path, not to mention those who meet untimely ends. You understand, correct? Is that how things are said in the East? Constantine then inquired. Yes, that is approximately the sentiment, Lin Tian responded, shaking his head with a smile. Constantine, you are indeed an interesting person. However, the intriguing part is not your thirst for knowledge, but rather your optimistic and cheerful outlook on life. This remark left Constantine coughing again, momentarily at a loss for how to respond appropriately. Enough with the jesting. Let us return to seriousness, Lin Tian said, his expression turning earnest. I speak sincerely. If you are interested in learning more, you could join Walker Company and sign an employment contract. Afterward, you may come directly to me. Lin Tian gestured dismissively, indicating that Constantine could take his leave. This left Constantine momentarily perplexed as to whether he had achieved his objective or not. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had no intention of engaging in further frivolities. His primary goal today was to discuss the development and utilization of the Cosmic Cube with S.H.I.E.L.D. and explore possible collaborative projects, with the Cosmic Cube initiative serving as their starting point. At this moment, the personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. had been waiting outside the building for quite some time. Their hesitation to enter was due to the strange occurrences that had transpired during the recent invasion by Caecilius, which had left them utterly stunned. Fortunately, everything had returned to normal. However, it still rendered them wary of making any impulsive moves. Chapter 120. The humble director Nick Fury, you seem to have arrived a bit late, Lin Tian remarked with a smile as he regarded director Nick Fury. Not long ago, I had 3 waves of visitors, the first of whom was rather unfriendly, but fortunately, I resolved the issue. The second and third waves consisted of friends, and we merely engaged in casual conversation. Lin Tian spread his hands, signaling for clarification. So, what exactly caused your delay? Was it a lack of understanding of the situation, or some other reason? Upon hearing this, Director Fury found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He rubbed his hands together, a hint of confusion crossing his face. After taking a deep breath, seemingly resigned to the fact that he would be the subject of Lin Tian's teasing, he finally spoke. You are correct. The situation is likely as you imagined. Indeed, Fury raised an eyebrow. We immediately evacuated the surrounding populace upon witnessing the peculiar energy fluctuations emanating from the Fist Tower in New York. Subsequently, we dispatched teams and scientists to observe the energy, and then we intended to make contact for measurements. However, as he continued, Fury's expression grew somewhat strained and awkward. He glanced at Lin Tian before adding, You may already be aware of the following events. That is, the strange phenomena ceased, and after confirming that the energy fluctuations were no longer present, we came to seek your insights, Mr. Lin. Fury spoke with a hint of bashfulness. How intriguing, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head without further comment. He then lifted his gaze to Director Fury, speaking earnestly. Director Fury, you truly are a cautious individual. Of course, Fury responded, a slight smile gracing his face as he continued. When it concerns public safety, one must not be careless. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded in agreement, then spoke measuredly. That is reasonable. However, the matter here has been resolved for the time being. Do you have anything you wish to discuss, or do now that you are here? Lin Tian inquired. If it pertains to the recent occurrences in the Dark Dimension, we have already addressed that, and it is unlikely that similar events will transpire in the near future. Moreover, should such an event occur, I will certainly be the first to respond and resolve the issue. Director Fury paused, momentarily taken aback by the weight of Lin Tian's words, which seemed to carry significant implications. The Dark Dimension? Director Nick was momentarily taken aback. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Lin Tian replied calmly. And as Nick hesitated, unsure of how to respond, Lin Tian continued, If you are unaware, perhaps it is a blessing. His tone bore the weight of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart, which made Nick feel rather uncomfortable. Well, what? Director Nick stammered for a moment before he quickly added, that is not it. Mr. Lin, I didn't come here to discuss matters concerning the Dark Dimension, no? I mean, we are equally concerned and curious about the dark dimension, and if you are willing to share its mysteries, we would be most eager to listen. However, as Nick spoke, his expression grew more serious. I have come primarily to discuss the cosmic cube, specifically regarding its utilization to generate spiritual energy. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Tian's pupils, hoping to discern any change in his demeanor, but he noted little alteration. I wonder if we might acquire some of the spiritual energy produced by this cosmic cube, Director Nick ventured cautiously. Yes, Lin Tian replied, maintaining his composure. The cosmic cube is indeed quite rare within this universe of Blue Star. Therefore, having taken your belongings, I should indeed offer some form of compensation. After taking a few steps, Lin Tian continued, nonetheless, if you have any other notions, I must clarify that I cannot fulfill your desires, as I still require the cosmic cube. More specifically, the quantity and rate of spiritual energy it produces are limited. Of course, as my abilities enhance, so too will the efficiency. However, currently, the output suffices only for the personnel in a single cultivation area. Beyond that, there may not be much surplus. At this, Director Nick appeared momentarily stunned, even rendered momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, unsure how to respond, yet managed to say, so, according to your assertion, the cosmic cube will remain in your possession indefinitely, and we others will be unable to conduct research on it? His face bore a grim expression as he posed the question. Yes, what of it? Lin Tian inquired nonchalantly. I will provide you with spiritual energy, but it will be contingent upon our own needs. We shall prioritize our requirements before considering yours. Of course, I can assure you that the ability to harness the cosmic cube for generating spiritual energy is likely unique to me. If that is the case, what purpose would your research serve? Rather than expressing a desire to study the cosmic cube, should it not be reframed as a desire to investigate the techniques I employ to create spiritual energy? Director Nick faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. His face flushed slightly. Fortunately, his complexion was already somewhat dark, which helped to mask any change. Lin Tian then produced a small jar of spiritual energy and placed it before Director Nick. Here, if you wish to study it, feel free to do so. Upon seeing the jar, Director Nick carefully reached out to take it, and Lin Tian made no move to retract it. Very well, if your scientists can comprehend it, then let them do so. However, if they fail to understand, it should not come as a surprise. After all, one could argue that we are dealing with two distinct systems, one leaning towards mysticism or perhaps some form of superscience, and the other, which is your research department, relies on scientific analysis. Am I mistaken? Even your understanding of magic is exceedingly scant, to the extent that you cannot unravel the mysteries of the cosmic cube. Lin Tian stated plainly. In response, Director Nick found himself momentarily speechless, grappling with how to reply. He sensed a semblance of reason in Lin Tian's words, yet simultaneously felt a sense of confusion. After all, concepts like mysticism and magic seemed rather dubious. Nevertheless, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick had seen his fair share of extraordinary phenomena. The cosmic cube, along with the subsequent events involving Captain Marvel and the Skrulls, had felt dreamlike to him. Eternal clean energy, superhuman abilities, aliens, these matters hardly seemed normal within any context. Yet, they were objectively real in their world. Perhaps, as an ancient saying goes, the world is vast and wonders abound. By the way, he interjected, according to your perspective, do beings such as gods and demons exist? He continued, for instance, that phenomenon you referred to as the dark dimension, which recently appeared above Fisk Tower, some have dubbed it a demon's landscape. Superstition, ignorance, absurdity, Lin Tian retorted, somewhat exasperated. Demons and hell represent one dimension, while the dark dimension is an entirely different realm. Clearly, these are not the same entities. Of course, their leader, the Dimension Lord, may be familiar with them, even convening for discussions, which is quite normal. However, the notion that the dark dimension equates to a realm of demons is unfounded and unscientific. At this, Director Nick was left utterly speechless, unsure how to respond. I will relay your statements to our researchers upon my return. He finally managed to say after a moment's thought. Suit yourself, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. He then raised an eyebrow and asked, by the way, do you have anything else to discuss? If there are no further inquiries, you may take your leave now. Very well, Director Nick said, his mind struggling to process the conversation. After a few hesitant remarks, he reluctantly turned to leave. However, just as he was about to step away, his feet seemingly glued to the ground, he recalled something and turned back to Lin Tian, saying, by the way, I remember that when you first encountered the cosmic cube in our secret base, you mentioned that the energy it produces could extend life and even grant immortality while enhancing one's overall qualities. Is that true? Director Nick inquired, his expression regaining some excitement. Indeed, do you have an objection? Lin Tian asked, puzzled. And no, Director Nick quickly replied. However, he shifted his gaze momentarily, then continued, however, might we be able to send a representative to undergo your spiritual transformation? We are eager to observe the changes an individual might undergo in a prolonged aura environment. Of course, it would be even more splendid if you permitted us to construct a laboratory adjacent to your aura chamber. After pondering for a moment, Director Nick spoke. Oh, well, Lin Tian responded, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. He then added, perhaps it is feasible. Though I must inform you of one thing in advance. There are no adverse effects. Lin Tian spoke with grave seriousness. After all, both I and Mr. Jin Bing, among others, can attest to this, as we have all engaged in the training ourselves. As for your earlier suggestion of sending someone to join us in the training chamber, I am, in fact, not opposed to it. Lin Tian smiled. However, the individual you send must possess a certain level of training qualifications. Do you grasp my meaning? Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Director Nick felt somewhat overwhelmed, yet he still managed to respond, of course, of course. His repeated affirmations were accompanied by an expression that revealed his inner confusion, as if his thoughts were mired in a state of chaos akin to thick molasses. By the way, Director Nick seemed to recall something and continued, I have heard that Hulk is also with you. Is that true? He inquired with curiosity. Indeed. You are correct, Lin Tian admitted candidly. In fact, you should be aware that my company, Walker, primarily operates with the assistance of superheroes. Although the Green Giant has yet to fully unleash his powers, he has indeed been training with us, and is now capable of controlling the beast within him. Lin Tian spoke nonchalantly. In a few days, he might come to report to you. After all, he is a biologist, correct? You do require a biologist there, do you not? Lin Tian asked with a smile. At that moment, Director Nick felt a twinge of embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that the young Oriental lad before him had anticipated all his thoughts, rendering anything he might say seem utterly unremarkable. Chapter 122, The Billionaire Conference. After sending Director Nick away, or rather, temporarily dismissing him, Lin Tian pondered for a moment, shaking his head with a smile before departing the scene. He glanced at the time, just right. Today was the day for discussions between Walker Group and several other conglomerates, including Lex Luthor's LexCorp, Tony Stark's Stark Industries, Bruce Wayne's Wayne Enterprises, and Norman Osborn's Osborn Industries. Among them, Lex could be considered the initiator of this meeting, and Lin Tian was well aware of the reasons behind it. As a genius, Lex inherently believed in his own omnipotence, at least within the realm of humanity. Not beyond it. He deemed it utterly unconvincing and unreliable for anyone to claim to protect humanity while transcending it. Thus, whether it be the native humans or Superman, they were entities he deeply loathed. However, at this juncture, Lex was still a youth, albeit a prodigy, having yet to publicly express any criticism or disparagement towards the superheroes associated with Walker Industries. Even now, Lin Tian's Fisk Corporation and Walker Company had surpassed a market value of $1 trillion, existing in a realm of staggering magnitude, having just eclipsed a certain ExxonMobil's valuation. As the second largest oil corporation originating from the White Eagle, it currently held a market value of $470 billion, less than half that of Walker Company. The meeting was to be held at LexCorp Tower. Lin Tian, along with Uncle Fried Chicken, was in attendance. Notably, Jin Bing did not participate. The LexCorp building was adorned as if it were a fashion show, particularly in the lobby, where many guests had gathered. Lex Luthor's invitations extended beyond their companies to include several other luminaries. However, this served as a mere smokescreen, designed to enliven the atmosphere. Lin Tian, well aware of this individual's true nature, understood that this meeting was anything but ordinary and likely held greater implications. As Lin Tian descended the stairs, Uncle Fried Chicken awaited him with his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Boss Lin, shall we take the car? Uncle Fried Chicken asked, personally opening the door for Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian shook his head. No need. You can proceed inside. However, I shall return to the vehicle before we arrive at the destination. Lin Tian smiled, then casually activated a colorful teleportation array, vanishing amidst a cascade of vibrant hues. Subsequently, he found himself in Lex Luthor's laboratory. At that moment, Lin Tian had quietly activated the concealment technique, rendering him invisible to others. Furthermore, he had manipulated the air around him, achieving true invisibility, a move he referred to as invisibility technique. Once fully concealed, Lin Tian observed from the pristine laboratory as Luthor conducted experiments on a table laden with a collection of stones radiating a dazzling green luminescence. At first glance, these stones appeared to emit high levels of radiation. However, they posed no harm to humans. Conversely, Kryptonians would indeed feel profoundly weakened upon contact with these stones. Luther scrutinized the structure of the kryptonite through a microscope before lifting his gaze and clearing the table, as the computer indicated someone was requesting entry into the lab. The image displayed was that of a secretary in uniform. Upon seeing this, Luther promptly secured the kryptonite, removed his lab coat, discarded his gloves, revealing an inner suit beneath, and casually adjusted his unruly golden hair before striding out through the glass doors of the laboratory toward the designated floor for the meeting. At this moment, the other billionaires and company presidents were already assembled in the conference room. Upon Luther's arrival, their reactions varied. Bruce Wayne, the Batman, maintained the most composed demeanor, embodying the image of a serious businessman and heir to a legacy. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, cast a curious glance at the young Luther, tinged with a hint of admiration. In contrast, Tony Stark appeared the most restless, fiddling with a small, detachable magnetic watch while engaging in conversation with his secretary, Pepper Potts, on a virtual projection screen. Finally, the last to enter the conference room was Uncle Fried Chicken, the CEO of Walker Company. "Hello, everyone. I trust I'm not late," he said, straightening his suit collar as he entered and surveyed the room with a serious expression. As he spoke, he hastily vacated a seat of honor, gesturing towards Lin Tian beside him and stating, "Well, as everyone knows, I am the CEO of Walker Corporation. However, the true voice and the genuine master behind the scenes is this individual," Uncle Fried Chicken introduced. Upon hearing this, those present displayed expressions of peculiar intrigue. Yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts, instead observing as Uncle Fried Chicken and Lin Tian took their seats. In the main seat of the conference room, Luther, satisfied to see everyone assembled, revealed a smile, glancing around at those present before speaking. Indeed, esteemed guests. As luminaries of New York's business world and leaders of significant global enterprises, I, Luther, have summoned you to our group to discuss a matter of importance. Luther spoke with impeccable courtesy, then turned his gaze first towards Uncle Fried Chicken, inquiring, "Currently, it appears that your Walker Corporation is the wealthiest company in the world. Is that correct?" "The superhero company." Luther raised an eyebrow with a hint of intrigue. "Oh," Uncle Fried Chicken responded, his voice tinged with curiosity. "What is it? Do you have a question?" He pondered aloud. Nothing of great consequence," Luther chuckled, a smile that seemed to conceal deeper meanings gracing his face. However, he did not linger too long on Uncle Fried Chicken's countenance, instead addressing the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I inquire about your perspectives on superheroes?" Chapter 123, Shall We Collaborate? Hearing Lex Luthor's remarks, Lin Tian could not suppress a faint chuckle, although it was so subtle that it went unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, the other billionaires and entrepreneurs present exhibited a range of expressions. Bruce Wayne, casting a glance around, maintained an air of calm indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the recent inquiry. However, this was evidently a mere facade, for he himself was one of the superheroes, Batman. Thus, his austere demeanor, reminiscent of the staid old money elite, served to mislead others into thinking he was simply a dull, rigid businessman concerned solely with familial interests. Superheroes. The first to speak was Norman Osborn, who appeared to be the eldest among those present. Among the attendees, only Uncle Fried Chicken, due to his darker complexion, might have been comparable in age, making Osborn seem the most senior. At this moment, he grinned at those around him, an inscrutable glint of amusement in his eyes, before continuing, "Superheroes? It seems you have struck a chord. You should be aware that our Osborn Corporation is primarily engaged in biotechnological production. Currently, I am researching a biological agent designed to enhance human capabilities, enabling individuals to become superheroes." As Norman Osborn spoke, his tone slowed, almost theatrical, clearly intending to pique the curiosity of his audience while gauging their reactions. "Umph." Uncle Fried Chicken grunted in response, adjusting the bow tie on his suit jacket. He clearly regarded Osborn's assertions with disdain. After all, while the Osborn Corporation had indeed made commendable strides in biotechnology, their so-called biological enhancement agents could not be compared to the number 5 compound from Uncle Fried Chicken's Walker Corporation. The number 5 compound was a formidable concoction capable of creating beings akin to the nation's champions. Admittedly, the use of this compound came with numerous side effects and could even lead to fatalities among test subjects. However, it undeniably produced true, superpowered individuals, transcending mere physical enhancement. If the goal was merely to achieve the latter, then the super soldier serum from S.H.I.E.L.D. would suffice, with even fewer side effects than Osborn's Green Goblin serum. Yet, the latter could elevate human physicality to a level capable of contending with Spider-Man. granting individuals strength on the scale of dozens of tons, an ability unmatched by S.H.I.E.L.D.S. serum. Oh, it seems someone has a dissenting opinion, Norman Osborn remarked, casting a glance in Uncle Fried Chicken's direction. Having already injected their corporate enhancement serum, he now possessed a superhuman physique with heightened senses. Thus, even the faint grunt from Uncle Fried Chicken did not escape his notice. Osborn maintained a mysteriously knowing smile, then turned to Uncle Fried Chicken and asked, "By the way, Uncle Fried Chicken, your company is renowned for producing superheroes, so?" He glanced at Lex Luthor, who stood at the narrow edge of the table, hands resting upon it, and inquired, "So, Mr. Luthor, was this meeting convened solely for Uncle Fried Chicken, or?" Haha, Luthor chuckled, extending his hand in a vaguely stylish gesture, before continuing with a smile. "The purpose of this meeting is to allow all of you, the esteemed CEOs of your respective groups, to speak freely, not just for one individual or a select few. Therefore, I encourage open dialogue without any extreme biases. I am merely soliciting your opinions. As for potential collaborations, I have yet to mention any intentions, so feel free to express yourselves." After Luthor concluded, he settled into his seat, casually crossing his legs and rocking them back and forth, exuding a calm confidence that seemed unattainable by others. Despite being one of the youngest in the room aside from Lin Tian. "How intriguing," Tony Stark remarked with an amused smirk, restlessly transforming his high-tech wristwatch into a makeshift handgun, releasing crackling arcs of electricity before retracting it. "What do you think of my little gadget?" Tony inquired with a grin, fiddling with his device before reverting it back to a watch, satisfied as he looked up at the others. "By the way, why hasn't anyone raised their hands?" "Haha. Not very cooperative at all," he quipped while adjusting the crown of his watch. "Richard Mill, quite fascinating," Osborn commented on Tony's timepiece. At this moment, Luthor shifted from his previous relaxed posture to one of attentiveness, resting his elbows on the table and forming a gesture of prayer before his lips. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he spoke earnestly. "All right, esteemed guests, I shall not keep my thoughts concealed any longer." Lex Luthor addressed the assembly with gravity. "Most of you are geniuses, having achieved remarkable accomplishments in your respective fields." However, his gaze once again fell upon Uncle Fried Chicken, and he inquired, "But, Uncle Fried Chicken, could you answer me this question? When you face beings such as your nation's champions or Superman, what thoughts cross your mind? Do you ever feel a tremor of fear?" As he spoke, Lex Luthor raised his right eyebrow slightly. He then continued, "To my knowledge, the superhero industry is currently represented solely by your esteemed Wayne Enterprises." Chapter 124, Stagnation of Communication? Luthor's serious demeanor abruptly transformed into a casual smile as he added, "Thus, I was contemplating whether, as fellow enterprises based in New York, we might engage in a resource consolidation." His words piqued the interest of the billionaire magnates present. "What?" Wayne inquired. "I propose we consider a collaboration, leveraging the unique strengths of our respective companies," Luthor remarked, casting a glance at Norman Osborn. "You excel in the field of biopharmaceuticals." He then turned to Wayne, "And it appears you possess expertise in biochemical engineering as well. Furthermore, I believe you have conducted research on certain superhuman criminals? Arkham Asylum, perhaps?" Before Wayne could respond, Luthor shifted his gaze to Uncle Ben, stating, "Your company has successfully developed formidable superheroes, and your commercial operations are commendable." Next, he looked towards Iron Man, Tony Stark. "Your enterprise, I believe, previously focused on military technology and weaponry, and has now ventured into the realm of energy. Is that correct? By the way, your watch is quite impressive. If it were available for purchase, not for sale," Tony interjected without hesitation. "Ah, I see," Luthor said, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face, though he quickly regained his composure. "That is somewhat unfortunate, but not of great consequence. What I wish to convey is that I, Lex Luthor, have also developed various technological products, although that is of little importance now. What I am proposing is whether we can collaborate to create specialized items and equipment for superheroes." "Wait," Uncle Ben suddenly interrupted Luthor's discourse, looking at him with a neutral expression. "Our superhero costumes and certain items are designed and produced by our in-house team. We currently do not have an external team for recruitment." He then glanced at Tony before continuing, "However, if it were Mr. Stark, I believe collaboration could indeed be feasible, as his products align closely with our company's philosophy. As for you, Mr. Luthor," Uncle Ben's tone turned slightly nuanced, "I have researched your company. While you do produce some machinery akin to Stark Industries, your mechanical prowess does not seem to match theirs in sophistication. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I cannot pursue a partnership with your conglomerate." Uncle Ben spoke patiently, crossing one arm over his chest while the other arm rested on it, maintaining a firm posture. Mr. Luther, you may explore collaboration with us in other domains, but I would appreciate a demonstration of sincerity from your side. At this, Luther felt a twinge of embarrassment. He raised a finger to his lips, pondering momentarily before stating, Uncle Ben, I am uncertain why you would underestimate LexCorp. If this is indeed your stance, I can only express my regret. However, I must acknowledge that I am still quite young and have much to learn, wouldn't you agree? Luther smiled. Though there was an inscrutable undertone to his expression, an indication that his demeanor was not merely one of politeness or friendliness. I personally support the idea of collaboration. Wayne suddenly interjected. By the way, Uncle Ben, your compatriots have commenced a cleansing operation in Gotham, where our headquarters is located. Let us hope for the success of this endeavor. Indeed, Uncle Ben replied, directing his gaze towards Wayne. Apologies. At that moment, Norman Osborn interjected. May I have a word? His statement drew curious glances from the attendees. Mr. Osborn, I've heard that your BioBoost serum and aircraft are currently undergoing military review. Do you have anything to share? Uncle Ben asked calmly. Ah, yes, indeed, Osborn responded, his tone almost reminiscent of a momentary lapse in memory before continuing. I initially considered this to be a matter of great importance, yet it appears to have diminished in significance. He muttered to himself, raising some suspicions among those around him. His demeanor seemed to sharpen slightly as he continued. What I wish to convey is that I am willing to offer our products free of charge to your respective enterprises. I wonder if you might be interested? Our BioBoost serum has been confirmed to affect living organisms with minimal side effects. Thus, I extend an invitation for you all to sample it. No, thank you. Tony was the first to decline. Following suit, Wayne added, I'm not interested either. At this, Osborn displayed a trace of disappointment. Oh, Mr. Wayne, are you not intrigued? I had assumed that, at your age, with your charm, you would seek a robust physique to impress the ladies. He then turned to Uncle Ben and inquired, how are your superheroes created? Surely they are not the result of some serum as well? Uncle Ben's forehead creased with additional lines, his expression stoic as he regarded Osborn with seriousness. Haha, I'm merely jesting, Osborn quickly clarified. You are all significantly younger than I, and I simply believe that, as young individuals, you require good health. In truth, our serum has not received military endorsement, which is why I hope you can assist me in testing it and determining if the fault lies with the military. Hold on. Luther interjected. The military's rejection indicates issues with your serum, but I can assist you in resolving these problems. Luther asserted with confidence. Soon, the meeting concluded. It appeared that little progress had been made, as the discussions on collaboration lingered on the surface without delving into core business engagements. Chapter 125, The Sinister Plan. Next came the departure segment. Everyone exited the conference room, save for one individual, Lin Tian, who had remained silent throughout the meeting. Now, he discreetly followed Lex Luthor into his laboratory. As anticipated, Lin Tian realized that Luthor's meeting was far from ordinary. On the surface, it seemed merely a discussion about typical collaborations with no tangible progress. Yet in reality, the computers surrounding Luthor displayed the biometric data of the billionaire attendees, with particular focus on Uncle Ben's information. No signs of superhuman abilities, the machine reported. Humph, Luthor scoffed in response. No matter. After all, we have already obtained the physiological data of both the Kryptonians and Superman. If Uncle Ben is merely an ordinary man or a puppet, so be it. Before long, the display screen revealed additional names and information. The names of the members of the Super 7 group, along with that of Superman Clark, suddenly appeared on the screen. Lin Tian, however, did not find this particularly strange. After all, this was Lex Luthor. As one of the most brilliant minds in the world, even though his expertise in mecha research might not rival that of Tony Stark, Luthor excelled in strategy. He had rarely erred in grand strategic matters, possessing an astute understanding of human psychology. Furthermore, given his known proclivities, Lin Tian was aware that Luthor would undoubtedly seek to collect the genes or body parts of superheroes for research purposes, perhaps to clone them or to devise methods to counter their powers, ensuring he could neutralize them when they became uncontrollable. Moreover, Lin Tian was particularly impressed that Luthor had uncovered the secrets of Compound 5. His computer files clearly indicated that the superpowers of the Super 7 were related to the induction of the same compound. How intriguing. It was no wonder he was considered one of humanity's brightest. Observing Luthor's meticulous operations, Lin Tian nodded in admiration. Who? Luthor suddenly exclaimed, turning sharply to the screen. Almost immediately, a red light began flashing in the laboratory. This unexpected turn startled Lin Tian. Had he been discovered? Logically, that should have been impossible. Yet, if the probes in Luthor's laboratory possessed extraordinary capabilities, capable of perceiving the imperceptible or detecting thermal signatures that eluded standard sensors. It was conceivable they might indeed detect him. However, the probability of such an occurrence was minuscule, approaching zero. After all, Lin Tian's invisibility was not merely a simple form of concealment. It was an elemental transformation that rendered him undetectable by light or temperature sensors, and he was suspended in midair, thus avoiding any pressure-sensitive devices on the ground. Detectable only by exceptionally specialized equipment. But in that moment, Luther did not approach Lin Tian. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the laboratory. At that moment, a familiar face appeared at the door, adorned with an odd smile, waving at Luther through the glass wall. It was none other than the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. "Oh," Luther exclaimed, taken aback by Osborn's unexpected arrival in his laboratory. Instinctively, he instructed his monitor to shut off, then calmly removed his lab coat and hung it up before walking towards Norman Osborn. "What brings you here, Mr. Osborn?" Luther inquired. He then shifted his tone, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Have you made any progress on that remarkable compound from the water company? While I am already aware of the capabilities of your serum, I must say, it pales in comparison to that of the water company's substance, does it not?" Yes, of course," Osborn responded, hesitating briefly before continuing. "There have been some promising developments." As he spoke, a slightly sinister smile crept onto his face. "It turns out, superheroes are indeed artificially created. This revelation has quite shocked me. Moreover, the fact that Uncle Ben himself is not a superhero is somewhat disappointing. To be honest, I had hoped he would prove to be a more formidable being than a mere countryman." Osborn shook his head, visibly dissatisfied. We all know why that is. Simply put, the high danger associated with this compound means that only a select few can truly harmonize with it and fully assimilate it. So, from that perspective, this compound may indeed be inferior to your serum, Luther complimented. He then added, "By the way, it is truly a shame the military did not recognize the potential of your serum. Had Captain America taken it back then, he likely would not have remained buried beneath the Arctic for so long." Oh, at this, Osborn displayed a hint of regret. He then countered, "I believe if Captain America had taken my serum, he might have died even faster, or perhaps even committed suicide. But never mind, it's not important. Speaking of which, your acquisition of the countryman's cellular samples must have taken place in Gotham, where the Wayne Corporation seems to be the dominant force. Have you considered—" "No," Luther interjected casually. "Gotham is rather treacherous. It is best to avoid entanglement there. The criminals tend to self-destruct anyway. However, with the addition of another countryman, their lives have become increasingly difficult. Well then," Luther continued, "our plans are set to commence. Thank you, Mr. Osborn, for your cooperation. We have developed a temporary compound that grants individuals temporary superpowers. Therefore," he smiled with a hint of mischief, "if the criminals in Gotham were to gain enhanced powers, might they challenge the authority of the countrymen?" At this moment, Luther's smile took on a peculiar quality. Outside the building, a purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky. In response, Osborn erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Tian observed with a bemused expression. Chapter 126. The countrymen at Arkham. At this very moment, in Gotham, within the Arkham Asylum's recreational yard, a figure sat confidently in the center of the prisoners. This individual was the countryman. At that moment, he was lounging with one leg crossed over the other, surveying the surrounding inmates while whistling. His presence here was merely to inspect them. Or perhaps it should be interpreted as a simple business trip for oversight. The countryman mused aloud. "In any case, you will behave yourselves so that I can report back favorably, yes?" He spoke to himself while admiring his reflection in a small puddle on the uneven ground. "Fuck you." A group of black and white striped criminals, gathered behind a barbed wire fence, muttered to one another. Unfortunately for them, the countryman possessed superhuman hearing, and he easily caught the slurs directed at him. In the next instant, with a swift motion, the countryman vanished from his seat. His figure reappeared, once again seated and whistling as before. The raucous inmates suddenly heard an unusual sound emanating from his direction and turned towards it. They witnessed the noise tracing an arc through the air, soaring over their heads and disappearing beyond the confines of the barbed wire, likely heading towards the enhanced treatment area. Of course, it was assumed that upon landing, he would be beyond the reach of any possible treatment. A scream echoed from above, abruptly silenced beyond the towering walls. In that instant, the atmosphere among the inmates shifted, a palpable fear spread across their faces, although some appeared increasingly exhilarated. Ahaha, ahaha. The criminals within the wire began to laugh, whether in celebration or as a provocation towards the countrymen, one after another. At this moment, the representatives of the homeland found themselves somewhat at a loss. After all, if they were to execute all the criminals present, it would seem rather difficult to justify. Conversely, if only a few of the criminals were to perish, it hardly appeared to be an extraordinary occurrence. Without further ado, one of the representatives activated a laser eye, directing it towards the abdomen of a criminal ensnared within the barbed wire, incinerating a gaping hole in his belly, through which entrails began to spill forth. Instantly, the stench of blood filled the air, silencing all present. At that moment, the criminals seemed to have finally learned the virtue of silence. The public execution of one of their own, rather than the death of a fellow out of sight, evoked a far deeper sense of dread within them. Subsequently, the representative's eyes glowed crimson as he surveyed the surrounding criminals, before inquiring in a low, menacing tone, "Now, do any of you have something to say?" Upon hearing this, no one could help but tremble slightly. Indeed, following this, the representative retracted his laser eye, his demeanor once again returning to a calm and composed state. He then smiled at the criminals around him, inquiring playfully, "I've heard that some well-known figures among you, criminals, might be present. Would anyone care to step forward and let me have a look?" Suddenly, the door directly in front of the representative swung open, and with the sound of an announcement, a squad of armed guards entered, escorting a new criminal, a clown, secured to a wheeled gurney. At this moment, the representative let out a bemused hum. Rising from his seat to approach, his curious gaze inspecting the newly arrived inmate, the infamous Gotham clown. "Oh, is this not the illustrious representative of the homeland?" The clown momentarily appeared taken aback, a hint of surprise crossing his pallid face, before forcing a smile and muttering to himself, "Goodness. I merely intended to set Blackgate Prison ablaze to facilitate my brother's relocation here, yet it appears the conditions here are far worse than those at Blackgate." However, in the next instant, his expression shifted entirely, transforming into a relaxed, malevolent grin as he regarded the representative. "Oh dear, oh dear." As he spoke, the clown turned his head towards one of the armed guards with a mocking expression, saying, "Little Frank, did you see that? You need to exude a sense of danger like this man. Otherwise, you ought to keep your mouth shut while escorting me. It might spare you some trouble." The clown jested, and as he was dragged forward by the guards, the representative continued to observe him with an inscrutable expression. The area was entering a red alert status. The loudspeakers blared once more. "So this is the clown?" The representative mused, arms crossed before him, one forearm resting upon the other. He shook his head, revealing a hint of arrogance. "This one fellow has managed to have you all dancing to his tune?" At that moment, the guard referred to as Little Frank, a crew-cut officer with a scar running from above his eyes to below, darkened his expression and said, "You dare to return? Last time, it seems you killed 3 of my brothers." Hearing this, the representative raised an eyebrow and turned to engage the guard's attention. Hey, brother," he began, attempting to lighten the mood. "Relax, will you? Of course, your gun aimed at me doesn't bother me. I merely wish for us to have a conversation." The representative continued to stroll forward, gesturing towards the bound clown and inquiring of the nearby guard, "So, why not execute someone like him on the spot?" "I truly don't understand." "I had the same thought," the guard replied, "but, Mr. Representative, we in the White Eagle do not have the death penalty." The guard spoke with a solemnity. "Ah ha ha." The representative chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his smile, which quickly faded as his expression turned serious. He twitched the muscle near his cheek and stated, "No, that's not right. At least in Texas, there is a death penalty, is there not? So," as he spoke seriously, he cast a disdainful glance at the clown, continuing, "A perverse lunatic like this, who kills indiscriminately, should not remain alive." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly with his hands, raising one to tousle his hair before asserting, "Am I not correct?" Without waiting for the guard's response, he turned his gaze back to the clown, stating, "You should have died long ago." Each word was delivered with a didactic tone, yet it was laced with menace, as though proclaiming a decree. Nevertheless, the clown before him seemed unfazed, forcing a laugh, and then locking his eyes onto the representative with a hint of humor. "Well, Mr. Representative, in my view, you and I are cut from the same cloth." The clown spoke with an unusually subdued tone, his words flowing smoothly. There was a flicker of pity in his gaze, as he spoke sincerely. His eyes sparkled with an unadulterated truthfulness, crystalline and clear. Observing this, the representative offered a peculiar smile before suddenly seizing the clown's wrist. With a slight twist, a crack echoed as the clown's wrist was broken. "Oh," he exclaimed in shock. Yet in the next instant, he returned to his previous demeanor, seemingly impervious to pain, his smile reappearing as he looked at the representative. "You see, what did I just say? I was right, wasn't I? Mr. Representative, you and I both derive our joy from the suffering of others. However," the clown paused, "I have no need to conceal this fact from the world. While you seem to be driven mad by your concealed desires, tsk. As he spoke, A perverse grin spread across his face. Look at my hand. The clown gestured to his recently broken wrist, swinging the severed limb above his head as if tossing a wad of mucus. Humph. In response, the representative chuckled lightly, disregarding the clown's antics. Well, is this where our prison inspection concludes? He asked, glancing at the clown now confined behind the glass gate and addressing the approaching middle-aged sheriff, Gordon. Yes, indeed, Mr. Representative. We greatly appreciate your presence in Gotham to assist us in administering justice to these criminals. Upon encountering the patriotic figure, Commissioner Gordon momentarily hesitated but soon extended his hand for a handshake. Very well. Let us collaborate harmoniously. The patriotic individual, responding to the invitation, shook hands with Gordon. At that precise moment, a camera from behind captured their interaction, destined to become the headline news the following day. Patriotic figure visits Arkham. Engages in dialogue with Commissioner Gordon on public safety insights. However, immediately after the photograph was taken, the patriotic individual turned away and began to employ his superhuman vision to survey the interior of the prison. Through the robust walls, he discerned some anomalies. Specifically, in one of the monitoring rooms sat not a staff member of Arkham Asylum, but a woman strikingly reminiscent of a jester. It was evident that this was Harley Quinn. Furthermore, he also observed that in some restricted areas, inmates had been released and were moving about freely. A peculiar smile crept upon the patriotic figure's lips as he retrieved his phone. Hello, is this Uncle Fried Chicken? This is the patriotic figure. He began to stroll towards the exterior of Arkham Asylum, speaking in a casual tone. Could you have Lin Tian send a bit of explosives inside? He exhaled deeply, seemingly to alleviate the tension within. We both know that Gotham isn't technically under our jurisdiction. My visit here is merely for a bit of personal glorification. However, it cannot be denied that the nuisances here are exceedingly bothersome. I find myself in need of an opportunity to eradicate them. The patriotic figure spoke earnestly. Uncle Fried Chicken, you must understand. Middle Eastern terrorists can be eliminated, but these countless murderous lunatics cannot? Huh, what a farce. He chuckled momentarily before his expression turned grave. This matter can certainly be discussed with Mr. Lin, Uncle Fried Chicken replied in a notably formal manner. Understood, the patriotic figure acknowledged. However, I wish to know if you would assist me in speaking favorably about me to Mr. Lin. His tone took on a somewhat nebulous quality, obscuring his true intentions. Will you? Yes, Uncle Fried Chicken affirmed. Thank you, Uncle Fried Chicken, the patriotic figure said as he exited the gates of Arkham Asylum. Not far away, a concealed camera atop a dilapidated metal barrel recorded the entirety of his emotional expressions and dialogues. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had just concluded attending a billionaire conference initiated by Luther and lingered in Luther's laboratory for a while. Subsequently, he utilized a teleportation array to transport himself to the rooftop of LexCorp Tower. Upon answering the phone, Lin Tian smiled. This patriotic figure certainly has a plethora of ideas. I shall accommodate his request, he remarked. However, at the very moment the patriotic figure concluded his call with Lin Tian, a familiar silhouette appeared before him. Chapter 128. The Superman's Intervention. Before him stood Superman, Clark Kent. At this moment, Superman was no longer the large boy clad in a checkered shirt from their previous confrontation, but was instead adorned in his iconic red cape and blue uniform. With a serious expression, Superman gazed at the patriotic figure. You intend to blow this place up, do you not? Superman inquired solemnly. Indeed, is there a problem? The patriotic figure replied with a forced smile, clearly having gleaned from Superman's countenance the answer he sought. So, you will thwart my plans then? He asked. Yes. Superman replied with a countenance as hard as iron. I have already promised Mr. Lin that I would refrain from engaging with you unless absolutely necessary. However, should you attempt to obliterate the individuals here, I assure you that the world will be made aware of this deed. Upon hearing this, the patriotic figure chuckled, though his expression was tinged with a mix of menace and irritation. You genuinely intend to make things difficult for me, do you, boy? He scrutinized Superman. Unfazed, Superman maintained his stoic demeanor. That depends on you, patriotic figure, he replied calmly. Huh, you are truly repugnant, the patriotic figure remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Superman before stepping aside. You must realize that due to your hypocrisy and self-righteousness, those within will soon create chaos again and escape, only to kill more, right? And these are the good people in your eyes, correct? He retorted. You are aware of this, yes? Do you know? He questioned, his expression strange. Perhaps, Superman responded ambiguously. There is indeed such a possibility. However, there is also another possibility that such events will not transpire. If they do, I will intervene. Oh, really? Then does that mean you have prevented every instance of evil occurring in the world at every moment? The patriotic figure exclaimed, his anger rising. Child, open your eyes. At every moment, there are individuals suffering, dying, consumed by evil. And you, with your nauseating sense of morality, are facilitating the breeding of that evil. What are you implying? That one cannot rise above the law. Have superheroes not already transcended the law? The patriotic figure said, spreading his hands. Thus, I believe it is time for you to recognize a certain truth. He shook his head, leaving Superman with his back turned. Many evils in this world are fundamental. Just like this city, the malevolent elements require periodic cleansing. And you, patriotic figure, Superman suddenly turned to address him. Do you require cleansing? Upon hearing this, the patriotic figure offered no response. In the next moment, Superman soared towards Arkham Asylum. Utilizing his superhuman vision, he too witnessed the inmates' insurrection. However, unlike the patriotic figure, he chose not to obliterate the evil within, but rather to rectify it personally. He bypassed the barriers and headed towards the location of the criminals. At that moment, the inmates had begun to riot under the guidance of the Joker, successfully breaching the doors of the medical department and taking several doctors hostage. Without hesitation, Superman charged towards the target, smashing through the wall and incapacitating the criminals. Meanwhile, outside Arkham Asylum, a radiant spectrum of light appeared as Lin Tian materialized. Observing the patriotic figure, Lin Tian displayed a hint of peculiar expression. Patriotic figure, you seem somewhat displeased? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Of course, the patriotic figure replied, his face twitching momentarily before he spoke. Why would I be pleased? He turned to glance back at the direction Superman had departed. To be frank, teacher, why do you not simply put this excessively righteous individual into a permanent state of hypnosis, allowing him to rest in an ice coffin for everyone to study? He suggested casually, shrugging his shoulders. I mean to say, without him, the evils of this world, at least those that plague Gotham, would likely be significantly diminished. Would they not? The patriot expressed with indignation. Well, you may have a point there, Lin Tian replied with a smile. However, I would not take such an action. The potential within Superman remains untapped. There are facets of him from which I can learn, thus I shall not act against him. Furthermore, I concede that you possess some valid insights. Personally, I lean more towards your perspective, yet I find myself too indifferent to take matters into my own hands. After all, as long as the criminals here do not provoke me, I shall refrain from any actions against them. Moreover, this could also be viewed as a form of competition. Would it not? Lin Tian remarked, gesturing towards the direction in which Superman had departed. If you could grow to the extent of suppressing him, it would signify that you have attained true freedom. In a certain sense, you might even owe Superman a measure of gratitude, he continued. Haha. The patriot chuckled at this remark. Gratitude? Spare me. No, Lin Tian laughed softly. What I mean may differ from your understanding. He continued, in fact, the news of your arrival here has long since reached our ears. The people here have been eagerly anticipating this moment, Lin Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the patriot's eyes betrayed a flicker of skepticism. You mean to say? Yes, Lin Tian affirmed. I know you hold those here in disdain. Yet I must assert that the individuals labeled as geniuses possess their title for a reason. Lin Tian chuckled, then continued, for instance, certain inmates here possess abilities capable of inflicting harm upon heroes as formidable as yourselves. As these words escaped Lin Tian's lips, the patriot fell silent momentarily. His expression shifted as he discerned that Lin Tian was not jesting, leading him to gravely inquire, who is this individual? Just tell me directly, and I swear I shall make him vanish from this world. Well, perhaps I can reveal his name to you. Chapter 129, Superman's predicament at this very moment. Superman had entered Arkham Asylum and found himself in trouble. He discovered that the room he had stumbled into was suffused with a peculiar yellow-green mist. As he traversed through the haze, everything around him seemed to transform, even including himself. Indeed, at this moment, Superman realized that his attire had undergone a change. The once indestructible uniform now bore signs of corrosion. But how could this be possible? Superman Clark felt a wave of astonishment washing over him. He questioned himself, believing that such a phenomenon should be impossible. This is a security room. Surrounding him were several metal cabinets adorned with dozens of locked compartments, each bearing small keys, seemingly intended for holding correspondence. Ahead loomed a television screen, shattered and displaying a snowflake pattern. Superman Clark rubbed his temples, feeling a touch dizzy. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. However, what made him feel more nauseated was the realization that this place, in his memories, should not have been a security room at all. It should not be. At this moment, Superman Clark's vision began to blur, and he found himself plagued by doubts, questioning whether he had misremembered something. This place should not be like this. At this moment, Superman Clark finally recalled something. He reached out to seize a notebook from the table, but inexplicably, the record book disintegrated into dust and scattered from his grasp. Superman was momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, he felt as though he had recalled something important, believing that upon picking up the notebook and observing the records within, he would gain clarity about his surroundings. Yet, in truth, reality seemed to deny him this opportunity. Reality appeared to be playing a cruel joke on him. Cold, absurd, grotesque. Superman Clark felt an unusual disquiet, though he could not articulate precisely what was amiss. No, this should not be happening, Superman Clark murmured. At this moment, his gaze remained fixated on the remnants of the paper that had transformed into powder, clinging to his palm and the base of his wrist. In the inexplicable aftermath of his Kryptonian L family's uniform dissolving, he discerned something peculiar about his own body. More specifically, it felt irrational. My hand, my arm. Is this truly my arm? Superman Clark muttered. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of strangeness enveloped him. It was not merely because he was alone. The air around him bore an eerie silence. The door, slightly ajar, should not have been able to suppress the sounds from outside. Regardless of what noise it was, be it the whirring of Arkham Asylum's aging ventilation system or the crackling of archaic electrical circuits, or the echoes of long-remembered announcements that should resonate throughout this place, or the raucous laughter of inmates, it should have all been audible. Yet, in reality, it was utterly silent. Subsequently, Superman, curious about the strange changes that had befallen him, pondered why, after his uniform dissolved, his arms appeared to have taken on a more juvenile appearance than he remembered. Above the dilapidated security desk, he spotted a dusty, yellowed mirror. Though old and easily overlooked, Superman nonetheless made an effort to tiptoe and reach for the mirror. Indeed, for reasons unknown, he discovered that at this moment, he seemed to have shrunk considerably in stature. Finally, as he stood on tiptoe, he caught sight of his hair and forehead in the mirror, yet his eyes were nowhere to be found. Superman Clark felt a surge of urgency. He swiftly pulled over a chair that exuded an acrid odor and stood on it to gain height. At this moment, Clark finally beheld himself in the mirror, a boy. Yes, not the man he had become, but rather the child he remembered from his early years. At this moment, Superman was momentarily taken aback, finding it hard to believe as he reached out to touch his own face. He then lowered his gaze to examine his hands. The reflection mirrored his own. Thus, Superman Clark came to a realization. Although he did not understand why, it appeared he had indeed transformed into his childhood self. He was unaware of how this had occurred, but he was certain of one thing. His current predicament was deeply unsettling. It was as if he were ensnared in a dream. Yet, could a dream truly be so vivid? Superman Clark was filled with confusion. He instinctively pinched himself, knowing that, by common sense, one should not feel pain within a dream. However, Superman Clark distinctly felt the sharp pang of pain. His expression grew serious as he gazed into the mirror at the familiar, yet foreign face. A singular thought surged within him. He must escape this place immediately. Yes. Until now, Superman Clark was acutely aware of a singular truth. He was Superman, a fully grown adult. Now, he served as a reporter for the Daily Planet. No longer a mere child. His thoughts were those of an adult. Yet, it was precisely this maturity that heightened his sense of the bizarre, simultaneously stirring within him a handful of conjectures. After all, strange occurrences do not arise without reason. Behind every peculiar event lies an absurd causality, or perhaps a mastermind orchestrating it all. Within the recesses of his mind, Superman reminded himself, this is Arkham Asylum. Steady yourself, Clark. With this thought, he stepped out of the room. Indeed, the exterior was somewhat as he had envisioned, yet also dissimilar. Outside, as per his habitual assumptions, lay Arkham Asylum. However, he distinctly recalled that while he was confined within the room, no sound from the outside had penetrated his awareness. This suggested that, ostensibly, the outside should not have been Arkham Asylum. This paradoxical sensation elicited an involuntary chuckle from Superman Clark. For reasons unknown, a smile graced his youthful face. At this moment, Superman had indeed traversed into Arkham Asylum, specifically into a restricted zone. Here, the most dangerous criminals were incarcerated. Presently, Superman Clark found himself lying on the ground. Beside him, an individual garbed in a bizarre scarecrow costume whispered strangely, brandishing a vial of purple liquid before his eyes. Chapter 130, The Bizarre Ward. Is this a dream? Or is it not? At this moment, the childlike Superman wandered through Arkham Asylum. He reached out to touch a rusted iron railing, gripping it firmly, when suddenly, he felt a faint pain. Almost instinctively, he released his hold, bringing his hand before his eyes. To his astonishment, a bloody gash had materialized on his palm. Superman Clark was bleeding, and the wound continued to seep blood. His delicate hand, reminiscent of youthful cherubic softness, appeared slightly pale, the injury unmistakably prominent. Gazing at the laceration on his palm, he was engulfed in shock and disbelief. For as long as he could remember, he had never sustained an injury. Yet now, he was indeed wounded. To his surprise, even the tiniest shards of metal had inflicted a sensation of tearing pain with the slightest movement of his palm. This peculiar experience intrigued him. Had he transformed into an ordinary human? Superman found himself bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired within him. His memories clearly defined him as the invulnerable Superman. Even formidable foes could not truly harm him. Yet now, his skin had easily been breached. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a sense of the surreal and absurd. Furthermore, a flicker of self-doubt emerged within him, a conflict ignited by his cognition and memories. His body seemed to assert that he was not Superman, that this was the reality. Yet he firmly believed in the veracity of his memories, convinced that he was merely ensnared in some peculiar trap. Everything surrounding him should not be real. This conflicting sensation almost drove him to madness. However, within a mere second, Superman Clark regained his composure. He was certain that he was ensconced in a realm akin to a dream, regardless of how vivid the surroundings appeared. Even with sensations of touch and pain, the falsity remained undeniable. Hey, son, how did you end up here? This is a restricted area. Ever since the Joker murdered 3 guards nearby, this place has been sealed off, along with the security room. Son, what has happened to you? Come here. Don't wander off. Have you forgotten? Your mother disregarded the rules, leaving the medical area to visit us in the criminal zone, and then the middle-aged man in prison garb sighed. At the sound of his voice, Superman Clark froze. He recognized the tall, graying man before him as his adoptive father, Jonathan Kent. At this moment, he had yet to appear in his memories, those recollections of their outing, where they encountered a tornado, and he had exchanged a final glance with him by the car, gesturing for him not to come to his aid in that moment of peril. The Jonathan Kent before him appeared healthier, albeit with numerous wrinkles that etched the passage of time upon his face, bearing marks of a life more arduous than he had recalled. Moreover, the revelation that his adoptive mother, Martha, was a nurse left Superman Clark feeling disoriented. According to his father's remarks, a sense of confusion enveloped him as he stood there, brow furrowed and lost in thought. At this moment, down the staircase, Jonathan Kent smiled gently and approached, lifting young Clark from above and placing him on the ground. He then sat beside him, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and struck a match to ignite it. Subsequently, he retrieved an old photograph from within his prison garb, unfolding it to show Clark. Look, your mother. Isn't she beautiful? I still remember the joy and excitement she displayed when she first held you. You were so small, lying quietly in her arms, not crying or fussing, sleeping soundly. Until Jonathan Kent paused, gazing ahead. They were seated at the bottom of the staircase, facing a metallic corridor. Further down, a room awaited them, a laboratory, to be precise. Come on, son. You are my pride. We have languished in this place for far too long. Outside, the inmates have resorted to cannibalism. I fear I may not endure much longer. Jonathan Kent murmured, squeezing Clark's hand and guiding him toward a reclined chair in a lab. Come, Clark, lie down, he said gently. If the previous attending physician, Hugo Strange, did not deceive us, this concoction will bring about your transformation. Jonathan Kent spoke with a hint of reverie, gesturing for Clark to recline on the examination table. The laboratory was surrounded by large formalin tanks, immersing grotesque human specimens, bathed in an eerie green light that cast strange hues. Alternatively, there were barred doors through which one could glimpse the outside world. Beyond the iron bars, there existed a group of inmates clad in prison garb, their forms emaciated and unnaturally pale. They clung to the iron railings in grotesque postures, some even suspended from the ceiling above. Their eyes, unnervingly bulging as if they could never retract, stared with a predatory intensity, while their mouths stretched into chilling grins that reached their ears, filled with a ravenous longing as they gazed upon those inside. Upon noticing the presence of Jonathan Kent and Clark, their excitement surged to an unprecedented level, unleashing primal howls that bore no semblance to human sounds. Imbued with a certain desperate hunger, an insatiable craving for sustenance, they began to shake the iron bars in a frenzy. At that moment, Jonathan Kent had restrained Clark to a chair with binding leather straps. Chapter 131, Mind Control. Jonathan Kent retrieved a slender syringe connected to a glass jar filled with bubbling, fluorescent green liquid. He raised it high, scrutinizing the viscous substance within before turning to glance at his son on the bed. With a serious tone that gradually morphed into a hint of madness in his eyes, he proclaimed, Son, I may not have much time left before those monsters devour me. Remember this. My final words to you. Jonathan Kent erupted into an uncontrolled fit of laughter, then abruptly plunged the syringe deep into Clark's abdomen. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Do you hear me, son? His visage bore no trace of the paternal love once evident. Instead, it was overtaken by a wild, inhuman frenzy, with his eyes bulging as if they might dislodge from their sockets at any moment. Revenge, revenge, revenge. At this juncture, Jonathan Kent's rationality appeared to have evaporated. He relentlessly jabbed the syringe into Clark's belly, seemingly without any intention of withdrawing it, leaving Clark with the grim realization that his father had succumbed to madness. Simultaneously, the harrowing howls echoed from behind, at an angle of 30 degrees from the hospital bed, in a position obscured from Clark's view. He recalled that it was the location of the iron bars. Ha 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 ha. One by one, ghostly, white, gaunt figures with ghastly smiles emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a chilling breeze, lunging toward Jonathan Kent, who stood before Clark. Helplessly, Clark could only witness as these creatures tore into his father, ripping and gnawing him apart. At that moment, Clark was utterly paralyzed with shock. His body began to thrash violently, yet the robust leather straps seemed indomitable, rendering him incapable of breaking free. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender. Before him, his father was being devoured by those ravenous fiends, yet he suddenly bore an eerie smile, as if he felt no pain whatsoever. However, the gaze he cast upon Clark was no longer that of a father, but rather that of a greedy predator. Meanwhile, after feasting on Jonathan Kent, the pallid, hairless monstrosities turned their attention toward the bed where young Clark lay, veins glowing with a sickly green hue, eager to devour this fresh delicacy. Pain, excruciating pain. It was not merely pain, but accompanied by a novel terror. He felt his flesh being chewed and savored within the jaws of these creatures. They seemed in no hurry to consume him, instead relishing the sensation of his body connected to theirs, savoring the moment before tearing him apart. At this instant, the unbearable agony, coupled with the dread of being devoured, sent adrenaline surging through him. Clark appeared to enter a frenzied state, struggling wildly, while the green liquid coursing through him twisted his expression into one of sheer rage. Finally, he felt a surge. Clark experienced an unprecedented sensation, as if a switch had been flipped. He reached out, only to discover he could easily free himself from his restraints. The once unbreakable leather straps now felt as fragile as thread. The surrounding creatures, once formidable, now appeared feeble and insubstantial, akin to clay or sand molded into grotesque shapes. Bam! Crack! Thud! Clark unleashed his wrath upon those who had once considered him their prey, crushing their bodies mercilessly as if they were mere tomatoes, tearing them into countless pieces, splattering their crimson fluids across the space. It was as though only through this carnage could he find some semblance of satisfaction. Only through this could he grasp the essence of his own existence. Clark. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind, akin to the chime of destiny, compelling him to heed its guidance. Kill, slaughter. The distant voice instilled in Clark a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. He could not discern its origin, yet he felt no inclination to ponder its source. Instead, his mind was singularly focused on one thought: obedience. Yes, at this moment, he yearned to follow the voice's command, to fulfill the directive it imparted, as if it were a divine decree. Kill. Clark's inner voice questioned suddenly, grappling with uncertainty and hesitation. More than that, confusion enveloped him, rendering him momentarily unable to comprehend the meaning of the word. Yet, clarity swiftly followed. Kill. A deep, primal growl emanated from his throat, reverberating as if it were a primal roar from the depths of his being. Kill. The second roar erupted, thunderous and liberating, as Clark felt an unprecedented exhilaration. At that moment, he grasped the true essence of the command. Kill, 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 kill. It seemed that only by adhering to this guidance and engaging in slaughter could his soul find release. In an instant, the world around him transformed from a haze of crimson to clarity, as if he had risen from the depths of a blood-red sea. Clark finally comprehended the truth. Before him stood a series of bizarre creatures, their grotesque heads perched atop human bodies, seemingly engaged in merriment and conversation at a distance. Their voices fluctuated, causing a throbbing ache in Clark's head, yet he chose to follow his inner directive, moving towards his objective, intent on wrenching the heads of these monsters from their human forms. Stop. At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. Suddenly, the world as Clark perceived it shattered, dispelling the fog, the monsters, leaving only the figure of Lin Tian, a young man from the east, and another figure resembling a scarecrow standing before him. Chapter 132, The Enlightenment of Superman. Superman Clark felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, uncertain of what had transpired, yet instinctively reaching out to strike at the person before him. However, in an instant, his hand was intercepted by none other than Lin Tian. At this moment, As his mind gradually settled into calmness, the extraordinary Clark Kent finally came to a profound realization. He had seemingly succumbed to a state of madness, losing all rationality. He had, astonishingly, contemplated the act of murder. Indeed, Clark, who prided himself on his moral integrity, had always imposed high ethical standards upon himself, as well as upon others. For instance, while the law permits justifiable defense, he, as Superman, would never resort to such justifications to harm others indiscriminately. He believed in treating all of humanity equally, whether they were virtuous or malevolent. Even though he could easily overpower anyone, he maintained a remarkable self-restraint. It was this very restraint that endowed him with a quality beyond that of ordinary mortals, divinity. Yes, Superman's distinction from the citizens of his homeland lies in the fact that within his steel frame resides a heart of an ordinary person, replete with common desires and boundaries. Once these boundaries are crossed, a fierce retaliation ensues. Yet, Superman was different, or rather, he could not act in such a manner. His inner self was governed by a line of self-restraint, preventing him from committing certain actions, such as issuing a death sentence upon individuals merely for their misdeeds. Unless they demonstrated a persistent refusal to change and continued to take lives in plain sight, Superman would never resort to ending a life as a means to stop them. Indeed, should a criminal express a genuine desire for reform, even if their words were not entirely sincere, he would still be willing to grant them an opportunity for redemption. For he is Superman. His form of existence and his powers transcend the vast majority of humanity on this planet, placing him in a different realm of life altogether. He possessed a true sense of universal love, observing the world with an appreciative yet corrective perspective, whether it be beauty or fallacy. This instilled in him a profound sense of responsibility, as well as a feeling of mission. He did not perceive his actions as erroneous. Rather, he believed them to be the most righteous. Conversely, he found the behavior of those who, while appearing as patriotic heroes, could commit acts of indiscriminate murder for selfish desires to be utterly contemptible. Such actions may align with human nature, yet they stand in stark opposition to the moral code befitting a being endowed with higher ethical standards and a sense of responsibility. Yet just moments ago, upon awakening, he had unconsciously harbored the desire to harm the figure before him, to strangle the Scarecrow. The flames of vengeance ignited within his mind, prompting him to act without contemplation. This was indeed a terrifying realization. It was only after he began to regain his senses that the gravity of his actions struck him. What? Instinctively, Superman retracted his arm, glancing down at his hands, unblemished by blood, murmuring to himself, "What have you done?" Clark Kent beheld his hands. They were undeniably familiar yet, in this moment, felt somewhat alien. Unlike the tender, chubby hands of his childhood, which constantly reminded him that these were not his true hands. Evoking a sense of wonder, now, upon reconfirming his return to reality, he felt an unsettling strangeness and trepidation. My hands, they seem to act independently of my will. Superman questioned inwardly. In truth, he soon came to comprehend another unsettling truth. It was not that his hands had disobeyed him, but rather that something within his mind had gone awry, as if it were no longer his mind at all, but instead, under the influence of an external force. Superman finally grasped the situation. As the world before him grew increasingly clear, the haze that had clouded his vision and the ethereal whispers that had lingered in his ears began to fade, leading him to understand that his impulsive urge to attack the Scarecrow was a result of manipulation. Do you comprehend? At this moment, Lin Tian had lowered his hands, observing the superhero Clark with a serious and nuanced expression. The latter, upon hearing this, first displayed a look of sudden clarity, only to then succumb to a moment of self-doubt. Yes, he had been brainwashed once again. He had narrowly avoided a grave mistake. Gazing at the Scarecrow before him, Superman realized that this individual had orchestrated it all. The small vial containing a purple liquid, hanging from his waist, mirrored one that lay empty on the ground, serving as perfect corroboration of this revelation. Then, another thought struck Superman. Why had he reacted so instinctively? Yes, what had prompted such thoughts? Clark contemplated, turning his gaze toward Lin Tian, as the answer began to unfurl in his mind, like mist dissipating to reveal a hidden island. He recalled that he had experienced something akin before, albeit under different circumstances. This had occurred within the Walker Company building, where he initially intended to confront his adversary. However, upon encountering Lin Tian, he had found himself mentally ensnared, unable to act when he finally faced his foe. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though his body had slipped from his control. The distinction was that, during that prior incident, while his body had been commandeered, his consciousness remained sharply aware. This was a form of mental binding, a control that stripped him of physical autonomy, yet allowed him to recognize the manipulation. Conversely, just moments ago, under the influence of the drug, he had unknowingly been subjected to a mental reprogramming while lost in a dream. As a result, it was his own subconscious that had yearned to kill, the vivid dreamscape having left a deep impression that induced such a reaction. This realization was all the more chilling. However, the creature before him, adorned in the guise of a scarecrow, had successfully executed this manipulation. Had Lin Tian not intervened, he might have unleashed a bloody rampage. Wholly unaware, believing instead that he was merely harvesting pumpkins in his own garden during a festive dream. "How do you feel, Superman Clark?" Lin Tian inquired, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he observed the flicker of apprehension on the superhero's face. Clark hesitated, at a loss for words. Should he confess that he was equally uncertain of his own thoughts? He merely felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and indignation at having been controlled, yet beyond that, he found himself devoid of any further thoughts. "Look, have you discerned anything?" Lin Tian asked, his tone laced with amusement. "Superman, you are on the verge of breaking the very principles you set for yourself." "No." Upon hearing this, Superman furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. With a swift motion, he rendered the nearby scarecrow unconscious. He then turned to Lin Tian and spoke earnestly. "Lin Tian, I understand what you are about to say. You wish to argue that since I have experienced manipulation and nearly committed acts of senseless slaughter, I should not impose such high moral standards on others, such as the citizens of my homeland, forbidding them from engaging in similar actions, even in the absence of witnesses. This implies that they would not be held accountable for their darker inclinations that manifest in private. Am I correct in my interpretation?" Superman spoke gravely. Lin Tian smiled, neither affirming nor denying. He casually activated a multicolored teleportation array, casting the scarecrow into it. He then continued to listen to Superman's discourse. "Please, go on." Superman Clark replied, "Well, that was in a state of unawareness, and once I achieve clarity and the power of choice, I will cease such actions. Furthermore, having experienced this incident, I will be more vigilant regarding such threats in the future. Is that not so?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian chuckled again. "Then what do you intend to do?" At this, Superman paused momentarily. "I am not yet certain, but if you have insights, I would welcome your guidance." Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "That is correct." He paid no mind to the other panicked inmates of Arkham Asylum who were scattering in fear, continuing his stroll as he spoke. "You are quite right, Superman. However, at that moment, you had no choice." "Indeed," he mused. "It seems to hold some truth. You might also wish to assert that although you were brainwashed in a dream state under the influence of toxic gas, you would never act thus if not under control. And while I could blame you for losing self-control during your manipulation, ultimately, it is your consciousness, or your brain's insufficient resistance to the drug, that led to your actions. You would argue that if you did indeed take the life of someone innocent, you would atone through your deeds, yet you would not spare those who, in their lucid moments, allow themselves to transgress moral boundaries with ease. Is that not correct, Mr. Superman?" "Perhaps so," Superman Clark shrugged. "Indeed," Lin Tian observed, as if he had gained insight into Clark's thoughts, and chuckled lightly. "Fascinating, truly fascinating." He then murmured to himself, "Well, you should hasten your training. For this is inherently a contradiction, is it not?" Lin Tian displayed a mixture of exasperation and disdain, smiling as he said, "If you continue to save humanity, you may encounter situations like the one just now, or perhaps after thousands of rescues, you may never face it. However, if you do not endeavor to strengthen your mental resilience against such manipulation, you will inevitably confront such circumstances one day. Moreover, if you spend time enhancing your mental fortitude to make yourself less susceptible to control, you will sacrifice the time you could spend saving lives, resulting in more casualties during that interval. This presents a paradox. How will you choose?" Lin Tian continued, directing his gaze at Superman. Superman furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Before responding, "Mr. Lin Tian, while you perceive this as a paradox, I view it as a matter of doing my utmost. I am Superman, but I am not a deity. I cannot achieve perfection or fulfill every desire. I can only strive to do my best." "That is an acceptable answer," Lin Tian nodded. He then inquired, "So what now? Do you plan to join me in learning how to resist the fear-inducing toxins of the scarecrow, or will you continue your life-saving endeavors?" "I believe I shall focus on learning first," Superman contemplated. "After all, if I find myself in such a predicament again, especially in your absence, it could lead to unimaginable carnage." Superman spoke, his brow knitting tighter. "Very well. Fortuitously, I also have much to impart to you. Initially, you may need to endure some basic meditation training with the Hulk," Lin Tian remarked, patting Superman on the shoulder. Superman paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet he refrained from pressing further. Lin Tian, you are indeed a peculiar individual. However, a hint of curiosity prompted him to ask, but what is your motive behind this? You do not prevent the citizens from misusing their powers in private, yet you cultivate superheroes and assist me in addressing my shortcomings? What drives you to do this? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a chuckle rising within him, and he replied with a smile, I believe I once expressed a similar sentiment to the citizens. However, since you are curious, allow me to elaborate. Chapter 134. I am not shielding you. The world is in peril, and indeed, it is in constant danger. However, there are myriad forms of danger: robberies, explosions, the fall of a neighborhood, a city, a nation, the entire world, or even crises that span star systems and the cosmos. I can assure you that such threats exist. Now, can you tell me, are you prepared to resist? When the ancient Lord of Apocalypse descends upon Earth, and the tyrant of Titan arrives with cosmic artifacts at your doorstep, will you be able to thwart them? Lin Tian posed this inquiry casually. Superman was momentarily taken aback. What are you implying? He asked, puzzled. Yet, he soon discerned something in Lin Tian's earnest gaze and, with a measure of astonishment, inquired, Are you saying that what you just mentioned is true? Lin Tian, do you possess prophetic abilities? Superman exclaimed, astonished. But his expression soon settled into a more composed demeanor. Ah, you are a superpowered individual of Eastern mythology, are you not? If that is the case, then possessing foresight is not entirely implausible. However, Superman then raised his gaze to Lin Tian once more, asking, So can you do it? Is this something you are capable of? Will you intervene, if necessary? Superman's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with anticipation as he inquired. Without waiting for Lin Tian's response, he continued, You have taken control of the water group, aiming to oversee more superheroes, yet your purpose, at least for now, appears to be the maintenance of world peace. Correct? As he spoke, a complex and serious expression flickered in Superman's eyes. Yes, you may interpret it that way, Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. Yet, why do you hold such faith that I can provide an unequivocally reliable answer regarding purpose at this juncture? Lin Tian countered with a smile. If I were to assure you that I could handle matters, would that put your mind at ease? Would you then resume your previous course of action without alteration, believing that you could confront any challenge that arises? Perhaps, even if I could indeed drive off your enemies, I still desire a greater assurance and a higher probability of success, which is why I gather individuals with extraordinary abilities and train them. Does this not sound sufficiently plausible? Upon uttering these words, Superman found himself at a loss for a response. His demeanor conveyed a sense of respect. Mr. Lin Tian, if you are indeed certain that the calamities you speak of will befall us, then your actions are indeed justifiable, aside from the indulgence of a superhero like myself. Superman stated somewhat obstinately. Lin Tian chuckled softly, refraining from publicly contradicting him. Very well, you may now proceed with your training. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Tian activated a vibrant, multicolored teleportation array beside him, gesturing for Superman to step into it. Without hesitation, Superman complied, disappearing into Arkham Asylum. Before long, a figure materialized beside Lin Tian, none other than the returning Captain America. Oh, teacher! Captain America exclaimed upon seeing Lin Tian, his face lighting up with delight. Although he still had his arms crossed in front of his chest, he appeared visibly excited. Teacher, it seems you are indeed more favorable towards me, am I correct? He inquired with a sunny smile, spreading his arms wide. Without missing a beat, he flicked a stone from his hand, piercing the shoulder of a criminal who had been peering at them from behind iron bars, eliciting a pained wail from the unfortunate soul. Both Lin Tian and Captain America chose to ignore this display. No, you are mistaken, Lin Tian replied calmly. Perhaps from your perspective, that would indeed seem to be the case. It certainly appears that way. His tone was somewhat airy. However, the reality is quite different. I sent Superman back not to indulge your plans for a grand explosion here, but for another reason. Lin Tian pointed toward a nearby area enveloped in a thick green mist. While you were away, the billionaires of New York convened a meeting, during which Lex Luthor and Norman Osborn successfully intercepted our water group's commercial secrets, the compound number 5, and devised a scheme. Utilizing their temporary experimental cooperation with the military, Norman Osborn claimed he would apply his body-enhancing serum to select inmates at Arkham Asylum to observe any potential side effects. There were no prohibitions on this, but they stipulated that the test subjects must be individuals of minimal danger. Lin Tian chuckled. However, it is evident that matters are not as they seem. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a vortex of air to coalesce in his palm, only to make it vanish as he opened his hand once more. He then proceeded forward with Captain America towards the region shrouded in peculiar yellow mist, continuing, in truth, The subjects here are not being experimented upon with Osborn's body-enhancing serum. Although that serum exhibits remarkable efficacy and peril, there exists another substance here. A special temporary compound number 5. Temporary compound number 5? Captain America asked, puzzled. Indeed, Lin Tian affirmed. It bears some resemblance to the version you ingested. However, the distinction lies in its ability to grant ordinary individuals superhuman abilities for a brief period. Additionally, this compound carries severe side effects. Thus, in a certain sense, it can be deemed a defective product, not to be underestimated. It aligns perfectly with the research interests of Norman Osborn and Luther, for as long as the test subjects perish, there seem to be no witnesses left to contradict them. Correct? Oh, Lin Tian suddenly recalled something, looking at Captain America with a grin. Moreover, there is one crucial detail. Originally, you were part of their plan. Chapter 135, Confronting Superpowered Criminals. At these words, Captain America felt a shiver run down his spine. He did not immediately grasp their full implication, but it soon dawned on him. What did temporary compound number 5 entail? In that moment, a criminal donning a clown's visage charged toward him, and Captain America instinctively reached out to seize him by the throat, subsequently hurling him away. Although he succeeded, he felt something peculiar. This individual's neck was far sturdier than he had anticipated, an oddity indeed. From Captain America's impression of the human body, it was inconceivable that it could possess such density. If one were to liken an ordinary person's physique to cream, this man's body was akin to cheese. While the latter could still be harmed by Captain America, the disparity between the two was significant. The cause for this transformation could only be attributed to the aforementioned temporary compound number 5. Oh, Captain America exclaimed in surprise, noting the evident difference. Suddenly, he was struck by something that collided with his abdomen, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he grasped the object that had barreled into him, he discovered it was yet another criminal painted like a clown, which astonished him. Without hesitation, Captain America twisted the criminal's neck with force, casting him to the ground. Simultaneously, his expression grew more serious. He had come to realize the peril posed by this serum, a potential threat. Moreover, even though Captain America was immensely powerful and confident in his ability to contend with nearly all superpowered individuals, the recent encounter with an individual who had consumed the temporary compound number 5 had left an impression on him. He instinctively pondered whether anyone could wield such power and pose a danger to him. How frightening, Captain America remarked, making a somewhat comical gesture to illustrate his alarm. Beside him, Lin Tian chuckled quietly, saying nothing. He understood that Captain America was not genuinely frightened, yet he had developed a subtle sense of caution regarding the matter. How was this excursion? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. I find it rather average, Captain America replied theatrically, exhaling dramatically before striding forward with hands on his hips. Boom. Just as anticipated, another assailant lunged at him. Captain America, as before, prepared to engage, but upon contact, he sensed something strange, inadvertently exclaiming, "Oh?" The force behind this individual surpassed that of the previous encounters, categorizing him among the stronger superpowered beings Captain America had faced. However, what astonished him further was the savage demeanor displayed by this assailant. The individual moved not like a human, but rather like a beast. Crawling on all fours with drool spilling from the corners of his mouth, eyes gleaming with ferocity, and teeth bared as he lunged at Captain America. After being discarded by the people of his homeland, the swiftness of his movements was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, the astonishment within the hearts of the homeland's people surpassed their outward expressions. The subtle movements and expressions on their faces had diminished, replaced by a newfound intensity of focus. What now, people of the homeland? Lin Tian observed quietly from the side. Among the frenzied, superpowered criminals surrounding them, none seemed to direct their aggression towards Lin Tian, as if he were invisible to them. Indeed, it was the case. Under the influence of Lin Tian's concealment technique, they were unable to detect any fluctuations in his presence, rendering them incapable of converging upon him. However, the homeland's individual was a different story. To these superpowered criminals, or perhaps beasts, he appeared to be the sole target of their predatory instincts. They had succumbed to madness, their singular thought being to devour him, to tear him apart, to integrate him within themselves, as only such an act could provide them with a semblance of satisfaction, a primal satisfaction. With a roar, they charged at the homeland's individual, resembling a horde of humanoid monkeys and jackals. At this moment, he unleashed his signature ability. A beam of laser light shot forth from his eye sockets, crimson and menacing, piercing through the chests or skulls of these transformed supercriminals, leaving behind only their chilling, blood-curdling screams as their lives were irrevocably halted in that instant. Subsequently, he began to reveal his ruthless side without restraint. He resembled a merciless machine of slaughter, seemingly oblivious to the ferocity of those who approached him. With a calm demeanor, he struck at the most opportune moments, penetrating their eyes, tearing open their mouths, or crushing their skulls. The echoes of cracking bones reverberated throughout the room. At that moment, an old television set flickered to life on the ceiling. The screen displayed a static-like pattern before a figure emerged. It was the Joker. Oh, my heavens. Look at what has transpired. Am I watching an R-rated film? He exclaimed. Perhaps that's not quite right. It seems we have such riveting dramas to witness every day in our prison. Why do I feign such astonishment? Ah, yes, because you are quite special. As the Joker's image enlarged on the screen, it appeared he was inching closer to the camera. He gazed at the Homeland's individual and said, Homeland person. Chapter 136. He has prepared a trap for you. You, Homeland person. Ever since I heard you would be coming to Gotham City, I have been unable to sleep for days. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be so thrilled, so agitated, feeling as though my heart might leap from my chest. Can you imagine such a sensation? Have you ever experienced it? And now, it's time, Homeland person, to face a trial from mere mortals. At this moment, the Homeland individual gazed at the television screen, his face contorted in a grimace, yet he uttered not a word. His body was already drenched in blood, clearly resembling a ferocious killer, an executioner, and indeed, that was precisely what he was. Clad in a robe adorned with the national flag and a blue uniform, his appearance took on an even more sinister aura. Are you afraid of me? He asked slowly, enunciating each word. Don't let me find you, he declared, his eyes glinting with malice, two red beams seemingly poised to burst forth from their sockets. Meanwhile, the Joker, observing the Homeland individual's movements through the cleverly concealed television, suddenly raised his arm to shield his face, adopting an exaggeratedly fearful pose. While emitting sounds of mock terror, this comical display was quickly followed by a stiffening of his movements, as he effortlessly transitioned into a more sardonic demeanor, lowering his arm with a smirk. Homeland person, is it? Ahahaha. You are indeed a most intriguing character. You are dangerous. That much everyone in the world would concede. Well, I mean, those who truly know your face. I count myself among that number. Yet, I am not afraid. Do you know why? At this, the Homeland individual paused momentarily. Just tell me where you are. Don't make me search for you, he commanded, before unleashing a laser beam that shattered the television screen into a cascade of static. He then began to scan the walls of the room. In this moment, he activated his X-ray vision, utilizing his superhuman sight to discern the Joker's movements within Arkham Asylum. This was the first individual he had encountered in this nefarious place who dared to openly challenge him, and also the first to incite his subordinates against him. Unlike the previous fools he had dispatched, those who were blindly arrogant or foolish enough to believe they could undermine him undetected, these criminals, having ingested the temporary compound No. 5 or Osborne-S enhancement serum, were markedly different. They had at least succeeded in bathing the Homeland individual in their blood. Slightly exposing the darker side, he kept hidden within, even if he felt no fear, despite knowing that his adversaries possessed compound number 5, enabling them to manifest certain abilities. It seemed inconsequential to him, the king among superpowered beings. I believe I have a rough idea of where the Joker is, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. He has set a trap for you, he continued, and I cannot say whether it will have any effect on you. However, I do not intend to advise you. What comes next is entirely up to you. He shrugged. The Homeland individual smirked slightly. Then, with a swift motion, he smashed through a nearby wall and charged out. He found himself suspended in midair, gazing down upon Arkham Asylum, illuminated by the moonlight. Below, a vast area was surrounded by barbed wire and iron fences, patrolled by guards and armed vehicles, while other sections were cloaked in dense, dark woods. The Homeland individual was unaware of his exact location. But Lin Tian knew well, it was Poison Ivy's territory. Another area was designated for the prisoners' recreation, a legitimate yard for the inmates. Additionally, there was a smoking black structure, seemingly a chemical plant, though it was more accurately a section for conducting experiments on the inmates. That domain belonged to Dr. Hugo Strange. He is not only the doctor here, but also the director, and undoubtedly, he is a mad scientist. However, on this night of the Joker's return, the entire precinct lies under the Joker's control. Other criminals, such as Killer Croc, Deadshot, and the Riddler, lurk in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Unlike the Joker, they do not flaunt their audacity, for they are acutely aware of the formidable prowess of their adversary, the Patriot. The vast majority of them are merely ordinary individuals. These common criminals may not be entirely paralyzed by fear in the face of a supercriminal like the Patriot. Yet they harbor a cautious respect, Even as they ponder strategies to hunt down such a powerful foe, they realize that the intricate structure of this environment poses a significant challenge. The Patriot surveyed the surroundings and, after taking a moment to contemplate, turned to Lin Tian and said, "Very well, allow me to offer a hint." Lin Tian replied with a smile, "What about the sewers? Do you think they could serve as a hiding place for the Joker?" At these words, the Patriot fell silent, for he understood the gravity of the situation. The treacherous nature of this environment surpassed his expectations. Gotham's criminality runs as deep as the roots of a great tree, entrenched in the very foundations of the city. Moreover, the architectural design of Arkham Asylum is indeed peculiar, concealing many hidden aspects within its ancient history. Now, it has fallen under the dominion of various criminals. Without further ado, the Patriot plunged downward. With a resounding crash, he shattered the ground, creating a large hole amidst the astonished gazes of the criminals loitering in the square. Lin Tian followed closely behind, saying nothing. Chapter 137, Pursuing the Joker. A cacophony of absurd announcements echoed in the air. Today, the Joker, the director, declared that all guards had been dismissed due to the asylum's financial constraints. The moment the Patriot entered, a cloud of green smoke billowed up from below, ascending into the air. This was followed by a series of bright yellow sparks accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. An incessant barrage of machine gun fire erupted from underground. At this moment, the figure of the Patriot, clad in the colors of his flag, darted back and forth. One moment he appeared on the left, followed by a deafening explosion, only to vanish and reappear on the distant right, similarly accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, before moving to other positions. Within mere seconds, the Patriot had dispatched 4 or 5 armed criminals. Ordinary bullets posed no threat to him whatsoever. Hey, cowardly creature, why not show yourself?" The Patriot's voice echoed through the underground. Utilizing his superhuman vision, he discerned the direction of his foes and proceeded accordingly. "You know, I experimented with your concoctions long ago in my youth. You might be unaware of the environment in which I was raised. Even as an infant, I was fed poisons by my captors, various cyanides, ricin, snake venom. They subjected me to bizarre experiments to test my physical resilience, even using strong acids and bases. Do you comprehend?" The Patriot declared. In no time, he confronted a criminal wielding a machine gun and swiftly extracted the man's heart from his chest. Then, with a sudden motion, he vanished from the spot, heading further away. Meanwhile, in a room deep underground, the Joker and Harley Quinn were monitoring the situation through surveillance cameras, observing the Patriot's rapid approach towards their hideout. Despite the room's concealment and the numerous traps laid out specifically for the Patriot, they regrettably underestimated his capabilities. While the Patriot may not possess the same potential as Superman, he had been nurtured in an environment of unfathomable experiments, granting him a terrifying resistance to various toxins. Of course, Superman could withstand many toxins, yet he was vulnerable to neurotoxins and forms of mental manipulation. At this moment, the Patriot was ruthlessly slaughtering his foes. With each kill, he noticed that the adversaries ahead grew increasingly extraordinary. Some had transformed into monstrous beings, originally human, yet through excessive use of biological enhancers and compound V, they had become inhuman, possessing immense strength capable of unleashing tons of power within moments, along with superhuman abilities. Faced with such a creature, the Patriot found his advance momentarily obstructed. Nonetheless, even these monstrosities merely stalled him. Elsewhere, the Joker and Harley Quinn successfully escaped from their hiding place, fleeing along the underground river. Meanwhile, the Patriot was entangled with several of these creatures, some of which breathed fire, while others, like the Patriot, emitted laser beams from their eyes, and others brandished razor-sharp claws, prompting the Patriot to refrain from engaging directly. "Lin Tian, are you just going to stand by and watch?" the Patriot inquired. As he spoke, Lin Tian's figure materialized beside him. Then, one of the creatures detected a new target and lunged at Lin Tian, who calmly pinned it midair, subsequently sealing its throat with an ice sword. Out of the corner of his eye, the Patriot caught a glimpse of Lin Tian's combat prowess. Feeling a pang of envy, it was an unusual sensation, akin to being a primitive person devouring food with hands while witnessing a gentleman dining elegantly with utensils. However, despite this, the Patriot did not feel particularly ashamed or inferior, for he regarded Lin Tian as an unfathomable presence, possessing a vast array of Eastern cultivation methods, rich in variety and complexity. "Isn't this the trial you sought?" Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, the Patriot felt somewhat speechless. "Well, that may be true," he replied, as he forcefully pressed his thumb into the eye of one creature, causing it to burst. Immediately afterward, he unleashed his laser vision. piercing through the gaping maw of another creature before discarding it to the ground and surveying the scene ahead. At this moment, he observed the numerous lifeless bodies of monsters strewn about. Huh. The Patriot took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and glanced at Lin Tian, who stood there effortlessly observing him. Feeling a sudden chill, the Patriot swiftly dispatched another creature before turning his gaze further ahead. Without uttering a word, he soared forward, only to be intercepted by Lin Tian. "I think we should wait," Lin Tian remarked with a smile. The Joker, aware that he was outmatched, had placed a massive Joker gas bomb at his escape route. "If you proceed, you will be hit," Lin Tian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the Patriot felt a twinge of surprise and inquired, "Oh, and what will happen then?" The name Joker toxin is indeed rather unique. But, to be frank, can this truly affect me? The Patriot questioned skeptically. "It may have some effect on you, but only to a limited extent. Comparatively, Scarecrow's neurotoxin is likely to have a far greater impact on you." Lin Tian replied candidly. Chapter 138, Letting Him Go? "Oh, so we are to let the Joker go?" The Patriot queried, his brow furrowed in response. "Huh." Lin Tian chuckled softly before continuing. "I did not imply that we should disregard him. However, in a certain sense, it seems that this is not the opportune moment to apprehend him." Upon hearing this, the Patriot's expression remained unchanged. "Are you certain? You just mentioned that this individual nearly unleashed the toxin prepared underground upon the entire city. Are we really going to allow such a dangerous figure to slip through our fingers?" "Humph." Lin Tian smiled again. "I never stated that we should ignore him. What I meant was that I currently have no desire to pursue him, as there are two others who will take care of it for us." At this revelation, the Patriot appeared to have an epiphany. "Lin Tian, are you referring to Norman Osborn and Lex Luthor?" he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Indeed. That is precisely what I was implying," Lin Tian responded, casting a glance into the distance before returning his gaze to the Patriot. "Now, can you guess what the Joker is up to at this very moment?" The Patriot looked somewhat perplexed. What is he doing? Engaging in acts of terror? Attacking the Gotham Police Department? Bombing the City Hall? Or perhaps interrupting a wedding at a church? Lin Tian shook his head in bemusement. "Patriot, you should know that had I been seeking such answers, I would not have posed that question." "Oh, then what is it?" The Patriot paused, momentarily taken aback. He had no intention of lingering any longer in the filthy, dark, and stench-ridden sewer, infested with viruses, rats, and the likes of Killer Croc. He soared upward, emerging into the open sky once more. At this very moment, Batman and the Gotham City Police Department, led by Commissioner Gordon, had arrived, regaining control of the external situation. Beneath the black cloak that shrouded his face, Batman's expression was somewhat peculiar. He looked up as the rain-soaked leaves reflected light onto the glossy robe of the Patriot, revealing his visage. Afterwards, Batman lowered his gaze once more as he spotted a familiar yet incredulous figure ahead, Lin Tian. To be precise, it was an Eastern youth. Batman, or rather Bruce Wayne, distinctly recalled the time he attended a billionaire conference hosted by Luthor at LexCorp, where this Eastern youth had appeared alongside Uncle Fried Chicken, the CEO of Water Corporation. However, upon hearing of the unfolding events, he hurried here at the fastest pace possible. Now, upon his arrival, he once again laid eyes on the boy. Thus, he too must possess superhuman abilities. Batman instantly affirmed this notion. Soon after, a glint of wariness flickered in his gaze directed at Lin Tian. He could sense that anyone who could appear at a conference alongside the CEO of WaterCorp was unlikely to be an ordinary individual. Even though he appeared youthful, information gleaned from various channels indicated that Uncle Fried Chicken, the CEO, did not seem to be a metahuman. This suggested that the boy before him could potentially be a formidable power user, perhaps even a younger version of the Patriot? The Patriot, a younger iteration of the Patriot. Batman felt a slight headache coming on, and he dared not allow even a moment of complacency. In truth, he had never placed any trust in such superpowered individuals. In Batman's eyes, the true intentions of these beings were difficult to ascertain, and they could easily deviate from their original purpose due to unforeseen factors. At such a moment, these once heroic figures could morph into exceedingly formidable supervillains. Batman pondered this, sinking into a reverie. Nearby, a voice called out, drawing Batman back to the present. "Hey, old buddy. What are you daydreaming about?" Commissioner Gordon spoke up. "Didn't you come here with the intent to capture the Joker? I have some rather unfortunate news for you. The Joker has escaped." Gordon clapped a hand on Batman's shoulder. In response, Batman turned to glance at Gordon and the other busy officers, giving a quiet acknowledgement before curiously gazing at the Patriot in the sky. He was uncertain of the Patriot's next actions, but felt compelled to learn more about this dangerous individual, given their ambiguous future relationship. Danger. Tremendous danger. From the Patriot's countenance, Batman sensed this. Unlike the recently released superhero from WaterCorp, who bore a resemblance to the Patriot, Superman appeared less threatening in Batman's perception. Next, Batman shifted his gaze back to Lin Tian, the Eastern youth. He saw no adverse traits in him, but this did not imply that Lin Tian was entirely safe. It merely indicated that Lin Tian was an easily overlooked unknown entity. What a terrifying organization. Batman mused inwardly. At this moment, the Patriot descended from the sky. Upon spotting Batman below, he donned an odd smile. Oh, is this Gotham's vigilante? In a sense, you could be considered a hero, couldn't you? The Patriot remarked with a grin, extending his hand. Feeling a bit awkward, Batman extended his hand in return, his mind instinctively calculating how to respond should the Patriot attempt to crush his hand with excessive force. However, the Patriot did not do so. By the way, your foe seems to have already fled. Shouldn't you be pursuing him? The Patriot quipped with a smile, leaving Batman feeling even more disoriented. In his understanding of the Patriot, he did not seem to be a cunning individual. Any hypocrisy appeared to stem from instinct rather than a pursuit of long-term interests or schemes. Chapter 139, Patriot. You did well. After exchanging pleasantries with Batman, the Patriot departed from Arkham. This evening has witnessed an ample share of carnage and conflict. Naturally, he still possesses a considerable reserve of vitality. Yet, within him lingers an unusual sentiment. To be candid, Teacher Lin Tian, is it truly inconsequential that the Joker has been allowed to depart unscathed? The patriotic man expressed some confusion. Rest assured, it is of no concern. Lin Tian replied with a smile. I am fully aware of your current thoughts. Your sentiment resembles that of being smeared with the viscous slime of a slug. Only to discover that, as you attempt to retaliate and crush it, the creature has mysteriously vanished into the distance. Is that the essence of your feeling? Lin Tian countered. Upon hearing this, the patriotic man paused momentarily before succumbing to laughter. Indeed, it is hardly worth the trouble. However, what I find intolerable is his pretentious demeanor, as if he is mocking the world while projecting an illusion of audacity, all the while instilling fear in others through sheer strength. Thus, I ponder whether, when confronted by a stronger adversary such as myself, he might, in some sense, exhibit fear as well. If so, when might that occur? Precisely, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. You articulate your thoughts astutely. However, for the time being, we need not concern ourselves with this Joker. After all, a Joker is merely a Joker. Before long, they will leap forth before us, and we can deal with them then, cannot we? Moreover, it is crucial to note that, to you, this Joker is merely an ordinary fool, indistinguishable from the others he has slain. Am I correct? At the very least, eliminating him does not grant you any sense of satisfaction from combat, does it? Even if you might experience a fleeting pleasure from crushing an insect. There is nothing beyond that, is there? Lin Tian inquired. Indeed, that is quite accurate, the patriotic man conceded. Well then, let us observe what tricks they have up their sleeves. After all, I intend to maintain Gotham as a long-term playground for my endeavors. A glimmer of excitement illuminated the patriotic man's countenance. This smile, to the eyes of others, may merely seem like the expression of a superhero dedicated to upholding public order. Yet, in Lin Tian's perception, he recognized it as the momentary joy of the patriotic man, reveling in the prospect of unleashing his murderous desires freely. Lin Tian saw no malice in that smile. The act of slaying criminals does not adhere to a strict dichotomy of right or wrong. Rather, it is simply a matter of differing jurisdictions. However, in a place like Gotham, where criminals can repeatedly escape and wreak havoc, resulting in the deaths of countless innocents, it is evident that the issue lies within the legal system itself. The abolition of the death penalty should hinge upon the premise that a criminal can never escape their confinement. Yet, in Gotham, prisons are nothing short of a farce. Thus, in this light, the patriotic man's actions seem entirely justifiable to Lin Tian. The repeated escapes, the incessant killings, and the cyclical nature of their capture and release are the true anomalies. In this regard, Lin Tian views Batman as merely occupying a seemingly righteous stance. Perhaps he contemplates that if he were to resort to slaughter, he would be no different from the very criminals he seeks to combat, thus inadvertently fostering their behavior. However, to Lin Tian, this reasoning is undoubtedly laughable. After all, it represents a form of weakness and compromise. Evil may indeed possess an original sin, a narrative that could be traced back to Gotham's inception, rooted in the bloody rivalries of ancient families, such as the Wayne family, which emerged as one of the victors. Yet, true malevolence is perpetuated by a minuscule fraction of individuals, such as the Joker, Scarecrow, Two-Face, and the Mad Hatter. The majority possess the capacity for redemption upon incarceration, or lack the ability to escape. However, the most notorious and prominent criminals, especially the Joker, embody an unforgivable nature. It can be said that a single drop of ink can taint an entire pool. In contrast, figures like Penguin or the Falcone family advocate for order, treating crime as a business and managing it to maintain a remarkably controllable and aesthetically pleasing crime rate. The Joker, however, champions chaos, the purest and most primal form of evil, motivated by ambition and amusement alone. The Joker's provocations towards Batman stem from a desire for amusement. Only a superhero as ordinary as Batman presents him with the thrill of challenge. Yet, concurrently, through the Joker virus or the use of explosives, he derives a euphoric sense of superiority, akin to that of a god. Therefore, his ideals and worldview are fundamentally warped. Even in exceptional circumstances, he might dare to challenge heroes like Superman or the Patriotic Man, but generally, he refrains from such actions. The reasons for which are glaringly obvious. He does not wish to perish. At the very least, he does not desire to die without suspense or enjoyment. At this moment, beneath Gotham's streets, amidst the squalid underground river, the Joker and Harley Quinn sped past in their whimsical speedboat. Within the Joker's intercom, a voice inquired, "How does it sound? It seems you have successfully evaded the Patriotic Man." The voice belonged to a young man, Lex Luthor. Ha ha ha. The Joker erupted in maniacal laughter. What prompts such a question? As the youngest and most astute entrepreneur in New York, Mr. Luthor, you must have a plan for everything, no? He continued with a chuckle. Moreover, I've heard whispers that you are dedicated to utilizing your technology to aid humanity's progress and protect mankind. Yet your current actions seem somewhat at odds with your public persona, don't they? Humph. Why speak of such matters with me? All I know is that, currently, the Patriotic Man may pose a greater threat to humanity than you, and perhaps there is not just one or two, but several entities like the water company. Luthor responded calmly. Chapter 140, The Joker and Luthor. Upon hearing this, the Joker's laughter faded, for within his plans lay the notion of departing Gotham to sow chaos elsewhere. Yet, he seldom pursued this course. In many respects, Gotham was his joyful homeland, while other places were not. In cities like New York, with their own underground powers, making a bold transition was fraught with peril, easily leading to detection and subsequent expulsion. However, as the water company, the world's largest and most unique superhero organization, continued to expand, the world seemed to grow increasingly secure. In other words, the life of supervillains became progressively challenging. For the Joker, who had long been ensconced in Gotham's shadows, this was far from advantageous. Moreover, the Patriotic Man had now intruded upon their Gotham. One foot had shattered their comfort zone, their criminal sanctuary, and then, with a swift motion, he withdrew his leg. If the number of criminals in this realm were to swell, the terrifying presence might very well return. And unlike Batman, wherever the presence of Homelander manifests, the mortality rate is inevitably heightened. In contrast, the realms frequented by Batman tend to ensure that the death rate of criminals hovers around zero. This, perhaps, elucidates why, despite their trepidation towards Batman, criminals do not harbor an overwhelming fear. After all, when confronted by Batman, they at least have a semblance of hope for survival. However, in the face of Homelander, their fate is far more uncertain. Even though Homelander might proffer some plausible justifications, such as a criminal slipping accidentally, a misfire of a weapon, or a gunfight resulting in a ricochet that strikes him, criminals are acutely aware of the grim reality. They are, after all, the most cognizant of what constitutes a normal death for their ilk. In essence, they exist as expendable resources within this city. While Batman's presence mitigates their attrition, Homelander's arrival brings a starkly different scenario. Yet, they find themselves utterly powerless against such a formidable adversary, one clad in impenetrable steel, capable of flight, X-ray vision, and emitting lethal beams of energy. Most criminals in Gotham are at a loss for how to contend with such a being. Even the infamous Joker, a notorious crime lord, finds himself in a state of considerable distress. Upon hearing that the Vought group might possess multiple beings akin to Homelander, perhaps 3 or 4, he is rendered speechless, his characteristic smile vanishing. This revelation implies that unless these superhumans engage in infighting, his chances of orchestrating chaos in New York are virtually non-existent. Furthermore, should Homelander or other powerful superheroes begin to frequent Gotham as a norm, his predicament would resemble that of a rat in a sewer, forced to scurry about with its tail tucked between its legs. The mere thought of this renders the Joker unable to summon his usual mirth. However, at that moment, the man on the other end of the line seems to discern the Joker's troubled thoughts, smiling slightly before inquiring, "What troubles you, Joker? Why the lack of laughter? Do you still harbor doubts about me?" Luthor retorts. In response, the Joker falls silent, his visage clouded with malevolence. In the dim light of the sewer, his expression is nearly indecipherable. The once perpetually grinning, crimson visage now appears profoundly contemplative. What exactly are you implying? What do you intend to do? The Joker queries, perplexed. Well, here's the thing. Luther begins, what I wish to accomplish, you have likely already witnessed. Do not forget the potions I provided. You must have seen their remarkable effects. Luther continues. At this, the Joker pauses momentarily, as comprehension dawns. Ah, you mean those concoctions that bestow superhuman abilities and enhance physical prowess, albeit with a more bloodthirsty side effect? Precisely, Luther replies candidly. Mr. Joker, why not give it a try? Based on my calculations, your body has undergone a certain degree of transformation due to exposure to chemical agents, granting you extraordinary resistance. Additionally, you can withstand Scarecrow's fear toxin, indicating your mental fortitude is exceptional. Thus, you should similarly resist the side effects of Mr. Osborn's biological enhancement serum. Of course, there exists another possibility. You might not be averse to the bloodthirsty side effects, am I correct? Luther inquires with a smile. The Joker does not rush to respond. Instead, exhaling a deep sigh. He seems to be reminiscing, perhaps in contemplation. Mr. Luther, are you treating me as a mere guinea pig? The Joker retorts with a chuckle. No, not at all, Luther responds earnestly. I am merely offering you an opportunity, an equitable chance to confront beings like Homelander and Superman. Luther emphasizes. I see, the Joker nods in understanding. Very well, congratulations, Luther, you have successfully persuaded me. Just kidding, the Joker exclaims, abruptly discarding the remaining temporary compound from his pocket, his expression darkening as he declares into the intercom, you will not manipulate me. The side effects of that serum could very well lead to a swift demise. Even if I could harness superpowers to confront or even eliminate Homelander, what then? Mr. Luther, you are a clever man. Clever men enjoy weaving lies and crafting traps under the guise of aiding others, ensnaring them in a web of deceit. Moreover, I do not find myself in such dire straits, hence I shall not partake in that concoction. The Joker asserts resolutely. However, in the next moment, a sinister, maniacal laughter erupts from the tunnel ahead. A figure clad in green goblin armor descends from a flying contraption, hurling several pumpkin bombs towards the Joker. As the bombs explode, a thick cloud of smoke envelopes the scene. It is evident that the newcomer is none other than the Green Goblin, Osborn. The detonated pumpkin bombs are not ordinary explosives. They contain a mixture of the temporary compound and biological enhancement serum. Amidst the swirling smoke, the silhouettes of two figures begin to undergo unprecedented transformations. Chapter 141, The Joker's Transformation. The bodies of the Joker and Harley Quinn quickly swell, and this is merely the beginning. They appear akin to humanoid balloons being inflated with invisible air, yet they do not burst, instead morphing into colossal monstrosities. Their faces contort into grotesque shapes, rendering their original appearances nearly unrecognizable. Yet this remains just the onset. Their features begin to twitch, resembling pancakes overcooked in a skillet, the softer portions rapidly rising in irregular forms. Eventually, their visages stabilize, though they still retain an unsettling appearance, characterized by bizarrely protruding suits. At this juncture, the mouths of the Joker and Harley Quinn emit cracking sounds. Their eyeballs protrude vacantly from their sockets, while their mouths resemble those of marionettes, attempting to articulate speech without success. Finally, amidst a cacophony of unsettling noises, they regain their ability to speak, albeit with great effort. What has happened to us? At this moment, the Joker reaches up to rub his face, acutely aware that his body has undergone a complex and indescribable transformation. His entire appearance has shifted dramatically from what it once was. He has not only grown in stature, but has also morphed into a form reminiscent of a more robust and round-faced Joker from it, no longer resembling his former self. Under the influence of the drug, he has become unrecognizable, and for a fleeting moment, he doubts whether he has truly returned from the dead. Indeed, he has survived. For within him lies the god of wine Jean. This is one of the trump cards he possesses that emboldens him to challenge Homelander. The god of wine Jean is a green liquid metal that only activates to heal the host when they are injured. Furthermore, it has previously been utilized by the ninja master, Ra's al Ghul, who is also Batman's mentor. To be precise, it was he who discovered the incomplete Dionysian factor within the waters of the Lazarus pit, from which he emerged with the gift of immortality. In reality, through the study of certain texts, the Joker unearthed a similar pool infused with Dionysian essence beneath Gotham, wherein he found the means to resurrect himself after death. This explains why, upon discovering that the countryman had arrived at Arkham, he meticulously provoked the countryman. It was not a manifestation of madness, nor was he perpetually insane. Rather, in his moments of apparent insanity, he exhibited a remarkable clarity and wisdom. Furthermore, The Dionysian factor is an exceptionally peculiar substance, undetectable by conventional means, only revealing its formidable power following annihilation. At this moment, the Joker strained to contort and compress his visage, endeavoring to restore his former appearance. After a series of strenuous efforts, he managed to resemble his original self to a degree, though this merely pertained to his face. His physique remained disproportionately enlarged, a consequence of the Green Goblin Osborn's serum and the temporary Compound 5. The Joker let out a pained howl, yet within that wail, there was an absence of true suffering. Rather, it was a distortion of anguish. Subsequently, his body appeared to be squeezed by an unseen force, successfully reshaping itself to its original dimensions. However, at this juncture, he resembled a grotesque, misshapen corpse as if trampled by numerous trucks. "Oh dear, what have you done?" The Joker's accomplice, Harley Quinn, exclaimed in a muted voice. At this moment, she too had returned to reality, though the crimson veins in her eyes were markedly more pronounced than before. This was a consequence of her close proximity to Poison Ivy, who had previously administered her unique serum and medications during a crisis, ensuring that Harley had not succumbed to any toxins since. Yet, the recent exposure to Compound 5 and Osborn's biological enhancers, while not toxic per se, or significant side effects, nonetheless, Harley managed to endure, appearing far less disfigured than the grotesque visage of the Joker, whose face resembled a Frankenstein-like monster, reassembled after being mutilated. Contrary to this, the Joker found amusement in his plight, laughing heartily. "Oh my, look at me," he exclaimed, extending his twisted fingers in astonishment and delight. "Darling, are you okay?" Harley inquired, as she seized a rat from the nearby sewer and crushed it effortlessly. At this moment, both their bodies had undergone unforeseen transformations. "I feel extraordinary," the Joker mused darkly. "Is this the sensation of a superhero? The experience of those empowered by the water company?" He erupted into laughter, unable to contain his mirth. "What is wrong with you, darling? Seriously, do you need us to find a hospital?" Harley suggested, half awake and half enthusiastic. "I know of some underground clinics. Or perhaps we should return to the asylum to consult Dr. Hugo Strange. I'm sure he would assist us, wouldn't he? Isn't he quite obsessed with human experimentation?" "You may have a point, but there's no need. Absolutely none," the Joker responded, first laughing maniacally before swiftly regaining his composure. "Look at me. I am not ill. I have merely become interesting. Yes, this world has become intriguing. Perhaps, in this state, I can make the world even more amusing." As he spoke, he waved his arm nonchalantly, and suddenly, graffiti of the Joker appeared on the stone wall before them. Harley gasped in astonishment. "Oh, darling, have you learned magic?" she exclaimed, as she popped a morsel of rat meat into her mouth. No. The Joker chuckled, a tear rolling down his cheek. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of eerie seriousness. "Oh, how marvelous it is that this world harbors such wondrous and fascinating phenomena. I once believed those superpowers to be mere foolish and superfluous embellishments, yet now I sense it is far more than that." As he spoke, he vanished from the ship, leaving Harley momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired. She turned, ravenously shoving snacks into her mouth while searching for the Joker's presence, but found nothing. In the next moment, on the streets of Gotham, a young girl clutched a balloon as she awaited a vehicle. Suddenly, amidst the bustling traffic, no car halted. In a fleeting moment, she perceived a peculiar figure across the street. She paused, tilting her head to peer through the gaps between two vehicles for confirmation of what she had seen. Soon, she discerned that it appeared to be a clown. However, he was certainly not the nightmarish clown of Gotham, for the clown across the street bore little resemblance to the familiar visage of the one often seen in the news. This was evidently a subpar cosplay. After all, how could the true Joker don ill-fitting, tattered, and grotesquely wrinkled attire, seemingly stuffed with rectangular metallic gift boxes? Clearly, this was not the Joker. Yet, instinctively, a sense of fear took root within the girl's heart, blossoming like a seed. Even though this clown did not perform any signature antics, did not laugh uproariously, and appeared more monstrous than human, the possibility remained that he was a criminal. After all, there were many imitators of Gotham's Joker. Moreover, it was conceivable that there existed other eccentric murderers who, on this day, chose to masquerade as a clown. Suddenly, a vehicle sped past. At that moment, the girl could no longer see the strange clown across the street. But in the next instant, with a swift turn, she was startled to find that the previously distant clown now loomed before her, significantly larger than she remembered. "Help!" the girl instinctively cried out. However, tragically, before she could utter a complete plea, the clown swiftly covered her mouth with a large hand, stifling her cry for help. In the next heartbeat, blood spilled onto the street. Despite the fine rain that began to fall, saturating the air with the scent of damp earth. It could not mask the metallic odor of blood. A large, blood-spattered clown face painted on the roadside seemed to mock and provoke something unseen. This incident soon captured the attention of Gotham's police force, as well as that of Batman. Moreover, the patriotic individual and Lin Tian, who had yet to depart from Gotham City, were confronted by a blood-red graffiti that provoked an unprecedented transformation in the demeanor of the patriotic figure. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Lin Tian and inquired, Teacher Lin Tian, it appears that innocent lives have already been sacrificed. Is this the consequence of your prohibition against my pursuit of that jester? Indeed, you are correct, Lin Tian replied, his expression somewhat icy. Clearly, I am not omnipotent. However, I believe there are still actions I can undertake, such as apprehending that graffiti-loving individual. He continued, you must understand that had you pursued him at that moment, you would have collided with those canisters containing toxic gas, resulting in its dispersion throughout the city. Nevertheless, I certainly did not anticipate the astonishing transformation the Joker underwent due to the effects of Compound 5 and the biological enhancers. His capabilities are quite extraordinary. From the location reported in this district to the sewer system from which he escaped Gotham City, there are several kilometers separating them. Yet he traversed this distance in an instant. Undoubtedly, teleportation has become a facet of his abilities, rather than the entirety. Upon hearing this, the patriotic figure's expression darkened even further. Teacher Lin Tian, are you implying that the Joker has exceeded your expectations? A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Yes, that is indeed an accurate assessment, Lin Tian stated solemnly. I can sense his location, but I did not foresee him possessing such capabilities. So ultimately, this constitutes an oversight on your part, does it not? The patriotic individual pressed further. Indeed, Lin Tian acknowledged. Even I am not a deity. Furthermore, I did not foresee this particular transformation. Now, it is time to rectify this. In the next moment, both the patriotic figure and Lin Tian vanished from sight. At this very moment, within Arkham Asylum in Gotham City, the patients had been recaptured by guards and Batman, confined once more within their cells. However, a few had successfully escaped, including the Joker and Harley Quinn. Presently, guards, armed with rifles, were counting the criminals. Ordinary handguns lacked the necessary deterrent effect, especially considering the presence of some particularly dangerous inmates. Mr. Warden, the situation is nearly stabilized. Perhaps we should call it a night. Everyone deserves some rest after such a lengthy endeavor. We can conduct a thorough sweep of the isolation area tomorrow, correct? Or do you have any special requests, Warden? The captain of the guards engaged in conversation with the Warden. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the distance, the grotesquely transformed Joker. In the next instant, as the Joker raised his cleaver, amidst a burst of colorful light, a familiar figure emerged. The most prominent figure, draped in a national flag robe, was none other than the patriotic individual. In an instant, the patriotic figure surged forward, seizing the Joker's knife-wielding hand. Yet, in the following moment, the Joker unleashed an astonishing force, breaking free from the grip of the patriotic individual. Chapter 143, The Prison of the Mind. In the next instant, the Joker's head turned, revealing an unprecedentedly sinister grin. Patriot, we meet again. The Joker cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, but his primary focus remained on the patriotic figure. I recall that during our last encounter, you had already shattered my left hand. What about now? As he spoke, the Joker flexed his wrist, his newfound strength allowing him to escape the patriotic figure's grasp. The patriotic figure was momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, he unleashed a barrage of heat raised directly at the Joker's eyes. The intense fire scorched the air, emitting a hissing sound akin to melting ice. As the laser vaporized the Joker's eyes, in the following moment, the Joker let out an involuntary scream of agony. However, the next instant saw his form vanish from sight, only to reappear several meters away, his bloodied gaze fixed intently upon the patriotic figure. You seem to have changed, indeed, the patriotic figure observed, a hint of a sinister smile gracing his lips. Are you certain it is only a slight change? The Joker questioned, puzzled. Suddenly, from his hand, a deck of playing cards materialized. With a casual flick, the cards cascaded down like confetti. In the blink of an eye, his form disappeared once more. And beside the patriotic figure, another Joker emerged. Startled, the patriotic figure quickly employed his laser vision, relentlessly firing at the clones of the Joker. Upon being struck, these replicas erupted into bursts of colorful fireworks, creating an illusion of a farcical spectacle. Yet amidst this chaos, the real Joker seized a blade and lunged toward one of the guards. However, at that very moment, the Joker's hand froze mid-attack, as if he had been transformed into an immobile, grotesque sculpture. The guard, now aware of the threat posed by the Joker's blade, reacted instinctively, opening fire. The rapid gunfire rained down upon the Joker's twisted and grotesque form, yet the bullets seemed to have minimal effect. In reality, such ammunition was ineffective against one who had ingested the biological enhancer and Compound 5. Meanwhile, in another realm, the realm of the mind, a battle had only just begun. This war was between Lin Tian and the Joker. Lin Tian chose to exert mental control over the Joker. In truth, the Joker represented a rare and exceptionally unique entity within the DC universe, possessing an extraordinary mental prowess. Among the superheroes of the DC world, beings like the Deadman, who exist solely as spirits, can possess others' bodies, a feat even Batman cannot directly resist. On the night the Joker brutally murdered the second Robin, Jason Todd, the spirit of Deadman happened to pass by. However, when he attempted to occupy the Joker's mind to stop him, he failed. Additionally, there was another notable instance involving the Spectre, the divine agent of justice in the DC universe, who once sought to judge the Joker but found himself unable to do so, as the Joker lacked a genuine understanding of morality. Yet, despite the Joker's uniquely complex psyche, Lin Tian succeeded in exerting control over him. This was due to Lin Tian's unique mind puppetry, a powerful force of mental and spiritual suppression. The Joker had not studied the art of the mind, and thus, instinctively, despite his extraordinary consciousness, he could not achieve the same level of detachment as ancient sorcerers. However, Lin Tian, in his current state, could. Not only did he suppress the Joker and render him immobile, but he also penetrated into his mental realm, influencing and shaping it. Akin to what he had previously done to Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, Lin Tian's confidence stemmed from his previous acquisition of the Cosmic Cube. The Cosmic Cube is not merely a space gem. Its energy, transformed into a spiritual essence, has facilitated Lin Tian's considerable growth, contributing to the evolution of his soul as well. In this moment, the Joker finds himself ensnared within a surreal dreamscape. In a diminutive wooden abode, he gazes at a television set, which plays a relentless loop of his former memories, recounting the tale of his origins. The Joker presents 3 interpretations of his genesis. Enough. He swiftly recognizes that the surrounding environment is askew. This quaint little cabin, the antiquated television, and the film of his own life are all fabrications of unreality. Who are you? Release me. The Joker barks angrily. At that instant, Lin Tian's voice reverberates through the air. You wish for me to free you? That may be possible. But first, you must answer my inquiry. What do you fear? Lin Tian poses. Boredom, the Joker replies with solemnity. Then, with a hint of uncertainty, he adds, perhaps? Indeed. Lin Tian nods. It appears your thought process remains quite normal. However, this indicates that you are better suited to remain here for a while, rather than venturing outside. You might as well reside in this mental prison I have fashioned for you and atone for the sins you have committed. Lin Tian states earnestly. No, no, no. The Joker exclaims, growing somewhat hysterical. Suddenly, he regains his composure, then smirks with disdain. What a jest. You think you can confine me? On what grounds? I will undoubtedly escape, whether from Arkham or this wretched mental prison. There is no place in this world that can hold me. The Joker states calmly. Very well, then. Remain here for now. This is a unique world crafted for you. Within it, you possess merely a room and a television. What do you think will happen? Will you go mad? Will you plead for my mercy? Lin Tian chuckles. Nevertheless, it is best for you to stay here. At this moment, outside in the realm of reality, the Joker has been captured, tightly bound, and brought into a laboratory. Chapter 144, Luthor and Osborn's Research. This is the laboratory of Arkham Asylum in Gotham, but soon a few distinctive individuals enter, removing their masks to reveal their true identities. The visitors are none other than Norman Osborn and Lex Luthor. My word. Upon seeing the Joker on the examination table, Norman Osborn gasps in astonishment. Meanwhile, Luthor glances quizzically at the data displayed on the adjacent instruments. To be honest, prior to arriving here, I thought this Joker was merely putting on an act. Frankly, his condition appears quite peculiar. As Luthor speaks, he turns to Norman Osborn, inquiring further. Osborn, with a slightly deranged and sinister expression, stares at the Joker on the table, exclaiming in wonder. No, no, no. I feel that is not the crux of the matter. What is truly significant is the process of his bodily transformation, which holds immense research value. It is said that before his capture, he teleported to a street 10 kilometers away to commit a murder, only to instantaneously return to Arkham Asylum. Moreover, among the abilities he has demonstrated are extraordinary strength and seemingly magical illusions. Though it is also possible that they are not illusions at all, they are undoubtedly part of his capabilities. The Joker may have evolved into an unknown state, utilizing his powers to accomplish these bizarre feats. After all, the superhumans from the water company do exhibit some rather outlandish traits, do they not? Norman Osborn continues to gaze with excitement at the motionless figure of the Joker, fixating on this grotesque creature, whose appearance is hideous and exudes a strange green fluid that stains the examination table. After a moment of admiration, he reluctantly turns to Luther, asking, "What do you think?" Luther? At this moment, Luther's demeanor remains unchanged from his usual composed and sagacious self. However, as he observes the readings on the instruments, his brow furrows in contemplation. He then places a finger to his lips, emitting a thoughtful hum. After a moment, as an idea strikes him, his expression softens, and he turns to Norman Osborn, responding, "I believe I comprehend something. But what exactly is happening here?" As he speaks, Luther steps back. This movement prompts Norman Osborn to regard him with a hint of curiosity, scrutinizing the Joker on the examination table. At present, he lies not only on the bed, but also with his limbs bound by iron chains secured to the steel frame, rendering him frozen in a state akin to that of an ice sculpture. Thus, Norman Osborn perceives no abnormalities. He busies himself collecting tissue samples from the subject, placing them into test tubes he carries, then rises from the bedside, stowing the containers in his coat pocket, a satisfied expression crossing his face as he glances at the Joker before looking up at Luther. "You see, he is behaving quite docilely now, isn't? What troubles you, Luther?" In response, Luther's lips curl into a mysterious smile. "Is that so? Perhaps." Luther shrugs, then brushes aside his bangs, lightly touching his forehead as he continues. "You are correct. However, there is one issue. The Joker is not in a state of unconsciousness. I mean, you must have noticed that his cognitive activity is quite vigorous, indicating he is ensnared in a dream. Furthermore, he appears to be in a state of light sleep. Otherwise, his neural activity would not be so heightened, leading to his eyes darting about, would it?" Luther articulates. "Indeed," Norman Osborn concedes, lowering his gaze to the Joker once more. "Yes, that is a possibility, but for now, we cannot provide an explanation, can we?" Osborn chuckles. "Of course, Luther. I believe you should devise a method to swiftly transport the Joker to our office, perhaps by orchestrating a fire at the asylum, allowing the patients to escape. This would render the disappearance of the Joker's body more plausible, making it easier for others to accept that his fervent followers have abducted him. In doing so, we could conduct further research. After all, the Joker remains our most remarkable experimental subject thus far, with the highest dosage of the temporary compound 5 and biological enhancements, demonstrating the most astonishing results. Would you not agree? I am uncertain about the fate of the other female jester. However, one might speculate that her absence suggests a lack of efficacy, or perhaps her body harbors certain antibodies we would rather not witness. What do you think, Mr. Luther?" Norman Osborn continued. "You make a valid point." Luther nodded in agreement. He then solemnly donned his mask and, exchanging a few altered remarks with the nearby Norman Osborn, remarked, "But you know, Mr. Osborn, I have a feeling that the jester's predicament stems from the interference of a third party. Otherwise, I see no reason to explain the symptoms he currently endures. Wouldn't you agree?" "Oh, perhaps," Norman Osborn replied noncommittally. After all, the jester is an exceptionally unique specimen. Even if he exhibits unusual conditions, it is not entirely incomprehensible. Personally, I surmise that the images in the jester's mind must be quite fascinating, though we are unable to perceive them. Chapter 145, Luther's Acumen and Vigilance. Furthermore, Luther spoke again. "My suspicions are not unfounded, but rather pointed. During the jester's confrontation with Homelander, I had already infiltrated the surveillance permissions here, and I discovered, first and foremost, look at this." Luther raised his phone toward Osborn. At that moment, they had exited the infirmary, transformed into two masked figures whose features were obscured. As they traversed the corridor, they engaged in conversation, while passing nurses, doctors, and guards remained oblivious to any irregularity. You see, Homelander's strength did not completely subdue the jester. Likewise, the jester had no sudden reason to become immobilized. Observe the playback. When Homelander made his entrance, it was abrupt and accompanied by a peculiar kaleidoscopic aura. Luther fiddled with his phone, addressing Norman Osborn. Despite the objective atmospheric and lighting influences rendering the image somewhat unclear and the angle less than perfect, it nonetheless captured the segment of the battle between Homelander and the jester. Did you see that? Homelander's emergence was highly illogical. He did not merely fly in. It appeared more akin to teleportation, akin to the jester before he lost consciousness. Yet we know Homelander lacks such ability, or at least has never exhibited it. Now, look here. Luther indicated the figure that appeared after the colorful glow. Do you see this? Here, do you notice? Luther pointed to a somewhat diminutive figure behind Homelander in the footage. This appears to be a youth. Upon witnessing this, Norman Osborn seemed momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure. Oh, so it is evident that there is a problem, Luther concluded. More importantly, this individual is someone we have encountered before. At a previous gathering, which I invited you, Bruce Wayne, Uncle Ben, and Iron Man Tony too. This youth appeared alongside Uncle Ben, remaining silent and inconspicuous throughout. Do you not find it peculiar? Why would a youth attend a meeting with Uncle Ben? For heaven's sake. Uncle Ben is of African descent, while that Oriental youth is clearly of Asian descent. I surmise that this youth may be Uncle Ben's bodyguard or perhaps a superhuman with exceptionally unique abilities. Does that seem reasonable? Upon hearing this, Norman Osborn appeared to grasp a great deal. So, this youth possesses the ability to teleport? Well, it is merely a hypothesis at this stage. Yet the occurrences have been too numerous to dismiss as mere coincidence. Wouldn't you agree? I now feel inclined to share my speculation. This youth may very well be a secret weapon of the Water Corporation or a superhuman endowed with various powers. It is also possible that he possesses some unique mechanism, such as latent superpowers. Thus, when Homelander was unable to suppress the Jester, he may have induced a state of dormancy in him. Does that sound more plausible? Luther stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Norman Osborn appeared somewhat shocked, but nodded nonetheless. Like Luther, Osborn is a man of intelligence. However, his intellect is primarily applied to his personal research, whereas Luther's vision is broader and more far-reaching, hence their differing perspectives on matters. Furthermore, when confronted with challenges, the Green Goblin, being a research fanatic, tends to focus on eliminating the creator of the problems rather than the problems themselves, while Luther seeks to understand everything thoroughly before resolving issues in his preferred manner. So what should we do now? Are you suggesting that this youth could be akin to Professor X? I regret to say that such a possibility cannot be ruled out. However, at present, we must continue along our predetermined course, for it appears we possess little choice, do we not? Perhaps, Norman Osborn replied, his eyes still ablaze with fervor, a flame ignited by his insatiable curiosity for the mysteries of life and superhuman abilities. Then, Luther, what do you propose we do next? Upon hearing this, Luther contemplated the corridor before him for a moment and replied, you should continue your efforts to bring this individual to your laboratory, while I have other matters to attend to. Other matters? Upon hearing this, Norman Osborn appeared puzzled. Indeed, and they are of paramount importance. You likely would not find them of interest. Very well. With a shrug, Norman Osborn turned and departed. Meanwhile, Luther exited the asylum and stepped onto the street. Suddenly removing his mask in a secluded area, gazing at the tranquil night sky, he inquired, are you manifesting? Luther asked, yet he received no response. He repeated the question several times, only to be met with silence. Luther soon displayed a hint of frustration and exited the alley. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian materialized in the street, deep in thought. You have observed Luther's cognitive behavior and acquired level 9 intelligence. At this moment, Lin Tian found his mind significantly clearer and seemed to have uncovered previously unnoticed insights. For instance, he once believed Luther's plans were solely aimed at organizing a response against superheroes to prevent potential threats they might pose in the future. However, now Lin Tian perceived something different. If Luther existed in a world dominated by a singularly exceptional superhero, his primary target would be that superhero, as he perceives them as having obliterated humanity as potential. However, due to the changing circumstances of the world, Luther's perspective appears to have evolved. It seems that Luther is now in search of a stable and rational means of biological evolution. Of course, he concurrently seeks to identify the vulnerabilities of those endowed with superpowers, as well as methods to counter them. This explains why he chose to collaborate with Norman Osborn. The latter's aspirations, while not as grandiose, are still aligned with the right research direction, at least providing significant assistance to Luther. Chapter 146, Homelander's Contemplation. Am I overthinking? On his way back, Luther pondered this question incessantly. Soon, a realization dawned upon him. If that Eastern youth truly possesses the ability to teleport at will, and has participated in the meeting with Uncle Fried Chicken, it likely indicates that Uncle Fried Chicken harbors some suspicions regarding Luther. This notion is not difficult to comprehend. After all, this invitation to a meeting was initiated by someone with whom Luther had no prior acquaintance. Even if Luther's identity appears to be entirely unremarkable on the surface, the truth remains obscured, rendering Uncle Fried Chicken's doubts entirely reasonable. Similarly, if this were indeed the case, then it stands to reason that the Eastern youth, being a superhuman, might have utilized his teleportation ability to infiltrate Uncle Fried Chicken's laboratory and monitor his activities. However, To achieve such a feat would necessitate the capability of invisibility, enabling him to evade detection by the laboratory surveillance, a question that remains uncertain. The capabilities of a superhuman are notoriously unpredictable, even though superhumans may be categorized, with many exhibiting enhanced physical strength and speed, while others primarily project various forms of energy, as exemplified by the starlight of the Super 7. There are always exceptions. Despite the fact that the Water Group has been investigating these matters for some time, even developing a temporary variant of their fifth compound, Luther remains unaware of the complete spectrum of superhuman abilities. Nonetheless, an instinctive sixth sense within him warns that this Eastern youth is shrouded in mystery and complexity, undoubtedly underestimated by him. Consequently, Luther promptly returns to his laboratory, where he initiates a thorough and meticulous search, employing an array of sophisticated machinery to scrutinize every corner, utilizing his AI system to cross-reference previous recordings in a quest for any potential clues. In fact, while documenting his findings, he activates a laser mode, enveloping nearly every inch of his surroundings within a moving laser grid, striving to ensure that no so-called invisible observers are watching him. After all, the invisible entities associated with the Water Group are renowned as exceptionally formidable superhumans, and Luther is not merely guarding against a hypothetical Lin Tian, but against a superhuman possessing nearly all the powers of the Super 7, along with the ability to teleport. Nevertheless, he ultimately meets with failure. A sigh of relief escapes Luther. He feels he may have been overly anxious, burdened by considerable stress lately. Yet, his subconscious continues to signal that something is amiss, a sensation he struggles to articulate. For despite his possession of ninth-level intelligence, one of the highest echelons of human intellect, he remains incapable of comprehending entities that lie beyond the realm of understanding. Lin Tian's abilities, which originate from a source distinct from the superhumans created by the Water Group's fifth compound, render Luther's probing efforts futile. After all, the initial premise was flawed. Furthermore, he is constrained by the limitations of technology. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Tian senses something during his confrontation with the Joker. The Joker is an exceptionally unique adversary. His peculiar traits often invite contempt from individuals who consider themselves formidable, only to find themselves defeated by him. This stems from his chaotic psyche. However, Lin Tian gains valuable insights during his engagement with the Joker. You have entered the Joker's consciousness realm, astonished by his chaotic mind, and you have comprehended the realm of chaos. This technique allows him to draw his consciousness into chaos, and it can also be interpreted as a means to Jokerize others. Yet, it bears distinctions. While the Joker embodies disorder and chaos, he nevertheless possesses a vividly defined personal identity. True chaos may not necessarily manifest in the form of the Joker, but rather in various other guises. Upon employing such a technique, the minds of others, at least the vast majority, would likely crash instantaneously. Even deities or individuals with exceptionally strong psyches may find themselves ensnared by this binding. At this moment, Lin Tian has returned to hover above a building in Gotham. Below, the patriotic figure observes, gazing downwards. In the distance, a bat-like silhouette darts across the road, Batman, combating crime. After all, at present, the Joker's upheaval appears to have been quelled, at least on the surface. Teacher, I feel as though my powers are insufficient, the patriotic figure expresses with a hint of frustration. That Joker-like individual, after being exposed to the temporary fifth compound, transformed into such a monstrous entity, capable of matching my strength. I am reminded of that green creature I encountered before, Hulk. Was it? Both of them have undergone such drastic mutations, correct? What should I do in the face of such beings? My popularity has experienced some fluctuations. The patriotic figure adds, pulling out his phone to show Lin Tian the superhero support index on the Water Group's official website. Haha, my dear patriotic figure, do you see? Enemies abound, in countless forms. Even if you appear to be a deity among mortals, you are still not the strongest entity in the absolute sense. However, I have previously outlined the path for your training. If you find the visualization technique to be too slow, you may explore other methods. Consider harnessing external forces or employing talismans to seal certain powers within you. As for specific medications, there are currently no particularly suitable options. If any arise, we could certainly give them a try. All right then, I am willing to explore anything that can enhance my abilities, the patriotic figure responds. That is splendid, Lin Tian acknowledges. In fact, I have shared similar sentiments before. By the way, teacher, may I seek vengeance? The patriotic figure inquires further. Vengeance? Lin Tian responds, somewhat perplexed. Are you referring to Luther and Norman Osborn? Indeed, the patriotic figure nods. Chapter 147, A Return to District 13. In any case, as long as you've made up your mind, that's sufficient. Lin Tian continues. However, among these two, you may freely pursue vengeance against Norman Osborn. But I advise you to tread carefully with Lex Luthor. You may interpret it as my suggestion that you refrain from acting against the latter for now. At this, a peculiar expression crosses the patriotic figure's face. Looking at Lin Tian with a hint of confusion, he queries, "But why, Teacher Lin Tian?" As far as I know, both of these individuals are directly connected to the mutations we previously encountered with that Joker. Of course, Teacher Lin Tian, it seems you are not particularly concerned about whether the Joker is mutated or not, are you? The patriotic figure's gaze holds a complex mixture of emotions as he looks at Lin Tian. Yes, you may understand it that way. However, I am indeed curious about the extent of their capabilities, Lin Tian responds without elaborating further. What Lin Tian wishes to convey is his profound curiosity regarding the potential upheaval that Luthor and Norman Osborn could unleash. Presently, it is evident that the Joker constitutes a variable. However, that is no longer the case, as Lin Tian has thoroughly researched him and confirmed his general abilities. The powers he acquired, along with his speed and even the capability to teleport, do not capture Lin Tian's interest. The true terror of the Joker lies not in his chaotic demeanor, but in the disarray of his mind, from which Lin Tian has also derived his own abilities. Thus, these two individuals may initially appear inconsequential, yet their significance is not entirely negligible. Norman Osborn, seduced by another persona birthed within his psyche, has succumbed to nefarious thoughts. Furthermore, his most celebrated creations include his biological enhancers and aerial vehicles, with pumpkin bombs also qualifying as inventions of note. In contrast, Lex Luthor represents a unique case. Embodying a duality of virtue and vice within his soul, Lin Tian can see through Osborn's schemes, which are merely trivial pursuits driven by selfish desires, leaving a discernible trail behind. Luthor's motives, however, are far more capricious, and it remains uncertain when he might ally himself with superheroes, a possibility that cannot be dismissed. Hence, Lin Tian contemplates sparing his life, understanding the implications. Nevertheless, I do not intend to execute him outright. In fact, such an action would seem somewhat opportunistic. I plan to render him a mere shadow of his former self, allowing him to persist in this world, remarked the patriotic man with a smile. Indeed, this is your area of expertise. Proceed as you wish, Lin Tian responded as he bid farewell to the patriotic man. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon answering, he discovered it was his foremost disciple, Strange. "Hello, Strange. What is the situation? I recall you were in District 13. How did your encounter with Detective Blake fare? Are you on any missions?" Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Based on his understanding of Strange, he surmised that with his current mastery of talismans, the underlings of the Hand of Valen would pose little threat to him. Conversely, the tracking talismans could easily be dealt with by Strange. Yes, it was quite pleasant. Though the child of this Uncle Long, named Xiao Yu, is a bit mischievous, Strange replied, glancing at the little girl beside him before looking back at the phone. "So, do you wish to see the new talisman master?" "Of course," Lin Tian affirmed. "I shall arrive immediately." In an instant, he activated a colorful teleportation array nearby and stepped into the portal. Moments later, in District 13, a brilliant burst of colors illuminated the space as Lin Tian emerged. Upon seeing the young man, those present momentarily froze, then quickly aimed their weapons at him, to which Lin Tian responded with an air of indifference. He strolled over to the area housing the talismans, peering at the display case before reaching out. "So, during this time, you have acquired a snake talisman, have you?" As Lin Tian made contact with the snake talisman, he vanished from sight, for the talisman's power grants invisibility. Subsequently, he returned the talisman, having already possessed the ability to become invisible. Observing Lin Tian's actions, the onlookers remained cautious, yet one individual discerned something. "Detective Blake. You are Lin Tian. I remember you. The one who aided us in acquiring the rooster talisman." "What? Only just realizing it." Lin Tian chuckled lightly. "Hey, Xiao Shi, lower your weapon." Detective Blake instructed the female agent beside him, named Xiao Shi. Uncle Long, upon hearing this, also lowered his handgun. In truth, it was only at this moment that Uncle Long recognized Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had darted over to Lin Tian, curiously examining him before initiating conversation. "Big brother, your skills far surpass those of Uncle Long and my dad. Would you be interested in teaching me a few moves? If you agree, I could fetch you some antiques from my father." Xiao Yu blinked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Taken aback, Lin Tian felt a hint of exasperation. Yet, maintaining his composure, he smiled slightly and replied, "No need. You are still just a child, and it seems your mischievousness is well known. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression soured. Her mood visibly dampened as she crossed her arms defiantly and retreated a few steps to stand beside Uncle Long, casting an annoyed glance at him. Hey, Uncle Long. I've been underestimated, and you're not even helping me. Even if we can't defeat him together, surely we can engage in a verbal spar. How can you, an adult, have lived so many years without grasping even a shred of social survival skills? A person like you would simply be bullied if you stepped outside. Xiao Yu glared at Uncle Long, her eyes conveying a sense of disappointment. Observing the young girl's spirited demeanor, Uncle Long found himself momentarily speechless, promptly lifting Xiao Yu and placing her aside. Little one, you should behave yourself. This is not a time for childish games. Turning his attention back to Lin Tian, he continued. Chapter 148, The Easy Acquisition of the Rabbit Talismans. You are the extraordinary individual that Detective Blake mentioned? Xiaoxi extended her hand toward Lin Tian, seeking to shake his hand. Are you a thief by birth? Lin Tian did not rush to reciprocate the handshake, but rather raised an eyebrow and spoke first. At these words, Xiaoxi appeared momentarily flustered, hastily retracting her hand. Indeed, she was quite renowned as a thief in New York, initially aiming for a colossal pink diamond at the New York Museum, the Pink American Panther. However, she inadvertently became embroiled in the snake talisman affair, assisting Uncle Long and Strange in acquiring it. And during that incident, she deftly outmaneuvered Valen, the Hand, and even the shadowy ninjas from the Master. Consequently, she earned her place within Uncle Long's team. At that moment, the television in the background broadcasted news that fortuitously featured a segment about an aquarium, capturing footage of a turtle adorned with a pink talisman on its back. The viewers could clearly see that the talisman depicted a rabbit. This revelation indicated that they had already uncovered the whereabouts of the next talisman. However, since this was seen on television, which was broadcasted by the White Eagle Network, it was reasonable to assume that Valen and his subordinates would likely see it as well. So, shall we proceed with our plans? Strange suggested, simultaneously using his talismans to levitate himself, exuding an air of superiority. These ostentatious displays had indeed earned Strange the title of Senior Advisor of District 13 along with substantial funding for his activities. Yet, to Lin Tian's eyes, Strange's actions now appeared somewhat juvenile and laughable. Lin Tian remained silent, casually opening a portal beside him. At that moment, Strange, eager to showcase his skills, considered opening a portal himself to follow suit, but suddenly recalled that, although he possessed the ability to create portals, the current ones relied on the location of the individual adorned with the talismans for interaction. It appeared that none of those he had placed talismans on were currently at the aquarium, meaning he could not directly teleport there. Instead, it would transport them to another location several blocks away from the aquarium. After some contemplation, Strange ultimately decided to step into the colorful teleportation array that Lin Tian had activated. Then, amidst the dazzling hues, he vanished from his original position and reappeared within the aquarium. To Strange's surprise, their arrival point was precisely adjacent to the exhibition area where the turtle had been featured just half a minute earlier on the television broadcast. The aquarium seemed to be hosting a special event, with the turtle as one of the performers, having been filmed up close and even out of the water. Now, with Lin Tian bringing them through the teleportation, they found themselves at the very center of the exhibition stage. At that moment, the program had transitioned to the sea lion performance, and Lin Tian's sudden appearance startled everyone present. Without delay, Lin Tian approached the pool containing the turtle and effortlessly entered it, lifting the turtle from the water. Observing the talisman inscribed upon the turtle's shell, Lin Tian waved his hand, causing the talisman to float gracefully into his grasp. Subsequently, he casually returned the turtle to the pool. Noticing the members of the 13th district who stood there in stunned silence, he activated the colorful teleportation array once more, leading them away from the aquarium. The entire process took less than a minute, during which the talisman had already found its way into Lin Tian's possession. At this moment, the agents of the 13th district, exemplified by Detective Blake, were utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that Lin Tian possessed such formidable abilities and exhibited such remarkable efficiency. Although he had previously witnessed Lin Tian's powers and understood his capability to activate teleportation arrays, he had not grasped the extent of his precise localization skills, especially since Lin Tian had not been able to achieve such accuracy before. Moreover, among those present from the 13th district, there was another individual who was equally astonished by Lin Tian's prowess, Strange, his apprentice. The reason for Strange's astonishment lay in the fact that, as Lin Tian's disciple, he was aware that his master's abilities stemmed from the resonance of the teleportation array, somewhat akin to his own talismans. However, it seemed implausible that Lin Tian could achieve such precise targeting of the aquarium, unless, Had his master truly surpassed previous limits? While Strange felt a sense of wonder, he also experienced a twinge of embarrassment, for during this time, he had developed various fanciful uses for talismans, but had failed to conquer the challenge of the teleportation array, while his master had done so with ease. Indeed, Lin Tian replied with a smile, noticing Strange's expression and understanding his thoughts. With a calm demeanor, Lin Tian closed his eyes for a moment in contemplation before opening them and addressing Strange. Do not overthink it, Strange. My ability to accomplish this feat primarily results from my exposure to the cosmic cube. Without that, I would not have acquired such power. Strange was taken aback by this revelation. He was aware of the cosmic cube, the energy source located in the training room atop Fist Tower. To him, it appeared to be an extraordinary entity, resembling a miniature energy reactor. However, hearing Lin Tian's words suggested that it was more than that. Indeed, the cosmic cube is also known as the Space Stone. Lin Tian chuckled. From it, I gleaned certain principles of spatial manipulation, which is why I can teleport with such accuracy. Thus, you need not feel disheartened. Your talent is already commendable. Upon hearing this, Strange felt a slight sense of relief. Yet he remained unable to fully shake off his discontent. After all, his master could achieve what he could not, highlighting the disparity between their abilities. Chapter 149, Merely Supersonic Action. So what exactly is the function of the rabbit talisman? Detective Blake inquired, eyeing the talisman in Lin Tian's hand. Noticing Blake's curiosity and eagerness to obtain it, Lin Tian casually tossed it into the air. In the next moment, Detective Blake executed an exaggerated leap to catch it. This scene left those around them somewhat speechless. Xiaoyu and Uncle Long exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts regarding Blake's recent antics, both finding it somewhat absurd. They unanimously felt that Blake's behavior had been quite unbecoming. Their 13th district's legitimate strength was already relatively weak, and it was disheartening to see their consultant, Uncle Long, and the external member, Xiaoyu, outperforming them. Consequently, the ease with which Lin Tian acquired the rabbit talisman, followed by Blake's eager request for it, was rather humiliating. Ahem. To be honest, I was merely concerned about the talisman getting damaged, Detective Blake said, sensing the unusual gazes of those around him. He quickly smiled awkwardly, then turned to the others while inspecting the talisman again before placing it in the exhibition cabinet. He then regained his composure and addressed the group. So, how did your mission go? No injuries or anything, right? At this, the crowd collectively felt a chill at Blake's earlier awkward joke. However, they did not dwell on it for too long. Xiaoyu gazed at the rabbit talisman in the exhibition cabinet with wide, curious eyes, and then looked up at Detective Blake, asking, So, Uncle Blake, shall we test it out? To confirm what abilities this talisman possesses? Next, Xiaoyu turned her attention to Lin Tian and inquired, by the way, Brother Lin Tian, did you comprehend the abilities of this talisman when you first touched it? You must have understood its nature in that instant, right? There was a hint of certainty in Xiaoyu's gaze. In response, Lin Tian nodded. Yes, you could say that. The power of this talisman allows one to move at supersonic speeds, and that is all. He shrugged nonchalantly. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, staring at Lin Tian in disbelief. Even Strange, with a perplexed expression, rubbed his chin contemplatively. Master Lin Tian, are you saying that this talisman enables a person to move at supersonic speeds? Strange asked. Indeed. Is there a problem? Lin Tian retorted. And no, nothing at all, Strange replied. However, I must admit, I am still somewhat curious about the experience of moving at supersonic speeds. Additionally, I wonder if one can actually stop in time to avoid colliding with something? At this, the others raised their eyebrows, considering the validity of his question. Uncle Long interjected. I too believe this matter warrants clarification. After all, if a person is merely an ordinary human, even if they can move at supersonic speeds, they would likely end up as a mangled mess in an instant, right? Uncle Long spread his hands, glancing at the rabbit talisman displayed in the exhibition case. He then turned his gaze back to Lin Tian, his expression taking on a more serious demeanor as he inquired. So, is it possible? It can't be true, right? When using this talisman, it won't actually turn me into a pulp, will it? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt somewhat speechless but quickly replied. I want to answer that, as your reaction has also been accelerated. This statement left everyone present even more astonished. Hey, let me try? Let me try? Xiaoyu was the first to excitedly wave her little hand, reaching into the exhibition case to grab the rabbit talisman. In an instant, she held the talisman in her hand and began to experiment with its power. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiaoyu vanished from her spot, reappearing several dozen meters away, as if she had teleported. She repeated this several times, disappearing and reappearing, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. After a while, Xiaoyu reappeared. All right, Enough playing around. Put the talisman back, Uncle Long said with a hint of annoyance. Meanwhile, Strange, observing Xiao Yu's antics, turned to Lin Tian and curiously asked, "So, teacher, aren't you interested in the power of this talisman, or is it that?" Strange inquired, somewhat perplexed. Hearing this, Lin Tian chuckled. "What are you talking about? Of course, I'm interested. No, no, no. It should be that if my current power were akin to my past selves, I would indeed be intrigued. However, I already possess the ability to teleport, so I'm not particularly interested in mere supersonic movement. Moreover, this doesn't even compare to the speed of Quicksilver or the Flash." Upon hearing this, Detective Blake, seizing the moment when Xiao Yu was distracted, snatched the talisman from her hand and returned it to the exhibition case, closing the glass cover. He then turned to the gathered crowd, finally looking at Lin Tian with astonishment. So there truly are individuals in this world who can move at supersonic speeds, or even faster. Indeed, this world is vast and filled with wonders. Thus, the existence of such individuals should not be surprising, Lin Tian retorted. And no, I was merely asking. Detective Blake scratched his head. Well then, our task here is temporarily complete, but you all should remain vigilant. Detective Blake then addressed Uncle Long and Xiao Yu. After all, they might come looking for trouble. Yes, I will, Uncle Long replied as he led Xiao Yu out of the 13th district. Shortly thereafter, Strange followed suit. How about I come over to your place? If those fellows show up, I could lend a hand, Strange suggested. Hearing this, Uncle Long and Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Chapter 150, A Powerful Enemy. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the aquarium, Wallen and his group had just arrived. Leisu executed a smooth series of maneuvers, successfully deceiving the aquarium guards to obtain the keys, allowing them entry to the breeding pool. At that moment, Zhou and A Fin, also members of the Black Hand Gang, successfully broke in through a window. However, they found Leisu staring blankly at a sea turtle. What is going on? Zhou asked Leisu. Zhou was a short man with black hair and yellow windbreak glasses, looking perplexed at the tall figure of Leisu, whose skin bore a slight grayish hue, resembling a Frankenstein-like character in a suit. Leisu's expression had always been somewhat dim-witted, and at this moment, being one of Wallen's subordinates, they did not perceive anything unusual about Leisu's demeanor. However, they quickly noticed the turtle in Leisu's hands, which appeared to be the same one they had seen on television not long ago. The talisman is gone, Leisu said in a daze. Upon hearing this, Zhou and A Fin quickly approached to investigate. Upon looking down, it seemed indeed the case. At that moment, the shell of the sea turtle in Leisu's hands was smooth, but there was a hollow where the talisman should have been, which had vanished. The three were somewhat baffled. Could it have fallen off somewhere? A Fin asked Leisu skeptically. In response, Leisu scratched the back of his head, looking somewhat dazed. I'm not sure. When I picked it up from the pool, the talisman wasn't on its back, Leisu explained innocently. Hearing this, A Fin began to hum a tune, seemingly unconcerned. Well, Leisu, you were the first to see this sea turtle. If it really is lost, it's still your fault, A Fin said while dialing Wallen's phone number. Soon, a grim voice came through from the other end. What? The talisman has disappeared? All right, I understand. You all return at once, Wallen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the three paused, their faces displaying astonishment and joy. They felt relieved that their boss did not blame them. But the question remained, why did the boss not hold them accountable? Boss, it might have been Leisu who lost it, A Fin suggested carefully after some thought. Upon hearing this, Wallen's voice on the other end grew impatient. No, just return. Haven't you been watching television? It was taken by someone else during the performance, just a moment after it appeared. Moreover, we have seen this young man before. Wallen gritted his teeth as he spoke. The three fools exchanged glances. A Fin then tentatively asked, We know him. Is it that quirky little girl? Or that jewel thief in a black bodysuit who likes to kick people? A Fin inquired, met with silence on the other end. No, neither. It's a young man, a boy. We should have seen him before. Now hurry back. The talisman has likely already entered the 13th district. We must find a way in, as long as we can get in. We will retrieve all the talismans we lost and restore our honor. Damn Uncle Long, the bald man, and that boy, Wallen said indignantly. Yes, boss, the three responded immediately. Elsewhere, in Wallen's location, he entered a secret chamber. The walls featured a colossal golden dragon sculpture, adorned with two ruby-like eyes. Upon entering, Wallen immediately began to pay homage. Master, this time the talisman was snatched by others, and our enemies have multiplied. Yet, the most dangerous among them is still a boy, Wallen said with a serious expression. In fact, I suspect that our previous failed attempts were also connected to him. Hearing this, the red gems in the eyes of the golden dragon sculpture flickered twice. Is that so? What kind of being is this? A voice echoed around the room. Does he possess magic? Or does he have some other special qualities? Upon hearing this, Valen swiftly responded, "We are not certain. He may possess magical abilities or some other form of power. However, his appearance was exceedingly sudden, and we suspect he possesses a capability akin to teleportation." As Valen spoke, he presented a photograph from his mobile device to the Holy Lord. This image was a still from a video, capturing the precise moment when Lin Tian lifted a sea turtle in the aquarium to remove a talisman inscribed with a rabbit symbol from its shell. Although the image lacked high-definition clarity, the fleeting moment revealed the silhouette of a person. At that instant, Valen fell into silence upon witnessing the scene. Teleportation, he mused inwardly. I have never encountered such an entity, yet it is indeed possible that magic could achieve this. Nevertheless, with merely this vague image, I cannot immediately provide an answer as to how he accomplished it. Nonetheless, your current plan is rather reasonable. You must promptly retrieve the talisman from District 13 for me. As compensation, take a look at this. At that moment, a golden flame ignited beside the Holy Lord's golden dragon carving. The next instant, a golden artifact materialized, hovering before Valen. The treasure of the Golden Rooster King? Valen exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely, the Holy Lord replied. Before them was an oddly shaped jar adorned with peculiar patterns, capped with a lid resembling a golden rooster. As the Holy Lord manipulated his magic, the lid opened, revealing vibrant orange-red gemstones that gleamed before Valen's eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, his expression transformed into one of greed and astonishment. Is this truly for me? Previously, he had harbored little optimism regarding the task, but now, the desire sparkled in his eyes once more, a fact that the Holy Lord noted with keen observation. Chapter 151, Confronting Director Nick. By the way, this is the talisman radar. Take it with you, the Holy Lord intoned in a resonant voice. Subsequently, he conjured an ancient vessel with 4 dragon heads extending outward from his stone avatar. This device can detect the locations of the 12 talismans. Understood. Valen accepted the talisman radar and turned to exit. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had just bid farewell to District 13 and received a text message from his apprentice, Strange. I am heading to Mexico on a business trip, Master, Strange messaged. Lin Tian nodded in acknowledgement and then turned towards the company's direction. He was acutely aware of what awaited Strange in Mexico, a bull warrior adorned with a mask bearing a bull talisman, endowing him with immense strength. However, Lin Tian felt no apprehension. Turning around, he arrived at Fisk Tower. Inside the grand hall stood numerous agents of Sect. Upon seeing Lin Tian's arrival, Director Nick approached with palpable excitement. You have finally arrived, Mr. Lin Tian. The aura sample you provided us has been analyzed by our scientists, and we have developed a unique serum. This serum can endow ordinary individuals with extraordinary powers. Of course, this requires prolonged use. Otherwise, one would revert to their mundane state. Director Nick spoke, his eyes betraying a flicker of hope. Lin Tian immediately grasped the implication behind his gaze. They sought more of his aura to aid in the creation of super soldiers. Unlike the super soldier serum, however, the aura's effects were comparatively less invasive. It would not only accelerate metabolism, but also promote longevity. You will need to pay a greater price, Lin Tian stated directly. Our transaction regarding the Cosmic Cube was a one-time agreement, yet your demands are ongoing. Am I correct? Furthermore, if you wish to reclaim the Cosmic Cube, let us not even discuss whether I am willing to comply. Even if I were to hand it over, what could you do? Are you certain you can replicate the aura I have transformed? Lin Tian spoke unhurriedly. At these words, Director Nick was left momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated Lin Tian's forthrightness, and his expression darkened. Mr. Lin Tian, are you suggesting? Indeed. Present some other intriguing artifacts, and I shall provide you with more aura, Lin Tian said, extending a hand with his palm facing upwards, fingers beckoning inward. Observing this, Nick glanced at Agent Coulson beside him, who shrugged, displaying a look of helplessness. Well, Lin Tian. Nick turned back, his expression slightly awkward. Regarding what you just mentioned, we can discuss it later. We can take you to our storage facility for a tour, but what? Lin Tian blinked, then chuckled lightly, appraising Director Nick before continuing. By the way, does an Sect typically leverage its power to coerce others? Am I mistaken? You even justify it under the pretense of national security. Can you honestly claim you have never engaged in such actions? At this moment, Director Nick found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat cornered by Lin Tian's pointed remarks. Director Nick sighed, revealing a hint of submission as he fished a blue card from his pocket. This is the key to our special storage facility. Perhaps you would like to visit it now, and afterwards, we can negotiate the aura exchange. No need, Lin Tian replied, declining to accept the card. He merely furrowed his brow at it before raising his gaze to Director Nick. Nick Fury, an old fox, a national honoree, a man willing to employ any means necessary for victory. And what else? I can't think of anything at the moment, but, simultaneously, a person who is quite adept at recognizing the moment and adapting accordingly. Lin Tian assessed Director Nick with a smile. However, I must remind you of one thing. Do not attempt any form of trickery in my presence, understood? As Lin Tian's countenance grew serious, the awkward smile on Director Nick's face gradually froze. All right. He fumbled with his fingers, responding, that is acceptable. Good. Lin Tian waved his hand. Next time, do not come empty-handed, expecting to deceive me effortlessly. At the very least, bring some information about treasures. If you cannot procure anything, I can retrieve it myself. But are you truly storing precious treasures in your facility? Lin Tian turned back to regard Director Nick, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This caused a shiver to run down Nick's spine. For Lin Tian was indeed correct. He had initially adopted a more proactive approach toward mutual benefit, yet it remained superficial. The truth was that the items in the storage facility were not as valuable as he had led Lin Tian to believe. He was reluctant to allow Lin Tian to grow stronger, fearing that any items in his possession might become uncontrollable and lead to catastrophic consequences. This was something he wished to avoid at all costs. However, what Director Nick did not anticipate was just how astute Lin Tian truly was, as well as his insatiable appetite. Even after he had lowered himself to extend a gesture of goodwill by providing an opportunity for the other party, Lin Tian still refrained from taking it, insisting instead that Nick personally present the offerings, relishing in the exalted treatment. This was unforeseen for him. At this moment, Nick found himself contemplating whether Lin Tian possessed an ability akin to that of Professor X, one capable of reading the thoughts of others. From their previous encounters, he had already confirmed Lin Tian's abilities to conjure illusions, wield formidable psychic strength, and manipulate spiritual energy in various ways. However, if Lin Tian indeed possessed the capacity to unconditionally and limitlessly read the thoughts or memories of others at any time and place, it would be a most daunting prospect. Chapter 152, The Attitude of the Ascendant. Thus, with a hint of trepidation, Director Nick inquired, Mr. Lin Tian, do you have a particular item in mind? And what amount of spiritual energy would you be willing to offer as compensation for it? His brow furrowed slightly as he maintained a serious demeanor, suppressing the instinctual anger surging within him. An item of interest? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian frowned, quickly discerning the nuances of Nick's expression. A light chuckle escaped him as he replied, Are you attempting to test me? Do you truly wish for me to articulate my desires? Well then, as Lin Tian pondered, he lowered his gaze momentarily before meeting Nick's eyes again, continuing, Let us see. I shall mention something that your S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses. Perhaps the Pym particles, the obelisk, or the gravitonium. You certainly have an array of intriguing items. Alternatively, you may lend me one of your agents. What do you choose? Lin Tian smiled. Upon hearing this, Nick's countenance fell, his expression freezing in disbelief. The items Lin Tian had just mentioned were classified secrets within the agency, knowledge he should not possess. The mere fact that Lin Tian was aware of them suggested either a prior infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. or an intrusion into his memories. At this moment, Nick's heart began to race, caught in a web of uncertainty regarding how to respond to such a formidable presence. Lin Tian was undeniably powerful, not only commanding an influential force of his own, with Supermen, the Guardians, and the Seven, but also possessing unfathomable personal strength, physical prowess, energy manipulation, mental abilities, all seemingly without weakness. This left Nick instinctively pondering whether, should Lin Tian choose to act malevolently or seek dominion over Earth, they would stand a chance at thwarting him. Presently, Nick's contemplation yielded no affirmative answer. He even recalled the pager he always carried, capable of summoning Captain Marvel. Yet, even this tool felt inadequate, for he sensed that even someone as formidable as Captain Marvel would likely fall short against Lin Tian. Have you made a decision regarding your choice? Nick asked. We possess information regarding the location of the 10 rings, Mr. Lin Tian. Are you interested? It is said to be a most unique weapon, of mysterious origin, held by the 10 Rings organization. Ah, splendid. Lin Tian nodded in approval. This is quite fortuitous, he continued, playfully patting Nick on the back. Next time, as a guest, you ought to remember the etiquette of visiting others. Pausing for effect, Lin Tian turned to Nick, instilling a sense of unease within him. Under the watchful gaze of this Eastern youth, words eluded him, especially as Lin Tian's expression oscillated between a smile and a veiled threat, imposing considerable pressure. Bring a gift. Lin Tian added cheerfully. Indeed, indeed, Nick hastily responded in agreement. Now, provide me with the information, and you may depart. Oh, and if any of your agents with superpowers wish to come here for training, they are welcome to stay. Lin Tian continued, this time, I shall offer you 100,000 units of spiritual energy. Very well, Nick replied, glancing back at his companions. He noticed Daisy Johnson, also known as Quake, and Barbara Morse, the Mockingbird. Sky, why don't you stay behind and learn from Mr. Lin Tian about the application of spiritual energy? It would be a good opportunity for you to enhance your skills. Nick suggested with a smile. Daisy, albeit a bit awkward, quickly acquiesced. Sure, Director Nick. What do you think, Mr. Lin Tian? Nick turned to Lin Tian, who was already waving him off, leaving Nick feeling somewhat embarrassed and frustrated, yet unable to voice his displeasure. Hey, Mr. Lin. Daisy then turned to Lin Tian, asking, aren't you concerned that our director might turn against you for treating him this way? Her expression was a mix of intrigue and caution as she gestured toward Nick. What you say is somewhat amusing, but reveals your naivete, Lin Tian replied casually. The moment those words escaped, Daisy's expression tightened. Mr. Lin Tian, it seems you. What is it? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Are you suggesting that I lack tact, or that my words are often abrasive? About this, I would not dispute. But there is one thing you seem to overlook. In this world, the strong reign supreme, and self-interest prevails. You, of all people, should be more acutely aware of the nature of your Sect, and its director, shouldn't you, young hacker? With this statement, Daisy's eyes widened once more, her hands gesturing in disbelief. The term young hacker clearly referred to her past, before she joined Sect, when she was merely a streetwise delinquent, using her hacking skills to siphon funds from ATMs or infiltrate corporate databases for profit. Such knowledge was typically known to only a select few. Moreover, since joining Sect, her past records had been meticulously concealed, making it difficult for anyone to uncover. Yet, Lin Tian articulated her history with uncanny precision. It's nothing, Lin Tian remarked as he noticed Daisy remaining still. Now, let us move forward. Since your director has chosen to keep you here, from this moment on, you are under my command, understood? Lin Tian's demeanor had shifted to one of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Daisy found herself momentarily speechless. All right, wait. Are you planning to make me a double agent for Sect? She asked anxiously. Of course not. Lin Tian replied as he entered the spiritual energy training room ahead. It is unnecessary, he added. Chapter 153, the conclusion. At this moment, Lin Tian felt himself entering an enigmatic state, his mind and soul ascending to a cosmic realm. He communicated with the universe and dimensions, witnessing the entirety of existence unfold before him, from the genesis to the conclusion, as time evolved, expanded, and ultimately faded away. As if his very existence had suddenly transcended into a realm of detachment, Lin Tian found himself enveloped in an extraordinary sensation. At this moment, he was oblivious to his circumstances, yet he felt as if he occupied a unique position from which he could behold the cosmos and all its wonders. Everything lay before him, continuously expanding, transforming, intertwining, returning to dust, and evolving into the most minute and intricate existence, decomposing and blossoming within the dimensions of atoms, subatomic particles, and even the unfathomably enigmatic realm of quantum mechanics. This realization filled Lin Tian with a profound sense of wonder. The last time he experienced such a feeling was when Master Gu Yi stood beside him, guiding him through this extraordinary perspective. However, this moment was different. It felt as though he had suddenly unlocked a myriad of insights, transitioning from a state of superiority over ordinary practitioners, perhaps nearing the pinnacle of strength in the blue star, to a loftier existence, one that possessed the capacity for destruction while also wielding dominion over all things. This existence brought to Lin Tian's mind a singular concept, the observer. With that thought, Lin Tian swiftly turned around, finding himself suspended in midair beside a colossal, bald figure whose eyes shimmered with a cerulean light. Its skin resembled that of a human, yet its attire echoed the grandeur of ancient Greek life. This being was indeed the observer. The observer, a watcher of all things, surveyed the multiverse but seldom intervened, appearing only when the universe teetered on the brink of annihilation, when all beings were about to return to dust. Yet now, due to Lin Tian's ascension, he had successfully glimpsed the observer. Greetings, Lin Tian suddenly inquired. The observer paused, taken aback, as it regarded the fragmented tapestry of the multiverse before it. Each shard of glass revealed a distinct universe. Some were realms infested with zombies, others were filled with eldritch horrors, and still others diverged from conventional understanding. such as a female Loki or Spider-Pig, among a plethora of fantastical realities. The observer gleaned information from these universes, striving to uncover the truth of existence. However, the observer was also astonished by Lin Tian's arrival. "You, unexpectedly. What seems to be the matter?" Lin Tian asked. The observer hesitated before responding. "There is nothing amiss. In truth, I am not surprised that you have reached this juncture. Rather, I find it astonishing how swiftly you have accomplished it." The observer shrugged, its tone reminiscent of a compliment. "Is that a commendation? Are you serious?" Lin Tian questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Have I misspoken? If so, please enlighten me." "I am uncertain," the observer sighed, gazing at the cosmic screen before them. "In this world, amidst countless universes, we observe all, yet we cannot dictate all. Indeed, from time to time, events arise beyond our control. As for you, Mr. Lin Tian, you may very well fall into that category. So what then?" At this moment, Lin Tian endeavored to harness his spiritual energy, effortlessly tearing through the dimensional fabric to unveil a pathway to the realm of the White Magic Emperor. A magnificent tome floated in the air, and Lin Tian seized it, perusing its contents. This. The observer appeared at a loss, caught off guard by Lin Tian's actions. "In truth, I believe it would be best to." The observer trailed off, seemingly hesitant. "What troubles you? Is there something you cannot articulate?" Lin Tian inquired nonchalantly, glancing up from the book with a smile. I cannot say," the observer replied, stroking its bald head nervously. Lin Tian turned the last page of the book before closing it. "So, you are concerned that the White Magic Emperor might seek to trouble me?" "Indeed," Lin Tian contemplated, returning the tome to its dimensional space before waving his hand, causing the surrounding rifts to vanish. The observer felt a wave of awkwardness wash over it. "Fear not. Everything is fine," Lin Tian reassured. "I merely wish to draw inspiration. I do not intend to directly wield their magic." A subtle smile graced Lin Tian's lips. Yes," the observer responded, still somewhat hesitant. It glanced at the observation screen beside it, then continued, "In truth, your current strength may not bode well for our multiverse." The observer's demeanor shifted to one of concern, alternating its gaze between Lin Tian and the fragmented cosmic screen. "Our multiverse, you see, functions as how shall I put it? A balance. Do you comprehend, Mr. Lin Tian? I sense that you might not fully grasp this concept." The observer scrutinized Lin Tian with caution. Lin Tian, in response, scratched his ear. "Your words ring a bell. Essentially, you mean that whenever a powerful being emerges in this universe, a corresponding entity will inevitably arise to confront it, correct?" "Yes, you may interpret it that way," the observer affirmed. "Now that you have grasped this notion, you should understand my apprehensions. Of course, you are welcome to elaborate on how you have achieved your current state. I can help you contemplate the possible counterpart you will face, your adversary." The observer spoke solemnly, even wiping the sweat from its brow. "You do not intend to challenge the one above all, do you?" The observer's anxiety deepened as it observed Lin Tian, whose form appeared increasingly indistinct, as if transforming into a fleeting flash of light or a phantasm, vanishing into the ether. The observer sensed a foreboding realization but felt powerless to intervene. Lin Tian had departed for a higher dimension, confronting the one above all, becoming an existence beyond observation and recollection. The tale concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until we meet again in the next story.